Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 91, TOA 91, Comes Knocking. The night was supposed to be quiet, a time for rest. But this night, someone shattered the tranquility of the darkness. As the group finished their discussion and prepared to rest, a golden figure appeared atop the roof. Ha, a bunch of mongrels. You're supposed to slaughter each other for the Holy Grail, yet here you are, huddled together. Are you planning to decide who dies and who lives through debate? His voice dripped with disdain and mockery. Red eyes glared down at the group below, the ancient tyrant sparing no venom in his words as he scorned modern humanity. Let me guess, you're resorting to democracy. Truly a choice befitting the weak. As a king, I shall grant you salvation, by slaying you all. Silence followed. Morpheus and the others merely stared at the golden figure spouting grandiose nonsense. No one even bothered to make a move. This is the king of Uruk. Medea whispered, glancing at Morpheus. When he nodded slightly, she gave a pitying look. By Zeus, I almost feel sorry for the people of Uruk, ruled by such a fool. Her voice wasn't soft, nor did she intend to hold back. Honestly, even Jason's uncle was better than him. I'd say my father's temper was 100 times better. Humph. Noisy. Gilgamesh snorted coldly, raising a hand. A sword materialized behind him, as if summoned from the void, aimed downward. I don't know what era you're from, servant, but to speak to me, a king, like that. Mongrel. His gaze then shifted to another figure. Artoria had gripped her weapon, staring daggers at Gilgamesh. Seeing the one he wanted, Gilgamesh smirked. Saber, have you fallen so low? Associating with these people? You disappoint me. Artoria retorted without hesitation. Who I associate with requires no approval from you, king of heroes. Her eyes burned with unmistakable disgust, both mental and visceral. Even after all this time, she could see the naked desire in his gaze, as if he intended to violate her completely. The king of heroes, or rather, the man crowned with the title of hero, was indeed capable of such deeds. Shiro Amiya stepped forward. King of heroes, is it? This is my home. Can you leave? As the house's master, he issued an eviction notice. But Gilgamesh laughed even more mockingly. Ha ha ha, mortal, mongrel, trash. Everything in this world belongs to me, all people are my subjects. What right do you have to make me leave my own domain? You should be groveling in gratitude, thanking me for lending you this land to live on. His domineering declaration, devoid of reason, reflected the logic, or rather, the truth, of the most ancient king. Medea calmly observed Gilgamesh, her chained weapon already in hand, though she didn't act, awaiting Sakura Metu's command. Sakura gazed at Gilgamesh quietly, her expression unchanged, as if he were just an ordinary person. She even felt a spark of anticipation. If she could see her Morpheus and II in action, that would be perfect. She couldn't help but think. Rin Tosaka frowned, whispering to Morpheus, "Can we fight?" Fight? I'm not eager to, but if he insists, I can oblige, Morpheus said with a smile, stepping forward like a gentleman. King of heroes Gilgamesh, was it? Your earlier words, can I take them to mean, all in the world belongs to the king? Gilgamesh looked at Morpheus with mild surprise, then sneered. Who gave you the right to look up at me? But you're not wrong. This world is mine. All of humanity is mine. Morpheus's lips curled slightly. He raised his right hand, lightly patting his cheek. I always thought I had thick skin, but to meet someone even more shameless, a so-called king acting like a street thug. Truly impressive, Goldie. His words darkened Gilgamesh's expression. With a casual wave, weapons shot from behind him. Die, mongrel. The nature of the phantasmal weapons didn't matter. Gilgamesh didn't need to know their properties, he simply launched them, relying on their raw power to crush his foes. Artoria moved to act, but seeing Morpheus's calm demeanor, she suppressed her impulse, trusting he had it under control. Then she saw a sword appear in Morpheus's hand, not too long, about a meter. As it emerged, it blocked the incoming weapons instantly. Morpheus's free hand grabbed one of the launched weapons midair. In that moment, he became a dual-wielding warrior. Durandal. Roland's sword. Though this knockoff is just passable, Morpheus mocked, hurling Durandal back with mana-enhanced strength. His casual swing sent Durandal past the speed of sound, like a bullet aimed at Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh dodged swiftly, his face growing darker. Mongrel, what did you say? My treasures are fakes. He was furious, someone dared call his collection counterfeit. Come, mongrel, let me show you whether my treasures are fake. With his words, a barrage of noble phantasms appeared behind him, so numerous they resembled arrows raining down on the group. In that moment, he cared nothing for collateral damage, even if it included the woman he desired. Dead or not, he didn't care. Berserker! Ilya shouted, and a giant materialized from the void, raising a stone axe to block the onslaught. Heracles' massive form stood like a fortress, shielding those behind him, but it made him the primary target. Despite his speed and strength, he could only deflect so many weapons. Countless noble phantasms pierced Heracles' body. Humph! Gilgamesh sneered, mocking, mongrel. But to his surprise, Heracles didn't fall. As the weapons vanished, he stood again, wounds fully healed, visibly stronger. Berserker is invincible. Did you think that attack could kill him? Ilya shouted, thrilled. Take him down, Berserker. With her command, the giant moved again, but a hand patted her head. Call him back. I'll handle this guy. It was Morpheus. Ilya looked at him, surprised he'd appeared beside her, and whispered, no help needed. Just a weakling. No need. Seeing his confidence, Ilya gave the order. Come back, Berserker. The giant halted, retreating to Ilya's side, while Morpheus stepped forward leisurely, then another step, walking upward as if climbing invisible stairs, until he stood before Gilgamesh. This sword was a gift from Ares, called the Sword of the War God. Simple enough, a noble phantasm. Come, show me yours. Gilgamesh raised an eyebrow. I'll admit, mortal, that weapon is divine, not part of my treasury. On this, he didn't bother lying. Morpheus smiled lightly, drawing his staff. This is my own creation, the fire wand. Show me yours. Gilgamesh's expression darkened further. Are you mocking me? That trash deserves a place in my treasury. Oh. The Vatican still holds the Shroud of Turin, a holy relic and powerful noble phantasm. Show me yours, and we can debate at the church which is real. Morpheus's words dripped with mockery. Below, the group listened, confused. Medea quietly explained. Servants, or heroic spirits, wield noble phantasms that are phantasmal. Even if they own something in life, as spirits, what they hold is merely a fantasy. So, even if Gilgamesh owned treasures in life, what he wields now is fake. It's the same for all servants here, except maybe Morpheus. Only Morpheus is different. Shiro asked, puzzled. What's special about him? Because he's real. He's here in his true body. His noble phantasms are authentic. I saw the Greek gods gift them to him, blessing him for saving the world from a crisis. True body. Ilya, Shiro, and Artoria were stunned, while Rin and others remained calm. Even Sakura, hearing this for the first time, was oddly composed. Sakura's expression even held a hint of pride. What's surprising? He traveled to ancient Greece, breaking the world's barriers. Coming to this era is similar. As for why he's a servant, the Grail's summoning gave him a coordinate to escape the gaps of time. Medea's explanation was clear, dispelling their doubts. Ilya finally understood Morpheus's confidence. Indeed, he can use the Grail's power like a normal human. Even if I die, he could save me with it, but the soul. Ilya grew worried. The soul was the most mysterious part, protecting it was the hardest. Yet why was Morpheus so calm, as if certain the soul could be protected? While explanations unfolded below, the battle above intensified. Gilgamesh, enraged by Morpheus's provocations, grabbed a noble phantasm and charged. A servant's strength surpassed mortals. Though an archer, Gilgamesh's power dwarfed even the strongest humans. In an instant, his mana-fueled burst exceeded the speed of sound, his weapon striking at several times that speed, beyond human dynamic vision. But to his fury, Morpheus merely smiled, raising his short sword to block the attack perfectly. It was as if Gilgamesh's strike had thrown itself onto Morpheus's blade. Gilgamesh gripped another weapon in his left hand, slashing faster. The rooftop roared with each clash, shockwaves rippling through the air continuously. Even if she couldn't follow the action, she wanted to witness this clash. This battle might be the most pivotal of the Holy Grail War. Artoria nodded awkwardly. Gilgamesh is definitely an archer. If he's retained his state from the Fourth Holy Grail War, there's no mistake. Is it something like this? He extended his hand, closed his eyes, then snapped them open, whispering, "Trace, on." A knife appeared in his hand, a kitchen knife, all too familiar to those staying at Shiro's house. It was the one he often used. In appearance alone, it was identical to the one at home. Somewhat similar. Your magecraft is well suited to learning Morpheus's magic. Combined, they could produce great results, Medea said, slightly surprised, nodding. I suddenly understand why he's willing to teach you. Medea even looked expectant. Study well. Even if you learn only a little, your magecraft could qualify you to fight top-tier heroic spirits. You might even stand on the same stage as gods in an age of gods. Shiro grew embarrassed, unsure how to respond with pleasantries, and shifted his focus back to the battlefield. By now, Gilgamesh's rage had reached its peak. Fighting this mongrel for so long, wasting precious time, was bad enough. But now, the rabble below had shifted their attention from him to discuss Morpheus, fueling his fury further. Thus, the king decided to show these fools a lesson. He channeled mana into the two weapons in his hands and hurled them at Morpheus. As Morpheus blocked with the sword of the war god, the two noble phantasms exploded. Boom. Amid the deafening blast, Gilgamesh leaped onto a strange, floating noble phantasm. With a wave, countless more appeared behind him, raining down with ferocity. This attack was far fiercer than before, the density of projectiles several times greater. Faced with this, Artoria and the others reacted instantly, rushing forward to block, but the projectiles froze mid-air, as if caught by an invisible barrier. What's happening? Gilgamesh's face twisted in shock, unable to comprehend the bizarre phenomenon. He leaped upward, only to find his height restricted, unable to rise further, slowly descending. Looking at the sky, the moon hung high, but a faint membrane now enveloped everything. It didn't block air, sound, or light. Yet it trapped him within. Did you think I was just trading blows with you this whole time, Gilgamesh? Take a look at the ground, Morpheus said, grinning as he emerged from the smoke. Despite the explosion's intensity, not a speck of dust marred Morpheus. Seeing him unscathed, Gilgamesh's expression shifted. What did you do, mongrel? A temple, a temporary construct, but enough to confine our battle to this area. Its defenses are inward-focused. If you want to break it, I have two suggestions. Morpheus's expression was gleeful as he listed ways to destroy the temple. The orthodox method, unravel it with magical knowledge. But sadly, not even you, your parents, or your ancestors could manage that. Such arrogant words, implying even the gods of Gilgamesh's myth who created the world couldn't do it. Yet as Gilgamesh studied the surrounding magic circle, he found it incomprehensible. Though an archer now, he was versed in many fields, including magecraft and Age of Gods magic. But he couldn't decipher this circle. The second method, unleash an attack capable of obliterating a continent in an instant. This temple is built on local ley lines, a temporary construct, so it's not at its peak. Morpheus shrugged, blinking playfully. So, can you muster the power to shatter an entire continent, not just its surface, but to pulverize it completely? Gilgamesh's mouth twitched. He loved boasting about his noble phantasm's ability to rend space, but that was simulated. Their true power fell far short of annihilating a continent instantly. Even if they could, his current mana couldn't sustain such an attack. Oh, one more way, get outside help. The temple's structure only guards inward, so breaking it from outside is simple. Your earlier explosive attack would have sufficed. Morpheus kept listing ways to destroy his temple, enraging Gilgamesh further. Where would he find an ally? The group below clearly wanted him dead. Then, Morpheus's smile turned sinister. Of course, you could try your noble phantasm, that drill. See if the weapon that witnessed the planet's molten formation can break my temple. It's your only shot. His expression grew arrogant, like a villain's. If you won't try, I'll make my move and erase you here. I warn you, if I kill you, you likely won't even return to the throne of heroes. Gilgamesh's face darkened further. This man kept provoking him, relentlessly. Finally, he could bear it no longer. His crimson eyes glared at Morpheus. Rejoice, mongrel. I'll crush you with my greatest power. He raised his hand, and a strangely shaped weapon emerged from his treasury, landing in his grip. The King of Heroes' mightiest weapon. Be proud, mortal. This is my greatest weapon, a sword that can cleave the world. Your so-called temple is nothing before it. He was gambling that Morpheus's temple held a world-like concept, which his noble phantasm's world-cleaving concept could destroy. Victory in concept meant victory in reality. Gilgamesh poured mana into the weapon, frenziedly. The red, drill-shaped sword spun, the surrounding air swirling and compressing into crack-like rifts. Enoma Elish. In an instant, it unleashed its full might. All to erase the mongrel who dared enrage the king. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 93, TOA 93, You Are a Dragon. In ancient legends, when the planet called Earth was still forming, the world were filled with thunderstorms and molten lava, devoid of life. During this process, a stone, later to become a weapon, though unremarkable, witnessed the planet's creation, a moment of splitting heaven and earth. It recorded this epical event within itself. This stone became Gilgamesh's weapon, his mightiest noble phantasm, the Sword of Rupture. Having witnessed the division of heaven and earth, it held the authority to cleave worlds. Though it sounds far-fetched, this power was real. Not based on grand concepts like the universe or world barriers, but on a subjective notion of a world, like a house being a world to someone, or a castle. For Gilgamesh, or any individual on this planet, a world was essentially an independent space, distinct from the true world. If someone used special magecraft to transform an area into a snowy, isolated region, it could be called an ice world. When EA unleashed its full might, it could cut through such a world's concept. But against the true world, it was useless. It couldn't split Earth, the solar system, or the universe. No matter, Gilgamesh thought, gripping EA as it roared. This so-called temple is just a small space imbued with a world's concept, and my EA is perfect for destroying it. The stone tablets around him rose, spinning, representing the three realms of heaven, earth, and underworld, shattering space into primal chaos. It wouldn't take long. This strike would obliterate the temple and annihilate this Morpheus. Even gods of the Age of Gods wouldn't claim to destroy a continent instantly. For this man to say his temple required such power was laughable. Be proud, mongrel. 10 years ago, another who dared call himself a king died to this strike, unafraid. Will you be the same? A torrent of mana surged forward like roaring waves, shattering everything. Space tore apart, and even if only simulated, the concept caused real rifts. Yet Morpheus stood motionless, as if frozen in fear. TCH. Gilgamesh sneered, his face twisting with disdain. He loathed such cowardly foes, but he wouldn't hold back. This disrespectful mongrel would be reduced to dust. Even an ant, once it angered a king, lost its right to exist. All rights were granted by him, the king, and now he would reclaim them. Boom. Blinding light engulfed the bounded field, scattering and illuminating the area. But those outside saw only light and sound, no destructive force emerged. Not even a breeze escaped. The bounded field contained all impact. Rin Tosaka stared intently inside, tense. Despite knowing Morpheus's strength, the terrifying mana torrent from EA, unlike anything she'd seen, made her nervous. This was the murderer of her father, even if indirectly. If he killed Morpheus too, Rin didn't know what she'd do. Amid the smoke, Gilgamesh laughed. Ha ha ha, this is the fate of defying a king. No strength of your own, reduced to ash. Pathetic, but a fitting end for a mortal. He spoke as if victorious, mocking his opponent thoroughly. His words darkened several faces, but Medea remained unfazed, and Sakura Matu waited quietly, full of confidence. Then, that calm voice emerged. Honestly, I've always wanted to point out how weak EA's unleashed power is. It barely causes damage. I thought you were holding back, but now it's clear, you're just not up to par, even when you go all out. With a hint of surprise, Morpheus emerged from the smoke, eyes wide, staring at Gilgamesh. Your strike couldn't even break my personal protection, let alone the bounded field. If shattering the temple required continent-destroying power, Morpheus's personal temple protection needed at least the force of a nuclear explosion. Specifically, about dozens of times the combined yield of the fission bombs dropped on Japan years ago. This protection was admittedly weak. As a freelancer, Morpheus hadn't acquired top-tier materials in this world, limiting the temple's strength. Even the US could breach it with retired warheads like the B-53. Yet Gilgamesh's full-powered strike had no effect. So, playing with concepts requires a solid foundation. Morpheus muttered. Despite EA's space-cutting simulation, the vast disparity in magnitude rendered it ineffective against Morpheus. In that instant of contact, Morpheus sensed something. It wasn't just magnitude, neither the temple's external bounded field nor his personal protection registered as a world to EA. Without the world concept, EA's world-cleaving power couldn't activate. Like a BB gun against real body armor, EA faced a mismatch in both power and type. The moment Gilgamesh heard Morpheus's voice, his triumphant smile froze, comical like a clown's. Hearing Morpheus, Rin and the others sighed in relief. Medea smiled faintly. As expected, testing again. Testing. Rin looked at Medea, who nodded. He loves seizing chances to test things. Even joining the giant war was to test new magic. Medea's eyes lit up. Looks like he's testing new magic again. New magic. Rin and the others turned to see Morpheus raise his hand, holding a book, an ordinary-looking one. Rin's sharp eyes recognized it. Isn't that the Bible? An ordinary Bible, bought recently at a bookstore. Morpheus had been muttering over it at night, praying or something. Seeing him pull it out now, Rin sensed he might be preparing new magic. Magic tied to the Bible. The plain book now pulsed with mana, intertwining with Morpheus's body. St. Paul once said, even Satan masquerades as an angel of light, deceitful in form. With Morpheus's words, a strange power surged toward its target. Gilgamesh, a son of the gods, felt something invade his body, unstoppable and undeniable. He frantically channeled mana to expel the intangible intruder, but to no avail. "What are you doing, mongrel?" Gilgamesh shouted, raising his weapon to gather mana for another strike. Whatever bizarre ability this was, he wouldn't give Morpheus the chance to use it, he'd kill him first. Mana surged again, not at full power but beyond, even at the cost of his body, to destroy Morpheus. The radiant red torrent was brighter, stronger than before. Its power rivaled his Age of God self. In this time, he was certain no one could withstand it. It could level Fuyuki City in one blow. But Morpheus merely spoke his next line softly. There was a great red dragon, with 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns on its heads. The great dragon is that ancient serpent, called the devil, or Satan, who deceives the world. It was cast to the earth, and its angels with it. Gilgamesh felt gravity seize him, pulling him down as if to crash into the ground. But he resisted, and the force vanished quickly. In moments, he recovered, no longer feeling it. He smirked. "You failed. Your magic's authority is too weak to affect me. Sigh, as expected, a street-bought Bible isn't enough. My skills are still lacking." Morpheus sighed, watching the Bible's pages burn and crumble. Seeing Gilgamesh's pride, Morpheus shrugged. "After all that, I only managed to add a dragon trait to you." The Satan trait failed, as did suppressing a pagan with the Bible. Morpheus's inexperience and the tool's limits caused it. Still, he'd imbued Gilgamesh with a dragon trait. Not a negative trait, rather, it carried many benefits, making it easier to apply. Dragon. Gilgamesh froze. Dragon. Several puzzled voices echoed, but Medea burst out laughing. "Only you'd pull off something like giving someone that trait." No explanation was needed. Morpheus gripped the sword of the war god and charged. Against Gilgamesh's ferocious barrage, Morpheus's single strike scattered it, easier than before. Gilgamesh felt his power countered, blocked, and neutralized by this man's weapon. And now, a terrifying aura emanated from Morpheus, an indescribable, incomprehensible fear spreading wildly in his heart. Facing Morpheus's charge, Gilgamesh felt like he was staring at a natural predator, an entity destined to slay him. This feeling. Artoria gripped her sword, a chill running through her. Morpheus's aura terrified her, urging her to flee. What is he doing? Why is his aura so? The other servants, Shiro, and the rest looked puzzled, not understanding Artoria's reaction. In the next instant, Morpheus reached Gilgamesh, slashing with his short sword. "Let's see if my dragon-slaying concept works on your new dragon trait. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 94, TOA 94, Noble Phantasm. This was a novel combat method, granting an opponent a new trait and then targeting it. This magic stemmed from the Christian practice of denigrating pagan deities during its expansion, refined into a spell to strike against such gods. Morpheus hadn't perfected this spell. He relied on the recognition from Greek gods and his acquired divinity in this world to elevate his status, forcibly unleashing this attack. He knew, however, that someone would eventually perfect this magic, perhaps naming it something grand. Fairy Transformation Spell. If a being of 7 is equal to 4 rank cast it, they might strip true pagan gods of divinity, turning them into demons. Morpheus was far from that level. But it was enough. The concept of Satan included a dragon. Though Gilgamesh's power negated most of the designation, preventing the demonic Satan trait, the dragon trait stuck. In the Nasuverse, this dragon trait was slightly altered. The dragon trait on Gilgamesh was imbued by the Nasuverse, or its root. It was a dragon of the Nasuverse. Morpheus's anti-dragon trait came from Age of Gods Greece, granted by Typhon, the father of monsters. Typhon, having invaded Earth to slay the gods, gained the dragon concept, birthing the concept of dragons in the world. Like the Greek gods who became nature gods, Typhon became a pureblood dragon. This purity matched the Albion dragon held by the Clock Tower in Britain, the highest tier of pure dragons. After slaying Typhon, Morpheus gained the ultimate anti-dragon trait, effective against all dragonkind. Not from killing a half-breed or bone dragon, but an unmatched trait. Natural suppression, total domination. This suppression could even paralyze its target. Gilgamesh's movement stiffened, overwhelmed by uncontrollable fear spreading through his body. Even his holy grail crafted, mud-forged body trembled. This fear recalled a distant memory from when he was alive, when his friend died. Beyond grief, he felt the terror of mortality. He realized then that even demigods could die, bound by lifespans. From that moment, he sought immortality. Had he come to terms with mortality before his death? Perhaps. But now, Gilgamesh recalled the fear of first facing death, not the later acceptance. This fear was greater, urging him to collapse and let this man kill him. What is this? Mongrel, what did you do to me? Gilgamesh stammered, struggling to maintain his kingly dignity. Even his question trembled with fear. Even Shiro Amiya, with little combat experience, could see Gilgamesh was like a lamb before a wolf. Utterly defenseless. Without surprise, Morpheus's short sword struck Ea, and with precise force, dislodged it from Gilgamesh's grip while he was still paralyzed. As Ea fell, Morpheus kicked Gilgamesh in the chest, sending him flying. Boom. He crashed heavily to the ground, a dull thud echoing. If not for the bounded field, the impact would have cratered the earth. Pain seared Gilgamesh's back from hitting something hard at high speed. He struggled to stand, glaring at the culprit. Morpheus didn't pursue. He casually picked up Ea, Gilgamesh's noble phantasm. The weapon that had accompanied him for years now rested obediently in another's hand, as if it belonged to Morpheus. Seeing this, Gilgamesh's eyes burned with rage, but fear grew even stronger. What did he do? Gilgamesh wondered, recalling Morpheus's earlier words. Dragon. Dragon trait. Since when am I a dragon? He inspected himself, shocked to find the dragon trait. Oddly, it granted no benefits, no dragon blood strength, no enhanced mana, just the dragon attribute. So that unease was from this strange trait imposed by Morpheus's bizarre technique. What kind of magecraft, or magic, was this? How could such a spell exist? It was altering his very essence as recorded in the root. Was this man truly a servant? Why had he never heard of him? In the world after his death, how could such a terrifying figure emerge? Having lived in this world for over a decade, studying historical texts, how could he not know of such a person? Questions swirled in Gilgamesh's mind. Morpheus was incomprehensible, a being that shouldn't exist, yet stood before him. But Gilgamesh refused to yield. Even in death, he wouldn't submit. If he had to die, he'd die standing. If possible, he'd take Morpheus with him. Clenching his fists, he prepared to fight, but his greatest noble phantasm was in Morpheus's hands. Worse, Morpheus was fondling Ea, making tisk-tsk sounds. It felt like his beloved was being groped by another. Humiliation flooded Gilgamesh's heart. Morpheus wasn't trying to enrage him, he was studying Ea's structure. Its unique stone tablet construction was, indeed, stone, common in ancient times and now. But its distinction lay in being a tablet, recording Earth's cooling lava and thundering skies. Like a book, it qualified as a grimoire, centered on the primordial planet story. Sadly, this was a phantasmal noble phantasm, not the original. To make a true grimoire, the original stone was needed. Gilgamesh using it merely as a noble phantasm was wasteful. With magical knowledge, one could use its prototype, diggable in reality, to recreate the primordial Earth's environment. Fully developed, it could envelop the planet. But Gilgamesh lacked the knowledge or wit. Morpheus could only analyze Ea briefly, memorizing its tablet patterns before tossing it back. Ea landed before Gilgamesh, like a defiled wife cast back to her husband. Gilgamesh's face shifted but darkened with outrage. He picked up Ea, untarnished, it was still his Ea. Though disgusted by the mongrel touching it, he had to reclaim it, it was his strongest weapon. And necessary for his next move. Mongrel, I admit you're formidable and cunning. Your anti-dragon trait is the most potent I've seen, but you underestimate me. Speaking to regain his regal bearing, Gilgamesh gathered mana again. Everything became mana. Greater source mana, unusable by most, but accessible to him as a Age of Gods heroic spirit. Despite his disdain, fear, and hatred of gods, he used his divine power, absorbing greater source mana. Countless noble phantasms appeared behind him, resonating with Ea, their mana converging onto it. Whirling winds and stardust-like specks swirled below, beautiful as a galaxy. This was Ea's strongest state, imbued with stellar principles. Sacrificing defense and life to kill his foe, Gilgamesh unleashed his true power. The raging mana massively enhanced his body, strength, resistance, everything. Amid this, the immense mana caused an unforeseen change. His body transformed, muscles grew stronger, new organs formed. A pulsing drumbeat echoed, a vigorous life force resounding. With the new organ, Gilgamesh felt vast mana, rivaling his living self. In that moment, he understood what had appeared in his body. Ha ha ha, mongrel, your scheme failed. You thought your dragon trait would only harm me. Laughable. My body has dragonized, sprouting a dragon's heart, the source of its mana. My mana is now greater. External and internal mana, matching his living self, converged. Ea's light surpassed even his ancient peak. Gilgamesh regretted going all out, but knowing he could crush Morpheus, he swung Ea with glee. A crimson mana torrent became a world-sweeping storm, carrying its master's will to crush the mortal who defied the ancient king. Artoria watched, shocked. This power dwarfed their duel 10 years ago by more than tenfold. If unblocked, it wouldn't just destroy here but Fuyuki City and beyond. She gripped her weapon, ready to unleash her noble phantasm to mitigate the attack. As a king of knights, she wouldn't let the cursed grail harm innocence. Then, she heard a familiar name. Excalibur. Her noble phantasm, but not her voice. In that moment, blinding white light engulfed everything. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 95, TOA 95, Exorcism. It was an overwhelming torrent of mana, a planet-forged divine construct that saved the gods and civilizations of Earth in a distant past. If divine constructs crafted by gods surpassed mortal arms, planet-forged divine constructs were their pinnacle, created by the planet itself, from which gods were born. Not to say the sun outshines the father, but the planet stands at the apex of the divine concept. Some even claim nature gods are the planet's tendrils, extensions of its will. Perhaps if humanity escapes the planet's grasp and creates a new god, that god's authority might surpass the planet. The Excalibur in Morpheus's hand was not the original, a wholly false construct of magic, yet it bore its own merit, absent in the true holy sword. Its feat of slaying a descendant of the White Death granted it true greatness. As Morpheus unleashed this strike, radiant starlight clashed with Gilgamesh's attack. Gilgamesh's blow could raze everything, obliterating Fuyuki City and nearby towns, but Morpheus's strike perfectly countered it, evenly matched. Immense energies collided, cancelling each other. Shockwaves spread, only to be contained by the bounded field, absorbed to strengthen it further. Gilgamesh, seeing Morpheus block his attack with a weapon absent from his treasury, was stunned. He glanced at Artoria outside the bounded field. "You woman. You gave him your noble phantasm." But Artoria was equally shocked. Why could Morpheus use her noble phantasm? If he wielded Excalibur, what was the weapon in her hand? Could this be what Medea meant, that Morpheus, in the distant past, crafted magic mimicking her holy sword's power, perfectly replicating it? It was almost too outrageous. This replicated power rivaled her authentic Excalibur, even surpassing her own strikes. But this wasn't its limit. Morpheus intensified his output. The holy sword, scepter, astrolabe, and grail, symbols of the 4 elements, orbiting him like planets around the sun, as he chanted. Angels stand before him, in the name of YHVH, angels of earth, wind, water, and fire, swiftly guard him. Angelic silhouettes appeared within Morpheus's bounded field, nearly destabilizing it upon arrival. Even these infinitely weakened angels, summoned by Morpheus, held planet-shaking power. His bounded field, far from planetary scale, nearly collapsed despite their minimal actions. Morpheus used their power to reinforce the bounded field, sustaining it with angelic might. This elevated its defenses, ensuring it wouldn't collapse abruptly. Then, he drew vast mana from the angels' presence. Archangels. Shiro Amiya, the most ordinary Japanese high schooler present, exclaimed. Exposed to the mundane world, he recognized the archangels first. Though their forms were vague, their many wings were visible, exuding holiness. What shocked Shiro was Morpheus's magic summoning such beings. YHVH is the name of God. He summoned angels, and that aura, the lily-holding angel, matches the jewel's aura. It must be Gabriel. Morpheus ignored the chains of heaven, focusing on channeling the angel's elemental power into his Sword of Promised Victory spell. He even lectured his foe. If you didn't just use the chains of heaven but deconstructed their concept, integrating them into a Christian-based spell, you could affect these angels. His lecturing tone made Gilgamesh's face flush with rage, lectured by a mortal. If you want to kill the god in your head, studying human mythological history might help, but you probably won't listen. Morpheus smirked, intensifying Excalibur's output. The Sword of Promised Victory's light surged, overpowering EA's force. The roaring Sword of Promised Victory engulfed Gilgamesh, destroying his grail-crafted body in St. Graph, leaving his fading consciousness no chance to linger in the grail's relay. As Gilgamesh perished, his gate of Babylon, including EA, dissipated. But Morpheus didn't dispel the bounded field, his task wasn't done. He leaped, and a magic circle appeared on the ground, similar to the one that sealed Heracles, but with a new central symbol, a pentagram with directional arrows. A pentagram of exorcism. In the name of the 10 mighty and fearsome domains of light, before which darkness retreats, I summon thee, Lord of the world, who works silently, expressed through stillness. May the eternal divine light shine upon this work, strengthening my resistance to shadows. Aid me in this exorcism, for the spirit here has invaded the human world and must be banished by the power of light magic. With divine aid, this work shall be completed. A lengthy incantation, unshortened, as Morpheus moved with precise steps, facing different directions, invoking various divine names for the exorcism ritual. As a former deputy of the dawn-colored sunlight, he performed many exorcisms. Some reckless student might summon a true evil spirit with half-baked methods. These jobs even earned him extra cash. Normally, Morpheus's expertise allowed a simplified chant, done in under 30 seconds. But this, his first in the Nasuverse, aimed to prevent Gilgamesh's soul from being caught by the Grail, so he took his time. As the ritual concluded, Gilgamesh's soul was exorcised, sent to the throne of heroes outside the world. The bounded field dissipated, leaving only damaged buildings and ground craters as proof of Gilgamesh's battle with Morpheus, capable of destroying a city. The city remained unscathed, the battle not disturbing the quiet night or the dreams of the unaware. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 96, TOA 96, On-Site Lesson. Morpheus manipulated his magic, leveling the ground and roughly repairing simpler damages before spreading his hands. The rest is up to you, Shiro. Shiro Amiya nodded reluctantly. Alright, I'll find someone to fix it tomorrow. After a moment's thought, he asked, can my magecraft be used for repairs? He'd only fixed small furniture, never a house. Morpheus nodded. Sure, try it. If a whole house feels too big, don't treat it as one unit. A house has layered structures, divisible into thousands of parts. Shiro nodded. Got it, I'll try. Excited, as if discovering a new use for his magecraft, he climbed to the roof, gathered broken wooden bricks, and, with his deft hands, roughly restored their original shapes. Then came his signature skill, Trace, on. Under his magecraft, the fragments mended significantly. Though cracks remained, they now fit the roof's gaps well. This was the crucial step. While manually aligning pieces and tracing, after about 20 attempts, Shiro felt his mana nearly depleted, with only half the roof fixed. The rest would have to wait until morning. Forcing more magecraft could endanger his life, a lesson from Rin Tosaka, a proper magus. Then Morpheus's voice cut through. Guess why I summoned those angels? It was soft but clear to Shiro. Was this a teaching moment, using the recent battle? Shiro wondered. Below, Sakura Mato, most familiar with Morpheus, didn't answer. Though self-taught, her insights from observing the Genesis lightning gave her understanding, so she waited for others. Ilya, highly sensitive to mana, only sensed the initial summoning's leaked power due to the bounded field, missing the details. Rin Tosaka, after pondering, answered, to draw vast mana from the angels. Exactly, Morpheus said, glancing at Shiro. I've said magicians refine life into magic, affecting the body internally without projecting mana outward. Internal changes can mirror external effects. He continued, my elemental control is limited by my skill, so I summoned the angels of the 4 elements to help manipulate external elements. Morpheus smiled. Essentially, it's mana control. With angelic power, I can wield more external mana for stronger magical effects. In magecraft terms, it's similar. Angelic power grants more mana, bypassing the issue of greater source mana being toxic to humans. My mana comes from angels, not the greater source. At this, Medea and Sakura smiled faintly. As a Age of Gods magus, Medea knew the greater source's power but also that modern magi, unlike ancient humans, risked poisoning or death by absorbing it directly. Modern magi relied on daily mana accumulation, using it when needed, as she learned from her oil magnate master. Sakura smiled, recalling her early thoughts. Taught by her late foster father and Zoken Mato, she sensed her magic differed fundamentally from their magecraft. The Genesis lightning Morpheus showed her surpassed the magecraft cherished by magus families. Hearing Morpheus mock the greater source, she recalled her past musings. She hadn't been wrong. Sakura puffed out her chest proudly. She also understood why Morpheus spoke now, to reinforce knowledge through the battle and guide Shiro. Morpheus and II is so kind, she thought, smiling. Rin, pondering, nodded. The battle deepened her understanding of Morpheus's magic. With her moonstone, she could easily summon Gabriel's power. Morpheus's fight showed her future path, summon archangels, wield vast mana, and overwhelm foes with raw power. Clutching her jewel, feeling its cold aura, she thought of her father, who died for the Grail. Knowing more now, she wavered between mourning and hating him. It ended in a long sigh. On the roof, Shiro, after hearing Morpheus, fell into thought. Right, I could summon angelic power. I can't summon archangels like Morpheus, but a fraction should suffice. I can make the summoning circle myself. Using a knife, Shiro cut his finger, drawing blood. With recent knowledge, he swiftly drew a circle on the roof, inscribing divine symbols. He began chanting. Life force converted to mana, circulating in a specific pattern, resonating with the circle. A gentle, sparse power descended. Without close attention, it might be overlooked. Shiro felt it, but the summoning halted. You got distracted. Distraction disrupts summoning, Morpheus said, appearing behind him. He critiqued, sensing the surroundings. You summoned a tiny fraction of Gabriel's power. If I score this, maybe 1 out of 10. But even failed, the gathered water elemental power is useful. Morpheus advised, use this water elemental power. Instead of angels, try contacting the water elemental lord. With Gabriel's aura, Undine might be cooperative. Shiro, having studied elementals from Morpheus's extracurricular lessons, was surprised. It can work like that. Magic requires creativity, Morpheus said, grinning. It lets the talentless chase the talented, but without thinking, magic can't bridge that gap. If the strong is hard to summon, isn't aiming lower normal? Shiro modified the circle, tweaking details, and summoned Undine. It was remarkably smooth. Though Undine's form didn't appear, gathering water elemental power confirmed success. With Gabriel's aura, the water elementals were unusually cooperative, making the process effortless. With their aid, Shiro drew mana, converting it into his own, channeling it through his magic circuits for his unique magecraft. Trace, on. He resumed repairing the roof. If Clock Tower Magi saw Shiro use precious mana for this, they'd likely rage. After 10 minutes, Shiro finished, jumping down, showing no signs of mana exhaustion, brimming with energy. Undine's power lingered, restoring life force lost to tracing, ensuring he wouldn't die prematurely, though it didn't extend lifespan. All done. Shiro said cheerfully. Morpheus clapped. Great job, saved money and time. Shiro rubbed his chin. Maybe I could be a house builder or repairman, now that mana's no issue. The boy was drifting from his justice brain and self-sacrifice tendencies. Why not? More skills, more paths. Magic isn't secret, Morpheus nodded. Who's to say science isn't a form of magic? Morpheus thought of the Golden Dawn, predecessor to his dawn-colored sunlight, and Aleister Crowley, who sought a science-only world. But science was magic, or a branch of it. The others didn't take him seriously, assuming he was joking. Modern minds struggled to equate science and magic, seeing them as parallel lines. Well, the nuisance is gone. Shall we eat or rest? Let's talk, Shiro suggested. I have questions about the Holy Grail War. I still don't understand much. No one opposed, so they returned inside, the clean courtyard showing no battle traces. In the church, several servants sat apart, as if incompatible. Fortunately, the church was large enough for distance. Kirii Kotomine spoke. Let's wait. Gilgamesh returns, we can discuss our next steps. Rest assured, you'll all have a chance to fulfill your wishes. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 97, TOA 97, we have the advantage. So, can you tell us who we're up against? D'Armwood Ua Duibni asked with a gentle smile. Ever the gentleman, despite the Holy Grail's guidance, he wanted clarity. Yeah, tell us who we're fighting. Intelligence is key in war. Saber Gillista Rice declared. At that, Caster Gillista Rice, now distinct in appearance, interjected, but not as important as Jean. I agree, nothing's as important as Jean. Saber Gillis nodded fervently. In a way, the two were the same person, just from different eras. Ryder Astolfo blinked, radiating cuteness, and spoke softly, do we really have to fight? It seems tough for the Grail, but shouldn't we talk to them first? Talking's useless sometimes. Better to strike first. The Grail summoned all of us, so the enemy must be tough, right? Archer Robin Hood said, stroking his weapon. If needed, I can scout. I've got experience in stealth. As a ranger, Robin Hood excelled at covert operations, but Kirii Kotomine shook his head. No need. We have someone more specialized for scouting. He turned to the silent figure. Wearing a skull-like mask and black garb, the figure had an almost non-existent presence, easily forgotten in a crowd. Assassin, Hassan of the 100 Faces. Go investigate, Kotomine said. As for locations. He smiled faintly. My dear friends, the Tosaka family, the Matsu family, and the Amiya household. I'll provide the addresses. Be cautious with the Matsu family. Their head, Zoken Matsu, is no simple figure. He's not in this Holy Grail War, but don't underestimate him, he might pull something. The Tosaka family isn't much concern. As for the Amiya household, their boy isn't a proper magus and likely knows little. But stay vigilant. Even a novice can fell a veteran through their mistakes. Kotomine didn't send Hassan out immediately, instead sharing his known intelligence. Shiro Amiya summoned a saber. Rin Tosaka likely summoned an archer. These are based on class appearances. The Matsu family, probably a rider. I know one master, a wealthy magus quite pleased with his servant. He contacted me initially but stopped. I don't know who summoned the assassin. The lancer is dead, and his master is out of the war. Hearing Kodomine, the servants exchanged glances. D'Armwood scoffed, why do I smell a conspiracy in your words? Robin Hood shook his head. The Holy Grail War is about hiding your info while seeking the enemies. But his role is too convenient, like a referee joining the game. Cheating. He grinned. But if it's to set the war right, I don't mind. Astolfo hesitated. Shouldn't we talk first? They don't seem weak. The Grail summoned all of us and offered hefty rewards. This enemy won't be easy. The others ignored the adorable rider's suggestion. Clearly, no one wanted to negotiate before fighting, as it would expose their side's info. Saber Gillis spoke up. Master, you mentioned all but one servant's class. True, I forgot Berserker, Kodomine said, his lips curling. The Einsburn family summoned it early. Be wary of that one. Though a child, don't treat her as human. Think of her as a humanoid monster with a girl's mindset. And a child's thinking can be more terrifying and cruel than an adult's. After sharing his intel, Kodomine dismissed Hassan of the 100 Faces. The expert assassin vanished into the night. Kodomine continued waiting for the arrogant king's return. But that night, the most ancient king didn't reappear, as if lost in revelry. Kodomine wasn't too concerned. The king loved indulgence, frequenting high-end venues, generously spending on fleeting pleasures. In some ways, Gilgamesh was quite popular in those circles for his lavishness. What if he doesn't return? Do we keep waiting, master? D'Armwood asked, drawing everyone's attention, a shared concern. Not long, Kodomine replied. If he doesn't come, we'll act on our intel. 7 servants, all allied, our advantage is massive. The other side can't fully unite. Each has their own plans and thoughts, unlike us. We're one. Seeing their expressions shift, Kodomine felt satisfied with his persuasion. Now, they'd wait for Hassan's intel, launch a surprise attack, take out one enemy with numbers, and slowly crush the rest. In the Holy Grail War, numerical and informational advantages were key. And he held both. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/kongtl. Chapter 98, TOA 98, A Comforting Excuse. Rin Tosaka lay silently in bed. Though nearly half an hour had passed, sleep eluded her. Alone in the quiet, she felt an unexpected pang of loneliness. She wanted to talk to someone familiar, but realized she had Northwest one truly close. Perhaps Sakura Mato, her sister, was the most familiar, having lived with her the longest. Yet Rin didn't know how to approach her, and Sakura felt strangely distant. Despite being classmates for years, Sakura was a junior, in a different grade, and they'd rarely spoken, making Rin hesitate. She touched her chest, feeling her heartbeat, and gave a soft, pained laugh. Am I scared? Muttering to herself, it was a self-directed question, an admission. She was indeed afraid. Afraid to face her sister. They'd finally met face to face, able to talk, but the sudden truth had made her fearful instead. Who could she rely on now? Rin realized, with some helplessness, that the person she was most familiar with was Morpheus. But he's never really been close to me, has he? Rin shook her head, sighing. Morpheus was free, unlike a typical heroic spirit or servant. Uncontrolled, with his own ideas, he led her more than she led him as his master. The group gathered here owed their unity to Morpheus, while she felt like a mere accessory, useless. Self-conscious? Not quite. Rin didn't feel inferior. She saw herself as a genius, but had no issue with Morpheus, an even greater genius, surpassing her. She just felt lonely, unsure who to confide in. Loneliness and inferiority weren't the same. Rin thought as much. After lying there for another 10 minutes, still sleepless, she considered calling Morpheus. Can't sleep. A sudden voice made Rin bolt upright, staring at Morpheus beside her. How'd you just appear? I sensed someone restless, unable to sleep, so I came to check, Morpheus said, shaking his head. You're my master. If you don't rest, it affects my output. Sorry. Rin apologized earnestly, prompting Morpheus to study her, confirming her troubled state. He sat casually nearby. You should try talking to Sakura properly. You two are really close, Rin said, causing Morpheus to stare at her for a long moment. Uncomfortable, she asked, why are you looking at me like that? It sounded like you were jealous. Rin's reaction was sharp. No way. All right, you're not, Morpheus said nonchalantly, making Rin pout, though she said nothing. Sakura trusts me more than I trust her. Understand. Rin shook her head. So she knows you. Or the you from this world. Morpheus shared what happened, and Rin was stunned. You appeared and helped Sakura when she was in danger. From what she said, yes. It seems a future me appeared 10 years ago. Why? Because she had something closely tied to me. Tied to you. Like your moonstone. She has something similar, which likely summoned my future self, Morpheus said, shrugging. It's fate's arrangement. Otherwise, I can't explain why it's in this world. He grew curious. But with that item, why didn't she summon Atlanta? It could have been her Saint Graph catalyst. Rin was even more confused. Tied to you, but Atlanta's relic. Simple. I gave it to Atlanta. After her death, it must have circulated, ending up with Sakura. The real question is how it crossed time and space. Atlanta's world should be a parallel one. Rin tried to understand but gave up, pushing it aside. She sighed in relief. So Sakura didn't suffer too much. You didn't ask if she suffered nothing. I'm not naive. She got that item from Korea-san, but by the time he arrived, days had passed. She must have suffered. Morpheus hadn't shared this at dinner. Now, confirming her guess, Rin felt pain but also relief. Good, at least, something protected her. It eased her guilt as an older sister. But seeking such a comforting excuse made her feel disgusted with herself. Finally, she changed the subject. I've been here so long, and you only show up now. I was setting up a bounded field around the Amiya house to keep intruders out, Morpheus said, smiling and patting her shoulder. Rest now. I'll leave once you're asleep. Rin eyed him. Don't try anything. I'm a gentleman, don't worry. Skeptical, Rin stared at Morpheus, then lay down, pulling the blanket over herself. Watching her close her eyes, Morpheus smiled. Need a lullaby? After a long pause, her faint voice replied, no need. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/kongtl. Chapter 99, TOA 99, Medea's Plan. As Morpheus stepped out, Medea asked, she's asleep. Yeah, asleep, Morpheus nodded, sitting nearby. Medea smiled, shaking her head. A hug and a kiss would have calmed her down. Morpheus frowned. That makes sense, and I'm charming enough, but wouldn't that make me seem like a creep? He shook his head. No way. I'm a gentleman, not a creep. Taking advantage of someone's pain is wrong. Medea asked, is that why you never made a move on Atlanta? Morpheus shook his head instantly. No. Did she have any emotional wounds? Nope. I was just teaching her, not thinking that way. I respect women. Though, if she'd made a move, I might have gone along. Puffed. Medea burst out laughing at his shamelessness. She knew Morpheus well, a man gentle and responsible with women, if a bit of a flirt, but otherwise fine. She walked over, sat beside him, leaning against him as they gazed at the night sky. How long has it been since we watched the stars together? For you, ages, right? I don't know much about the Throne of Heroes, but in mortal years, it's been many. Yeah, many years. The throne's timelessness is relative, it has its own time. If it were truly timeless, heroic spirits couldn't act or answer summons, Medea said, shaking her head. But it gave me a chance. After this Holy Grail War, I won't stay. I'll return to the throne. Morpheus looked at the mature woman, surprised. You're planning to leave? She shook her head. Don't look at me like that. It's a big decision. I'm just a clone, not the true heroic spirit. Morpheus frowned. You want to escape the throne? The odds are low, but not zero. If I bring back news of you, my true self can act. With the throne's time detached from this world, I could reappear instantly upon leaving. Morpheus shook his head. It's not that simple to control time like that. I know. Don't underestimate me. My main study is magecraft, and my magic knowledge comes from Hecate, but I'm a true witch, a age of gods magus. Medea's face brimmed with confidence, as if failure wasn't an option. I may not time it perfectly, but it won't be long. We'll meet again, not as a clone, but as my true self. The Grail stabilized the route to world connection, yet Medea aimed to cross without vast mana, choosing to leave the throne. Morpheus fell silent. After a moment, he said, don't be reckless. I'll create a beacon and send its signal to the throne. That could take ages. Not too long. Months, years, maybe decades, but within a mortal lifetime. I'm sure of it. Morpheus shrugged helplessly. Coming to this world was an accident. I can't predict my next destination, and I have worlds I must visit. If your true self comes here and I'm gone, it'll be troublesome, you can't world hop like me. This convinced Medea. Even if she crossed the throne world barrier quickly, Finding Morpheus later would be harder than waiting in the throne. Waiting for his signal seemed the only viable path. That relied on Morpheus's magical prowess. Medea had no doubts. His magic was both powerful and wondrous, blending strength and marvel. He'd succeed, she thought. Still, after waiting years, some things couldn't wait. Her fingers traced Morpheus's chest as she whispered, "Tonight, you're not escaping. These hours are mine." Medea burned with passion, as if she could melt steel. Inside, Sakura Matu lay awake. Strange, isn't it? That man sent me to that hell, yet hearing why he died makes me angry. She gave a soft laugh. But I can't let my sister see that. She doesn't need to. She can focus on being the Tosaka head, chasing the family's dreams. Medusa listened silently. When Sakura finished, she said, "Sakura, if you're so worried about your sister, why not comfort her?" "Comfort? No need. My sister's always strong. She'll pull through," Sakura said, shaking her head with a smile. "I'm more concerned about the Grail. Morpheus Nii has the upper hand, having beaten the toughest foe, but will the Grail's consciousness accept this? What are you worried about? The Grail has its own will, pursuing its original purpose. With the war derailed, might it have its own plans?" Seeing Medusa's shock, Sakura smiled. "Just guesses. Even if something happens, I trust Morpheus Nii can handle it." "Why so confident?" "Because he helped you before." "Yes, and meeting him now confirms it. The him who helped me was from the future, meaning he faced no true crisis and achieved his goals. The future Morpheus Nii gave no warnings about this moment, suggesting he's satisfied with this outcome. No need to change it. Otherwise, knowing him, he'd have warned me, even if it just created a successful parallel world." Her reasoning, though based on Morpheus being a good person, was sound. Medusa, after days with him, agreed he was good. After waiting all night, Gilgamesh didn't return, but Hassan of the 100 Faces did. The Matu residence is a fortress. Sneaking in without alerting the master is tough. Kirii Kotomine wasn't surprised. The Matu family is fighting alone for now. That old man likely sent his granddaughter, well, sort of, to the Amiya house to spy. He's preparing early. Quite the sly fox. Hassan nodded, continuing. The Tosaka residence lacks strong bounded fields, but it's been empty for days. Empty. She left, feeling home wasn't safe. Kotomine mused, nodding. She's got her own ideas, unlike her father. But rebuilding a base costs money she doesn't have. He looked at Hassan. Go on. Hassan continued. The Amiya and Einsburn residences have strong, highly alert bounded fields. The Einsburn field won't block entry, but triggers alarms. I checked footprints outside, confirming something. A teenage girl left the castle but hasn't returned. Not returned. Yes, based on footprints and traces. She went to the city, but daily cleaning erased further tracks. Hassan paused. I found her footprints outside the Amiya residence, along with others. Many people are there. You couldn't get in. Completely sealed. Only the front door allows entry, but it's warded. Someone inside must invite you in, a unique spell I can't crack. Kotomine's eyes widened, then he fell into thought. After a while, he looked at his servants, realization dawning. Hassan says many are at the Amiya house, likely true. As an assassin, he wouldn't misjudge footprints. Why did the Grail summon so many servants for me, all allied? This is unprecedented in Holy Grail War history, meaning the Grail sees a major issue threatening the war. Shiro Amiya likely united most masters, forming an alliance that might not fight each other. The Grail won't allow this. Servants must die for it to manifest, so it summoned 7 new servants for me. Attacking Shiro directly is risky with servants around. We need an opportunity. Perhaps at school, during class. A sneak attack then might catch him without his servant. But we can't assume Shiro leads the alliance. It could be the Einsburn girl. Rin. No, she's not that clever. Dismissing Rin as the leader, Kotomine thought of Gilgamesh. Did he go there, get mobbed, and die? To confirm Gilgamesh's safety, Kotomine dialed his phone. No answer. Out of service. Kotomine's eyes narrowed. Everyone, it's time to act for this Holy Grail War. He had to prepare now. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/kongtl. Chapter 100, TOA 100, Gene. I mean, sneaking up on a girl like this feels wrong, doesn't it? It's against the code of chivalry. Early in the morning, Astolfo, assigned to monitor Rin Tosaka and Sakura Matu, was relentlessly pestering his companion's ears. Robin Hood rubbed his ears, frowning. Are you really a knight of Roland's era? What's that supposed to mean? Roland's my brother. Astolfo said, hands on hips, beaming with pride. Robin Hood sighed. This brother of Roland seemed to lack reason, acting on whims, yet was oddly strict about chivalry, as if he cherished it above all. You need to understand, we're not targeting civilians. These are enemies. Once they join the Holy Grail War, child or adult, they've declared, I know the risks and accept the consequences. Robin Hood tried to reason, or perhaps brainwash. Astolfo, who nodded slightly but then shook his head. I still think we should negotiate first. A good talk might lead to mutual understanding. Robin Hood barely resisted facepalming. He regretted not objecting to pairing with Astolfo for surveillance. Would this guy defect? Well, command seals should prevent that, but could he still botch the mission? Robin Hood suspected their team was sent as bait, with him restraining Astolfo. Pairing Astolfo with the chivalrous lancer D'Armwood would have risked both defecting. His role was to keep Astolfo in check and serve as a decoy. Completing the surveillance would be a bonus. Robin Hood's suspicions grew stronger. Then, he sharpened his focus. He spotted their targets. Two striking girls walked one after the other, followed by an awkward boy, seemingly at a loss for words. Robin Hood sked. They're together, so they're allied. A full alliance, based on the Grail's info. We were summoned as a team because the enemy setup makes casualties unlikely. Eh? So all three are servants, working together. But based on Master's intel, that shouldn't be. Astolfo said. The Matu head has his own plans, but you can't assume the younger generation follows him blindly. The Master overlooked that the woman, not the head, is the participant. I sense a servant with her, spiritualized but not hiding its presence. Drawing on his experience, Robin Hood analyzed, frowning. If they're truly allied, strong enough to trouble the Grail, we're in trouble with just the two of us. Trouble. No problem. If we can't win, we just watch. Astolfo said breezily. Robin Hood felt helpless but relieved. No need to drag this guy into a sneak attack. Elsewhere. Hassan of the Hundred Faces swiftly reached the Emiya residence, joined by Berserker Kaioheim, Saber Gillis, and Lancer D'Armwood. Take out the lone Berserker while the masters are at school. Not a bad plan, D'Armwood said, drawing his two weapons, a red spear and a yellow short spear. Both weapons radiated danger and mystery. The best option is to burn this place down, destroying the bounded field, Hassan said quietly. Hassan glanced at Kaioheim, a seemingly delicate woman exuding dragon and flame auras. She could easily incinerate the area. It's just a child inside, right? Even if not human, attacking directly. D'Armwood hesitated. I'd rather fight the servant inside, even if it's for victory. He paused. We can all fight together. No need to involve a child. Your morals are high, D'Armwood, but this is war. An armed, living enemy demands caution, or more will die. Drop your needless kindness, Gillis said, glancing at Kaioheim. With Lady Kaioheim's ability, she can destroy the bounded field without spreading flames. That's our biggest concession, isn't it? D'Armwood sighed, nodding. Fine, I understand. It was the Master's plan, strike while the Masters were at school to eliminate the lone target. Kaioheim smiled, stepping forward to use her noble phantasm, when the door opened. The group froze, unsure what it meant. A man emerged, politely bowing with a hand to his chest, stepping aside. Come in. If you want to fight, do it inside. His gentlemanly smile and elegant suit clashed with the Japanese architecture. Boom. Without hesitation, Kaioheim attacked upon sensing his servant aura. Raging flames erupted, surging toward him. Her noble phantasm, Samadhi through transforming flames, burned herself and everything around, her strongest attack. But as the flames neared, the man snapped his fingers. Water streams appeared, swiftly enveloping the flames, compressing them into a small water orb. He caught it, tossed it skyward, and it dispersed with the flames, forming a rainbow bridge under the sun. The group gripped their weapons. This mysterious man's power was terrifying, and his parameters marked him as just an archer. Was an archer's magecraft this formidable now? Kaioheim, D'Armwood, and a hardcore Gene fan, Morpheus said, rubbing his chin, assessing them. He sidestepped, grabbing a blade from behind. His hand glowed faintly, blocking the weapon. With a tug, he pulled its wielder from the shadows. And a Hassan. So, how'd you show up? Catching an assassin strike effortlessly and naming them all, Morpheus unnerved the group. Then, laughter rang out. They turned to Kaioheim, who pointed at Gillis. Hardcore Gene fan, spot on. Gene is the greatest. Even gods can't replace her. Gillis retorted, then asked, how do you know our identities? I'm decent at divination. A quick reading reveals you, Morpheus said, smiling. Come in. Fighting inside is safer, fewer craters. You set traps inside and want us to walk in. Don't treat us like fools. Toaru shook his head. You're alone. Think you can handle us? Alone. There are other servants here, but I'm enough for all of you, Morpheus said casually, adding, not just you 4, but the other 3 too. The Grail summoned 7 servants, right? Arrogant words, yet his displayed power, effortless strength, made them feel the gap. But battles weren't just about raw power. Toaru gripped his weapons, ready to fight, but Morpheus shook his head. Your weapons. I know them. The red one, from your foster father, has anti-magic properties, only blocked physically. The yellow one curses, causing unhealable wounds, supposedly, unless you destroy the noble phantasm. But I wonder, is your curse stronger than Christ's blood? Toaru's face darkened. In servant battles, intel was key, and his was completely exposed. Fine, you won't come in. Let's fight outside. I've cleared the area, no one will get hurt even if you wreck it. They realized, shocked, that aside from the Amiya residents, the area was devoid of life. An entire residential district with no one. How? What did you do to them? Toaru demanded. Morpheus shrugged. Just disperse them. Relax, I'm no killer. No interest. He glanced at Gillis. Who's the caster summoned this time? Don't tell me it's Gillis. Their faces shifted, confirming Morpheus's guess. He sighed. All right, I'll have to deal with that nuisance too. Need help, a voice called. Gillis's eyes widened, fixating on the woman who appeared, his face fervent. Jean. Jean's really here. Blessed Grail, you didn't lie. Hearing the fanaticism, Artoria, who'd come to check, frowned. I'm not Jean. You're mistaken. The familiar voice, fanaticism, and similar appearance made her mutter, Gillis. Yep, it's him. And trouble, the Grail summoned 7 new servants as a team against us. The caster's Gillis too. You remember what he did in the Fourth Holy Grail War? Artoria startled. Shiro's in danger. Not yet, someone's protecting him. But if you're worried, go check, Morpheus suggested. I can handle this alone. There's another inside if needed. All right, I'm going. Artoria dashed off, her servant physique ensuring a swift trip to the school. No one could stop her, as Morpheus had sealed the area. Meanwhile, the ecstatic Gillis contacted Kirii Kodomine, sharing his discovery, likely to inform his caster self. Kodomine smiled at Caster Gillis, preparing a ritual. Congratulations. The enemy saber is your beloved Jean. Fight hard to free her. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 101, TOA 101, Ambush. Morpheus understood Artoria's confusion. It all traced back to a certain someone closely tied to the creator, notorious for drawing characters with identical faces. The so-called saber face. In this world, people of different origins, bloodlines, even races, could share the same face. Artoria's face, or rather, a saber face. One could criticize this lazy habit in the third dimension, milking a popular face and archetype, but in a real world, it was utterly absurd. It felt like an urban legend, 3 identical people exist, and when they meet, something terrible happens. For Artoria, both Caster Gillis and this not yet fully mad Saber Gillis were perverts, obsessive Jean fans fixated on her. In the Fourth Holy Grail War, it was just 1. Now, 2. Artoria felt the Grail was out to get her. She quickened her pace, trusting the Amiya residents' safety. Morpheus was the strongest human she'd ever seen, alive or as a heroic spirit. Then, she paused, struck by a thought. Wait, am I dead? For a moment, she hesitated. Heroic spirits form after death. If she hadn't died, how could she be one? Why the doubt? Now's not the time for this. I need to protect Shiro and the others. Artoria took a deep breath, shoving the thoughts aside, and sped up, racing toward Shiro's school at car-like speeds. She had to arrive before an attack. Though command seals could get her there instantly, and Medea might replenish them, saving one was wiser. She couldn't be sure Medea could truly recreate command seals, a complex task. Shiro Amiya sat in his beloved classroom. With so many people at home and their tangled relationships, this corner was his sanctuary. Sakura and Rin seemed to have warmed up a bit, but only a bit. What's going on with them? I can't just ask. Maybe Morpheus. Does he even know? He seems to know everything, so probably. But if he knew, wouldn't he have done something? Sakura's close to him, and Rin's his master. Maybe he's already handled it. Shiro pushed the thought aside, turning to another. Gilgamesh, that gaudy golden guy, was disgusting. It's harsh, but his every word and action seemed designed to repulse. Bad attitude, bad deeds. With him gone, those he drained for mana are safe for now. Saving them needs Morpheus's help. Saber would help, but Morpheus's magic offers the best chance to save them without deaths. Shiro sighed, overwhelmed but unable to rush. Another sigh escaped. Then, a mana surge flared in the distance. After studying magic, Shiro had grown sensitive to mana fluctuations. He turned, stunned by the sight. A cute girl rode a majestic eagle on the rooftop, while below, a blindfolded woman. Sakura's servant, Medusa, lashed chains at the eagle. Who was the girl? Another new servant. Simultaneously, Shiro sensed danger and ducked instinctively as glass shattered. An arrow pierced his desk. Ambush. Students screamed at the sudden chaos. Shiro, using recent knowledge, quickly inscribed and activated an evacuate bystanders spell. The magic calmed the panicking crowd. They looked around, confused, then left the classroom, heading far away. Other classrooms emptied too, likely from stronger spells by Sakura or Rin. Soon, only 3 masters and a few servants remained. The ambusher stepped forward, eyeing the trio. I don't enjoy killing the unarmed. Surrender and sever your servant contracts. How about it? He glared at Rin. Don't try using a command seal. My arrows are faster than your reflexes and can ruin your hand. Absolute confidence in his archery. Rin smiled. Since you're so chatty, why not talk a bit? Stalling. Pointless. I know your allies are coming, but I have time to cut your contracts manually, said Robin Hood, drawing a knife. Just scrape off the command seals. A bit of skin, better than death. From afar, Astolfo, fighting Medusa, shouted, put medicine on their wounds. Don't leave scars. Robin Hood rolled his eyes. If not for keeping Astolfo busy with the only servant, why would he bother with this? Just chop off a hand, it wouldn't kill. But to avoid team issues, he stuck to the plan, scrape off their command seals. Just human magi, no match for a servant. Then, something unexpected happened. The girl he thought ordinary raised her left hand, her wrist jewel glowing faintly. Instinctively, to stop a command seal, Robin Hood fired. But the swift arrow was blocked. Vast mana, brimming with water's essence, enveloped them, like an invisible stream shielding them. When did she cast that spell? With that hand raise? Impossible. How could a human wield such mana so fast? Robin Hood's mind raced with doubt. Then, another girl smiled, raising both hands as if lifting something. She clapped them down. A simple motion, yet Robin Hood's instinct screamed. He dodged, leaping from his spot, as a fiery lightning bolt struck where he stood. Boom. The simple strike pulverized the ground, fragments turning to dust. The attack's range was small, its crater modest, but its force was terrifyingly precise. How did she do that? What magecraft was this? You dodged. Impressive danger sense, servant, the girl said, smiling, raising her hand again, ready to unleash the terrifying power. Sakura Matu. Is this Matu magecraft? Robin Hood retreated, firing 3 arrows, his strongest without a noble phantasm, but they couldn't breach the shield. Sakura's attacks kept coming. If you think it's Matu magecraft, sure, Sakura said, smiling, swinging her arm. Earth, wind, water, fire, and ether converged from the void, forming raw matter. In theory, this could create a new world at its peak, but Sakura, despite new theories, could only form small masses and drop them. If Morpheus saw, he'd likely call it a Genesis Lightning, Flaming Sword ultra-weak inversion. Robin Hood dodged and countered, but nothing worked. He took a deep breath. What is this magecraft? Such defense. It rivaled defensive noble phantasms. Could humans wield this? Why do you think my servant let me come to school alone so confidently? Rin smirked. Using Gabriel's power, she shielded them fully. Unless the enemy broke her Moonstone's power, she was untouchable. Breaking the Moonstone's power required surpassing Gabriel's summon might. Or shattering it before the summon. Thanks to her protective spells, Rin had enough defense to summon Gabriel instantly. Plus, the enemy wasted time talking. Trouble. Our master got 0 useful intel. Did he say the ancient king's already done for? Robin Hood muttered. You mean Gilgamesh? He's dead, back to the throne, Sakura said cheerfully, making Shiro glance at her, noting her bold tone. And since you said that, your master's Kirai Kotomine, the church priest, right? Sakura's smile carried a dangerous edge. She seemed furious, ready to pummel the priest. Rin, surprised, glanced at her sister, then smiled faintly. They still had feelings, unbreakable bonds. Shiro relaxed. Though unclear why, Rin and Sakura's relationship had eased, making school days less tense. As he thought this, a light flashed in the distance, speeding toward them. Armor gleamed in the sunlight, his servant, Saber. Caught off guard, Robin Hood was struck on the arm by her weapon. He leaped back, staring at the woman. That was fast. Artoria stood before them, weapon in hand, glaring at Robin Hood. Shiro, I'm here. We're fine. Be careful, Shiro said, then asked, why are you here? They attacked your house. What? Shiro's face twisted in distress. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/kongtl. Chapter 102, TOA 102, Overwhelm. Shiro Amiya mourned his house, silently praying it would be spared, or at least not reduced to rubble. If only minor parts were damaged, he could repair them as he did last night. But if it was completely destroyed, he'd have to move elsewhere and hire builders. And my precious collection, please let it be safe. He fervently prayed for his cherished games, collected over years. Losing them would truly hurt. Artoria, seeing Rin wield powerful defensive magecraft, was astonished. She hadn't expected Morpheus's master to possess such formidable spells. So that's why Morpheus was fine with Rin going to school alone. This defense would take even me time to break, giving her enough time to summon help with a command seal. This unknown archer isn't weak, yet Rin and Sakura's combination is holding him back impressively. Their teamwork is formidable. Good thing Shiro's with them. If he were alone, this would have been dangerous. Artoria tightened her grip on her weapon, addressing the archer. Why are you here? All the Holy Grail War's servants should already be summoned. Robin Hood, sensing Artoria's strength, knew the ambush had failed. He sighed, shouting, all right, stop fighting. Truce for now. Astolfo, hearing him, exclaimed, no more fighting. His voice brimmed with joy. Sakura glanced at Robin Hood, calling to Medusa, hold off for now. At Sakura's command, Medusa ceased her attack, swiftly joining Artoria, eyeing Robin Hood warily. No fighting. Awesome. If we just talk it out, I bet we'll be fine. Astolfo leapt off his eagle, bounding toward them. Robin Hood didn't know how to react to his cheerfulness. With the enemy clearly stronger, he didn't need to worry about explaining to isekai'd. Sharing some intel was a trade for more from them. So, Robin Hood said, our appearance is your fault. Think about it, what's the Grail's purpose? To crown a victor and grant a wish. Shiro said. Rin glared at him, and he coughed, adding, to connect the root to reality and seek its truth. Morpheus had taught this, noting it wasn't secret. Now was a good time to share. Exactly, Robin Hood said. The Grail grants wishes using amassed mana, but it must manifest in reality. That requires a process, gathering conditions to open the channel. Normally, 7 servants fight until 1 remains, sacrificing 6 to stabilize the channel to the root. But you've allied, preventing losses, so the Grail summoned us. Makes sense, right? His lips curled slightly. Servants don't truly die, we return to the throne. No real loss. For me, failing's fine. But winning. Free wish. Pretty sweet. Rin sighed. So, it doesn't matter whose servant dies, as long as enough die to stabilize the channel. Yep. Doesn't matter who, but to win and live, you take out the other side first. Robin Hood shrugged. Didn't expect you to be this strong. Mere humans with such magecraft. Our master's intel was awful, and he's way too confident. Hearing him criticize isekai'd, Rin scoffed. So, if we eliminate you now, it fits the Grail's plan. Perfect, right? Saves you from infighting later, Robin Hood said, as if unconcerned by death. Look, girl, I came to this world to stretch my legs. The throne's boring. I've had my fun, so dying's no big deal. His smile widened. Want to fight? I'm game. Rin was about to respond when Morpheus's voice echoed in her mind. Fight. I've got Ilia covered. Got it. Rin nodded. Worried about Ilia, the Grail's vessel, she relaxed knowing Morpheus had a plan. Smiling, she said, let's end this fight here. Sakura glanced at Rin, seeing her nod, knowing Morpheus had signaled. She smiled. Let's do it. No need to hold back. We just stopped. Why fight again? Astolfo shouted, summoning his eagle to mount, but the woman before him summoned a winged horse. As a fellow rider, her fantastical mount outclassed his, leveling his aerial advantage and surpassing it with superior performance. Meanwhile, Artoria unleashed her full power, striking like lightning. Poor Robin Hood, a true archer, knew some close combat but couldn't match her. Her speed dragged him into a melee hell, unable to keep distance. In seconds, she slashed his torso, a wound too severe to heal quickly. Then, light pillars enveloped them. What? Shiro gasped, while Rin's face darkened. Command seal teleport. He realized the problem and pulled them out. What now? Go to the church after the priest. Shiro asked. Rin and Sakura exchanged glances, and Rin shook her head. No, we go back and plan. All right, back home. Shiro nodded, eager to check his house's condition. Earlier, before Morpheus contacted Rin. Facing Morpheus's taunts alone, the servants couldn't hold back. As Morpheus blocked their initial strikes, Kaioheim swung her fan, unleashing raging flames that surged from the ground toward him. The flames, carrying scorching heat, aimed to burn everything in their path. Saber Gillis followed, keeping distance behind the flames, sword ready to strike when Morpheus countered the fire. Lancer d'Armuid leapt, his red spear glowing with anti-magic power. He hurled it, a meteor outpacing the flames, aimed at Morpheus. Assassin Hassan, freed from Morpheus's grasp, slipped into the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike fatally. Their coordination was flawless. The flames distracted, boosting the anti-magic spear's hit chance. Launched later but arriving first, it was hard to detect, perfect for breaking defenses. Once protections fell, Kaioheim's flames would engulf the target, debilitating them. Gillis could then close in, trapping them in melee, unable to focus elsewhere. In that moment, Hassan's stealth strike would send the target to the underworld. A perfect plan. Their combat experience ensured no one dragged the team down. It should have worked. But reality defied their expectations. Facing the onslaught, Morpheus calmly raised his hand and waved. A surge of near-tangible mana crushed the flames. For the anti-magic spear, he extended his right hand, grabbing its shaft with pinpoint precision, not budging an inch, holding it firm. Wielding the spear, Morpheus aimed its tip at Gillis, thrusting it faster than it was thrown, piercing his body. Gillis felt his armor crumble like paper under the spear, disintegrating instantly, his flesh struck. Unable to react, he stabbed at Morpheus in desperation, hoping to force a retreat. But Morpheus ignored the strike, closing in, grabbing Gillis's arm, and hurling him away. Gillis's sword hit Morpheus, but it felt like striking an iron wall, his cloth clothes were tougher than armor. Thrown onto d'Armuid, who'd just landed, Gillis would have been worse off if d'Armuid hadn't caught him. In moments, Morpheus disabled both. Almost simultaneously, he rushed Kaioheim. He grabbed her arm as she raised her fan. Her slender frame belied her berserker status. Morpheus yanked, pulling her forward, then threw her into the courtyard. At its center was a magic circle, an evacuation array. As Kaioheim landed, she found herself immobilized, locked by overwhelming power. "What did you do?" she shouted. Morpheus smiled. "Just sending you home, no thanks needed." His hands reached into the shadows, grabbing something and hurling it into the circle. Hassan was dragged out, landing beside Kaioheim. Turning to d'Armuid and Gillis, Morpheus advanced. "Your turn. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 103, TOA 103, The Road Home. Inside the magic circle, Hassan of the 100 Faces was the first to regain composure. He immediately tried contacting Kirai Kodomine to escape via command seal, but after 2 attempts, he found the connection intact yet unreachable. What's going on? What kind of magecraft is this? Kaioheim, recovering from her initial shock, probed the cage's boundaries. It wasn't large, about half the courtyard, but not small either. After failing to break it, she gave up struggling and turned to watch the battle outside. With the gate open, they could see part of the fight. Gillis, injured and his armor nullified by the anti-magic spear, was weakened, so d'Armuid took the front, gripping his anti-magic and cursed spears, staring at Morpheus. Though Morpheus hadn't attacked, each step he took pressured d'Armuid. Yet, it also thrilled him. "You're strong. I didn't expect to meet someone this powerful in this Holy Grail War. I was right to answer the Grail's call." Morpheus smiled. "By the way, what's your wish? Can I know?" As d'Armuid opened his mouth, Morpheus vanished, followed by a cry. Gillis arced through the air, landing in the courtyard's magic circle. Now, only d'Armuid remained outside. Glancing at Morpheus behind him, d'Armuid took a deep breath. "My wish isn't worth mentioning. Let's fight." Morpheus shook his head. "Just to be safe, do you have memories of the Fourth Holy Grail War?" D'Armuid's expression shifted. "What are you talking about?" Morpheus, reading his face, grinned. "You kept those memories on purpose, didn't you? Your true self's intent." Retaining Fourth Holy Grail War memories means your wish ties to it. D'Armwood's face darkened further, and he sighed. How much do you know? A fair bit. So, your wish involves that woman. It was my mistake. I shouldn't have been there. It's like a curse. If possible, I want them to live again, as normal people in this world. In the Fourth Holy Grail War, D'Armwood, summoned as Lancer by Clock Tower Magus Cainith El Meloy Archibald, served a cunning master. To confuse enemies and optimize his performance, Cainith had his wife, Soleui Nuatari Sophiari, supply D'Armwood's mana. It should have been fine, but Cainith's insecurity led him to suspect an affair, souring their relationship. Despite loving his wife, tragedy ensued. Their opponent, Kiritsugu Amiya, exploited every advantage shamelessly. Resurrect the dead. Morpheus mused, smiling. Soleui Nuatari Sophiari, right? She did fall for you, undeniable. Even if revived, I doubt they'd stay together. D'Armwood sighed, knowing this but struggling to accept it. How about a deal? Morpheus suggested, sparking D'Armwood's interest. What deal? You enter the circle willingly. I won't force you. If you do, I'll find relics of theirs, use them to locate their souls. If they haven't reincarnated, I can bring them back. Morpheus spoke as if it were as simple as eating or drinking. D'Armwood's jaw dropped. Is that possible? No guarantee of success. Their bodies might be homunculus, but functional for eating and such. This world's oddly skilled at unnecessary homunculus details but lacks in essentials. With souls, it's solved. Morpheus threw in a jab at the Einsburn's alchemical method. Wait, resurrection magecraft, no, that's magic. D'Armwood said. Even in the Age of Gods, resurrection was rare. Morpheus tossed him a short sword. I've unlocked its permissions. Take a look. D'Armwood caught it, eyes widening. A divine construct of Ares. Its rank surpassed his foster father's anti-magic spear, a top-tier treasure. And this? Morpheus tossed a bow. D'Armwood caught it, stunned. Apollo's divine construct. I've got more, but I won't show them all. My trump cards use magic, not magecraft. I'm decent at resurrection magic. The only limit is the soul. If it's gone, I'm out of luck. If they've reincarnated, I won't restore past memories to avoid disrupting their current lives. You understand, right? D'Armwood saw this as his only chance. He nodded. I understand. No choice left. He planned to fight and die if needed. Now, it was a deal. For even a slim chance to revive the couple he felt responsible for, he'd risk death. He waved. All right, I'm in. It's up to you. Wait, lend me your anti-magic spear. Let's see if it can pierce my magic. You. D'Armwood hesitated but handed it over. Morpheus stabbed himself, causing a mana ripple, but it stopped short. D'Armwood, calm moments ago, gaped. The anti-magic spear failed. Not failed, more like overwhelmed by hierarchy. If a true god wielded it, my defenses might break. Morpheus rubbed his chin, returning the spear. No big deal. I can strengthen my defenses. This weapon shines when power levels are close. D'Armwood's mouth twitched, and he sighed. The Grail summoned us just to die, didn't it? Possibly. The Grail cares about quantity, not quality. Enough servants, and it manifests to fulfill its goal. So, we're just fuel for the Grail. Nah, I'm just sending you home, to the throne, express delivery. Morpheus grinned, watching D'Armwood step into the circle, then chanted the expulsion spell. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 104, TOA 104, Expulsion. Kaioheim, though confined within the magic circle, showed no signs of tension. Instead, she carefully observed the battle unfolding outside. The fight beyond was utterly one-sided. In mere moments, everyone except D'Armwood was tossed inside, making the interior of the magic circle quite lively. Let me out at once. I must follow Jean. Gillis shouted, relentlessly assaulting the edges of the magic circle with his weapons, but his attacks proved utterly futile. Even in his current state of fervent madness, such zeal held no sway against absolute power. Not far away, a girl who appeared to be only 11 or 12 years old glared at them. She even sat on the steps, swinging her legs back and forth, looking utterly relaxed. From the intelligence gathered from Kirai Kodomine, this little girl was from the Einsburn family. Perhaps due to her confinement, or maybe because she had no desire to engage with the deranged Gillis beside her, Kaioheim truly felt that Gillis now resembled a berserker more than she did. To avoid interacting with him, she chose to converse with the girl over there, who was likely Ilya. Why are you cooperating with this person? Don't you want to claim the Holy Grail for yourself? I don't need the Holy Grail. Ilya shook her head outright, her words crisp and direct, as if the Holy Grail held no appeal for her whatsoever. This attitude left Kaioheim momentarily stunned. She quickly followed up, the Holy Grail can grant your wishes, any wish at all. Don't you have something you want to see realized? If she could persuade this girl to shatter the magic circle from the outside, they might still escape. Thus, she desperately hoped to win her over. Yet Ilya shook her head again, I don't need to rely on the Holy Grail to fulfill any wishes. Or rather, the Holy Grail can't fulfill mine. Ilya's words stunned Kaioheim once more. She struggled to comprehend the meaning behind them. What did she mean, that the Holy Grail couldn't fulfill her wish? Kaioheim, of course, had no knowledge that the Holy Grail's emergence would mean Ilya losing her sense of self, leaving no chance whatsoever to make a wish upon it. As she pondered how to convince the girl to dispel the magic circle on her behalf, another man's voice rang out, quite the lively scene. It was a blue-haired man in a t-shirt, seemingly unfazed by the cold. He glanced at the imprisoned group, chuckled, and handed the cup in his hand to Ilya. Here, the hot cocoa you asked for. Thank you. Ilya expressed her gratitude, took the cup from him, and sipped it gently, her face lighting up with contentment. The newcomer was a servant, and a lancer at that. In an instant, Kaioheim discerned his identity, which only heightened her wariness. Wasn't the lancer supposed to be dead? Why is he still here? Kaioheim's mind swirled with growing confusion. At that moment, Hassan of the 100 Faces, who had been laboring alongside Gillis to breach the magic circle's seal, glanced at the men and murmured doubtfully, Kuchulain. Hassan of the 100 Faces had already learned from Kirai Kodomine that the fallen lancer's true identity was Kuchulain. But if Kuchulain was dead, then who was this before them? That's me. Are you all serving under Kirai Kodomine now? Kuchulain remarked, shaking his head. No way, right. Adding several new servants all at once, and all under one master. That's just two. As he spoke, he suddenly recalled how nearly all the originally summoned servants were now working under Morpheus. He realized his speculation might actually hold water. According to Morpheus's account, the Holy Grail's purpose was to absorb servants, sealing them temporarily in the state they would assume upon returning to the Throne of Heroes. This would stabilize the passage from the present world to the world's outer side. With several servants now incapacitated for battle, it was entirely plausible that the Holy Grail had hurled the required ones onto Morpheus's opposing side, all assigned to a single individual. So, the Holy Grail truly possesses its own consciousness. Kuchulain muttered softly to himself, then eyed the magic circle encircling the group and smiled. Unfortunately, with this magic circle in play, the Holy Grail won't be achieving its objective. At that instant, D'Armuid entered. Without hesitation, he stepped directly into the magic circle. This sight prompted Kaioheim to gape before asking, you surrendered? Gillis, meanwhile, interrogated him even more vehemently, why not fight? How does this cowardice bring Jean back? I have no connection to Jean. D'Armuid frowned as he replied, then disregarded the clearly unhinged Gillis, turning his gaze toward Morpheus. Those eyes unmistakably conveyed, don't forget what you promised. Morpheus smiled, then parted his lips and began chanting the incantation. This expulsion magecraft formula was one Morpheus had employed before, against Gilgamesh, no less, so he wielded it now with practiced ease. Under the veil of mystic power, a passage tore open, not via the Holy Grail, but rent by a far superior force. This energy cleaved a rift between the present world and its exterior, forging a pathway. Then, another mighty surge enveloped the four within the magic circle, hurling them straight toward the fissure. Even if the Holy Grail sought to intervene now, it was powerless, its influence was utterly barred outside. The magic circle's interior and exterior had become realms utterly distinct. The captives within were swiftly drawn into the rift, commencing their return to their respective seats in the Throne of Heroes. As Morpheus carried out this task, he continued monitoring Ilya, watchful for any shifts in the girl's condition. Thus, with the four cast into the breach, no alterations manifested in Ilya either, a discovery that allowed Morpheus to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. That was far too easy, it didn't feel like a Holy Grail war at all. Ilya took a sip of her hot cocoa and offered her critique. UNC, couldn't you have given them a fighting chance? It needs to be a close match to be entertaining. I'm not directing a television series or film, there's no need for evenly matched foes. But I'm the audience here. Then keep watching at your leisure. I've got matters to attend to, so I'll be off. Morpheus shook his head with a smile and headed outside. He intended to visit the church and investigate what the caster class Gillis was up to. If the other was arranging sacrifices, he had to eliminate him before any victims came to harm. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 105, TOA 105, Lone Assault. The moment Morpheus expelled Kyoheim and the other servants from this world, Kirai Kodomine sensed the severance of his connection to them. In that instant, Kirai confirmed one thing. They failed. Kirai frowned slightly, the turn of events somewhat beyond his expectations. His side should have held the advantage, so why had they failed? Glancing at Robin Hood and Astolfo, who had only just returned from their mission, Kirai's frown deepened. Both operations had failed, and in one fell swoop, he had lost 4 servants. Now, he was left with only 3 at his disposal. It seems their main force is indeed at the Amiya residence. Robin Hood remarked, recounting what he had encountered to Kirai. As Kirai listened to Robin Hood and Astolfo's report, he fell into thought. So, there was only 1 servant at the school initially, and it should have been easy to eliminate the master. But an unexpected complication arose, preventing Robin Hood from taking out the master immediately, which allowed Saber to arrive, turning the situation into a 2-on-2. Kirai considered this and quickly asked, "So, what was this unexpected complication?" "It's that you clearly don't know her well enough," Robin Hood immediately quipped. Despite Kirai managing her family's affairs and being her caretaker, he was completely unaware of her true capabilities. This piqued Kirai's interest. "Oh. Did she exceed my expectations in some way?" Seeing Kirai's expression, one that seemed eager for gossip despite their dire situation, Robin Hood sighed inwardly and detailed his encounter with Rin Tosaka. "She possesses a peculiar magecraft that can instantly construct a formidable barrier. This barrier protected both her and her allies, and even my all-out attacks couldn't break through. If you had sent more forces to our side from the start, we might have had a chance to breach it together. But alone, even with Astolfo, I don't think we could have broken it. However, as a ranger, I have keen observational skills. Her ability to cast such powerful magecraft likely relies on the jewel on her wrist. And you didn't mention that jewel at all." "A jewel? On her wrist?" Kirai pondered for a moment, realization dawning. "That's her family's heirloom, passed down from her father. In truth, it's a jewel that continuously draws mana, reusable rather than discarded after a single use. For her, its greatest utility might just be cost-saving." Kirai shared what he knew about the Moonstone, then asked, "Why do you think that jewel is the key to her spellcasting?" Robin Hood replied, "Its aura. The jewel shares the same aura as the protective barrier she used. That reason alone is enough for me. But from what I know, that jewel never displayed anything remarkable in her father's hands. If you're certain Rin's display of strength this time stems from that jewel." Kirai mused, shaking his head. "It'll be difficult to get our hands on it now. With only 3 servants left, we need to tread carefully." Astolfo raised his hand at once. They seemed so fierce, attacking without any attempt at negotiation. "Isn't there another way?" "There will be a way soon, Mr. Astolfo. Please be patient. To save Jean from the amnesiac world, we must proceed cautiously," Gillis said, his voice like that of a sinister crone, accompanied by a creepy chuckle. "In fact, with our master's help, I've already made preparations. If we head to this place, a stretch of ocean, and use the still living as sacrifices, we can summon a sea demon. If necessary, we could sacrifice the entire city's population to summon the most powerful creature. With a mighty beast on our side, it won't matter that we're down 4 servants. We can easily handle our opponents this time." Gillis spoke with a light tone, devoid of any hesitation or pity for the ordinary people he intended to sacrifice. There wasn't even a trace of madness in his expression. It was a calm, unperturbed look, and it was precisely this demeanor that sent a chill through Robin Hood's heart. No fervor, no ripples of emotion, speaking of sacrificing an entire city as casually as eating or drinking. Could this man truly be a heroic spirit? Was he not some kind of fiend? Thinking this, Robin Hood could only keep it to himself. The decisions here were made by his master, and he was merely a servant here to carry out orders. Clearly, the priest before him was quite approving of this plan. But soon, he noticed a problem. "Wait a moment, what did you mean by, those still living? Have you been capturing people?" "Not at all. In fact, our master showed me the basement, where many people are kept. Though their conditions are poor, they're still alive. They have blood in their veins, they breathe, they think, they have souls. By using their blood and souls as sacrifices, we can summon a sea demon directly." Robin Hood immediately turned to Kirai, his eyes filled with shock. What was this? Did this church have a tradition of kidnapping and imprisoning people? 10 years ago, those who were supposed to die were saved, their bodies used to sustain Gilgamesh in this world. These are merely Gilgamesh's actions. "I only observed, never intervening," Kirai said with a smile. "Besides, they're in such pain now. Even if they die as sacrifices, a swift death would be a release for them, sparing them further suffering." Though unaware of the full details, Robin Hood could piece together enough from the description. Gillis, meanwhile, spoke with exaggerated sentiment, "My master, you are too kind. For these pitiful humans, being sacrificed directly is indeed a form of liberation." Just then, a loud crash resounded as the church's door was kicked open. A man in a trench coat and fedora appeared at the entrance, gazing at the group with a smile. "To speak of your vile deeds so elegantly, truly shameless, all of you." Seeing the figure, the group instantly knew the enemy had come knocking. Kirai glanced around and smiled. "Archer, I don't know where you get such confidence, but charging in alone like this, are you sure it's not reckless?" His smile brimmed with assurance. "This is a church, home to multiple servants. Moreover, the secrets hidden here make it an unsuitable battlefield for you. Relax, I have full confidence in myself. None of your schemes can faze me," Morpheus declared, stepping forward. With a single step, he transformed into a hurricane, surging toward the group inside. This was mastery over wind, a spell intertwined with wind magecraft, paired with Morpheus's supersonic physical prowess, unleashing devastating destructive force. In an instant, the pews on either side of the church were sent tumbling and shattering by the shockwave of a sonic boom. The sturdy stone floor cracked under the hurricane's force, some sections entirely fracturing. Morpheus's speed was simply too fast, far beyond what an ordinary human could react to. But Kirai Kotomine was no ordinary man. A battle-hardened priest and executor, he had already cast his magecraft the moment Morpheus appeared at the door. Bolstered by divine power and his honed martial arts, his speed and perception surged dramatically. Just barely, he dodged Morpheus's strike. Simultaneously, he flung both hands, launching two mana-condensed daggers toward Morpheus. At the same moment, Robin Hood leaped backward to create distance, bow in hand, an arrow already nocked. As he retreated, he drew the bowstring taut, aimed, and fired. The arrow was enveloped in wind, its speed amplified by the element, hurtling toward Morpheus. In that moment, Robin Hood's and Kirai's attack synchronized, poised to inflict massive damage if they struck their target. Yet Morpheus neither dodged nor evaded, charging straight ahead, enduring the onslaught to reach Kirai. He extended his hand, seized Kirai's head, and yanked, slamming his body into the ground. Astolfo, standing farther away, hadn't even reacted yet, while Gillis, still chanting his incantation, hadn't finished his spell. For Morpheus to charge through their combined assault and seize Kirai directly was an outcome none had anticipated. Looking at Morpheus, who had slammed Kirai into the ground and followed with a kick, the group couldn't help but feel a chill. His body bore no signs of damage. Robin Hood, the only one who had attacked, was even more stunned. His strike hadn't been a casual one but a blow imbued with considerable power. That Morpheus didn't dodge, took it head-on, and emerged unscathed. How had he done it? Priest Kirai Kotomine, was it? "I'm not here just to stop you from doing something nefarious with those people downstairs out of some sense of justice. It's more about personal grudges," Morpheus said, unhesitatingly stomping down. He controlled the force of his kick precisely, not killing Kirai nor injuring him severely, but ensuring he felt pain. Hearing Kirai's muffled groan, Morpheus reached out, hoisted him up, and snapped his fingers. Mana formed ropes, binding Kirai tightly. "I don't recall any conflict with you. And while you're a servant, there's no enmity between Rin and me, is there?" Kirai said, his tone remarkably sincere. Morpheus let out a scoff, glancing at the servants hesitating nearby due to his hold on Kirai, and sneered. "Let's not talk about your feud with Rin. You killed her father and indirectly caused her mother's death, though I won't bother delving into that. As for the conflict between us, you harmed my sister. Is there anything wrong with me seeking revenge?" "Your sister? Was she some rogue magus?" Kirai asked, not even questioning how Morpheus knew of past events. Perhaps because he heard he'd harmed Morpheus's sister, Kirai's expression grew even more delighted. "My name is Morpheus Flaga Mac Remitz." At that name, Kirai froze, his expression one of utter disbelief, as if he'd heard something unimaginable. After a long pause, he finally reacted. "You're Bazett's brother?" "Correct." "You're a servant from the future?" This revelation thrilled Kirai, and he pressed on. "So, in this Holy Grail War, who's the victor?" He shook his head, continuing, "The course of history must have diverged. The Holy Grail's reaction suggests you're the cause of its malfunction. Coming from the future, you've used your foresight to make numerous arrangements, haven't you?" Listening to Kirai's analysis, Morpheus merely raised his hand, conjuring a radiant lightning spear. This spear, imbued with Zeus's thunderous might, was meant to purge filth and evil. The moment Morpheus formed it, he hurled it forward. Boom. The servants couldn't react in time to stop it, and the bound Kirai had no chance to dodge. The lightning strike obliterated him instantly. Having felled the priest with a single blow, Morpheus clicked his tongue. "I don't have time to explain things to you. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 106, TOA 106, Sea Demon Tentacles. The death of a servant does not harm their master, and the death of a master does not immediately cause a servant to vanish. As entities reliant on mana to function, servants typically depend on their masters for mana supply. However, they can also store mana themselves. Unless faced with situations requiring massive mana expenditure, even a master's death allows them to persist for a time with their accumulated reserves. Among them, Archer-class servants generally possess superior independent action capabilities after losing their master. Examples include the future Shiro Amiya or Gilgamesh. As for Morpheus himself, he was an exception. His case was far too unique. Even if he weren't an archer but a man-intensive caster, he could exist in this world entirely independent of a master. After all, he manifested in his physical body, completely unrelated to the mana constructs created by the Holy Grail. Gillis, the caster, glanced around. With only a rider and an archer by his side, he knew the archer could persist for a while longer. As for the rider, using any abilities might deplete their mana reserves almost instantly. With this in mind, Gillis made his decision. He activated the magic circle he had set up in the basement, intending to convert the lives of those below into mana. This would not only replenish his own losses but also make use of these sacrificial offerings to summon a powerful sea demon, teaching this upstart what it meant to trespass on another's territory. As for a master, as long as he survived this phase, he could simply find someone and forcibly make them his master later. Simultaneously, his noble phantasm appeared in his hands, automatically flipping open. The Prelatized spellbook, crafted entirely from human skin, was a grimoire brimming with mana. It could unleash large-scale magecraft using its own reserves. Moreover, it contained knowledge of ancient eldritch deities, enabling Gillis to summon terrifying creatures that even renowned heroes would struggle to face, despite his own limitations. Now, he aimed to recreate his feat from a decade ago, summoning a rampaging sea demon. If he could eliminate the foe before him and survive, he could claim the Holy Grail and use its power to fulfill his wish, resurrecting Jean in truth. I must say, you're impressive, taking out our master before we could even react. But stopping after killing him, do you think we're no longer a threat? Gillis said, hoping to lower his opponent's guard and buy time to perfectly execute his magecraft. We're done for. Our master's dead, so I'll probably vanish soon. Astolfo cried out beside him. After Kiriai's death, he had given up resisting, instead shouting in self-abandonment. This behavior ignited a surge of anger in Gillis. He thought he should have turned this fool into a sacrifice long ago, converting him into mana to serve a greater purpose. Unfortunately, with Kiriai dead, he had no such opportunity for now. Meanwhile, Robin Hood, the archer, stowed his weapon. Glancing at Gillis and then Morpheus, he spread his hands and said, I'm done. I surrender. Morpheus, seeing that neither Robin Hood nor Astolfo continued their attacks, was somewhat surprised. You're not planning to avenge your master? He wasn't exactly a saint. Astolfo blurted out, his tone utterly unapologetic. Looking at the charming boy, Morpheus couldn't help but understand why Da Vinci depicted scenes like Kudau sneaking into Astolfo's bed at night. Astolfo continued, I don't have any grand wishes either. You seem incredibly strong, and we can't beat you. Since we can't win, there's no need for revenge, and wishes aren't that important, so why bother fighting? His logic was so sound it almost warranted applause. Though often deemed dim-witted, Morpheus felt this guy's reasoning might be the sharpest of all. Robin Hood nodded in agreement. This time, I have to admit he's right. I feel the same. With my archer-class independent action, I'd rather wander, see the sights, grab a bite, and return to the throne of heroes when my time's up, rather than fight you to the death. Their immediate surrender left Gillis wanting to curse aloud, but he no longer cared. He had stalled long enough to complete his magecraft. A manic laugh spread across his face as mana surged from the noble phantasm before him, signaling the spell's full activation. In an instant, his noble phantasm would fully trigger the basement's magic circle, granting him a portion of mana while the rest would summon the mightiest of creatures. But in the next second, Gillis froze. His noble phantasm had indeed activated, but the basement's magic circle showed no response, as if he had used the wrong method, severing the connection to his grimoire. He tried again, but still, nothing. Sweat beaded on Gillis's face. He forced a smile, but on his comical face, it looked eerily distorted. Especially now, that smile was uglier than a grimace, twisting his features like those of an eldritch deity's kin. And it leaned toward the grotesque visage of a Cthulhu-inspired monstrosity. Realized your magecraft isn't working. Morpheus addressed Gillis, his tone utterly relaxed. He even casually sat on a nearby pew, his radiant smile starkly contrasting Gillis's expression. In that moment, Gillis realized it must be this man's doing. But what had he done? From the moment Morpheus entered, Gillis hadn't sensed any interference with his magecraft. Could he have entered the basement, destroyed the magic circle, and then reappeared at the main entrance? But wouldn't it have been more advantageous to ambush from the basement's entrance? Moreover, the basement's entrance was inside the church, with all other areas sealed. Without entering the church, how could he have sabotaged the basement? Poor Gillis's mind raced, but he couldn't fathom it. Hearing that Gillis's magecraft had failed, Robin Hood, despite his surprise, breathed a sigh of relief. Though Gillis was an ally, his willingness to sacrifice innocence was something Robin Hood struggled to accept. Seeing his plan thwarted was, for Robin Hood, the best outcome. "How did you get into the basement?" Gillis demanded. "The basement? I haven't been there yet, but I'll head there after dealing with you, don't worry," Morpheus said, standing and walking toward Gillis, a slight smirk on his lips. He knew why Gillis was so shocked. Morpheus had indeed sabotaged the basement's magic circle, but he hadn't needed to go down there. The basement was just an ordinary space, not fortified with a barrier. Morpheus had easily used his magecraft to interfere with it from afar, completely dismantling Gillis's magic circle. With the circle destroyed, there was no response. Everything halted at the point where Gillis's noble phantasm consumed mana, unable to proceed further. At this moment, the battle truly began. Gillis knew he could no longer summon the sea demon. Left with no choice, he resorted to conventional combat, drawing mana from his noble phantasm and using it to conjure magecraft suited for high-speed battle. Countless magic bullets formed, materializing around Gillis and bombarding Morpheus. Morpheus neither dodged nor flinched, letting the magic bullets strike him. They couldn't so much as dent his defenses. Seeing this, Gillis was inwardly shocked. He hadn't expected this man's defenses to be so formidable, emerging unscathed under a barrage of magic bullets. But Gillis didn't give up. The attack, though powerful, was merely a feint. As Morpheus drew closer, Gillis finally prepared a truly formidable spell. Though he couldn't summon a full sea demon, calling forth a fraction of its power was well within his reach. Behold the mightiest power of Prelati's spellbook. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Laughing maniacally, the mana around Gillis surged violently, as if a gate to the void had opened. From the nothingness emerged massive tentacles, each wider than a person's height. 7 or 8 such tentacles appeared. They surged toward Morpheus, each exhibiting exceptional resistance to magic and physical weapons. Such an attack could trouble even renowned heroes, an utterly eldritch abomination. Yet Morpheus swung his sword. With a single slash of the sword of the war god, forged by the war god, the massive tentacles were severed. In that instant, Gillis witnessed it, though a short sword, its blade extended with a radiant light during the swing. The light blade flashed for only a moment, fleeting enough to miss if one blinked. Under this light blade's assault, Gillis's prized magecraft was shattered in an instant. The surrounding pillars trembled. Under the tentacle's impact, they collapsed to one side, causing the roof to shake. With the loss of load-bearing pillars, the entire ceiling came crashing down with a thunderous roar. In that moment, the church suffered the greatest loss, while Morpheus, the target, remained unscathed and even severed Gillis's sea demon tentacles. The sea demon's regenerative abilities were formidable, so Gillis, though shocked, wasn't overly concerned. Seizing the gap in Morpheus's attack, the sea demon's tentacles lashed out again, new ones sprouting from the severed ends. At the same time, Gillis fired another volley of magic bullets at Morpheus. Even if the bullets couldn't harm him, disrupting him was success enough. "So why do you think these things would work on me?" Morpheus sighed, a glow enveloping him. The sword in his hand vanished, replaced by a bow radiating faint light. Drawing it, an arrow formed entirely of light appeared on the string, aimed forward. In that moment, Gillis felt fear surge within him, startled by his own dread. The sea demon's tentacles quivered, retreating into the void as if sensing a natural predator. As expected, it senses the power of the sun. Morpheus observed the tentacle's reaction, no longer hesitating. He released his right hand. The arrow of light shot forth, piercing the sea demon's tentacles and flying into the void from which they emerged. A shrill scream echoed from within, the remaining tentacles thrashing wildly before going limp, as if their final struggle had exhausted their strength. Simultaneously, Morpheus aimed another arrow at Gillis, releasing it without a word. The arrow, imbued with Apollo's light and solar power, was supremely effective against such corrupt entities. Gillis, long tainted by these forces, had little resistance to such purifying might. Struck by the arrow, under the dual assault of a divine construct's power and its exorcising effect, Gillis couldn't even utter a final word. Pierced, white-hot flames erupted from the wound, incinerating him from within until he was reduced to ash. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 107, TOA 107, Grafting. After dispatching Gillis, Morpheus fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Astolfo and Robin Hood exchanged glances. Robin Hood felt a touch of relief seeing the shock in Astolfo's eyes, realizing his own earlier astonishment paled in comparison. Even Astolfo was stunned, which spoke volumes about the men before them. As for Gillis's death, Robin Hood felt no sorrow. He genuinely disliked Gillis, the caster, finding him repulsive. The man was a lunatic, and had they not been on the same side, Robin Hood might have taken matters into his own hands. Noticing Morpheus's sudden silence after eliminating Gillis, Robin Hood asked curiously, "What are you thinking about?" Morpheus raised his right hand, gently placing his index finger to his lips. "Quiet. I'm studying the flow of the spirit." Robin Hood promptly shut his mouth. Though unsure of what Morpheus was doing, given his overwhelming strength, it seemed wiser to heed his words. If possible, Robin Hood hoped to linger a few more days, wander the world, take in the sights, and then return to the Throne of Heroes. Before that, he'd make a stop at the Holy Grail to confront it, as that was the true reason it had summoned him. Robin Hood knew his place well. Studying the flow of the spirit. What's that mean? Astolfo's sudden outburst drew a glare from Robin Hood. Unfazed by the atmosphere, Astolfo continued, following Morpheus's words. "Does it mean Gillis turned into a ghost after dying, and you're tracking him?" Robin Hood desperately wanted to silence Astolfo, but it was too late. Morpheus, however, did nothing. He continued sensing the spirit's flow, raising his hand. While protecting Ilia could be achieved by simply expelling Gillis, Morpheus's goals extended beyond saving her. He also aimed to rescue his sister in this world, Bazett. According to his divinations, he needed to summon the Holy Grail first. Thus, both to ensure Bazett's appearance and to seize any potential benefits, Morpheus deemed summoning the Holy Grail a wise choice. The Holy Grail's mechanism relied on the channel opened by servant souls returning to the world's exterior, connecting to the route beyond. To achieve this, 6 servants' worth of energy was typically needed to stabilize the channel. But with sufficient skill, a single servant's soul could suffice. Morpheus's plan was straightforward: use Gillis's soul's return channel to confirm the Holy Grail's connection to the exterior and stabilize this temporary passage. Most crucially, he needed to extract the component originally embedded in Ilia's body, making it entirely independent. It's as I thought. Severing the connection between the Greater Grail and the Lesser Grail ensures the souls no longer flow toward Ilia. However, this means the Greater Grail can't detect a sufficiently stable channel, so it won't manifest. Morpheus mused silently, formulating a plan. "In the name of the great YHVH, I seal you here." A peculiar magic circle materialized in Morpheus's hand, a simplified summoning circle, stripped to its core function of confinement. Formed purely of mana, the circle would dissipate once the mana faded, but Morpheus only needed it to buy time, so its brevity was no issue. As his magecraft activated, Gillis's soul, not yet fully returned, was instantly captured and sealed. Though confined, the soul would reconnect with the root once the seal broke, reopening the channel to the Throne of Heroes. Seizing this brief window, Morpheus produced the book forged by Hephaestus and began writing in it at a blistering pace. His speed was astonishing, drawing perfect circles in a single stroke without tools like a compass. This was a skill of a master mathematician, a requisite for any magus. Failure to draw a perfect circle freehand meant an arduous path in magecraft. After all, in both Eastern and Western mysticism, the circle was a ubiquitous element. Robin Hood watched, enthralled, as Morpheus employed an unknown magecraft, followed by a flash of mana capturing what was clearly Gillis's soul. Then, Morpheus opened a book and began scribbling and drawing. The symbols made Robin Hood wonder if Morpheus was truly an archer and not a caster. Moreover, this book seemed to be a noble phantasm. An archer wielding a book, a bow, and a sword, were the standards for archers so high now. Robin Hood, with just a bow and a dagger for emergencies, felt almost unprofessional by comparison. Astolfo watched just as intently, his face lighting up with envy and amazement when Morpheus drew a perfect circle in one stroke. This time, he refrained from speaking, much to Robin Hood's relief. Soon, Robin Hood noticed the pattern Morpheus drew in the book bore a striking resemblance to the faintly glowing magic circle in the air, sealing Gillis's soul. No, not a resemblance, identical. Done. Finishing the final stroke, Morpheus extended the book. The circle on its pages resonated with the one in the air. In an instant, the airborne magic dissolved into mana, flowing into the book, drawing Gillis's soul along with it. Morpheus smiled faintly at Gillis, now sealed within the book. "Wait a few days. I'll send you back to your beloved Throne of Heroes soon enough." He needed a medium to connect with the Greater Grail and create a Lesser Grail. There were 2 methods: one was to extract the magic circuits within Ilia, as they formed the Lesser Grail. The other was to find something akin to Ilia's circuits or closely tied to the Greater Grail as a foundation. Morpheus recalled having just such an item, held by Sakura Matu. Sakura had mentioned that Soken Matu obtained fragments of the shattered Holy Grail from the Fourth Holy Grail War, intending to implant them in her to transform her into the Matu family's Lesser Grail, a backdoor approach. But Sakura, bearing the authority of deception, wasn't so easily manipulated. She kept the fragments, while Zoken, deceived by her authority, believed they were inside her. This prompted another sigh from Morpheus. What kind of authority did my future self gain? Deception, am I walking Hermes' path? Hermes and the Golden Dawn, the triple greatness. Robin Hood overheard Morpheus's muttering but found it incomprehensible. Why did his words carry the air of the nobles he knew, yet remain so cryptic? He was a noble himself, had he missed some exclusive noble gathering? Don't understand. That's fine. Most people in this world probably wouldn't either, Morpheus said, patting Robin Hood's shoulder. But you should understand YHVH, right? Robin Hood nodded blankly. Of course he did. Isn't that like praying to God before battle? I haven't seen it used before magecraft, but I suppose it's not impossible. In Robin Hood's era, around the 12th century, Christianity had long spread through England. He naturally recognized YHVH as Jehovah. No, Robin Hood, it's part of a magic incantation, not a prayer. A necessary component, Morpheus corrected, stowing the book. So, what are your plans? Stay here forever, or return after a while? Robin Hood answered promptly, as I said, I'll wander around. The world now is far better than my time. They say the age of gods was nice too, though that's debatable. My era wasn't as good as this. But I'm a dead man. Once I've seen enough, it's time to go. At least my true self in the throne of heroes will gain some new experiences or knowledge. Morpheus nodded, appreciating his mindset, then turned to Astolfo. Stay here forever. Impossible. I need mana to function, but I don't have enough. I can't directly tap the greater source's mana either. I'll vanish soon, unlike Robin Hood, he's an archer, I'm not. Astolfo's words were less a plan and more a complaint. I don't even have much time to wander. Then, he felt a surge of mana coalescing around him. Astolfo blinked as Morpheus said, my manipulated mana should be absorbable, no different from a lesser source. If you avoid using your noble phantasm, it's enough for about 10 days. For a normal human lifestyle, maybe a month. I'm researching ways to keep servants in this world permanently. If you want to stay, find me before you vanish, Morpheus added. I'm not sure what the future holds. If you stay, you might protect humanity or something. Protect humanity, both said in unison. Yes, protect humanity, Morpheus confirmed. The Earth might face ruin, Gaia. Humanity could face a crisis, or someone might cause trouble beforehand. That's when you could step in. But sustaining us requires massive mana, which is hard to manage, Robin Hood pointed out. Morpheus shrugged. I can make you mana independent. I haven't fully grasped the third magic, but I believe its principles align with my current theories. Astolfo seemed clueless about the third magic's significance, but Robin Hood knew it promised infinite mana. Seeing Morpheus's youth, he wanted to call it a pipe dream, achieving the third magic couldn't be that simple. But he held his tongue, saying only, well, I wish you luck achieving that before I fade. With that, he grabbed Astolfo. Hey, why grab me? Let go of my collar. Despite Astolfo's protests, Robin Hood's next words made him comply. Come on, to the basement. Time to save people. As the two began clearing the rubble to reach the basement door, Morpheus smiled and joined them. Let me help. The people down there can be saved. The only issue is the psychological trauma, which will take years to heal. Better than losing their lives, Robin Hood said, moving the last stone to reveal the basement entrance. The trio descended, the dim staircase carrying a damp, musty scent. Soon, they reached an underground space, more akin to a natural cavern than a basement, its walls bearing clear signs of human carving. There, countless coffin-like containers held emaciated, pale people, lying like zombies. Yet, clearly, these people still lived. Death had not yet claimed them. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 108, TOA 108, Rescue. The sight of such misery left even Astolfo and Robin Hood, seasoned as they were, gasping in shock. This is beyond cruel. Whoever did this is an absolute lunatic, a deeply disturbed psychopath by today's standards, and a severe case at that. Astolfo ranted furiously. Had Gilgamesh heard this critique, he might have raged and attacked Astolfo 100 times over. Fortunately, Gilgamesh had already returned to his throne of heroes, sparing Astolfo a dire fate. Robin Hood nodded slightly, carefully inspecting the victims' conditions before frowning. They're in terrible shape. It's a miracle they're even alive. With significant mana expenditure, we might save a few, but with so many people here, what's your plan? Before Morpheus could respond, Robin Hood continued, if it were me, I'd end their suffering myself. Death would be better than this. I didn't like Gillis, but he wasn't wrong about one thing: for these people, death might be a release. Morpheus understood Robin Hood's thoughts. He nodded gently. You're right. Ordinary healing magecraft could restore their vitality and mend their wounds, but only at great mana cost. A magus's mana is limited. Without accessing the greater source, saving even one or two people would drain a vast amount of stored mana. Even if a magus risked their life to save more, 4 would be the absolute limit. When Rin Tosaka saved the gravely injured Shiro Amiya, she didn't rely solely on her own mana. The jewel from her father, filled with immense stored mana, was crucial. Yet, even that drained the jewel entirely. This showed just how difficult it was to save a single life. But Morpheus didn't need such methods. He had many ways to save people, even those reduced to pulp, as long as they still lived. Though his current abilities made these techniques challenging, he possessed the knowledge. With further training and an elevated status, he could wield those magics. For now, he had a method for these people. My magic has a unique relationship with the lesser and greater sources, so there's no need to worry. Morpheus spoke without destroying the magic circles that bound and sustained the victims' lives. These circles enslaved them but also kept them from dying outright. In a twisted way, it was a symbiotic relationship. The circles enslaved them yet ensured their survival. Morpheus drew the sword of the war god, slicing his hand. Blood dripped onto the floor as he began carving a magic circle. Soon, the circle took shape, adorned with unique symbols and angelic sigils. Morpheus scattered coins around it, seemingly at random. Robin Hood was astonished to see the coins, though scattered, aligned as if guided by an unseen force, resonating with the chaotic underground environment. Morpheus then took out clumps of earth, molding them into rough human shapes. He placed them around the circle, their number matching the victims in the room. With everything prepared, Morpheus opened his mouth. He chanted, but the sound was like a hymn, soft yet resonant, weaving a unique rhythm. As this rhythm spread, Robin Hood was shocked to see the surroundings warp. Space twisted, the ground softened, as if this mystic place might swallow them whole. What's happening? Astolfo cried, nearly summoning his noble phantasm, Hippogriff. But in the next moment, the basement returned to normal. The normalcy was abrupt, as if the prior distortion was an illusion. As Robin Hood and Astolfo were about to question it, a radiant light flared in the dim basement. Before them appeared a feminine figure, holy and pure, with wings, a blazing angel. The angel's form was hazy, holding a staff entwined with a serpent. In the name of YHVH, the divine shall heal all. With the final chant, the power of Raphael erupted in the room. Immense mana surged, yet it was gentle, not violent. This potent mana flowed freely into the pitiful mortals, as if finding its rightful home. As it poured in, Robin Hood sensed their heartbeats strengthening, growing vigorous. Not only that, their depleted blood was replenished, new blood coursing through their veins. Their minds stirred, signals flowing through their bodies, like ancient machines cleaned, oiled, and infused with new vigor. These human machines were truly reviving. It was a feat worthy of the term resurrection. The angel vanished, but the victims' bodies brimmed with mana and vitality. Were they not still bound by the magic circles, preventing their awakening, they might have stirred and questioned their saviors. That summoning just now. Robin Hood's expression was puzzled. He now understood Morpheus's earlier words about YHVH being part of a spell, not a prayer. This man could summon angels. As an Englishman, how could Robin Hood not recognize the angel summoned? Raphael, right. Correct. Raphael. Using Raphael's power, I restored their vitality. Without crossing the abyss, it's not true erasure of death, but at least they can live out natural lives, birth, aging, sickness, and death, without issue. Morpheus admitted it freely, there was no need for secrecy. He had more pressing matters to consider. That's incredible. An angel. You're the true saint. If Gillis saw this, he'd be so ashamed he'd off himself. Astolfo blurted out another jewel. After all, his beloved Saint Jean followed your god, right? I'm not so sure if this world's Jean truly follows God. Morpheus muttered, drawing puzzled looks from the pair. All right, one of the toughest tasks is done. Now for the next. Morpheus clapped his hands and made a call. A gentle voice answered. Morpheus and I, what's up? It was Sakura Mato. Have people come check for their relatives? Living for revenge traps them in a cycle. Now's a chance to break free, they should seize it. I understand. Not all their relatives will be here, but at least it's a joyful moment for some. Surviving is already a miracle. Sakura spoke softly, chatted briefly with Morpheus, then hung up. Morpheus turned to Robin Hood and Astolfo. All right, we can leave now. Others will handle the rest. I'm off then. Gotta see the sights. I'll think about staying or returning later, Robin Hood said, waving to Morpheus. See you in a bit. He headed out, and Astolfo, seeing him leave, shouted, "Wait for me. Don't leave me here alone." Chasing after him, Astolfo waved goodbye to Morpheus. As they departed, Morpheus erased the traces of the magic circle on the floor before leaving. The church above hadn't fully collapsed but was heavily damaged. If the Holy Church intended to station people here, repairs, or even rebuilding, would be necessary. Under the night sky, a group clad in black robes, concealing themselves, hurried toward the church. They had just received word from the saint, who, guided by divine revelation, learned that enslaved brothers and sisters languished here. Though divine punishment had been delivered, these captives still needed rescue. God had restored their bodies, but reintegrating them into the community required human effort. After all, they were all human. Quick, find the entrance. The group scattered across the church's ruins, searching. Soon, someone located the unconcealed entrance. Here. Hurry, let's check. They rushed into the basement, stunned by the sight. Then they saw the people entombed in coffin-like containers. This is. I know him. Didn't he die in the fire 10 years ago? That's my husband. My child. Cries of shock and recognition echoed. Some found their loved ones, while others searched desperately for familiar faces but found none. Don't panic. Let's free them first. The divine revelation says their injuries are healed, but their mental wounds need our collective care. Sakura Matou called from the basement entrance, snapping them back to focus. Many were on the verge of tears, some already crying, but they quickly steadied themselves. After so many years, the fact that some survived was astonishing, a testament to divine greatness. They swiftly dismantled the surrounding magic circles, gently lifting the unconscious victims, wrapping them in prepared blankets, and carrying them out. Fortunately, cars were affordable in Japan, and most families had one. They helped each other, loading the victims into vehicles and heading home. Once most had left, Sakura sighed in relief. To the few remaining followers, she said, "All right, head back. Take these days to settle them. They've endured immense suffering, we must care for them. Don't worry, Saint. We're family, we'll help each other." After they departed, Sakura relaxed, glancing aside before shaking her head and walking off. Moments later, Rin Tosaka emerged from the shadows, staring after Sakura with disbelief. Her little sister was a saint of some mysterious church. And from what those people said, they were likely survivors who lost kin in the tragedy caused by the Holy Grail War 10 years ago. So, all these years, while Sakura appeared to be a foster daughter in the Matou family, she had secretly built a formidable force, aiming straight at the Holy Grail. No, she likely wasn't after the Grail, her goal was probably to destroy it from the start. Rin realized how naive she'd been. She thought she'd prepared thoroughly, but in this Holy Grail War, everyone else was far more prepared than her, except, perhaps, for a certain last-minute battlefield entrant. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your Power Stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 109, TOA 109, Crafting a Lesser Grail. They've been rescued. Shiro Amiya asked Morpheus, astonished. Yes, rescued. I'd hoped you'd be the one to save them, but unfortunately, some complications arose, Morpheus replied, his tone tinged with regret. Having Shiro personally save them would have been the best way to heal his psychological wounds, but it hadn't worked out. It doesn't matter who saved them. I know what you're thinking, and just hearing they're safe fills me with joy, Shiro said, smiling and shaking his head before asking with curiosity, what were the complications? The extra servants summoned this time, among them was one extremely dangerous individual. Extremely dangerous? Morpheus turned to Ku Chulayan. If you encountered an ordinary person, what would you do? Ku Chulayan replied, depends on the situation. If my master demanded secrecy, I might silence them. But if possible, I'd prefer not to harm civilians. Morpheus then looked at Artoria. And you? Artoria frowned. If possible, I'd discuss alternatives with my master, like capturing and detaining them. Morpheus glanced at Medea, who smiled. I imprison my master for the sake of those children. Medea had already shared details about her current master, so everyone understood her situation. A classic case of betraying an ally for unrelated innocence. Regardless, it showed she had a firm moral line, willing to act decisively to protect children. Finally, Morpheus looked at Medusa. Medusa, indifferent to humans but not hostile, shrugged. I follow my master's orders, but I've no interest in killing randomly. Morpheus smiled. No need to ask about Heracles, as a berserker, he only follows his master's commands. He turned to Ilia. And as for his master? Ilia quickly interjected, I'm not a murderer. Unless they provoke me. See. Even Ilia, who's had little exposure to normal upbringing, isn't keen on killing randomly. But that man, Gillis, his soul, warped by obsession and tainted by things he shouldn't have touched, cared nothing for murder. In fact, he reveled in it, especially in making his victims feel utmost fear and despair before death. He thrived on it. So, knowing the caster this time was him, I had to act to prevent him from using the church's captives as sacrifices. Sacrifices. Shiro was still puzzled. He knew sacrifices were deeply wrong, but why were they needed? Didn't the Holy Grail cover the cost of summoning servants? It's Gillis's noble phantasm, Artoria, a veteran of the Fourth Holy Grail War, explained. That noble phantasm is terrifying. It holds immense mana and can draw from the greater source. Using sacrifices, it can perform dreadful summoning magecraft, calling forth massive creatures recorded within it. Back then, several enemy servants had to temporarily unite to face that creature. If Gillis summoned it without restraint, he might sacrifice an entire city to summon a monster none could defeat. Morpheus chuckled. It's not that bad. If you seize the right moment, you can even turn the summoned creature against its summoner. His words drew everyone's attention, with Artoria asking, "You're familiar with such things?" Morpheus, recalling why he came to the Fate/Grand Order world, said wistfully, "Two outcomes are possible. One is summoning an eldritch deity's kin, but their combat strength isn't overwhelming. I can handle them easily. The other is summoning an actual eldritch deity, but their power would annihilate the summoner and everything nearby, whether through madness or other means. The moment they appear, the impact is unbearable. And after the summoner's death, the summoned entity dissipates. The cost is usually just the surrounding area." Morpheus spoke lightly, but his words sent chills through the listeners. Both Rin Tosaka, the magus, and Shiro Amiya, the ordinary high schooler, echoed his term in shock, "Eldritch deity." "Yeah, eldritch deities. Their true forms are certainly not in our solar system, maybe even beyond the Milky Way," Morpheus nodded. "Though their true bodies don't come, a summoner could call a fragment or avatar." Seeing the group's alarmed expressions, Morpheus laughed. "No need to worry so much. His book isn't that advanced, it can only summon kin, which aren't too useful. It's far less impressive than my own book." He waved the book in his hand. Medea protested, "Your book was forged by Hephaestus himself, tailored to your specifications. Comparing it to an ordinary noble phantasm is a bit unfair, don't you think?" "Not at all. His book is a translation of ancient eldritch texts, its essence derived from those deities. Mine's just a blank book crafted by Hephaestus. I wrote its contents myself." Morpheus spoke confidently, even boldly. "Besides, those eldritch deities' power far surpasses Hephaestus. I suspect even Sephar, the White Death that nearly eradicated the Age of Gods, would be easily crushed by an eldritch deity." His words bordered on blasphemy, but Medea knew Morpheus didn't speak lightly. She turned serious. "Are these deities that powerful?" Though she hadn't lived through Sephar's era, she'd fought giants born from Sephar's corpse, enemies even the gods dreaded. She'd also heard how Sephar nearly annihilated the divine, hastening the Age of God's end. If these deities could crush Sephar, their full arrival on Earth would be unstoppable by anyone today. Not even the sword of promised victory at full power might stand a chance. And that sword was in her hands. Medea glanced at Artoria, sighing. "Though I know she's the legendary king of knights, can she truly unleash the sword of promised victory, full power?" Sensing Medea's gaze, Artoria looked back, puzzled. "Something wrong?" "No, just wondering if you'd show Morpheus the sword of promised victory." "The sword of promised victory?" Artoria blinked, and Medea clarified, "Your noble phantasm, Excalibur." Morpheus shook his head. "No need. My sword of promised victory magecraft is based on its legend, amplified by its mythos. Its mechanics are entirely different from the original in Artoria's hands." Hearing them discuss the sword of promised victory magecraft, Artoria seized the chance to ask something that had long puzzled her. "How did you create that magecraft?" "That weapon is mine," she asked. "Simple. As I said, I crafted it from the legend. The terrifying Sephar, who nearly ended the Age of Gods and decimated the divine, was defeated by the sword of promised victory. Your Excalibur, forged from the planet's collective prayers for survival, is the grandest, most supreme noble phantasm on this world, the sword of promised victory. You wield only a fraction of its power in battle. Unleashing its full strength requires specific conditions. I don't know the exact ones, but from using the sword of promised victory magecraft, I sense the true blade's full power activates only in a crisis threatening humanity's survival." "A crisis threatening humanity's survival?" "Exactly, an enemy aiming to eradicate all of humanity or civilization itself. Against such a terror, the sword should unleash its full power. You could think of it as a specialized attack, like my own anti-dragon specialty." With the school emptied by the chaos, there was no class that day. As Morpheus told his tales, time passed. After handling necessities like eating, he found Sakura Matu and asked, "Where are the Grail fragments?" Here. Sakura produced the Holy Grail fragments and handed them to Morpheus. As he took them, she asked, "Are you planning to use these to craft a new Lesser Grail, Morpheus and I?" "Something like that. If I can achieve my goal without crafting a Lesser Grail, that'd be ideal," Morpheus nodded. "If I must, I could use special magecraft to create a vessel or even a small cup." "Different choices." "No, different hypotheses. I've studied parts of the Holy Grail, but my current methods are theoretical. I'll need to test them." As he spoke, Morpheus tossed the Grail fragments onto the ground and began carving a magic circle around them. The fragments themselves held a portion of the Holy Grail's power. As remnants of the Greater Grail fully manifested in the Fourth Holy Grail War, their contained energy was still vast. They could easily serve as material for a noble phantasm. Morpheus attempted to seal the fragments completely, then used their connection to the Greater Grail to construct a special channel, aiming to supplant Ilya's direct link to it. But after trying, he found he'd failed. Ilya's connection to the Greater Grail is too strong. This method alone can't replace it. Even if successful, the channel would prioritize Ilya. Morpheus muttered, reaching into his pocket to pull out a small clay figure. The figure wasn't fresh, the clay had dried, coated with a layer of glue to maintain its human shape. Sakura blinked excitedly. A substitute doll. Yes, a substitute doll. In many folk traditions, such dolls divert harm meant for their owner by deceiving curses. I collected some of Ilya's hair and used it as the core, now inside this figure. Morpheus placed the clay figure with the Grail fragments. A miraculous scene unfolded, the fragments fused tightly with the figure, inseparable. To enhance the effect, I drew on a specific myth. God crafting men from clay, giving clay figures human essence, though lacking a soul. Ilya's hair serves as that soul. With the Grail fragments' reinforcement, this figure now has flesh, soul, and the Lesser Grail's magic circuits. Let's see if this works. Morpheus began forging a connection between the figure and the Greater Grail. This time, he smiled. Perfect result. It worked. The Greater Grail can't distinguish this from Ilya. With my interference, it now recognizes this as the Lesser Grail it's been linked to. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your Power Stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/kongtl. Chapter 110, TOA 110, The Grail's Invitation. After constructing a new Lesser Grail using the clay figure and Holy Grail fragments, effectively supplanting Ilya's position, Morpheus temporarily stabilized the setup without rushing to the next step. It'll take some time. Once Ilya loses most of her authority, we can proceed with the next plan, Morpheus said. Sakura Matun nodded gently before asking, if you summon the Greater Grail, what wish will you make, Morpheus and I? A wish. Depends on the situation. I'll assess the circumstances and decide then. For safety, it's better not to ask the Grail for material things or grand ideals like world peace. Requesting information, though, should be relatively safe. Information. For instance, the location of untapped gold or oil deposits feasible with current technology, or knowledge like the principles of the third magic. Those should be safe since much of that is recorded in the root. Morpheus answered swiftly, exuding confidence, which made Sakura ponder briefly before saying, so, the Grail's issues stem from people overestimating its capabilities. You could say that. Even without the lingering flaws from past wars, if a wish is unattainable, the Grail will twist it, fulfilling it in a warped way. Morpheus looked at the girl, smiling. You didn't come just to ask about this, did you? What's on your mind? Sakura hesitated before whispering, my secret was discovered by my sister. Morpheus blinked, then realized what she meant. You mean your role as the leader of that esoteric group? Sakura nodded faintly. Yes. When I was at the church, she followed me. She thought she was well hidden, but I noticed her long ago. Seeing Sakura fall silent, Morpheus spoke. What are you worried about? She remained quiet, so he continued, you've recently reconnected, feeling like you could rebuild your old bond. But now that your secret's exposed, you're afraid she'll struggle to accept it. No response was needed. Sakura's bewildered expression confirmed he was right. He stepped forward, gently patting her head to ease her unease. Feeling the warmth from his hand, Sakura's heart calmed slightly. Then, Morpheus's voice reached her, resonating within. Don't underestimate her. She's your sister, the heir of the Tosaka family. Your father may have had his flaws, but he trusted his daughters well. I think you can trust her, and she'll trust you too. She's always cared about you. Rather than suspecting you of wrongdoing, she's likely more worried about your safety. If you explain clearly, there shouldn't be an issue. Sakura mulled over his words. After a while, she lifted her head, letting her cheek brush his fingers, and whispered, I understand. I'll talk to her tomorrow. Morpheus smiled. Why not now? She's probably awake. You two could chat in her room. Sharing a bed is a great way for sisters to bond, don't you think? His words froze Sakura in place. Seeing her reaction, Morpheus pushed her toward Rin's room, egging her on. It'd be fun to surprise your sister, don't you think? He imagined Rin's priceless expression when Sakura walked in with a pillow. Morpheus was eagerly anticipating this moment. Deep in the night, when all should be asleep, Rin Tosaka lay in bed, unable to rest. She vividly recalled the scene at the church ruins, where Sakura had close ties with those mysterious strangers. Their reverence suggested Sakura held a high rank in that secretive group. Moreover, those people were kin of the victims from the Fourth Holy Grail War. They weren't just anti-Grail, they might oppose the Magus families who created it. Hatred was a terrifying force. If her sister had fallen into such an abyss, sinking deeper. Rin couldn't bear to think further. Pain crossed her face as she muttered, "What's going on with Sakura? Could there be bad actors in that group, exploiting her? She's a Magus with great talent and a Matu by name. Oh no, what if she's been deceived? They might claim they're preventing another tragedy, but really, they're using her to seize the Grail for world domination or something." The door suddenly swung open. Rin jolted, looking to see a figure at the threshold. It was Sakura Matu. And she was holding a pillow. Seeing Sakura hesitate at the doorway, gazing at her, Rin's mind short-circuited. What's happening? Sakura's at my bedroom door. With a pillow. Did she go to the wrong room? No, that's impossible, she wouldn't. So what's this about? Does she want to sleep with me? No way. It's been years, she barely talks to me normally. As Rin's brain scrambled to process, another figure appeared, pushing the hesitating Sakura into the room. All right, you two have a good chat. I won't disturb you. With that, the door slammed shut, locking the sisters inside. Rin recognized the voice, grinding her teeth. It was Morpheus. Morpheus. Her sharp tone betrayed her mix of anger and unease. She was already stressed, why was he adding to her troubles? But her urge to vent at Morpheus, or to flee the situation by focusing on him, was shattered by a single word. Sister. Sakura's voice was soft but clear in the quiet room. The word sister hit Rin's ears, stunning her. How many years had it been since Sakura called her that? Over a decade. That gentle sister made time rewind, as if Rin were back in their carefree days, playing with her little sister. She fell silent for a moment, then chose not to flee. Smiling at Sakura, she patted the spot beside her. Come sit. Her tone was gentle, as if afraid to hurt the girl before her. Hearing this, Sakura gave a faint smile, nodded with a soft and trotted over to sit beside her. On the bed was a temperature both foreign and familiar, her sister's warmth, forgotten for over a decade but once so constant. Morpheus, listening to the sounds from the room, smiled faintly and headed to his own. Just then, a figure appeared. Medusa. She looked at him and said softly, "Thank you." "No need to thank me." "It was just a small gesture," Morpheus replied, shaking his head. As Medusa vanished, he sighed at her aloofness and continued to his room. The Amiya residence was vast, with plenty of rooms, so everyone had their own space. "Looks like you're aiming to be a therapist in this era," Medea remarked, emerging from the shadows with a playful grin. "Not quite. Just helping these kids from the perspective of someone experienced, or, well, an adult," Morpheus said. Seeing Medea about to speak, he quickly added, "I may look young, but I've got plenty of life experience." As they spoke, both fell silent, staring at the floor. Black sludge had appeared, flowing slowly yet swiftly, reaching their feet in a blink. And it was silent, as if it materialized from nowhere. Morpheus reacted, flinging Medea away. Almost simultaneously, the black sludge touched his feet, creeping past his ankles. "Morpheus." Medea shouted, but he smiled and winked at her. "Consider this an invitation. I'll check it out. Stay outside, and don't let anyone in." Medea, having shared many adventures with Morpheus, didn't argue. She moved to the door, saying before closing it, "Be careful. Don't worry. This stuff can't touch me, it's impossible." With that, Morpheus lowered part of his defenses, letting his consciousness dive into the black sludge. His surroundings shifted. He was no longer in his room but on a beach, waves gently lapping at the sand, with rain falling from above. No clouds, yet black rain fell, like ink. Looking up, he saw a black void in the sky, from which dark water poured, forming the deluge. "You're the most qualified to claim the Holy Grail. What's your wish?" A clear, melodic voice came from behind. Morpheus turned to see a woman who fought alongside Kiritsugu Amiya in the Fourth Holy Grail War. Irisveil von Einsburn, Ilya's mother. But Morpheus knew this figure, despite her appearance, wasn't Irisveil but something else wearing her skin. He smiled faintly. "Is it fun, deliberately luring people like this?" The impostor, cloaked in Irisfiel's form, smiled back, her tone natural. Everything I say is true. Isn't temptation just a product of human greed? So scaring Ilya was because of her greed. That girl has a right to know the truth, doesn't she? I only told her the facts, the impostor continued. Morpheus smirked. That's why you're twisted and vile. Sometimes, a kind lie is better. But that's beside the point. Did you come to me because you've run out of options? The impostor pressed on. If I said I'm not evil, would you believe me? Why not? As you said, you only speak the truth. Though twisted and vile, you're not exactly evil in some ways. Morpheus grinned, snapping his fingers. A chair appeared on the ground. He sat, extending his right hand, and a small table materialized beside him, holding a teacup. The impostor's eyes gleamed with admiration. Remarkable alchemy. There's likely no better alchemist on Earth. It's almost like materializing imagination. Just leveraging this place's unique environment. I couldn't do this outside. I still have much to learn on the path of magic, Morpheus said humbly, snapping his fingers again. A chair appeared behind the impostor. Don't be shy. Sit. In that moment, Morpheus seemed less a guest and more the master of this realm. The impostor, unfazed, smiled and sat willingly. Seeing her seated, Morpheus set the teacup aside. All right, let's cut to the chase, Mr. Ingramenu. This figure, cloaked in Irisfiel's form, was the demon known as all the world's evil, the dark deity of Zoroastrianism, the source of all sin and darkness, and the eternal foe of the benevolent Ahura Mazda in the dualistic struggle of good and evil. It was called Ingramenu. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/kongtl. Chapter 111, TOA 111, The Secret of the Third Magic, Part 1. Ingramenu was not a true deity. He was merely an ordinary human labeled as the Dark God, possessing none of the mythic might attributed to the supposed source of all darkness and sin. His only power was the concept of human malice, manifesting as a specialized attack against humanity. Against non-human servants, this ability was arguably the weakest. Legendary heroes often bore the blood of phantasmal beasts or gods, with pure humans being rare. The outcome of his summoning in the Holy Grail War was predictable. Morpheus mulled over the information he held about Ingramenu, then smiled. Your current situation is due to your own uniqueness. The Einsburn family, in a way, sabotaged their own goals. Hearing this, Ingramenu paused, puzzled. I'm not fond of that family, and hearing you say they brought this on themselves is amusing, but what do you mean by my uniqueness? It ties to the Holy Grail's nature. If wishes could be granted by sheer mana alone, there'd be no need for the Grail, just gather vast mana. The Grail's mana is merely fuel, currency, or material for forging. It's the simplest part. The true challenge lies in its foundation, human hearts. Human hearts. Ingramenu scoffed. That makes me want to laugh. Hearts are deeply wicked. But you can't deny they also hold positive emotions. That duality is the very foundation of your existence. I never deny human kindness, nor their evil. As you said, it's the basis of my being. Ingramenu smiled, picking up a teacup that had appeared beside him, filled with fragrant tea. This place was entirely illusory, and Ingramenu had long forgotten the taste of food or drink from his past life. Now, savoring the sweet tea conjured by the men before him, he felt an inexplicable sense of ease. He waited for Morpheus to elaborate on his uniqueness. What I mean is, the Holy Grail is fundamentally built from human prayers, using wishes to open a path to the outside. A being forged from human prayers, like you, aligns perfectly with it. Morpheus observed the Ingramenu disguised as Irisfiel. Though once a young man, it could only be called it now, its gender and humanity indistinguishable. I am Ingramenu, yet I am not. I'm just an ordinary person burdened with humanity's evil against my will. Ingramenu smiled, following Morpheus's words, grasping why it remained trapped here. You're right. My compatibility with the Grail is too high, which led to the Einsburns' tragedy. They tried to cheat, but their actions caused every subsequent Holy Grail War to fail. Its smile was strikingly beautiful, mirroring Irisfiel's. The Einsburns reaped what they sowed. This time, too, they won't achieve their goal. I can tell you have no intention of following their script. It stood, hands behind its back, spinning lightly, its skirt fluttering. Tilting its head like a maiden, it winked at Morpheus. The men before you saw through the truth of the Grail's wish-granting and chose to destroy it. What about you? Will you destroy it again? I don't plan to destroy the Grail. I intend to make it manifest, Morpheus said, looking at Ingramenu. It's time you left this place. Being trapped here isn't good. The throne of heroes might be dull, but it's better than this cage. Ingramenu froze, then laughed brightly. Are you pitying me? Yes, I am. You were unjustly branded a dark god and summoned without cause. If I'd been in the Third Holy Grail War, I might have summoned the real Engrameinu to show the Einsburns. That would have destroyed the world. Morpheus grinned. Then I'd summon Ahura Mazda to balance it. In ancient dualism, good and evil gods opposed each other, but their coexistence formed a complete world. Morpheus wanted to free the youth called Engrameinu from this prison, even if that freedom meant returning to the throne of heroes. At least, from the throne, there'd be a chance to truly escape and enter the human world. You could try breaking free from the throne. The timing of your escape is uncertain, but it's inevitable if you keep trying. Are you lecturing me on math? The odds are slim, like a human passing through a wall. But with infinite time, you can try infinitely. In near-infinite attempts, you'll succeed eventually. Morpheus shrugged. It sounds despairing, but that sliver of possibility is hope. Uncertain timing, minuscule odds, unknown destination, and unpredictable era. Propose that plan, and you'd get punched. Morpheus grinned. Want to take a swing? Can't win. Engrameinu shook its head. I see your uniqueness. I'm so entwined with the Grail, I'm practically it. You're human, yet you possess divinity, even godlike authority. Without divinity, your uniqueness still renders me powerless against you. Morpheus didn't respond, and Engrameinu continued. You bear a god's blessing, a powerful one. If you hadn't lowered your defenses, I couldn't have pulled you here. Even Gilgamesh, the strongest servant I've seen, couldn't do that. Morpheus initially thought it referred to divine protection, but realized it meant the magical wards in his clothing, powered by angelic forces. Calling it a god's blessing wasn't wrong. Unless facing something like Imagine Breaker, which could instantly negate high-tier magic, a skilled Magus's defenses could withstand a nuclear blast. For top-tier Magus with ample preparation, Morpheus suspected even galaxy or world-destroying attacks could be endured. What's your wish? I'll tell you how to achieve it. I don't lie. Like making me a third magic user from an ordinary person. Is that your wish? No. Morpheus thought for a moment. What if my wish is to cross the abyss, reaching the 8 is equal to 3 state? Engrameinu fell silent, unable to comprehend. At the start, there was nothing, not even the concept of a world. Then, a mysterious force descended from the void, extending through 10 domains. When it reached the lowest, the world we know was born. Engrameinu looked at Morpheus, stunned by this depiction. The scene of creation. Morpheus smiled. The 8 is equal to 3 I mentioned refers to the third of those 10 domains. The Grail can't achieve that, not even by twisting it. Engrameinu murmured. The only way is to grant you eternal soul life, the third magic. Are you saying the third magic could approach my goal? Not quite. It just gives you enough time to try reaching that level. Engrameinu shook its head, eyeing Morpheus with pity. Even with infinite time, success isn't guaranteed. And even with the third magic, your time isn't truly infinite. Morpheus wasn't disheartened, he laughed. So the third magic ties the self to the universe. When the universe ends, the third magic user perishes too. Without needing the Grail's wish, Engrameinu's candor gave him enough to deduce. Engrameinu looked annoyed. You tricked me into spilling that. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 112, TOA 112, The Secret of the Third Magic, Part 2. Engrameinu's annoyance seemed feigned, more like a playful act than genuine frustration. Then, it smiled. If the greater source's mana were truly abundant, there'd be no need for pruning. Pruning only occurs due to insufficient mana. Morpheus grinned back. So, at its core, the universe isn't infinite, it's finite. The universe's future was destined for destruction. Even if it evaded pruning, cosmic annihilation was inevitable. This realization sparked a new hypothesis in Morpheus. A main universe could spawn countless parallel universes, suggesting infinite possibilities. But this infinity was a literary flourish, not mathematically viable. Since the universe's energy was finite, it couldn't birth infinite parallel universes. Thus, a main universe and its finite parallel universes could be considered a single cosmic set. Within this set, summing all civilizations across these universes yields a vast but finite number, far exceeding the number of universes in the set. The universe's destruction stemmed from energy depletion, not pruning, indicating that all universes in a cosmic set shared a finite energy pool. Thus, the collapse of one universe meant the simultaneous destruction of all universes in that set. This also meant the countless civilizations within those universes faced their end. Morpheus recalled Hecate's ancient tales, the Greek god's homeland, another universe, had perished. Chaos had fled to this universe to thrive. Were there other civilizations that escaped such destruction? Despite racking his brain for Nasuverse lore, Morpheus found no mention of other servants or civilizations tied to this, only the Greek god's lineage. A pang of sorrow struck him for Chaos's lost homeland. Pushing it aside, Morpheus said, "I'll share my hypothesis. You can confirm or deny it, since you claim not to lie." "Not your wish." "Not my wish. I just want to confirm my theories through our talk, like earlier." Morpheus shook his head, continuing, "The third magic, soul materialization, stabilizes the soul permanently, dubbed infinite mana, a perpetual engine. But its output depends on the soul's strength, right?" Ngramenu nodded. Emboldened, Morpheus pressed on. "From what I know, this infinite mana isn't truly infinite. It's finite, with a ceiling so high it's nearly unreachable, thus called infinite." Ngramenu neither nodded nor shook its head, only asking, "Your basis for this?" It seemed intrigued. "Naturally, a cosmic set is finite. If something infinite emerged within it, the universe would collapse instantly. Moreover, true infinity wouldn't face output limits unless deliberately suppressed." Morpheus smiled. "You nodded earlier. You're cunning. I'm starting to like you. Continue your theory." I'll nod or shake my head. "Alright, here's my take on the third magic." Morpheus's face brimmed with confidence. The third magic's essence is linking oneself to the universe itself, a complete connection between the lesser and greater sources. Not Earth's greater source, but the universe's. The third magic user draws mana directly from it. A fully materialized soul is the ideal mana conduit, with minimal loss. Drawing from Earth's environment wastes mana, impacting the future, but at the cosmic level, this doesn't apply. Mana consumed by the user or spent on magecraft returns to the greater source, which remains constant. Even if the universe faces energy depletion tomorrow, a third magic user wouldn't be affected. The universe's mana consumption per second is, for them, effectively infinite, though I'm using infinite poetically. Clap, clap, clap. Ngramenu applauded, eyeing Morpheus as if he were a fascinating curiosity, its gaze filled with admiration. "You're incredible. Even with the Grail's backing, I've never seen a human like you." Ngramenu marveled. "You haven't practiced the third magic, yet your understanding surpasses even the one who came closest to mastering it." "Closest to mastering it?" "The one the Ainsburn sought to recreate, the third magic user. But she only approached it, never truly mastered it. If she had, she'd still be alive, not dead. Are there places where the third magic was fully realized?" "There are. I sense such places, but not in this world or universe, other worlds, other universes, like the aura you carry from another cosmos." "You mean I'm from another cosmic set? Or another parallel universe?" "I'm unsure. I'm close to the Grail but not the Grail itself. Even the Grail needs to touch the root to know all. And each parallel universe has its own root. The root isn't what some think." "Not what some think?" Morpheus frowned, but Ngramenu smiled, dropping a bombshell. "The root was never the universe's core." That statement. Before Morpheus could probe, he was evicted. "Time to go." "I'll stay here." As the space repelled him, Morpheus hurriedly asked, "Do you know where Bazett is?" "Bazett?" Ngramenu seemed surprised. "She's my sister." "Your sister in another world?" "She has no brother here." Ngramenu understood, then said, "She's alive, just unconscious. Summon the Greater Grail, and you'll see her." The repulsion intensified, ejecting Morpheus back to his bedroom. The black sludge on the floor receded swiftly, vanishing. Staring at the retreating sludge, Morpheus sank into thought. Bazett's fine, protected by the Grail. Summoning the Greater Grail will let me see her, meaning her body is also preserved by it. Without summoning it, her body can't return to reality. That's good news, but Ngramenu's words trouble me most. The root isn't the universe's core. I've had guesses about the root, treating it as a world center. But its claim forces me to reconsider. The door opened, and Medea entered. Seeing Morpheus deep in thought, she didn't disturb him, signaling the crowd at the door to stay quiet. Servants and masters had gathered, watching Morpheus with concern and curiosity but refraining from interrupting. Morpheus sifted through his encounters with the root and knowledge from the Age of Gods. Each parallel world having its own root makes sense. If this holds, the root emerges with a parallel world's birth. Ngramenu said it's not the universe's core. Does that mean it's not a singular entity governing a cosmic set? He dismissed this. No, if it were just that, it wouldn't need to specify. There's something more significant. Recalling his Age of Gods experiences, a spark flashed in his mind. The Greek gods came to Earth, gained divinity through human faith, and connected to the root. That's understandable, but why did Typhon, arriving in true form, instantly gain draconic traits? Even Sephar, upon reaching Earth, later gained an earthly identity, recorded in the root. A chilling hypothesis formed, startling Morpheus. Does the root emerge at a planet's birth or at humanity's? EA. So, is the root something born with the planet? But isn't that Gaia? Or is the root a distinct entity, born with the planet yet partially independent? Gaia, Aleia, human order. Could the root's expansion be the human order's expansion? If I created a new planet and unified its entirety, would I become equivalent to the root? Or a trinity of Gaia, root, and Aleia? If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/kongtl. Chapter 113, TOA 113, Coming Back. Morpheus glanced at the doorway, seeing the crowd watching him, and smiled. I'm fine, no need to worry. His words eased the tension in the room. It wasn't just concern among friends, purely from a combat perspective, Morpheus was the strongest here and the most knowledgeable about the Holy Grail. If something as strange as that sludge could ambush him, they'd need to consider minimizing the fallout. If even Morpheus could be caught off guard, how terrifying was this thing? What happened? Rin Tosaka stepped in, dressed anew, accompanied by Sakura Mato. Morpheus could sense their bond had grown closer. Looks like locking them in a room together worked, breaking down their emotional barriers, Morpheus thought, smiling at the group. Nothing major. Just got invited for a chat by the Grail's resident. The Grail's resident? His words puzzled the group, unable to grasp his meaning. Morpheus explained simply, this ties back to the Third Holy Grail War. Rin laughed. You're saying you know what happened in the Third War? Morpheus nodded. Not everything, but I know some details, especially the parts relevant to the Grail's current state. He paused, then continued, the old man from the Matu family, a participant in that war, likely knows some of this too, though I'm not sure how much. He knows the Grail has issues and probably suspects it started in the Third War, but he doesn't know the specifics, Sakura said, her curiosity evident. So, what exactly happened back then? The Einsburn's doing, Morpheus said, spreading his hands and glancing at Ilia, the only Einsburn present. Ilia crossed her arms, huffing. I don't have much to do with them. True, it's not really about you. The Einsburns harmed you, believing Kiritsugu Amiya betrayed them. But his choice stemmed from their own actions. In a way, they brought this calamity on themselves. You don't need to feel guilty in the future, they bear their own mistakes. Ilia pouted. I don't feel guilty. Not dismantling their homunculi and factories is already me being generous. After a few days here, the girl had placed herself in a saintly position, radiating a I'm a saint vibe. Morpheus could tell Ilia wanted to lash out at the Einsburns but knew it would be futile. The Einsburns were already withdrawn. After this failure, they'd enter dormancy, ignoring everything. But Morpheus smiled. If you told them the Fourth Holy Grail War could have succeeded, but Kiritsugu's betrayal was due to their cheating in the Third War, wouldn't that make them suffer more? Ilia blinked, nodding eagerly. Absolutely. The idea of rubbing salt in their wounds, mocking them outright, sparked her enthusiasm. She wouldn't even need to fight, just tear into their pain. I'll bring Heracles and make them see they've always been the ones in the wrong. Seeing her excitement, Morpheus nodded. Going with Heracles was wise, there could be dangers, or the Einsburns might lash out in shame. They might claim homunculi lack emotions, but they were just dolls prone to breaking down, driven by negative feelings. The others were more intrigued by Morpheus's earlier comment. The Einsburns cheated in the Third War. They planned to summon a decisive servant, using their role as Grail creators to exploit a bug in the system, summoning an extra-class servant, Avenger. Morpheus's lips curled slightly. The Avenger they summoned was named Ngramenu. His soft words rippled through the room like a stone hitting a calm lake, stirring shock. Ngramenu. Rin exclaimed. As a trained magus, she knew world mythologies well. Seeking confirmation, she asked, the one from Zoroastrianism? Yes, they aimed to summon that Ngramenu, Morpheus nodded. Rin shook her head. Were they insane? Summoning such a being without considering it could spiral out of control. Ngramenu. What's that? Shiro Amiya asked, confused. Morpheus glanced at him. Shiro, you need to study harder. Not knowing such a famous myth and deity. That's failing as a magus. Shiro fell silent, sensing his next few days would be miserable, likely without games. Sakura spoke softly. Ngramenu, the dark god in Zoroastrian mythology, the evil god in their dualism, said to be the source of all sin and darkness, opposing the good god Ahura Mazda. In religious terms, both are top-tier deities. With this explanation, Shiro grasped what the Einsburns aimed for in the Third War. They tried to summon a true god in the Holy Grail War, he said, stunned, glancing at Morpheus. But you've summoned gods too, so maybe it's not that bad. His words earned nods from the group. Summoning gods was daunting, but someone here had done it multiple times. Morpheus protested. I summoned them with my own skill, no cheating. I can control that power. The Einsburns tried and failed. They summoned Ngramenu, but it was just a sacrificial figure labeled as such. Sacrificial figure. Seeing their confusion, Morpheus offered a relatable analogy. Like a ritual where someone plays the role of an evil spirit, then gets driven out. Shiro understood. So, they pick someone to act as the evil god, then expel them. Exactly, but unlike a voluntary ritual where the spirit enjoys it, this Ngramenu likely wasn't willing and had to endure a destructive expulsion. That's crowned as all the world's evil, bearing the name Ngramenu, this weak figure had no power. Their only trait was being a heroic spirit specialized in killing humans, useless otherwise. Morpheus sighed, shaking his head. The Einsburns thought summoning a god would win, but they got a frail imposter who was eliminated quickly. Yet, the concept of all the world's evil was realized through the ritual. The Grail's creation involves prayers and human will, making it akin to Ngramenu. Their shared nature polluted the Grail, turning a mostly normal system into a blackened one. If Kiritsugu got a normal Grail and wished for world peace, it would twist the wish but not too disastrously. But with the Black Grail, it offered the simplest, most feasible solution: eliminate all humans. No humans, no conflict. Morpheus scoffed. The Black Grail didn't even twist the wish much. Kiritsugu himself considered that idea, which is why he had Artoria destroy it without hesitation. The group finally understood what Morpheus meant by meeting the Grail's resident. Rin asked, "You met Ngramenu?" "Yeah, not a bad sort, aside from a sharp tongue," Morpheus shrugged. "It doesn't lie." It met Kiritsugu, explaining how the Grail would grant his wish, and Ilya, telling her Kiritsugu betrayed the Einsburns, killed her mother, and that she'd face Shiro in a deadly clash. Ilya's expression darkened. She muttered, "That was the one who spoke to me as a child, using Mom's body." "Yes, it used that form since it lacks its own," Morpheus said, glancing at Ilya and Shiro, who seemed at a loss. The Grail can predict or prophesy the future, not always accurately, but it sees possibilities. Shiro becoming a master this time. I suspect Ngramenu's choice played a role. Seeing Ilya's low mood, Morpheus smiled. After talking with it, I'm confident about something. Shiro might soon gain a mother. Huh. Shiro's jaw dropped, baffled. Ilya's head shot up, eyes wide with shock. You mean? Your father was Kiritsugu Amiya. Shiro's his adopted son. So, Kiritsugu's wife being Shiro's mother isn't an issue, right? Shiro remained confused, but Ilya reacted intensely. Mom's personality was completely erased, wasn't it? Morpheus shook his head. Completing the Lesser Grail halts the vessel's functions and erases their personality, but only the personality. The Grail acts as a safe house, preserving the soul's integrity until used. Ngramenu, acting as Irisveil, absorbed everything, her speech, mannerisms, even memories. This connection proves Irisveil's soul remains intact within the Grail, just without self. If we awaken her soul and restore herself, even with blank memories, it's fine. Ngramenu holds all of Irisveil's memories as a backup. Extracting and injecting them into her blank soul is feasible, with Ngramenu's help. Most importantly, Ngramenu absorbed all of Irisveil's life memories. Morpheus declared, "So, your mom's coming back soon." Shiro didn't know how to respond. Ilya, overwhelmed, couldn't speak, her mind flooded with thoughts but unable to form words. Her mind was consumed by one idea. Mom's coming back. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/kongtl. Chapter 114, TOA 114, Summoning the Holy Grail. Shiro Amiya lay on his bed, too tense to sleep. "Can't sleep?" a voice suddenly asked, prompting Shiro to look toward the source. Seeing the figure that had appeared in his bedroom without warning, Shiro nodded. "Yeah, Mr. Morpheus, you came in a bit too suddenly." "No big deal, we're both guys, not exactly intrusive," Morpheus said casually, sitting nearby. "Is it about Ilya's mother?" "Yes," Shiro confirmed, then quipped, "Aren't you British? I thought Brits were particular about boundaries, especially between men." "Not bad, cracking jokes now," Morpheus nodded approvingly. "Don't worry, Britain's safer than ancient Greece. Back there, I only hung out with charming girls." Seeing Morpheus gearing up to recount his romantic exploits, Shiro quickly interrupted, "Mr. Morpheus, can Ilya's mother really be revived?" Morpheus nodded. "Absolutely. With her soul intact, reviving someone becomes much simpler. The real challenge is when the soul is gone. So it's tied to the soul. There's plenty of magecraft to heal physical wounds quickly, but retrieving a soul is among the most advanced aspects of magic. Alchemy's ultimate goal, creating new life, isn't hard for the body but fiendishly difficult for the soul. If you could create a new soul, you'd be stepping into divine territory. Morpheus smiled. You could think of it that way, but whether creating a soul truly makes you a god, only those who've done it would know. Shiro listened intently, but afterward, he groaned, "Ugh, how'd this turn into a magic lecture?" "You asked, so I explained," Morpheus replied. Shiro had to admit Morpheus's explanations stemmed from his questions, but that wasn't his main concern now. If Ilia's mother comes back, what should I do? What, nervous about facing your adoptive father's wife? Shiro hadn't said Ilia's mother but Kiritsugu's wife, pinpointing his exact worry. Yeah, I don't know how to face her. Someone I've never met, practically a stranger, but because of Kiritsugu, she's sort of my adoptive mother, right? At least Ilia sees you as her brother, so to Irisville, you'd indeed be her son. By the way, homunculi, like those dolls, can be more obsessive and odd about emotions than humans. It wouldn't surprise me if she treated you like her own son. Morpheus patted Shiro's shoulder. Congrats, kid, you've got a new mom, and a kind one at that. Shiro could only manage a wry smile. After a pause, he said, I get it. I'll try to adjust to the new dynamic. Why overthink it? Mother or not, it's a process from acquaintance to familiarity. From what I know of Irisville, she's approachable and kind. Want to know more? Ask your servant. You mean Saber? Yeah. Though Artoria was Kiritsugu's servant, in the Fourth Holy Grail War, she worked closely with Irisville. They got along well. Morpheus smiled. Instead of fretting, think about your future, like what to study after high school. Magic. No, I mean university. Such a grounded comment yanked Shiro from the Holy Grail War back to reality, stripping away the magic and conflict. Follow your dreams or pick something you're good at. If you ask me, I'd suggest studying languages, history, archaeology, or mythology. But you can learn those in your spare time. Scientific knowledge aids magecraft. Even Aleister Crowley studied things like relativity. Aleister. No big deal, just a guy strong enough to crush 100 of me like a ball. Morpheus's words shocked Shiro. His home hosted heroes from various eras. King Arthur, Greek champions, Ireland's Child of Light, even Medusa, but none outshone Morpheus. Even the oldest king, Gilgamesh, was easily bested by him. In Shiro's mind, Morpheus was unmatched, tied to mythic gods. Yet now Morpheus claimed this Aleister could overpower 100 of him. Shiro couldn't fathom such strength. Not that strong, just able to unleash 10 times the energy of infinite universe creation, with pinpoint single-target precision. Shiro noticed Morpheus's displeasure as he spoke, a rare expression. And much of the magical knowledge you're learning came from him and his contemporaries. Shiro realized who Morpheus meant. The Golden Dawn folks you mentioned. Yeah, though Aleister's more pre-Golden Dawn since he left. That's how it is, but honestly, I can't wrap my head around it. What's this about an attack 10 times the energy of infinite worlds, precise to a single target? It's about turning imagination into physics. I don't fully get it either, Morpheus shrugged. To me, it's like the 3 easy steps to stuff an elephant in a fridge. Shiro nodded faintly. Turning imagination into physics sounded abstract, simple in theory, but impossible to grasp in practice. After 3 days of waiting for his lesser grail substitute to mature, Morpheus began the critical step of his plan. Gillis's soul was released. The moment it was freed, a channel between the world's inner and outer sides opened, not through raw power but via the rules. With these rules, the channel formed swiftly and stably but would close the instant the servant's soul passed through. The lesser grail trapped Gillis's soul, dutifully maintaining the channel's existence. However, a channel built on one servant's soul was too weak to summon the greater grail. Forcing it would cause the greater grail to collapse. Of course, the grail's self-monitoring system wouldn't descend under such conditions. A servant's soul acts as the key to open the channel, while the mana forming their body is recycled upon their return, used to stabilize the channel. Morpheus gripped the floating staff in his right hand. Dressed in his coat, with 3 other elemental symbols hovering around him, Morpheus channeled elemental forces into the lesser grail. The initially unstable channel, bolstered by his immense mana, grew steadily stronger. Once it stabilized sufficiently, Morpheus sighed in relief. Just a bit longer, and the greater grail would descend. No one else was present, a precaution against accidents endangering onlookers. Though Morpheus estimated a 99% success rate, bad luck could hit that 1%. After a short wait, a massive void appeared in the sky, like an eclipse. This void mirrored the scene Morpheus saw within the grail. Black liquid poured out, pooling on the ground into writhing, eerie flesh, as if birthing something. The greater grail had appeared. What do you want to know? Have you decided your wish? Irisville, or rather, Ngramenu, appeared before Morpheus. After speaking, it glanced at the sky's channel, surprised. You've astonished me. Stabilizing the channel with just one servant's soul and supplementing the missing mana. If the magus who fought to the death in past wars knew you summoned the Grail so easily, they'd leap from their graves in rage. Morpheus got to the point. Can you extract or copy Irisfield's memories? What do you hope to find in them? She has no grand secrets. What's significant to her is trivial to magus, they wouldn't care. And Gramenu smiled. Not that I mind. I admire her. She's more human than many magus, with true human virtues. I just want to revive her. Her soul's still in the Grail, damaged but intact. Even if restored, her memories might be faulty. But you have them, making it perfect. And Gramenu opened its mouth, then shook its head, laughing. I shouldn't be surprised by anything you do. It suggested, you could reconstruct Irisfield's body first, then I'll inject the memories. Looking at Morpheus, it added, let me guess, after getting the Grail, you'll seek knowledge on body reconstruction. Cloning tech exists, Morpheus muttered, grasping the Grail, poised between reality and illusion. The Grail linked with his consciousness, giving Morpheus a chance to commune with this entity, lacking self-awareness but reacting instinctively. My wish is. Morpheus took a deep breath, voicing a wish he'd carefully considered. To answer all the questions in this book. His action stunned Gramenu. Morpheus pulled out a notebook filled with questions, clearly prepared. Normally, asking the Grail one question fulfilled a wish. But Morpheus had compiled all his questions into one notebook. Answering them all was one wish, yet it encompassed many. The Grail would need to address each one. There aren't many, just a dozen or so. They look numerous because I detailed them to prevent misinterpretation and limited the answer's scope to avoid trickery. Morpheus even explained to Gramenu. Ha! Gramenu laughed. Still linked to the Grail, it saw the questions in Morpheus's notebook. A single question answered by the Grail was a massive gain for most, but he'd listed over a dozen. One, like, how many ways are there to become a child of the Crimson Mother, a deep one, and list them, was so complex even the Grail struggled. Its difficulty rivaled Morpheus's prior question about crossing the abyss to reach 8 is equal to 3. But Morpheus was kind, adding a condition. If it can't answer some, skip them. If it can't answer any, I'll change the wish later. In a dim room, Zokanmatu raised his head, a faint smile on his lips. It's finally been summoned. Time for me to act. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/kongtl. Chapter 115, TOA 115, Revenge. Zokanmatu was a cautious man. Though he raised Sakura Matu, molding and controlling her from childhood, he considered her his most perfect creation, shaped by his will. Yet, he remained wary of her. He trusted no one, not humans, not non-humans. Any being capable of independent thought, even a dog, was beyond his trust. The only one he relied on was himself. Thus, even though Sakura became a master in this Holy Grail War, following his orders to monitor Shiro Amiya, Zokan prepared contingencies. With crestworms as the Matu family's magecraft, they possess unique and sinister properties, far more effective and elusive than other magecraft, especially for controlling others. Zokan smiled, meticulously manipulating his most special crestworm, merging with it. Soon, I'll seize a young, powerful body. With it, I'll claim the Holy Grail and achieve eternal life. Zokan thought gleefully, chuckling aloud. Grandfather. A hesitant voice, tinged with fear, interrupted, his non-blood-related granddaughter. Hearing Sakura's voice, Zokan's delight grew. Truly unexpected, Sakura. You sensed my presence. Zokan spoke, his body writhing in this damp environment, not his aged flesh but his insect form, a crestworm. You studied magecraft under me and inherited the Matu crestworms. I taught you nearly everything I know, without reservation. Sakura's voice wavered with doubt and fear. Nearly. Exactly, nearly. As expected of my dear granddaughter, catching the key detail. What I didn't teach you is how to use crestworms to carry a soul, a consciousness, my greatest secret. Among the crestworms I implanted in you is one bearing my consciousness. I'm surprised you sensed me, but sensing is useless. As we speak, don't you feel your consciousness fading, your body slipping from your control? It's inevitable. Soon, your body will be mine. I'll become Sakura Matu, and your soul will merely nourish these crestworms. Zokan spoke with glee, using conversation to distract her, weakening her focus to accelerate the crestworm's work, a tactical move. But soon, he sensed something amiss. The environment felt strange. Though damp and blood-scented, it didn't feel like a human body. The sensation of vessels and blood faded. Zokan realized he wasn't inside a body but a transparent container, facing an expressionless Sakura Matu. Beside her stood her servant, the masked Medusa, and another striking, mature woman, who eyed him curiously, asking Sakura, "This is your family's magecraft?" Crestworms, used to perform magecraft, a unique form of mystic code. Sakura nodded, then asked, "Sister Medea, can I deal with him? Have you made up your mind?" A flicker of resolve crossed Sakura's face, then she nodded firmly. "Yes. When he tormented Kariya-san, I dreamed of this day. Years later, he's still as evil as ever. I have no attachments left. Ending him is best for everyone." Zoken watched, stunned. He hadn't anticipated this. Worst of all, with his consciousness fully transferred here, his original body had collapsed, he couldn't return. You've been guarding against me." "No, that's impossible. I modified you early on, you couldn't have countered my magecraft so soon." Zoken's insect form writhed, trying to gather mana to escape, but strangely, he couldn't break the fragile glass container. Human technology had trapped him. In truth, except for the first 3 days when the crestworms affected me, they've had no impact since. The deception was powerful, fooling the worms, you, grandfather, brother, and everyone else. Sakura flashed a rare smile at Zoken. "It's only natural. How could a magus of your level comprehend the magic of such a powerful magician? My body was healed by his power, but the magic circuits expanded by the crestworms were preserved, like reaping benefits without the cost. But your mana, without the crestworms, your usual mana." Sakura's mana reserves were immense, terrifying even before the Holy Grail fragments. After their implantation, they were even more formidable. Deception could fake many things, but mana shouldn't be falsifiable. My mana was always vast. My body, transformed by crestworms, has high compatibility with their vitality, their mana. By keeping them barely alive, not letting them die, I convert their remaining vitality into my power. No issue there. Sakura clapped her hands lightly. The environment shifted. Massive nutrient tanks appeared, filled with countless crestworms. The worms occasionally twitched their tendrils but mostly lay still. They were in a coma, or suspended animation, instinctively converting vitality into mana, even siphoning it from their kin, all flowing into Sakura's body. "I bred plenty of crestworms myself to keep you from noticing too many deaths. Destroy those crestworms too. They're useless now." Medusa, hearing the command, pressed a red button beneath the worm tanks. Instantly, massive currents surged, killing the near-exhausted worms, converting them into raw mana that flowed into Sakura. The machine self-destructed, crumbling into debris. Since learning magic from Morpheus and grasping more fundamentals, Sakura understood new mana applications. These crestworms were obsolete. She'd kept them, thinking they'd serve a purpose. Now, she realized that purpose was fulfilled, showing Zoken his plan had failed from the start. These now worthless worms could be discarded. "Your body is healthy, brimming with vitality, unlikely to fall ill unless you deliberately expose yourself to serious disease," Medea said, approaching Sakura, who had absorbed the worm's life force. "You might live beyond a century, nearing the human lifespan limit." Such immense vitality promised a long life and a robust body. This alone gave Sakura a significant edge in her future magical pursuits, surpassing most others. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/kongtl. Chapter 116, TOA 116, The Departing Servants. Morpheus didn't interfere with Sakura Matu's choices. He knew Medea was assisting her and found it fitting. With Medea's support, Zoken Matu stood no chance of turning the tables. In both strength and mastery of magecraft, Zoken was outmatched by Sakura and Medea. Sensing the old man's death, Morpheus knew this Holy Grail War was nearing its end. The Matu family would cease to be a magus lineage. Shinji Matu lacked magical talent, and the family's magic crest was passed to Sakura, who had no intention of perpetuating such vile practices. The Matu magecraft would die out. Without the magus identity, Shinji was merely a distasteful but restrained human, aware of what actions would land him in trouble with the law. Morpheus understood this shift. The magus identity had been the foundation for Shinji's arrogance, like claiming, "I don't eat beef." Without it, he reverted to a mostly harmless ordinary person. This world likely followed the standard timeline of the Fourth and Fifth Holy Grail Wars, but Morpheus's intervention had drastically altered its course. Per Nasuverse rules, his interference birthed a unique parallel world, developing its own distinct future. For now, Morpheus's focus wasn't on this but on the answers provided by the Holy Grail before him. Dense streams of knowledge flooded his mind, answers to the questions in his notebook. Only 4 were addressed, but even one would have been a monumental gain. The safest way to use the Grail was pure information exchange, avoiding requests for power. By framing questions within a familiar, safe scope, the risk of dangerous wish outcomes was minimized. Even the Black Grail, tainted by all the world's evil, couldn't twist wishes under such constraints, designed to thwart entities like demons. Demons were the masters of twisting words. Reviewing the Grail's answers, Morpheus nodded. The information was vast and uncanny, as expected. Magic defied common sense, which wasn't truth but merely human experience summarized. Truth required verification, and magic, operating as a glitch in the world, was like poison to human minds. Unfiltered, it could shatter one's sanity. Among this toxic knowledge, the original texts were the most dangerous. The Grail's answers, filtered through its descriptions, were diluted versions of such texts. Some distortion was inevitable, but this was safer than directly accessing the original, which might require sewing his eyes shut and months in a magic circle to purge the toxins. But Gilgamesh's stone sword is actually at the ocean's bottom. And it's just a steel, no blade. Morpheus muttered, surprised. This question, perhaps the least valuable, was among the four answered. The location was precise, down to a few meters. The other three questions included two related ones: are all goddesses encompassed within the mother goddess concept, and are all gods encompassed within the father god concept? The Grail's answers were verbose, spanning thousands of words with dense theories. But through the lens of Morpheus's tradition, Kabbalah, the answer was singular. All goddesses are contained within the mother goddess, and all gods within the father god. Thus, all goddesses reside in the supreme feminine, and all gods in the supreme masculine. These correspond to the 8 is equal to 3 and 9 is equal to 2 positions, with the absolute, pure monad at 10 is equal to 1 above them. Perhaps due to the root's nature, the Grail could provide this answer, but higher truths were beyond even the greater Grail. This was enough for Morpheus, giving him greater confidence in his path. The final question was, the technique God used to create humans from clay, focusing solely on the body, not the soul, what is the closest technique or magical knowledge within your scope? With ample restrictions, the Grail's answer surprised him. It included alchemical method, which wasn't unexpected, but another method ranked higher, closer to divine creation. Cloning technology. By using magic to lock the brain, preventing consciousness, cloning could produce a body nearly identical to God's creation. But this was the hardest step. Using magic or magecraft to prevent a soul's formation was immensely difficult and prone to failure. Your wish is fulfilled. Only a few of your questions were answered, but per your terms, it's complete, and Gramenu said, glancing at the Grail's void. The path to the root is open, awaiting the victor. Will you enter? I've tried contacting the root long ago, but it repels me. No need to try again, Morpheus said, shaking his head with a smile. Touching the Grail, connected to the greater Grail, he pondered the system. Gods linked to the root to gain authority, and the Grail did too, albeit like a hacker's exploit. Yet, its capabilities surpassed those of gods. If someone perfected this technology and applied it to a human, not like Ilia's flawed vessel but a refined structure, it might create a mystic code allowing direct root connection and authority acquisition. Not like Shiki Ryugi's mode, but closer to the gods of the Age of Gods, perhaps freer. A mystic code where anyone could become a god. But, realizing such gods would still be bound by the root, Morpheus shook his head, dismissing the idea. The ceiling was too low, akin to the third magic's effect, not worth pursuing. Your sister's there. And Gramenu pointed nearby. As the black sludge receded, a female figure emerged. Bazett, missing one arm. Thanks for saving her. She's too naive, easily deceived, Morpheus said, bowing courteously to Gramenu. Having someone to talk to kept me from being too lonely, though she was unconscious most of the time and didn't chat much, Gramenu said, shaking its head. It looked skyward, its form fading, drifting toward the void. This summoning is complete. The Grail's ritual is fully realized, so I'll finally disappear. As it spoke, a light orb, floated from the void. The orb descended slowly toward Morpheus. Seeing its sudden appearance with a clear target, Gramenu paused, then laughed. Something's come for you, from outside this world. It's an alarm clock, or a coordinate, Morpheus said, watching the orb land in his hand and vanish, feeling its energy. It was a guide, as if saying, you can stay a few more days, then it's time to leave. Do you know who sent it? Gramenu asked, nearly gone but eager for the answer, knowing it had haunted on the throne otherwise. Maybe my future self, or Aleia, or perhaps the human order, Morpheus listed, then added, or possibly Yog-Sothoth. So many possibilities, especially the last. If it's him, you've been marked. With that, Gramenu vanished completely. Another light orb fell from its departure point, landing in Morpheus's hand. Unlike the prior orb, this was a unique magecraft, crafted via the Grail's power, containing Irisveel's memories, not Gramenu's. With Irisveel's memory secured, Morpheus channeled his mana, using Serial's power to capture her soul within the Grail. This was the simplest step. As the Grail disintegrated, Irisveel's soul, unbound, was easily seized. But others were affected too. I knew it. He completed the Grail's ritual, which is why we're in this state, Medea's voice rang out. Watching Morpheus capture the soul, she smiled. The contract's over. Staying means draining our master's mana. Anyone leaving? Ku Chulayan, surprised, approached the woman on the ground, helping her up and setting her aside. She's still alive. Can't you say something else to your descendant? Morpheus teased, then added, you can leave later when mana runs out, but now's the most comfortable time to go. Anyone leaving? I'm out. Nothing left to do here, Ku Chulayan said, tossing his hair. I feel we'll meet again. Let's fight next time. If we get the chance, Morpheus replied, watching Ku Chulayan leap, turning into light particles and vanishing into the void. Artoria hesitated, then stepped forward. You've made your choice? Morpheus asked. I've had new thoughts, or maybe I've come to terms, Artoria said. But I have one question you might answer. Ask. If I went back and changed my fate, would I alter the original history? No. You'd create a new timeline, a new development. The original outcome would persist, coexisting as two worlds, parallel worlds. Artoria sighed, then smiled faintly. If so, there's no need to change anything. Besides, even without that, there's no need. This world's pretty good. Creating a new timeline wouldn't save her fallen kingdom, it would remain destroyed. A new, unruined timeline felt like self-deception. But truly altering the past to affect the future would erase this world's people, replacing them with a different future. A future Artoria might once have pursued without hesitation. But the longer she stayed in this era, the more she wavered. Unless she were a madwoman willing to erase billions of unrelated lives. Thankfully, she wasn't. Morpheus smiled, watching her depart. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 117, TOA 117, A New Contract. With Artoria and Ku Chulayan gone, only Medea remained among those intending to leave. Morpheus glanced at Medusa, surprised she wasn't planning to depart. You're staying. She nodded lightly, and Morpheus said no more, turning to Medea. After confirming the timeline and the world, I can prepare to detach my main self from the throne of heroes, Medea said with a grin, even suggesting, if there's a chance to summon servants in the future, with our bond, you could easily call me forth, right? Indeed, Morpheus nodded. Their close connection made summoning her highly likely. Then it's a race to see if I escape the throne first or you summon me, Medea said, stepping closer, her body pressing against his. Her soft, moist lips met his, carrying a faint feminine scent. With a light laugh, she floated upward toward the void in the sky as their kiss ended. Wait for it. If the moon goddess gets the chance, she'll definitely come for you, Medea said, vanishing into the void. Her final words lingered. Don't worry about my master. He's already dead. Morpheus puzzled over her meaning, then sensed a presence approaching from afar in spirit form, drawn into the void. He realized it was Sasaki Kojiru, a servant whose contract had ended, pulled back to the throne. This servant, whom Morpheus never met, left a parting message. I killed him. No need to go there. Clearly, Medea had issued a final command to Sasaki before departing, ordering him to kill her master before returning to the throne. Now, only 3 servants remained, Medusa, Heracles, and Morpheus himself. As for those summoned later by the Grail, they hadn't returned, still deliberating whether to stay or leave. As Morpheus pondered, a voice called from the door. Wait, I'm going back too. Everyone turned to see Robin Hood and Astolfo, the latter in a modern sailor outfit, not masculine or neutral but distinctly feminine. You're leaving? Morpheus asked, surprised. You could stay. The Grail War's end doesn't force you out. The cost is simple, become a bound spirit. This place is fun, but I need to return. The experiences here will enrich my throne self, making me stronger if summoned again, Robin Hood said, leaping up and dissolving into pure mana, flowing into the void. Astolfo jumped too, fading as he shouted, this was fun, but I should go back. If I'm summoned again, I'll play more. Are you kids playing outside until dinner calls you home? Morpheus muttered, watching them leave. As the Grail's void faded, he sighed in relief. Now it's just us. I'm fine, but Medusa and Heracles, your contracts rely on your master's mana, which is quite draining. My mana's plentiful. Supporting Heracles is no issue, Ilia said immediately. Sakura nodded. My mana output's decent. Medusa's low consumption makes it manageable. I know your mana far exceeds most, but it's not a long-term solution. You can switch the mana source from your masters to the land. Fuyuki's ley lines have more than enough mana for both of you. Sakura pondered. Directly from the ley lines. The Grail ritual will be dismantled, but its magic circles can be repurposed. This makes servants bound spirits, but the binding area varies by contract. Morpheus's lips curled slightly. A spirit bound to a hut is a bound spirit. One tied to a mansion or a castle is 2. But the size of those areas differs vastly. Shiro's eyes widened, alarmed. So, an evil spirit could break free from a haunted house and harm people? Absolutely, Morpheus nodded, adding, if the spirit has enough magical knowledge to bypass the restrictions. He approached Heracles, who stood quietly. Morpheus placed a hand on him. Mana surged around Morpheus, drawn from his body. As his internal mana shifted, the external environment's mana followed. Like the microcosm reflecting the macrocosm, the air vibrated with eerie sounds as the change took hold. What's he doing? Ilya whispered, not daring to interrupt. Sakura and Rin, watching, found it mesmerizing but incomprehensible. Rin noticed something on the ground, a magic circle, resembling one for summoning servants. Not summoning, but switching classes, or restoring rational thought, Morpheus said casually, letting mana flow through the circle, linking it to Heracles. He erased the berserker traits, reverting Heracles to a blank, classless state. The true Heracles needed no class, proficient with all weapons. With the Grail's interference gone and no class restrictions, restoring his original form was seamless. A glint of confusion appeared in Heracles' once ferocious eyes. He looked at Morpheus, then his master. Rationality returned to Heracles. Though he'd been maddened, he remembered everything, recognizing those present and knowing the Grail War had ended. The man before him was helping him stay in this era, this world. Thank you, Heracles said. No need. You can better protect her, Morpheus smiled. The great Greek hero Heracles appears in many myths and religions, always a good man. Your character's trustworthy. You know me? Heracles asked, curious. I know another world's you, not this one. Think of it as a sailing together on the Argo in another world. Morpheus explained, his hands still working. A new magic circle formed on the ground, linking to Fuyuki's ley lines. Morpheus raised his hand, and a white light flashed, slicing a wound on Heracles' arm. Seeing his blood drip to the ground, Heracles asked, a medium. Yes, using your vitality to mark this land. Morpheus manipulated the circle, merging Heracles' blood with it. A new contract formed, binding Heracles to the land. I feel another contract, Heracles said, surprised. Your magecraft is impressive, surpassing what I saw in life. Heracles. Hearing Ilya's call, Heracles turned, smiling at her. Don't worry. It's just a new contract, shifting from the Grail to this land. Now, mana comes directly from the earth, like a titan. He sensed the change, smiling. There are limits. I can't stray far from Fuyuki. The farther I go, the less mana I get, until it's gone. But short trips are fine. I can store mana and return before it runs out. Your master's mana can cover you elsewhere. It's workable, Morpheus said, turning to Medusa. Your blood, or hair, will do. Medusa eyed the circle. Just drip blood on it. Yes, that's enough. She drew her weapon, slicing her palm deeply. Blood flowed, splattering the ground. Morpheus repeated the process, binding Medusa to the land. Confirming both servants were stable, he concluded their arrangements. 2 tasks remained, reviving Irisveil and restoring Bazett's arm and consciousness. Carrying Bazett's body inside, Morpheus gently laid her on the smooth floor. Her severed arm had scarred over. Morpheus lifted it, a dagger appearing in his hand. Ilya, entering, said, Einsburn alchemical method can craft a single arm. Attach a homunculus arm, and with adjustment, it's as good as real. No need for that hassle, Morpheus said, scraping open the scarred wound with his dagger, even shaving off a layer of flesh. Blood flowed, pooling on the floor. The sight made the onlookers wince, imagining the pain. Morpheus didn't waste the blood. Dipping his fingers in it, he swiftly drew a large magic circle around Bazett. He'd used this circle in the church basement to heal. Though his unique magecraft could channel the 4 archangels' powers, they mainly aided elemental control. Direct healing required this circle. As he drew it, Morpheus chanted, invoking Raphael, the angel of medicine. Under Raphael's power, the onlookers gasped as Bazett's stump began sprouting a new arm. Not reattachment, her arm was gone. This was regeneration, fueled by angelic mana, swiftly healing her wound, restoring her arm, and replenishing vitality lost to injury. Sakura and the others, never having seen Morpheus heal in the church basement, were awestruck by the circle's effect. Ilya, equally stunned, shouted, You have this magic, yet you told me if my body was destroyed, you'd make a new one. This makes that unnecessary, UNC. Morpheus shook his head. I'm not Jesus. Severe injuries are beyond me. Back then, I wasn't sure of your state as the Lesser Grail, so I played it safe. That's caution. Ilya fell silent, realizing he was right. In uncertainty, avoiding absolutes was wise. Reflecting, she recalled his earlier words sounding arrogant. Only now, knowing his true power, did they seem cautious. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/kongtl. Chapter 118, TOA 118, Join Us. Bazett stirred from her coma. With her body restored and free from the Holy Grail's black mud, her human physiology naturally roused her brain to prevent starvation. She slowly opened her eyes, greeted by an unfamiliar ceiling. Glancing around, she found herself on a Japanese tatami mat in a room with a distinct Eastern aesthetic, suggesting a wealthy homeowner. You're awake. A stranger's voice made Bazett turn her head. She saw a young man with light blonde hair, sitting and holding a book. She caught the title, but it was in Japanese, unreadable to her. Despite his Western appearance, he likely understood Japanese, perhaps a native. Bazett wondered, then asked softly, "Did you save me?" "Sort of. I also fixed your hand." "Check if it works," the young man said, closing his book and looking at her. His voice was gentle, careful not to disturb, like speaking to a patient. Bazett quickly checked her left hand, finding it whole and functional, with no discomfort. Yet she vividly recalled it being severed, forcing her out of the Holy Grail War. She remembered her attacker didn't pursue her, as if she wasn't worth the effort or a threat. The memory brought a wave of disappointment and sorrow. Feeling down because someone you trusted, maybe even liked, betrayed you and didn't see you as a threat, not even a rival, the young man said. His words sparked anger in Bazett, but seeing his smile and recalling he saved her, she swallowed her retort. Pouting in frustration, she couldn't respond. Morpheus shook his head. Being deceived is normal. Don't be upset. Kirii Kotomine is skilled at masking his true nature. If there's anyone he truly cares about, it's a dead man. Bazett's jaw dropped, then she sighed deeply. So, he's gay. No, it's about the thrill he gets from that man's suffering or breakdowns. Think of Kirii as someone with deep mental issues, expertly hidden. Morpheus paused, then added, since you and most people don't fuel his twisted joy, he interacts normally, concealing his abnormality. Who are you? Me. Morpheus approached, standing before her. Just an ordinary servant. I'll leave soon for where I belong. Servant. Bazett gasped. What's the state of the Holy Grail War? It's over. I'm the victor, and I've already made my wish, Morpheus said, deflating her hopes. She'd been eager for this war, only to be knocked out before fighting. Waking to learn she'd slept through the entire war was a blow, even for an optimist. Oh, and I dismantled the Grail's ritual. If you return, tell Waver, full name Waver Velvet, that the Grail's gone. He doesn't need to come dismantle it. The Grail's dismantled? Yes. I'm unsure if new Grail wars will occur elsewhere, but Fuyuki's are done, Morpheus nodded. While Bazett was unconscious, he'd destroyed key nodes of the Grail ritual in the ley lines. Fuyuki's ley lines now only powered the 2 remaining servants' mana. Medusa, Sakura's servant, and Heracles, Ilia's, would prevent new Grails, especially Heracles, a heroic figure who'd never allow it. Future magus trying to rebuild using the remnants would face their wrath. With Sakura spreading magical knowledge, a new magical system would permeate the hidden and even mundane worlds, squeezing out Magecraft's influence. New magus would likely choose the stronger, more effective Golden Dawn magic over family traditions. Most sensible people would. Morpheus estimated that in decades, this parallel world's Magecraft would become obsolete, with Golden Dawn magic dominating. He grew curious about this world's future. If magic users grew numerous and powerful, could it break free from the vast parallel worlds, gaining its own energy, universe, and path to true infinity? Maybe that's why I'm here. If it's the future I suspect, the human order might have chosen me. Morpheus mused, looking at Bazett. Miss Mac Remitz, I'd like you to stay in Fuyuki for a while. I wasn't planning to leave immediately, but why stay? Is there something specific? Of course. I suggest you live with the Matsu family for a time. It'll greatly benefit your future. Bazett was stunned, processing his words. Is this a prophecy? No, just a deduction, Morpheus tapped his head. Based on my knowledge, I predict the next decades of magical development will center on Fuyuki. The clock tower's old guard will soon be outdated. His bold claim amused Bazett, but she didn't laugh. Magecraft's progress isn't that simple. Fuyuki had the Grail, but the clock tower remains the world's Magecraft hub. She glanced at him. I don't know which era you're from, but the clock tower holds immense secrets. It's the strongest organization with the most mystical resources. Just Albion's corpse, right? Morpheus muttered, shocking Bazett. She'd hinted at the dragon, but he knew it and dismissed it. The future isn't Magecraft's, it's magic's. Stay, and you'll gain much, Morpheus said, standing. I'm leaving. She'll give you reason enough to stay. He walked out, leaving Bazett bewildered. She'd expected more discussion, but he just left. As he departed, a black-haired girl entered, smiling. "I'm Sakura Matsu. Nice to meet you, Miss Mac Remitz." Sakura's purple hair, once a disguise, was gone with Zoken's death, reverting to her natural color. She looked at Bazett, Morpheus's sister in another world, noting their differences. Nothing like Morpheus and I. No one in this world is, she thought. Matsu family. Bazett recognized her as a participant in the Grail War, from one of Fuyuki's Magus families. She asked eagerly, "Are you the victor?" "Not me. The Tosaka family." "Morpheus and I was summoned by them," Sakura said, approaching. "But more importantly, you're curious why Morpheus wants you to stay with the Magus, right? He mentioned magic versus magecraft. Can magic still be used?" Sakura raised her hand, conjuring flames, a simple spell, unremarkable to Bazett. She looked puzzled, not understanding why Sakura showed her this basic magecraft. "Any Magus can do that, Miss Matsu. It's not magecraft. It's magic." Sakura shook her head, nearly making Bazett laugh. Her words and actions seemed like someone new to magecraft, showing off a minor trick to an experienced Magus. As Bazett considered how to politely point this out, Sakura spoke first. "Did you sense the mana I gathered?" Bazett froze, realizing she hadn't felt Sakura's mana. The flames seemed to form naturally from ambient mana. Gathering external mana versus channeling internal mana was entirely different. "I refined mana in my body, guiding it internally. The external forces responded, creating these flames," Sakura said, dispersing them. "When I dismiss them, the refined mana reverts to my vitality. Do you see the difference from magecraft? Directly invoking the greater source." Bazett's eyes widened, stunned that someone could wield the source's mana for magic. "But the source's mana is toxic to humans." "Wait, you said you used internal mana to trigger changes completed within you." "Yes, within me." "Hold on." Bazett's mind reeled. "You mean your mana only caused internal changes, which projected externally, triggering the source's mana to create this effect?" "I'm not using the source's mana but something purer." "Still, your explanation holds, as the source's mana is partly external." Bazett hesitated, then asked cautiously, "You're human, right?" Sakura smiled, nodding. "Purely human, not a phantasmal species or homunculus." Bazett fell silent, her mind a storm of realization. She understood why Morpheus said Fuyuki was the future of magic, outpacing the clock tower's relics. The Magus world was indeed outdated. This magic, this mana usage, was revolutionary. Refining mana consumed vitality, limiting daily use. No. Refine mana, use it, then revert it to vitality. A groundbreaking casting paradigm for Magus. Oh, and no magic circuits are needed. Even an ordinary person without circuits can refine mana with the right method, Sakura added, dropping another bombshell. Bazett's mind crashed. Refining mana without circuits, transforming it internally to trigger external casting. This meant magical knowledge would shift from family monopolies to pure academic dissemination. The future wasn't the clock towers. The future belongs to true magical societies, Sakura said, extending her hand to Bazett. Join us, Miss Mac Remitz. Become part of our society. You could return to Europe and recruit members. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/kongtl. Chapter 119, TOA 119, Sundara. Shiro Amiya glanced at Rin Tosaka, who was diligently drawing a magic circle, and asked curiously, "Where's Morpheus?" 2 days had passed since the Holy Grail War ended. Not much had happened, but the house felt quieter, which Shiro found unsettling. That morning, Sakura Matsu and Bazett left for the Matsu residence. Shiro had no objections. After their cooperation, they were friends, likely to interact more at school. Rin and Ilya remained. Ilya stayed because of Morpheus, and, being Shiro's older sister, her presence was natural. Yet, seeing Ilya, smaller, calling him Nii-san despite being his elder, made Shiro uneasy. She could wield her sisterly authority to boss him around or play the younger sibling to guilt him, switching effortlessly. It was intimidating. As for Rin, she stayed because of Morpheus, who had unfinished business. As his master, she lingered. Shiro suspected Rin simply wanted to stick close to Morpheus but kept quiet. Saying it aloud might provoke her, risking another outburst in his home. Morpheus. He's not in Japan, Rin said, groaning as she misdrew a line in her magic circle. Ugh, why is this so complicated? Shiro frowned, puzzled. Not in Japan. Where could Morpheus be if not in Japan? I don't know, but supposedly he's at some ocean, retrieving the stone tablets that orbit Gilgamesh's noble phantasm, Rin said, carefully erasing her mistake and redrawing. Shiro recalled Gilgamesh's odd noble phantasm, remembering the rotating objects around it. Those can be detached. They're just stone tablets. The noble phantasm reflects its mythic form, not its real-world existence. If something's altered by myth, like a bamboo stick you used to slay a sea monster becoming famous, myth might claim it's forged from a meteor. When manifested by a heroic spirit, it takes that form, Rin explained, focusing on her runes to avoid errors. Shiro nodded. So, we can't confirm if those tablets were truly part of the noble phantasm in history. They might be, or might not. Exactly. It's even possible the tablets are the noble phantasm, and the central part is the myth's invention, Rin said, her hand trembling, ruining another section. She groaned again. Seeing her struggle, Shiro chuckled. What are you drawing? A summoning spell based on the Lesser Key of Solomon, with runes for the 72 demons. It's insanely tedious. Rin replied. Shiro's eyes widened, alarmed. Wait, won't this summon actual demons? No, it's incomplete. Even if it worked, the outer binding circle would trap any spirit. Rin shook her head, abandoning her work. She tossed her pen aside, plopped down, and ruffled her hair, far from her usual refined demeanor. You can abandon magic circuits and crest for magic, but it demands extreme precision. A tailored mystic code would make casting easier, Rin muttered, eyeing her clothes. Starting with your outfit? Shiro asked. Is it that hard? He added, curious. Rin snapped, don't talk to me, you cheater with projection magecraft. Though Shiro's magecraft talent was lesser, his projection allowed him to conjure needed tools quickly, aiding magic casting. While these projections lacked true spirituality, their mana composition made them decent temporary mystic codes. Rin and others couldn't replicate this, hence her cheater jab. Seeing her verge on rage, Shiro wisely retreated, wondering why Morpheus sought Gilgamesh's tablets. Surely not as relics. In a place like this. In the deep waters outside the Persian Gulf, Morpheus used magic to repel the sea and breathe normally underwater. Before him, in the dark abyss, several stone tablets lay scattered, eroded by seawater, their original forms lost. Morpheus swam over, picking them up and wiping them gently. Beneath the surface, they were ordinary stone, nothing more. Yet, he sensed faint mana within, ordinary but imbued with unique concepts due to their nature. These tablets witnessed Earth's ancient environmental shifts, chronicling an era of lava and lightning. Their value lay in this concept. Though tied to Mesopotamian myth's ancient past, Earth's state was universal then. With special techniques to reforge them into a mystic code, their influence could extend beyond Mesopotamia to the entire planet. Crossing into the Nasuverse was lucky. In the Toaruverse, I'd never find something like this, Morpheus muttered, storing the tablets. He ascended, breaking the surface and soaring thousands of meters, accelerating toward Japan. Flying freely without Christian anti-air spells was exhilarating. As he flew, Morpheus pondered. These tablets as a mystic code could affect Earth's environment, but there are other ways, right? Odin's runes could do it. Not Nasuverse, but Toaruverse. In this era, it's a child's life, what you wanted, right? Yeah, better than fighting those guys daily. Ilya said, then grinned. But first, I need to visit home. Heracles, come with me. I'll show them why Kiritsuka betrayed them, it's all their fault. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/kongtl. Chapter 120, TOA 120, Curse. Among the knowledge bestowed upon Morpheus by the Holy Grail, the most useful to him right now was the concerning the construction of the human body. However, Morpheus was in no hurry to put it into practice. Instead, he calmed himself and sought out a quiet spot, where he began operations that would seem utterly incomprehensible to others. He was digging up soil. This was within the grounds of the Einsburn Castle. With Ilya's permission, he could naturally come and go as he pleased in this place. Mr. Morpheus, please have some tea. As a maid, Lacerit approached from behind with a tray in hand. On it were a teacup and teapot, filled with already brewed tea that emitted a faint, pleasant aroma. Thank you, just set it over there. Morpheus said without turning his head. At that moment, the soil before him had taken on a human shape under his manipulation, and he was sculpting it with great care, striving to adhere as closely as possible to normal human proportions. Lacerit carefully observed the earthen creation before her. It roughly bore the features of Irisveal, but many parts appeared crude and unrefined. Can this really bring Lady Irisveal back to life? Lacerit inquired. I'm not entirely sure right now. While I'm confident it can be done eventually, this body is just an experiment for now. Gods created humans from clay, and the homunculus-based magecraft used by humans is essentially built upon that foundation. I'm not very familiar with this type of magecraft, so this is all rather last-minute cramming for me. Homunculus. Lacerit fell silent for a moment. She herself was a homunculus, and a failed one at that. She had been created originally to serve as the Lesser Grail, but as a failure, she would have been disposed of if not for becoming Ilya's maid. The Einsburn family never allocated resources to failures, they simply discarded and scrapped them. But could a homunculus really be achieved with mere soil? She had heard the myth of gods creating humans from clay, but could such a thing actually be true? Whether it's true or not doesn't matter, what's important is the legend itself. Many myths feature stories of creating people from clay, suggesting there's some connection, perhaps even truth, in them. Morpheus smiled, and under his control, the clay figure before him became increasingly lifelike. Realistic hair, realistic eyes, realistic lips, and so on, every proportion was made as authentic as possible. This was entirely a body crafted by Morpheus based on Irisveel's appearance as he had seen it. Mr. Morpheus, why are you so familiar with Lady Irisveel's body? I mean, even the parts beneath her clothes. To Lacerit, this seemed quite strange, as Morpheus surely hadn't truly seen Irisveel before. His familiarity with Irisveel's body might even surpass that of her husband, Kiritsugu. Thanks to someone who transformed himself into Irisveel, the data he provided naturally included all that information, so I can sculpt every part of Irisveel with ease. Morpheus spoke in a calm, natural tone, showing no embarrassment whatsoever. He even seemed somewhat proud. I can confidently declare that every detail is handled perfectly. If I were to make a body pillow of Irisveel, it would absolutely be the most realistic. Miss Ilya probably wouldn't approve of such a thing, Mr. Morpheus, Lacerit couldn't help but remind him. I'm just expressing how familiar I am with Irisveel, Morpheus said, lightly tapping the ground. At that moment, the statue before him underwent a miraculous change with the tap. The statue's fingers twitched slightly, followed by the entire arm, then the limbs, and so on, all beginning to move. This unpainted statue now acted like a robot, moving with somewhat stiff actions, attempting to step out of the magic circle. However, the moment it stepped out of the magic circle, the statue's movements halted, as if a machine whose power had been cut, falling into dormancy. Was that a success? A failure? Morpheus shook his head with a sigh. If it were that dark-skinned woman from the Anglican Church's Necessarius, she could surely make this statue move with human-like actions. It's just simple soil, without any other materials, and even lacking magecraft circuits inside. Is this really considered a failure? Lacerit couldn't help but ask. It failed, but for me, it adds some experience. As long as I keep trying, I'll succeed eventually, and it won't take much time. Morpheus smiled, stretched lazily, took a sip of the tea Lacerit had brought, and then asked, has Ilya come by? Miss hasn't returned recently. She's said to be busy handling school matters. Since it's her first time truly attending school, there's a lot she needs to learn, including how to interact with those children. Lacerit said, showing a trace of worry, I hope Miss can hold back her anger and not kill someone if bullied, that would be troublesome to deal with. She won't do that now, rest assured. I can't guarantee she won't retaliate, but she won't kill anyone. At most, she'll use magecraft to make them suffer a little misfortune. Morpheus said, turning to look at Lacerit and falling into thought. Hearing this, Lacerit couldn't help but sigh, you really trust Mr. Morpheus. As she spoke and saw no response from Morpheus, she looked at him and noticed him staring at her, which puzzled Lacerit. She asked, is there something on me? I suddenly wondered if I should examine an Einsburn homunculus. Are there any discarded ones here? They don't need to be functional, just pure corpses. Your description is quite peculiar. Calling those rejects corpses isn't inaccurate, Lacerit said, nodding. There are some, but not many. The main rejects are concentrated at the Einsburn main house. This is just a frontline base for the Holy Grail War. I don't need many, 1 or 2 will suffice. I just want to reference them. Seeing Morpheus say this, Lacerit led him deeper into the Einsburn estate, to a basement-like area where discarded homunculi were stored, tossed aside like garbage. Morpheus approached, looking at these creations that resembled dress mannequins, and sighed, this is such a waste. Lacerit said nothing, she was here only to assist Morpheus, and whatever he planned to do was beyond her influence. As for the other one, Sela, she had gone to the Amiya residence to care for Ilya. Thus, Lacerit watched as Morpheus unceremoniously began dismantling the discarded homunculi, studying their internal structures. Miss Ilya, you must remember, no using lethal violence against ordinary people. Sela reminded Ilya once more. Ilya's life from childhood had been fraught with hardships, especially under the Einsburn family's deliberate guidance, leading her to exhibit clear violent tendencies. But now, to integrate into ordinary life, these behaviors had to change. I won't, don't worry. If someone hits me, I'll just hit back. Ilya said, even waving her fist, yeah, with my fists. Absolutely no using magecraft or sorcery to enhance your strength. Sela reminded again. I won't, I'm not an idiot. It's just teaching someone a lesson. Forget killing. I won't even injure them. At most, make them feel a bit of pain. Ilya said again, and even if I do use magecraft, I have plenty of other ways to handle trouble. Other ways? Sela frowned slightly, feeling she had oversimplified the issue. Curses. I won't curse someone to death or anything, but cursing them to have diarrhea is fine, right? Make them have diarrhea for a while, like an hour or so. Sela realized she had indeed underestimated, and reminded, diarrhea for too long could lead to dehydration and death. Really? Ilya looked at Sela in surprise. Seeing her serious expression, Ilya thought for a moment and pouted, then constipation it is. Make them constipated for a while, like stomach pain first, then constipation for half an hour. Sela had wanted to say more, but after thinking, this punishment seemed relatively minor and not life-threatening, so she finally nodded, adding, no more than half an hour. Yeah, I won't let the curse last that long. Actually, I think curses like buying instant noodles without the seasoning packet would be better. Rin Tosaka, who had approached, timely joined the conversation. Or forgetting toilet paper in the bathroom. Ilya looked at Rin Tosaka, silent for a moment, then gave a thumbs up. As expected of Rin, you're way more wicked than I am. Rin Tosaka couldn't help but freak out, what do you mean I'm more wicked? These are just normal things that make someone feel unlucky. Sela watched from the side and sighed deeply. She felt that just one Holy Grail War not only failed to meet the Einsburn family's expectations but also led Ilya to make a bunch of rather problematic friends. This Rin Tosaka was clearly the Tosaka family's heir and a noble, so how could she have such ideas? I think curses like mistaking salt for sugar could work too, relieves anger without any danger. Shiro Amiya, approaching from the side, decided to offer his opinion, causing Sela to facepalm again. Lord Kiritsugu, your adopted son seems quite problematic too. And most importantly, that one called Morpheus, clearly, these curse magics she didn't know about were taught by him. If this continued, Ilya might turn into a witch from some novel. At that moment, Morpheus, whom Sela was secretly criticizing, was diligently analyzing the Einsburn family's homunculus technology. So, homunculi can move because their internal magecraft circuits serve as wiring, combined with magecraft structures to achieve humanization. For me, I don't need magecraft circuits like that, but some of the humanization methods. I can certainly incorporate them. If I apply these techniques to the clay figure. Morpheus analyzed the Einsburn family's technologies, pondering how to integrate them into his current magic. But halfway through, Morpheus suddenly thought of an idea. Right, Lacerit, these things are completely useless now, correct? He turned to ask Lacerit behind him. Yes, they're fully discarded. Even tossing them in the trash heap wouldn't matter. If tossing them in the trash is fine, then using them however I want is okay too, right? Morpheus's eyes lit up as he said this. Haven't you already dismantled these homunculi? Lacerit thought to herself, nodding, yes, you can use them as you wish, Mr. Morpheus. Perfect, then. I'll take these homunculi. With these, the next experiment should successfully revive Irisville. Can you confirm direct success already? Lacerit asked in surprise, not expecting that just looking at the Einsburn homunculi would lead Morpheus to declare success. Let me ask you, what's my goal right now? Reviving Lady Irisville. Exactly. While I do plan to delve deeper into magecraft, with this knowledge acquired, I have plenty of time to study it later. No need to master it all now. As Morpheus spoke, he hoisted the homunculi corpses and headed outside. Though my techniques aren't proficient yet, that lack of proficiency is only when facing pure clay creation. But if I combine my magic with these discarded homunculi, I can skip the parts I'm weakest at and directly reconstruct Irisville's body. Between explanations, Morpheus had returned to the initial sculpting spot. He tossed the corpses onto the ground, then fed arms, legs, and other parts into the magic circle. Next, he used the soil he had originally shaped to fill in the damaged areas of the homunculi. Since his own skills weren't up to par for success, he could simply substitute with viable alternatives. It was that straightforward. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 121, TOA 121, Irisville. A perfect figure, combined with internal circuits crafted from soil and discarded Einsburn homunculus parts, paired with an exquisitely sculpted appearance, looking at what was essentially a 1:1 statue of Irisville before him, Morpheus let out a faint smile. He began chanting an incantation, using it to channel the power within the magic circle. This extraordinary knowledge transformed into a world-altering magical force, guiding it into the homunculus before him. This was the power of life, not a soul, but life itself, akin to how a car requires fuel to move. A body of flesh and blood similarly needs a specific energy to function. Under the shaping of his magic, the homunculus, constructed from various materials including soil, gradually began transforming into flesh and blood. The transformation was painstakingly slow. Even with Morpheus's power, he had to constantly monitor the process to ensure no errors occurred during the shift. Fortunately, Morpheus's focus was commendable, and there were no disturbances around him. After roughly a few hours, the homunculus before him finally completed its transformation. Skin so delicate it seemed it could break with a touch, with visible veins beneath, it was a body driven by instinct, its chest rising and falling slightly. It was breathing, drawing in air and expelling waste gases, just like a true living person. It's like a real person, so different from a homunculus, Lacerit remarked, astonished by the sight. As a homunculus herself, she could clearly discern the changes in this entity, which had been assembled mostly from discarded homunculus materials. It had transformed from a homunculus into something human. At least 60% of it has converted into a human structure. She murmured. My skills aren't up to par yet. This is the best I can do for now, it's like creating a cybernetic body. Morpheus sighed, shaking his head with some disappointment. While he had achieved his goal, he hadn't truly created a pure human, which left him unsatisfied. Alright, now for the final step. Morpheus rallied his spirits and began injecting Irisfield's memories into the body before him. This process was equally slow. The connection between body and soul was intricate, as was the link between body and memories, further complicated by the brain's structure, an area Morpheus hadn't studied extensively. His only method was to manipulate external environmental changes to influence the brain's internal structure, thereby facilitating the injection of memories. If it were that starry-eyed, busty girl from Academy City, she could probably pull this off with ease. He muttered under his breath, drawing a puzzled look from Lacerit. It was clearly an impressive feat of magical technology, so why did Morpheus seem somewhat dissatisfied? Lacerit pondered quietly, unable to fully comprehend. She watched as Morpheus poured a glowing orb, representing the memories, into Irisfield's body, then began another peculiar operation. In the name of Serial, guide the soul to its sanctuary. The sanctuary is this body, named Irisfield, the entity before me. O lost soul, return to your rightful place. Once again, he invoked the power of an angel. Under the guidance of Serial, the guardian of souls, Irisfield's fragmented soul, rendered blank by the Holy Grail's power, was drawn forth. The empty soul slowly flowed into the blank body. This step didn't take long, almost instantaneous. As the soul entered the body, Irisfield slowly opened her eyes. She first looked around in confusion, her eyes filled with bewilderment, like a child encountering a new world for the first time. But soon, a flood of memories began to surface in her mind, rapidly overwhelming her neural pathways. Irisfield let out a pained wail, startling Lacerit, who moved to help but was stopped by Morpheus. No need to rush. She's just processing her memories. Her brain was in an unread state until now, and accessing all those memories at once is naturally painful. It's like loading decades of memories in an instant, it'll take some time. Is this really okay? Lacerit asked, growing increasingly worried as she watched Irisfield clutch her head, continuing to wail in agony. Don't worry, there won't be any issues. The biggest hurdle has been cleared. Even if she faints from the pain or sustains minor injuries, those are small problems easily healed. No need to fret. Reassured by Morpheus, Lacerit steadied herself, though she continued to watch the beautiful woman before her with concern. Finally, after about 5 minutes, Irisfield's wails subsided. She slowly raised her head, looking at the two before her, a gentle smile appearing in her eyes. Yet, that smile carried a trace of confusion. Wasn't I turned into the Holy Grail? Irisfield felt as though she had been in a long dream. She saw her own birth, her life from creation until she lost her ability to act, watching Kiritsugu Amiya fight desperately, even destroying the Holy Grail with his own hands. After that, there was nothing. When she came to again, she found herself standing in an open space, the cold wind making her shiver. She was on Einsburn territory, standing before a human and an Einsburn homunculus. Put some clothes on first, Morpheus said, glancing at Lacerit. Take her to get dressed. Then he looked at Irisfield, his gaze lingering on her face, not once glancing at her bare body below. We'll talk about your questions once you're dressed. Only then did Irisfield realize she was naked. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she followed Lacerit. Though a homunculus, her past experiences had taught her emotions like shame. So, she had no objections to putting on clothes. However, the fact that the men didn't look at her body, focusing instead on her face, left Irisfield slightly puzzled. Am I not attractive? It's not like that, Lady Irisfield, Lacerit immediately responded as she led the way. Your body was meticulously sculpted by Mr. Morpheus, so he's far too familiar with it. Lacerit didn't hear a response. Puzzled, she turned around. Lady Irisfield. She saw Irisfield frozen in place, eyes wide, mouth agape, as if in a daze. Lady Irisfield. Lacerit called again. I'm here, Lacerit, Irisfield hurriedly replied, catching up. After walking a bit and entering the castle, she asked in a low voice, My body was sculpted by that man, Morpheus, right? Yes. He first sculpted it, but failed in fully reshaping it into a human body. Later, he combined his magic with the Einsburn family's homunculus technology, and that's how he managed to revive you, Lady Irisveal. Revived. Irisveal found it utterly miraculous. She should have been consumed by the Holy Grail, becoming the foundation of the Greater Grail, yet here she was, standing again. Even. Irisveal raised her hand, feeling the blood flowing through her arm, sensing the life pulsing in her body. She took a deep breath. Most of my body's tissues are human. It's magic I can't comprehend. Mr. Morpheus said it's magic that imbues a clay creation with the concept of humanity, turning it into flesh and blood, tied to myths of gods creating humans, Lacerate explained as she led Irisveal to the dressing room. The clothes here were as they always had been. The garments Irisveal used to wear were still preserved, not out of sentiment, but because, for homunculi, moving things unnecessarily was pointless. Irisveal donned her old clothes and followed Lacerate toward the living room where Morpheus waited. Along the way, Lacerate added, Miss Ilia is currently learning magic from Mr. Morpheus. Ilia. Irisveal was surprised. Is she doing okay? Irisveal remembered Kiritsugu's final choice, which left Ilia without parents, a fact she was well aware of. Her tone was cautious, as if afraid of hearing something she didn't want to know. Miss Ilia is very strong. With Mr. Morpheus's help, she successfully escaped her fate as the Lesser Grail, Lacerate said, turning to Irisveal before entering the living room. Please treat Miss Ilia well from now on. She's suffered so much. Irisveal began. The door was pushed open, revealing Morpheus sipping tea elegantly, sitting as if he were the master of the place rather than a guest. Irisveal took a deep breath and walked in. She felt as if she were meeting her child's guardian or a teacher. No need to be so nervous, Miss Irisveal. I'm as familiar with you as you are with yourself, so there's nothing to worry about. I don't think you have any issues to be concerned about right now. Thank you for saving Ilia, Mr. Morpheus, Irisveal said, bowing slightly before taking a seat. Lacerate stood to the side, fulfilling her role as a maid. I just happened to come to this place, happened to encounter this situation, and happened to have the ability to resolve it, so I did, Morpheus said, shaking his head. No need to thank me so much. If you have any questions or things you don't understand, I'll answer what I can. My revival, are there any risks? Irisveal asked immediately. If there's a chance I might die in a year or two, I think. I shouldn't see that child. A sudden reunion followed by another parting would be too painful. No need to worry. Whether from the perspective of a homunculus or a human, your lifespan is long, enough to live for decades. You'll experience the human cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death, much like a homunculus that can't be maintained eventually breaks down. Morpheus smiled, spreading his hands. In some ways, living beings and homunculus machinery are quite similar, aren't they? Besides, since you now have your own consciousness and soul, that's the approval of the divine, a life granted by the gods. I don't think you need to worry too much about these things. Irisveal was taken aback by his words. Not only did he address her concerns, but he also spoke of things she hadn't considered. She quickly realized the latter part wasn't meant for her but for Lacerate. With the corner of her eye, she saw Lacerate's expression soften, a hint of warmth breaking through her usually cold demeanor. What a gentle person, so considerate of others' feelings, Irisveal thought. She then asked, will the Holy Grail War continue in the future? No, it won't. I've destroyed the entire Holy Grail ritual. Plus, there are 2 servants in Fuyuki City now. Medusa and Heracles. Their presence serves as protection. If anyone tries to reconstruct the Holy Grail ritual, they'll be stopped. No more Holy Grail. This was the best news possible. Without the Holy Grail War, she could be with her daughter. Actually, it's not just Ilia as your daughter. You'll also have a son, Morpheus said after a moment's hesitation. Irisveal, who had been overjoyed, froze. She blinked, as if doubting what she'd heard. You said, there's a son too. Before Morpheus could explain, she added, did Kiritsugu remarry? No. Morpheus quickly denied on Kiritsugu's behalf, then explained Shiro Amiya's origins. So, an adopted son. He's like Ilia's older brother but actually younger, good at cooking, attentive in daily life, and caring. Irisveal carefully repeated what Morpheus had said about Shiro Amiya, nodding gently. Sounds like he'll be a fine son. Morpheus quietly sighed in relief. Irisveal seemed quite pleased with her newfound son, though he couldn't shake the feeling that she was particularly impressed by Shiro's housekeeping skills. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 122, TOA 122, Reunion. Do we need to tell Ilya in advance, Lady Irisveal? Morpheus asked. Irisveal shook her head, a trace of nervousness in her eyes, perhaps because the moment of reuniting with her daughter was drawing near. No need. I want to see how she's doing now, and if possible, I'd like to surprise her. Irisveal smiled as she spoke, stepping forward once more. If I hadn't already told Ilya I'd revive her mother, this meeting wouldn't be a surprise, it'd be a shock, Morpheus muttered under his breath, just low enough that Irisveal, walking ahead, didn't hear. However, Lacerit, following beside him, caught his words. Mr. Morpheus, Miss Ilya is very strong. She wouldn't be frightened by something like this. True, she is from a Magus family, after all, Morpheus nodded, finding Lacerit's words reasonable. It was now the afternoon, with sunlight slanting across the earth and buildings, bathing the world in a relaxed, almost lazy atmosphere. It made one want to lounge under the sun, nibble on pastries, sip tea, and perhaps read a good novel to pass the fading daylight. At that moment, a cry of surprise came from the Amiya residence. Ah, Ilya, you can't put that in yet. If you do, the soup won't taste right later. It was Shiro Amiya's voice. What? I can't put it in now. But it's sukiyaki. Ilya's dissatisfied voice rang out, mingled with Rin Tosaka's comment, you still have a lot to learn about cooking. Irisveal turned to Morpheus, who struggled to maintain his smile. Looks like they're eating. Since we didn't tell them we were coming, this is pretty normal. Irisveal hesitated at the entrance, unsure whether to go in now. The woman who had planned to bring a surprise suddenly found herself at a loss due to the scene inside. Morpheus shook his head quietly and stepped forward. He brushed past Irisveal and pushed open the unlocked door. In the courtyard, a group was gathered together. Not only was the towering Heracles present, but even Sakura Matu and Medusa were there. Moreover, Morpheus's sister, Bazett, was also among them. The spacious courtyard felt a bit crowded with so many people. At that moment, Sela was wiping Ilya's mouth with a handkerchief, as Ilya had some grease on her lips. Seeing Morpheus push open the door, the group paused. Shiro Amiya quickly called out, Morpheus, come join us for dinner. Morpheus smiled and said, it's not just me, there are 2 others with me. 2 others. Shiro frowned, puzzled, racking his brain but unable to guess who else might come to eat. His teacher, perhaps. But that would only be one person. The others also seemed unsure who Morpheus was referring to. Seeing this, Morpheus stepped outside briefly, then pushed a figure forward. Of course, it's her, the one who'll be living with you all from now on. Irisveal, nudged forward by Morpheus, lacked the strength to resist and was half pushed, half guided into the courtyard. Once inside, she faced a crowd staring at her. She quickly smoothed her clothes and smiled at them. Hello, everyone. I'm Irisveal von Einsburn. Einsburn. Rin Tosaka muttered under her breath, then sharply turned to Ilya, instantly realizing what the name signified. As expected, Ilya froze, staring at the woman as if time had stopped. If one looked closely, they could see the usually proud and haughty girl trembling slightly. Shiro, too, looked at the newcomer, his mind flashing back to what Morpheus had told him. This woman was his adoptive mother, Kiritsugu Amiya's wife. His future family. Family, huh? It felt like a dream. Having been alone, he suddenly had a sister and now a mother, a beautiful dream he feared might shatter. But he couldn't afford to be nervous now, not when someone else was even more so, his sister. Ilya stared at the figure before her, one she had seen countless times in her dreams, longed to reunite with. Yet now, seeing her here, she was afraid this was another illusion. Ilya. A soft call broke through the fragile defenses in the girl's heart. Unable to hold back her emotions any longer, she stood and rushed toward the woman at the entrance. Mom. Like a fledgling returning to its nest, the instinct to return to a parent's embrace overwhelmed her. She clung tightly to the woman, feeling the warmth radiating from her. That warmth was so real, imbued with the essence of humanity, constantly reassuring her that this was true, that she could trust it. Irisveal felt her daughter trembling in her arms. The fear and nervousness she had felt vanished in that moment. She raised a hand, gently stroking the girl's hair, soothing her anxiety. Yes, she was revived. The worries that once plagued her were gone. She could now be a normal mother, staying by her child's side. So what was there to be nervous about? Looking at the girl before her, so much bigger than before but not by too much, it was as if half her years had been stolen. The image in her heart merged with the girl before her, clearly telling her this was her daughter, hers and Kiritsugu's. In this moment, all she needed to do was hold her close. I'm back, sweetheart. Mommy's back. She spoke softly, prompting the girl in her arms to hold her even tighter. Morpheus, watching this scene, quietly gestured to Lacerit, signaling that the others shouldn't disturb the two. He gently pulled her along, moving carefully inside. For now, everyone could simply watch the pair while eating. Interrupting a mother and daughter who had just reunited would be impolite. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 123, TOA 123, Night. At night, Rin Tosaka nestled in her warm bedding, only half her face peeking out. You really managed to revive Ilya's mother, she said softly. Yeah, I find it pretty miraculous myself that I actually succeeded, Morpheus replied, sitting by the window, gazing at the night sky. It's great. Now she has a proper family. Rin said, burrowing deeper into her blankets, her voice muffled like a mosquito's hum. Thank you. Morpheus paused. Thank me for what? Giving Ilya a family. Rin murmured softly. The Tosaka family is responsible for this area, so this situation is kind of our fault, my fault. And it's not just that. Without you, Sakura and I probably wouldn't have reconnected either. Oh, that. Honestly, I don't think there was ever much conflict between you two. The choice wasn't yours, it was your father's. No need to blame yourself too much, that's an order from your master. You're only now realizing you're my master. Morpheus teased but sat down anyway. As soon as he did, Rin propped herself up slightly, resting her head on his lap, adjusting to a comfortable position. This is nice. Your thighs are surprisingly soft. I don't have much muscle. Is that something someone who can physically strike at sonic or even supersonic speeds should say? That's with magical reinforcement. Well, fine, a magically reinforced body is still a body. The conversation petered out, and a silence settled over them. After a while, Rin spoke again. You're leaving soon, aren't you? Yeah, soon. I'd guess within a few days, though I can't predict exactly. Can't predict because something's pushing you along. Probably because I'm heading toward my own destination, and some entity keeps tossing me into different places. Maybe it's trying to change something through me. Morpheus said, gently patting Rin's cheek, making her giggle softly. Stop it, that tickles. Tickles? I'm not even tickling. Morpheus protested, only for Rin to grab his hand. Then explain the feather in your hand. Ah, that just appeared on its own. Nothing to do with me. Morpheus said, but Rin pulled him closer, her voice soft as a whisper. Stay with me tonight. Morpheus blinked. What was that? I said, stay with me tonight. Ah. Can't hear you. Seeing Morpheus still smiling, Rin felt her cheeks burn. She grabbed a pillow and smashed it into his face, gritting her teeth. I said, stay with me tonight, or I'll use a command spell. Her command spells had never been used, as there hadn't been an opportunity. Though she seemed to forget that command spells had no effect on Morpheus. Sometimes, physical communication is more direct than words, like a good old-fashioned brawl, or what Morpheus and Rin were doing now. Time passed slowly, not with the heavy intensity of legend, but with a warm, soft intimacy. That night, Rin felt at ease. Both mentally and physically, she was in a state of excitement and comfort. At the same time, her heart relaxed. She had always wanted to take this step but feared she wouldn't until he left. Yet, she had finally done it. If I have a kid, I'll tell them you're already gone. Don't worry, Rin said, leaning against Morpheus. Cough, cough. Is that necessary? It's not like I can't come back. I'll definitely find a way, Morpheus said, coughing and sounding a bit indignant. Besides, just one night isn't likely to result in a kid, right? Let's not talk about that. Tell me, how many girls have you been involved with so far? Besides me, Rin suddenly asked, making Morpheus instantly wary. Definitely Medea, right? And from what she said, it sounds like the Greek moon goddess is pretty close to you too. Yeah, Medea and Artemis, the moon goddess, are indeed involved with me, Morpheus admitted honestly, watching Rin cautiously. She lunged forward and bit him hard. Are you a dog? Biting people like that? Humph. Rin snorted and asked, what about Atlanta? I get the feeling your relationship with her isn't ordinary either. I helped her and was her teacher, but I didn't do anything until I left. Morpheus said quickly. Though, according to Medea, it seems my influence is why she never married. He sounded a mix of proud and guilty. Look at you, all smug. Rin said, pouncing on him again. No way, we've got to make the most of it before you leave. Huh. Who knows when you'll be back? The girl was unusually assertive in that moment. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 124, TOA 124, into FGO. Shiro Amiya noticed that Rin Tosaka was unusually dazed during mealtime, as if she hadn't fully woken up. He glanced at Morpheus, then gave a thumbs up. Morpheus froze for a moment, then smiled faintly, raising an eyebrow. No words were needed, the gesture said it all. I need some coffee. Rin yawned again, then shot Morpheus a fierce glare. His innocent expression seemed to say, you were the one who initiated it. Rin desperately wanted to lunge at Morpheus and give him a good bite, but they were in public with others watching, so she forced herself to hold back. Ilya, observing Morpheus and Rin, looked curious and even asked, so, did you two do it? Puffed. Shiro, who had just taken a sip of soup to taste its seasoning, spat it out. Sela quickly grabbed Ilya. Miss Ilya, you can't say things like that. Yeah, you two already did that. Another voice chimed in. Sela looked over helplessly, it was Irisveal. Lacerit stepped forward, her tone cold. Lady Irisveal, it's generally not appropriate to say such things. Ah. Really? There's no need to hide it, is there? They clearly have strong feelings for each other, it must have been quite enjoyable. As Irisveal's words grew more outrageous, Rin's face turned bright red. She felt utterly restless. At that moment, Sakura Matu walked in, smiling at Rin. Congratulations, Nei-san. That was the final straw. Rin couldn't stay any longer. She grabbed her coffee, shouted, I'm leaving, and bolted for the door, her footsteps clearly heading toward the exit. What about breakfast? Shiro called after her, only to hear Rin shout from a distance, I'll grab something on the way. The sound of the door slamming followed. Bazett, watching the scene, was brimming with gossip. A master and her servant together. That was just too wild. But could they actually have offspring? If so, how would their lineage work? Would it be like a demigod, born with non-human blood? In that moment, Bazett dove into an endless pursuit of the arcane. Morpheus, meanwhile, sat calmly, sipping his tea. Sakura took a seat beside him, smiling softly and whispering, Nei-san's wish finally came true. So, tonight, it's my turn. Cough, cough, cough. Shiro choked again. Though he knew Sakura's feelings for Morpheus were intense, hearing her say it so openly was shocking. So this was the real Sakura. Ilya and Irisveal's eyes lit up with even more gossip, clearly intrigued. Good grief, are you all this nosy? Morpheus thought to himself, though he calmly said, I think we can discuss these things in private. Sakura's lips curled into a smile. Then let's talk about it tonight, in private. Rin arrived at a food stall, bought something she could eat on the go, and stepped back out. She rubbed her stomach and sighed. If her classmates saw her like this, they'd be floored. This was hardly the poised, elegant Rin Tosaka they knew, she seemed no different from an ordinary person. I've always been pretty normal, but my image. It's completely ruined. A voice suddenly echoed her thoughts, startling her. She glared at the person beside her. Why'd you follow me? Just checking in. I eat fast, you know. 1 minute, and I can polish off a bowl of food with sides. Aren't you afraid of choking? Rin said, but a smile crept onto her face. Then, her expression turned troubled. What's wrong? Am I being selfish? Selfish? Yeah. Sakura likes you too, but I treat everyone equally. Morpheus said with a smile, making Rin pause before reacting. Wait, you're planning to make a move on Sakura? No, Sakura's the one planning to make a move on me, Morpheus clarified. She told me to come to her tonight. Rin froze, stunned by this development. After a long silence, she sighed, unable to find the right words. She could pursue her own happiness, but she couldn't deny others theirs. Especially since Morpheus was about to leave for another world, it gave her an odd sense of a farewell fling. Are you coming over tonight? No way. I'm not that shameless. Rin protested, stuffing food into her mouth and chewing aggressively, as if biting into Morpheus himself. Morpheus chuckled quietly. Teasing Rin and watching her reactions was just too entertaining. Sakura wouldn't have such amusing reactions. Night fell. Sakura Matu leaned against Morpheus, her delicate form completely exposed to his gaze. Morpheus felt the warmth in his hands, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Sakura, nestled against his warm chest, felt utterly at peace. In the calm after their passion, she was like a kitten, gently rubbing her head against his chest, her hair brushing against him, causing a tickling sensation. At that moment, Morpheus noticed a faint glow emanating from the Eye of Horus, which Sakura had placed nearby. The mystical artifact, which he had crafted and given to Atlanta, emitted a soft light. A small orb of light emerged from it, and in an instant, before Sakura could react, it shot into Morpheus's forehead. What was that? Sakura exclaimed, alarmed. Morpheus flinched but then relaxed. It seems the version of me who appeared when you were a child placed something in there, set to emerge today and merge with me. Morpheus said, feeling the strange power combine with the orb he had previously obtained from the void, forming a clear temporal beacon. Sensing the beacon's time limit, Morpheus clicked his tongue. The direction's clearer now, and I can control my temporal movement, but there's a time limit, tomorrow. Tomorrow. Sakura gasped, her face filled with reluctance. She hadn't expected it to come so soon. It's okay. We'll meet again soon. Time flows differently between worlds, so you won't have to wait long, Morpheus said, gently squeezing the warmth in his hands. Sakura let out a soft hum and leaned closer. For now, she wouldn't think about tomorrow but would cherish tonight. The news of Morpheus's departure came abruptly, catching many off guard. You're leaving so soon? Rin asked, looking at Morpheus. Though reluctant, she tried to act composed. Yeah, it's time. If I don't go now, a problem with the beacon could mean spending a long time fixing it later, Morpheus nodded, holding nothing back. I'm off to save the world, but once I do, I'll find a way back. I'm not saying I'll wait for you. Plenty of people are chasing me, Rin said, though her expression betrayed her deep reluctance. Morpheus smiled faintly. You mean that? Rin shouted, of course not. You better find a way back soon. I'll definitely try, Morpheus said softly, then turned to Sakura. I'm off. See you, Morpheus and I. Sakura replied calmly. Though reluctant, she had waited years before and was willing to wait again. Hey, old man, this means you won't see me take on that geezer. Ilya said, somewhat disgruntled. Take Heracles with you. And if needed. Morpheus thought for a moment, then looked at Sakura. Go with her, Sakura. No problem. I'll go along. I'm curious about a family with such advanced homunculus technology. If they're discarding it, taking some of that tech back shouldn't be an issue, right? In that moment, she shifted into her saintly mode, strategizing how to extract resources from the Einsburns for her organization. Morpheus was pleased, absolutely brilliant. Finally, after bidding farewell to everyone, Morpheus raised his hand. A glowing orb shot out, expanding in the air and tearing open a rift in space, revealing the void beyond. Looking at the passage just wide enough for one person, Morpheus didn't hesitate. With a gentle leap, he plunged into the rift. Rin wanted to call out to him, but as the rift slowly closed, she let out a relieved smile and didn't stop him. We'll see each other again, Nei-san, Sakura said softly beside her. Rin glanced at her, suddenly realizing that Sakura was the one who had waited over a decade. The endless temporal rift stretched on without end, a place beyond human concepts of time and distance, a realm above parallel universes. In this infinite, indescribable expanse, Morpheus flew forward relentlessly. With the beacon's guidance, he aimed precisely for his target world, moving quickly, though speed was meaningless here. He relied on instinct to feel he was moving fast. Morpheus even felt that if he stopped, the beacon would still guide him forward, leading him to his destined place and pulling him out. Finally, after an unknowable amount of time, he reached his destination. The beacon suddenly erupted with power, punching a hole through this incomprehensible realm. Passing through that hole would take him to the world the beacon pointed to. The world he had always wanted to return to. Morpheus arrived in the real world, on Earth, at the South Pole. Below, he saw smoke rising, people scrambling to put out fires, and others tending to the damaged Chaldean facilities. Morpheus frowned slightly. He had arrived, and judging by the timing, it was shortly after the explosion. But now that he was here, how could he quickly reach the inner world? As he pondered, the space before him cracked open again. The beacon's residual power connected the real world to Chaldea's inner world, clearly leading to his true destination. It was a familiar scene, a place he had been not long ago. Fuyuki City. But this Fuyuki City was in ruins, consumed by flames and littered with debris, as if it had suffered a great catastrophe. Looking at the broken world through the rift, Morpheus sighed, then stepped forward, entering the rift. The rift closed behind him, as if it had never existed. Inside Chaldea, Romani Archaman, directing efforts to handle the chaos, looked up at the sky, puzzled. He stared for a while but saw nothing, tilting his head. Was that my imagination? Dr. Romani, come quick. Someone needs emergency treatment. Coming. Romani shouted, rushing over. As the highest-ranking person here and a doctor, he was juggling commanding others and treating the wounded. This was the busiest he'd been since joining Chaldea, and he knew this hectic pace would likely last for at least half a month, if not months. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/kongtl. Chapter 125, TOA 125, The Magician Standing on the Burning Earth. The explosion consumed everything, its ferocious flames devouring all that could burn in its path. Warning to observation team members. Chaldea's status has changed. Sheba's near-future observation data has been rewritten. In the near future, 100 years from now, no traces of humanity can be detected on Earth. Human survival cannot be confirmed. The future of humanity cannot be assured. The core of the base, its foundation, continued to operate amidst the explosion, monitoring the future. This explosion seemed to trigger a chain reaction, like a butterfly flapping its wings in the Pacific, steering the future toward a direction no one wished to see. As a Chaldea staff member with her own secrets, Mash Kirilight watched the changes in Chaldea's with confusion and tension. Chaldea's, it's turned crimson. It wasn't truly blood red, but rather, it resembled a red-hot iron sphere or a small molten planet. No. What's more important? Blood trickled down Mash's cheek, the explosion having dealt her a significant blow. At that moment, the base's broadcast system continued its faithful reporting. Central isolation wall has been sealed, 180 seconds remain until internal decontamination begins. Hearing the broadcast, Mash looked at the surrounding flames and spoke to the girl in front of her, her recently made friend, Ritsuka Fujimaru. The isolation wall is sealed. We can't get out. Yeah, looks like we're in the same boat, Ritsuka said, her tone tinged with nervousness. Yet, despite it, she glanced around. But, you know, things have a way of working out. There might be a way to escape. Mash said nothing as the broadcast continued. Vital signs of masters within the facility do not meet the required standards. The number of participants for race shift is insufficient. Searching for qualified masters. Found. Designating candidate number 48, Ritsuka Fujimaru, as a master. Anti-summoning system activated. Commencing race shift conversion. As the system announced, Mash looked at Ritsuka's face and felt a sense of relief. She gave a faint smile. Senpai, would you mind holding my hand? Ritsuka didn't fully understand but, seeing Mash's earlier nervousness, extended her hand, grasping Mash's trembling palm with a smile. It'll be fine. Race shift commencing in 3, 2, 1. All processes complete. Initiating verification of the first order. A black hole appeared, not a celestial one, but a void of torn space, a pathway to another time. From this void emerged a light, the exit to that other time, pulling Ritsuka Fujimaru and Mash into it. The technology of converting physical forms into spiritual particles and transferring them through time to another location. Never successfully tested, yet in this crisis, it activated flawlessly. Ritsuka felt something licking her face, a wet sensation that made her feel unclean. It had to be some dog. Senpai, wake up, senpai. Still not awake. Maybe I should try a formal title. Master, please wake up, or I'll have to kill you. That was Mash's voice, but did she just say something outrageous? Ritsuka opened her eyes to see a creature called Foe licking her face, followed by Mash staring at her. Standing up, Ritsuka looked around and found herself in a place engulfed in flames, surrounded by ruined buildings, remnants of a modern city struck by something akin to missiles. But more striking was Mash's outfit. Why was Mash wearing such a provocative bodysuit, with her navel exposed? And why was she holding a massive shield? It looked like she was cosplaying a female combatant from some 18+ anime or game, the kind who, after defeat, would suffer humiliation and contribute to a beloved defeat CG. Thank goodness you're awake, senpai. I'm so glad you're okay, Mash said. I'm fine, thanks for the concern, but Mash, did you just say you'd kill me? Please don't mind the details. We might have more dangerous matters to deal with. Strange creatures had appeared around them, humanoid, clad in tattered cloaks, emitting odd roars without any attempt at communication. Mash stepped in front of Ritsuka. Hostile entities detected. Master, please give the order. Let's break through this crisis together. Ritsuka looked at Mash, increasingly convinced her behavior and outfit resembled characters from certain unmentionable games. But this was the real world, and she absolutely didn't want to see Mash's defeat CG. Relying on her rudimentary magecraft knowledge and combat experience, Ritsuka teamed up with Mash to dispatch the strange hostile creatures. When Mash asked, "Does your stomach hurt? Or anywhere else uncomfortable?" Ritsuka shook her head. Let's check out the other areas. Okay, senpai. But what were those things? I don't know, senpai. They don't exist in our time or even this era. This era? Mash, you mean they appeared in this era? They're not in the records, senpai, Mash shook her head. They might be the cause of this singularity, or something related. That hypothesis should be correct. Singularity, or rather, a point that can shatter the entire temporal order, a peculiar region in physics with significance in mathematics as well. A sudden voice made both turn toward its source. A man in a trench coat and top hat, like someone from last century England. Seeing him, both Ritsuka and Mash were shocked. They had seen this man, the 49th candidate, but he shouldn't be here. He hadn't even joined the experiment. Finally found you, Miss Mash, Miss Ritsuka Fujimaru. Morpheus removed his hat, bowing slightly before putting it back on, every bit the gentleman. You're. Ritsuka racked her brain, recalling his name. Mr. Morpheus Flaga Mac Remitz. His excessive politeness prompted her to use a formal title. Hello, Mr. Mac Remitz, Mash said immediately. Just call me Morpheus, both of you. No need for formality. If possible, I'd like to call you Mash and Ritsuka directly. They had no objections, and Mash quickly adjusted. All right, Morpheus. No need to call me senpai, either. In Chaldea, you're the senpai, Morpheus said, shaking his head as he approached, though Mash's expression turned slightly self-conscious. No, my status is different. Everyone in Chaldea is my senpai. Then just Morpheus. I'm not fond of titles, he said, glancing at the remains of the creatures around them. Corpses combined with spiritual particles, summoned as puppets. Impressive that you defeated them. Morpheus praised them without hesitation. He had noticed their crisis upon arriving but chose to observe from above, assessing their strength, only descending after they handled the creatures. It was their first battle, after all, best not to let them skip it. Ah, finally connected. Hello, this is the Chaldea control room. Can you hear me? A sudden voice accompanied a hologram appearing before them. Dr. Romani Archaman. Seeing him, Mash immediately reported, this is Team A member Mash Kirilite, successfully transferred to Singularity F. Accompanied by Ritsuka Fujimaru and Morpheus Flaga Mac Remitz. Both are physically and mentally stable. Ritsuka Fujimaru's ray shift and master compatibility are optimal. Please register her as an official investigator. Romani looked surprised. What? The Mac Remitz kids there too? Yes, I'm here, Dr. Romani. And just call me Morpheus, no need for formality, Morpheus said, stepping into the hologram's view. The doctor was not only treating patients but also managing contact with those in the singularity. Such command wasn't typical for an ordinary doctor. Knowing Romani's true identity, Morpheus smiled. Perfect leadership. I think you're better suited to run Chaldea than anyone. No way, Morpheus. I'm just an ordinary guy thrown into this mess, Romani said with a dry laugh, then asked, what about you? How's your ray shift compatibility? No issues here. Whether it's ray shift or spatial transfer, I adapt perfectly, Morpheus said, extending his hand. Check if you don't believe me. Mash examined him, then frowned. Strange. It's a complete physical body with no traces of ray shift residue. That's only possible with a perfect ray shift, reaching the theoretical limit, Romani said, frowning as he scrutinized Morpheus. But that's impossible. I have some understanding of void attribute magecraft. Void, space. Romani nodded slightly. It was a plausible explanation. Mastery over space could indeed negate ray shift's drawbacks. But was this Mac Remitz's foster child really that powerful? Romani decided not to dwell on it openly for now. He turned to Mash. Mash, what's with that outfit? It's shameless. I didn't raise you to be like this. Mash blushed. This is my transformation, the Chaldea uniform couldn't protect senpai. Transformation? What are you talking about, Mash? Did you hit your head? Or is it because of that incident? Facing Romani's relentless chatter, Mash interrupted forcefully. Dr. Romani, shut up. Her shout silenced him. Despite claiming to be the lowest ranking, she boldly cut off the words of Solomon himself. Mash, what a formidable human. Please check my status. That should clarify things. Check your condition. Romani began the scan, then let out a primal howl. Your physical stats and magic circuits have all improved. This isn't human. Yes, I've become a servant. I don't recall the details, but it seems I survived by merging with a servant. For this mission to investigate and resolve Singularity F, Chaldea prepared a servant, but that servant lost their master in the explosion and faced erasure. At the last moment, they requested a contract transfer, passing their heroic spirit abilities and noble phantasm to me in exchange for resolving the Singularity's cause. A heroic spirit merging with a servant, a demi-servant. Chaldea's sixth experiment. So it finally succeeded. Is the heroic spirit's consciousness still within you? No, they vanished after entrusting their combat abilities to me. Watching Romani and Mash's exchange, Morpheus and Ritsuka stood aside like outsiders. Taking the chance, Morpheus spoke to Ritsuka, the so-called Chaos Evil incarnation, the legendary demon king Gudako, still in a relatively innocent state. Ritsuka, want to learn how to infuse a servant with massive magical energy to unleash immense combat power instantly. Infuse massive magical energy. Unleash immense combat power. Ritsuka thought, drawing on her gaming experience, then asked warily, isn't that dangerous? Not at all, it's safe. I can teach you if you want. To be safe, he felt it necessary to teach Ritsuka some combat techniques masters typically didn't need. Just in case he got flung out of this world and had to find his way back again. Ritsuka considered for a moment, then nodded. I'll learn. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 126, TOA 126, Identity Revealed. Morpheus and Ritsuka's conversation couldn't continue, nor could Morpheus's plan to teach Ritsuka new skills. Romani and Mash, after their brief exchange, shifted the topic to Morpheus. Morpheus, you come from an orthodox Magus family. Ritsuka lacks knowledge in this area, so help her out when the time comes. No problem. I was just talking to Ritsuka about that, planning to pass on some of my knowledge. Morpheus nodded immediately. His quick agreement caught Romani off guard. He hadn't expected Morpheus to be so cooperative. But at the same time, Romani grew curious. Wait, Morpheus, your physical condition. What about my physical condition? No, it's nothing. Romani shook his head, saying no more, though his eyes clearly held suspicion. Seeing this reaction, Morpheus pressed, what exactly did you see? If there's something wrong with my body, doctor, you should just say it instead of hiding it. It's not that. Your body is healthy, healthier than I expected. Morpheus grew even more curious. Healthier than you expected. Mash and Ritsuka, standing nearby, also looked intrigued. From my earlier talk with Mash, she's become a demi-servant, a fusion of human and servant, surpassing human limits to reach a non-human level. But your body shows similar traits, not as extreme as Mash's, but your physical strength clearly exceeds that of a normal human. That shouldn't be possible. Becoming a demi-servant isn't that simple, or there'd be no need for experiments. Plus, you're definitely human, our scans confirm it, not something else. Using Chaldea's equipment, Romani reviewed the data on his screen while speaking to Morpheus. Your body is healthy, so I didn't think it needed mentioning, but since you asked, I'll explain. Romani sighed quietly, feeling like he'd come off as some secretive villain for not speaking up earlier. That. Probably just because my body is special. You could treat me as a unique entity, somewhat like a servant, Morpheus said with a smile, not hiding anything. He thought there was a problem with his body, but it turned out to be his servant-like traits. Treat you as a servant. Not just Romani, but Mash let out a surprised sound. Ritsuka, who had studied some relevant knowledge, understood the concept of servants and was equally shocked. You're a servant. You're not saying I'm already dead, are you? No, but servants aren't always historical or mythical figures. Actually, future figures can be summoned too, it's not set in stone, since the throne of heroes exists outside the timeline, Morpheus corrected Ritsuka, shaking his head. When I say treat me as a servant, I mean my body is unique and can be viewed as such, but I'm still human, so treat my body as human too. You're saying you were born with traits combining human and servant qualities? Romani shook his head, finding it hard to believe. If it were that simple, what was the point of all the experiments Mash endured? Unless the Mac Remitz family was secretly conducting similar experiments. But did the Mac Remitz family have the resources to burn like Chaldea, with its astronomical expenses? In the end, Roman chalked it up to something he didn't fully understand and didn't press further. At the same time, he felt reassured. He'd been worried with only Mash, but now, with Morpheus's near-servant-level physique surpassing ordinary humans, the mission in Singularity F should be much safer. Now, the situation. Move about 2 kilometers from your current location to a place with a strong ley line. Once there, you can stabilize communication with us. That's your first task, but prioritize your safety. Don't be reckless. Over here. Before he could finish, the connection cut off. Morpheus and the others exchanged glances. Mash spoke up. The communication dropped. What now? Ritsuka seemed full of energy. Let's head to the destination. Did he mention the direction? The doctor couldn't send the coordinates, it cut off too suddenly. I can sense a stronger ley line in that direction, Mash said, pointing after sensing the area. Morpheus didn't bother checking directions. He'd already grasped the general situation upon arriving. Instead, he was focused on the creature that looked like a mix of dog and fox. Foe. The legendary primate murder, true name Cathpalag, a beast on par with king of the demon gods Goetia. In a sense, Foe was the ultimate life form created by Gaia's consciousness, a UO. Ultimate one, meaning the final, singular entity. Every celestial body, like the moon or Mercury, had its own UO, immensely powerful. Earth, however, was an anomaly, its UO was incomplete, and in some world lines, it was even outdone by other planets' UOs. With all the bizarre entities constantly emerging on Earth, it had taken a path entirely distinct from other planets. Watching this primate murder, whose purpose was to kill humans, lounging on Mash's chest, Morpheus found it amusing. I created the ultimate holy child to destroy demons. Wow, impressive. What happened to this holy child? He was seduced by the demon saintess and now lounges on her chest. Wow, truly effective against demons, he even won over their saintess. That was roughly what Morpheus had thought when he first learned of this setting. He stepped forward, reaching out to pet the beast. Its fluffy fur looked so soft. But Foe, seeing Morpheus's hand, leaped from Mash's chest, hid behind her, and bared its teeth at him. It looked scared and hostile but too wary to act. Sorry, it usually doesn't like being around people. Ritsuka-senpai is an exception, Mash apologized quietly to Morpheus. Not surprising for a beast, its instincts are sharp. Morpheus muttered, retracting his hand. He figured his unique traits triggered Foe's reaction, given his attributes posed a significant threat to enemies of humanity. Primate murder was, after all, an enemy of humanity. Plus, his Kabbalistic magecraft naturally countered beings like dead apostles. No worries. We're kind of natural enemies, Morpheus smiled, brushing it off. Let's move. Stabilizing the signal and connecting with Chaldea is the priority. Let's go. Ritsuka chimed in enthusiastically. The group headed toward their destination. Though they walked along a main road, the ruined houses and burning flames around them made Mash and the others frown. Mash murmured, Fuyuki City, 2004, consumed by fire. The records don't mention anything like this. A sudden scream interrupted her. Kaya. What's going on? Recognizing the familiar voice, Morpheus knew he'd found the key figure. Mash immediately said, it sounds like a woman's scream, senpai. Let's hurry. Calling out to Ritsuka as senpai, they rushed toward the scream and quickly found its source. Olga Marie Animusphere, her hair disheveled, was running, dodging undead monsters, the same kind Mash and Ritsuka had fought earlier. What's going on? Why am I so unlucky? Olga Marie was terrified, angry, and overwhelmed. How had such a disaster struck, landing her in this place? I've had enough. Save me, Lev. You're always the one who helps me, aren't you? You're breaking my heart, Lady Animusphere. I've helped you too, and one reason I came here was to save you. A slightly hurt tone made Olga Marie look toward the voice. She saw 3 people approaching. Mash and Ritsuka hurried forward, while the men, whom she vaguely recognized, moved leisurely but with composure. You guys. Ugh, what's going on? Olga Marie wailed. This group didn't look capable of solving the situation. Then she saw Mash, under Ritsuka's command, attack the monsters with impressive combat prowess, leaving Olga Marie stunned. Morpheus finally reached her side, smiling. I'm glad to see your bodies unharmed, Lady Animusphere. You're not helping. Olga Marie asked, then shook her head. No, better not. You'd interfere with Mash, the demi-servant, and hold her back. She turned to Morpheus. Weren't you absent from the experiment? Why are you here? You'd have to ask the person you were just thinking about, why I couldn't attend, Morpheus shrugged. Such a pity. I was planning to give him a good thrashing, but it seems I was sabotaged. Olga Marie froze, then frowned. You're talking about Lev. Of course, Mr. Leviticus. You just said he's the only one who helps you, Lady Animusphere. That stings. Olga Marie couldn't make sense of what he was saying. He seemed to know Lev, but with her familiarity with Lev, why would he deliberately keep this man from the experiment? And wouldn't such hostility be obvious if he hadn't shown up at the lab? Lev is my ally, and I trust him. Olga Marie declared, turning away. What's going on here? Why is an ordinary person who was late to my speech now a master? Only top-tier magi can form contracts with servants. That's a misconception, Lady Animusphere. Contracting doesn't depend on a Magus' qualifications. Even an ordinary human can form a contract with a servant. If needed, one person can contract multiple servants, or even have servants contract each other. Morpheus smiled, his words making Olga Marie's face flush with anger. Are you saying you know more about servant-master contracts than I do? I know a bit. But that's not important now. What matters is getting that person to show himself. Morpheus looked up. You're here, aren't you, Lev? Come out. Olga Marie's heart trusted Lev would help her, but if he was here, why hadn't he appeared? What? Lev's here too. Of course. Oh, there he is. Morpheus said, looking at a squinting man in a hat nearby. The man removed his hat, bowing slightly with a cruel smile. I never imagined you'd escape that place. I thought you were his descendant, just a Mac Remitz foster child. But now I'm certain you're him. Morpheus blinked, then laughed. We've met before. I've seen you, a mysterious, powerful magician called Veritas 000. I watched you and the Greek moon goddess slay Typhon, ensuring it could never return. And further back, I saw you with the gods against the Gigantes. You vanished suddenly, leaving only faint records, barely identifiable. But I saw it with my own eyes. Lev's words made everyone turn to Morpheus, realizing the last to join Chaldea might have a far greater identity than they thought. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 127, TOA 127, Verbal Sparring. The group fell silent, not out of a lack of words, but because their minds struggled to process Lev's revelations. The one to break the silence was the future leader of Chaldea, the ultimate human, Ritsuka, known as Gadako. Wait a second, slaying Typhon with the moon goddess and fighting the Gigantes alongside the gods. Ritsuka's eyes were filled with confusion as she looked at Morpheus, who seemed about her age. Is this still the history I know? When did these mythical events happen in recent years? As someone confined to Chaldea as experimental material, Mash had read plenty of books. She whispered, according to records, Typhon was the father of monsters, a primordial dragon capable of defeating Zeus. Many legendary monsters are tied to it. But it was slain by the immortal witch Medea and the moon goddess Artemis, according to the texts. There's no mention of a magician named Veritas 000. My history's shaky, but isn't Veritas 000 an English name? In the era of Artemis and Medea, wouldn't they have spoken ancient Greek? Our conclusion, the king's conclusion. Lev laughed again, like a madman, then glared at Olga Marie with a twisted smile. As for you, my dear director, do you really think you're still alive? How could you believe that? Morpheus found Lev's ramblings excessive but didn't interrupt. Since Lev was revealing everything to Olga Marie, it saved him the trouble of explaining. You died long ago. I placed the explosives right where you stood. Boom, your body was gone. You're only here because of Chaldea's. Its core preserved your soul, drawing you to this place, allowing you to maintain your existence. What? Olga Marie's face paled, her heart sinking. The person she trusted most, the one she thought would never betray her, had struck the hardest blow. Those who can't handle artificial intelligence end up like this. Don't take it personally, Morpheus said, stepping forward to pat Olga Marie's shoulder. Others who dabble in this kind of thing often face similar fates. It's fine. Ritsuka facebombed, thinking Morpheus's way with words was something else. Was that supposed to be comforting? Wow, how touching. Is that your attempt to console the director? Too bad she despises people like you, a Mac Remitz foster child given the chance to be a magus, with decent talent, sent to the clock tower by your family, only to waste time at a human school. Hilarious. Lev laughed, slapping his thigh. The funniest part is she had no idea of your strength and thought you were a useless slacker. Thinking about it makes it even funnier. Olga Marie's face darkened. She hadn't realized Lev was mocking her when she spoke about Morpheus. Oh, no, it wasn't that funny back then. I thought you might be his descendant. Ancestors' efforts don't guarantee their descendants, so I only found it amusing after blowing you up, when I realized you were the man himself. Boom. A sudden blaze erupted, striking Lev and reducing his body to ash. Everyone was stunned by the abrupt flames. Ritsuka looked at Morpheus, who held a red staff wreathed in fire. Clearly, Morpheus had unleashed the attack. But the next moment, Lev reappeared elsewhere. No need to rush. I wasn't done talking. I'll leave once I'm finished, since I know you all hate me, Lev said with a grin, unfazed. He turned to Olga Marie. Director, I said you're dead, but lingering like this is just pathetic. Let me send you to eternal slumber. He snapped his fingers. Nothing happened. Lev snapped again, then twice more, but still nothing. He sensed Olga Marie's spiritual body but couldn't destroy it. Save your energy. The moment her body was destroyed, I cast a spell to protect her soul. Did you think it was Chaldea's protecting her? Morpheus stepped forward, hands resting on the top of his staff. He struck it against the ground, producing a crisp sound. Come back when your power can annihilate an entire planet. Then try destroying her soul. In the next instant, a raging inferno erupted where Lev stood, forming a fiery tornado that consumed his entire body. But it didn't ease anyone's tension. Olga Marie collapsed to her knees, Lev's words hammering her heart. She was dead, killed by her closest confidant. Director. Mash approached cautiously, wanting to comfort her but unsure how. Ritsuka hesitated too, unsure how to console her once domineering superior. I didn't expect the director of Chaldea, its supreme leader, to be so fragile. Why not draft a document handing over your position and go recover somewhere for a few years? Morpheus's biting words came out, earning a glare from Mash. Even knowing she was outmatched, she found his words cruel. But Ritsuka held her back. Having navigated the mundane world, Ritsuka knew such harsh words were sometimes a necessary remedy. Director. I'm the director of Chaldea. Olga Marie reacted, but her spirit sank again. I'm already dead, just a dead person. No big deal. I've got experience reviving the dead. Just a few days ago, I brought back a woman dead for over a decade. Your soul was personally protected by me. We just need to find a new body to put it in. Simple. Morpheus said. Ha. Olga Marie shook her head. I don't know your magecraft style, it doesn't seem like the Mac Remitz families. But resurrection, even in myths, is incredibly difficult. Life and death are central to myths, the hardest boundaries to break. Resurrection either comes with severe limitations or requires extensive conditions. If it were easy, humanity wouldn't be what it is. It's got limitations, sure, but as Chaldea's director, don't you have the courage to try? I'd be disappointed if you didn't, lady, Morpheus said, shaking his head. Protecting your soul was a casual act, but reviving you. That's because you're the director. Remember your role and its responsibilities. The scene grew eerily calm. Mash hesitated, ready to step in front of Olga Marie if Ritsuka hadn't held her back. But Morpheus's words seemed to work. Olga Marie stood, rising on the burning earth. You can really revive me. Don't doubt my expertise. Morpheus adjusted his tie. It won't be instant, but I can definitely revive you. And Chaldea must have your blood samples, right? Yes. Combining technology and magecraft, Chaldea didn't shy away from science, so blood sample storage was standard. Though magecraft often used fresh blood. That makes it easier. But since you're here, treat it as a frontline inspection, one of a leader's duties, Morpheus said, glancing at her long legs with a smile. The torn stockings look nice, lady. Olga Marie glared at him, trying to cover her legs, but her clothes' limited length made it futile. She gave up, standing confidently without hiding. After all, it wasn't as revealing as a swimsuit. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Olga Marie's mind raced. She turned to Morpheus. Wait, Lev, you said he's a demon god. What demon god? Under Solomon, there were 72 artificial intelligences, known as the 72 demon god pillars. He's one of them, called Floros. After Solomon chose suicide, they went mad. You know, like kids lacking love, thinking a world without their father shouldn't exist. Morpheus felt his explanation was off but shook his head, deciding not to revise it. Close enough. If not that reason, something similar. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/kongtl. Chapter 128, TOA 128, The Plan. The 72 Demon God Pillars. The person I thought I could rely on most isn't even human. If this were before, Olga Marie would never have believed such a claim. But now, with Lev having laid everything bare before her, refusing to accept it would be nothing short of denial. Let me calm down. Olga Marie said, falling into silence once more. This time, Morpheus didn't say anything. He walked over to Ritsuka, noticing her mouthing words silently. Thank you. Morpheus could tell that's what she said. By now, Mash had realized Morpheus's harsh words had their effect. Olga Marie was doing much better than before. Olga Marie regained some composure. Though Morpheus's words were blunt, she knew they weren't wrong. She was the head of the Animosphere family, the director of Chaldea. If she collapsed here, what would become of her family? After a moment of silence, she spoke. All right, our goal now is to establish communication with Chaldea. In that moment, she was once again the young, capable woman who had taken on great responsibilities. Though, perhaps, not that capable. We need to locate the ley line terminal in this area, where the ley line's mana converges. Once there, we can restore contact with Chaldea. Olga Marie scanned her surroundings, trying to sense the ley line's focal point. It's right here, Director. This is the ley line terminal, Mash said from the side, causing Olga Marie's expression to shift. Like a child whose spotlight was stolen, she stiffened and said, Huh. Oh, right, of course. I knew that. It's obvious. Then she ordered, Mash, place your shield on the ground and use your noble phantasm as a catalyst to set up a summoning circle. Mash didn't act immediately, instead looking to Ritsuka, her master. With Ritsuka's approval, Mash placed her weapon on the ground and set up the summoning circle. But if he could predict everything, some events could have been avoided. Was there another reason Solomon couldn't foresee it all? Morpheus pondered, watching Romani closely, new theories forming. Could it be that after relinquishing his role as Solomon and wishing to become human, these events unfolded? After all, Goetia plan began because Solomon abandoned his divine role for humanity. In becoming Romani, Solomon briefly glimpsed the future crisis but lost his powers before seeing it clearly, leading to the current situation. Morpheus rubbed his chin, observing Romani and Olga Marie's exchange. As Olga Marie recounted what happened, Romani looked as if his mind had been swept by a hurricane. He turned to Morpheus. "You're a magus from the age of gods? Or a magus? A genuine magus?" "As for being a magus from the age of gods, if you count having been through that era as qualifying, then sure," Morpheus replied. Romani shook his head. "Fighting alongside Greek gods against giants and defeating Typhon with Artemis isn't just being through that era. So Lev is really one of the demon god pillars?" Romani asked, his tone deliberately casual. "Yes, one of the demon god pillars, no doubt," Morpheus confirmed. "I see," Romani nodded slightly. Olga Marie issued orders. "Enough chatting, Romani. Immediately cryopreserve those in the ray shift chambers to ensure they don't die." "Oh. Right, that function. I'll get on it." Romani nodded, rushing off. Olga Marie facepalmed. "I told you, he's not suited to lead." "It's surprising, cryopreserving people without consent is a crime," Mash said, looking shocked. Morpheus thought Mash had a sharp, sardonic side. But then she smiled. "Yet you made that call decisively. You value lives over worrying about your role as director. Don't be silly. As long as they're not dead, we can explain later." Olga Marie snapped. "I agree," Morpheus nodded, showing his approval. Just as the group thought Morpheus valued human lives, he rubbed his chin. "Anyway, we can just cast a mass amnesia spell on those still conscious. As for the cryopreserved, they won't even know they were frozen when revived. If it's not seen, it's not a crime." The group fell silent. They'd been too naive. "Don't look at me like that. I'm just surprised a proper magus cares so much about human lives," Morpheus said, shaking his head, his respect for Olga Marie growing. "The old lunatics are dying out. Fresh blood is needed." "Done." Romani returned, panting, and reported, "Chaldea's lost 80% of its functions. The remaining staff can only do so much. I'm allocating personnel to repair the rayshift system, maintain Chaldea's, and service Sheba. Once we reconnect with the outside, we'll request supplies to rebuild Chaldea. That's the plan for now." "Good. I'd do the same. Until I return, it's on you." "We'll keep investigating Singularity F here," Olga Marie said. "Huh. Director, you're not scared in what's basically an explosion epicenter. Aren't you a coward?" Romani blurted. Morpheus looked at Olga Marie in surprise, as did Ritsuka, not expecting the assertive woman to be called a coward. "You always say too much," Olga Marie shouted, her cheeks flushing before she regained composure. "I'd love to go back, but the ray shift needs repairs, and that'll take time, right?" Her expression dimmed. "Besides, I might not be able to go back." "Don't say that. We'll fix the ray shift as fast as possible, I promise," Romani said. "I mean, I'm already dead." "What? What?" Romani exclaimed, shocked by her words. Seeing her expression, he knew she wasn't joking. After a moment, he asked, "Really? Really?" Lev confirmed it. "My soul's being held by Chaldeas. Or rather, according to Mac Remitz. Call me Morpheus. According to Morpheus, he protected my soul. But either way, I'm likely stuck inside Chaldeas, surviving in this unique space." Romani looked conflicted. "But if we resolve Singularity F, doesn't that mean—" "Please, don't be so grim," Morpheus interjected, exasperated. "I didn't say you couldn't leave. There are two options. 1, you enter a deep sleep, fully protected, like a fetus in a placenta, until I wake you." Olga Marie frowned at the analogy. "The other is mimicking a servant's existence, sustained by mana to stay in the outside world. Your soul isn't pure enough to gain great power like a servant's." "What do you mean my soul's impure?" Olga Marie exploded, convinced Morpheus was deliberately provoking her. Morpheus shrugged. "Not just yours, my soul's impure too. You insult me and drag yourself down with me. Hear me out. Impure or not doesn't matter now," Morpheus said, shaking his head. "My point is, your soul can stay in the real world without issue. At worst, you're a ghost." He quickly finished, "So, I can form a contract with you, making you my servant. I'll supply the mana, letting you move freely in reality and the singularity." Olga Marie weighed her options. Ideally, she'd choose the first, sleep until revived with a new body. But after a brief hesitation, she chose the second. Even though she didn't want to contract with this infuriating man, let alone make him her master. "You won't order me around recklessly, will you? Just a simple contract. No command spells." You can have witnesses when we form it, and if there's an issue, you can back out, Morpheus said, spreading his hands. Plus, you can stay in Chaldea, which suits you best since you can still manage things. With the conversation at this point, the choice was clear. The second option was best. Fine, I'll be a ghost for now. As Olga Marie spoke, she saw Morpheus's lips curl into a smile. Suddenly, she regretted her choice. Was this guy plotting something? If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 129, TOA 129, Solomon's Ring. Alright, while we're at it, let's discuss Chaldea. Honestly, I got screwed over by Lev the moment I arrived. Can someone explain what's going on, like the purpose of Chaldea's facilities? Morpheus said, suppressing his upturned lips. He was pleased with Olga Marie's choice, for a simple reason. Less trouble is always better. Olga Marie, as Chaldea's director, was far more suited to lead than Romani, even if Romani was once Solomon. The current Romani lacked omniscience, and even with sufficient skill, managing Chaldea required understanding details he wasn't privy to. Olga Marie, with her years as director, knew Chaldea inside and out. Romani handled a branch, she grasped the whole. Morpheus needed someone who could steer Chaldea's course comprehensively. That was Olga Marie's role. Letting her soul rely on his mana to operate like an AI and guide Chaldea was fine, but asking him to strategize and lead. He'd rather fight his way through. You know even less than Ritsuka, Olga Marie said, glancing at Ritsuka. Do you remember what I said during my speech? Explain it to Morpheus. Oh. Seeing Ritsuka's bewildered expression, Olga Marie wailed, please, try to recall. You didn't forget everything, did you? I'll explain, Mash interjected. The director said. Alongside humanity's achievements like metal forging, the rise of religion, maritime exploration, the information revolution, and space exploration, Chaldea's mission is just as grand, no, even grander. As Mash clearly recounted Olga Marie's speech, she added, that's why you were kicked out, senpai. Seeing Ritsuka's embarrassed look, Morpheus confirmed Mash's sly streak. He nodded, summarizing, so, Sheba observes the future, and Chaldea's, like a central brain, watches both future and past. If Earth's future shows firelight, it signifies civilization's existence. But if there's no light, it means humanity's end. You observed no firelight from 2016 onward, traced the issue to Fuyuki City in 2004, designated its singularity F, and sent us to investigate and alter it to prevent that future from becoming reality. Exactly. Chaldea exists to ensure humanity's flame endures, to secure a future where humanity persists. Olga Marie declared, her voice brimming with pride. But, Morpheus said, what if humanity's destruction is caused by Chaldea itself? The simple conjecture stunned everyone, even Romani on the other end of the communicator, who fell into thought. No, that's impossible. Chaldea exists for humanity's survival, how could it cause our end? Olga Marie shook her head, vehemently denying the possibility. Morpheus smiled. Fair enough. It is humanity's greatest creation, after all. He glanced at the pensive Romani and continued, let's keep going. Fix this place and change the future of humanity's extinction. Ritsuka nodded eagerly. Right, let's focus on preventing humanity's end. That's the key. As the director said, we protect human order, safeguard humanity's reason. She glanced at Morpheus, mulling over his words. As an ordinary human, Ritsuka had consumed more modern novels and films than most magi. Morpheus's suggestion echoed themes in many stories. It wasn't impossible, but for Chaldea's director, such a blow, even as a hypothesis, was devastating. The thing you believe saves humanity being the cause of its ruin. No one in her position could bear it. Morpheus saw this. He only raised the possibility, unsure if it was true. Unfamiliar with the Fate/Grand Order world, he knew Kanoko Nasu's penchant for dark twists, much like Gen Urabuchi's. If true, his words were a preemptive buffer to prevent Olga Marie's collapse. If not, it was just a theory, no harm done. As for how Chaldea observed Earth's future, Morpheus understood instantly. Create a small sphere, conceptually dubbed Earth. Accelerate its time to observe the future. Within the same world, the sphere equals the real Earth. While it can't fully interact externally, it can simulate and predict. Further tests might allow Chaldea's to replace Earth itself, becoming a new planet. In a way, Chaldea's was the ultimate magecraft masterpiece, possibly rivaling or surpassing the 5 true magics. But such a creation was also immensely dangerous, one misstep could erase human history. Morpheus, I need to talk to you, Romani said, interrupting his thoughts. Morpheus looked over as Romani addressed the others. Private talk. You don't need to listen. I wasn't planning to, Olga Marie said, walking off. Ritsuka and Mash followed, as the area wasn't entirely safe. Morpheus, the director, was meant to be a master for Chaldea. But 3 years ago, her father died, and while still a student, she inherited Chaldea. She's been struggling alone to uphold the Nasuverse family. Maintaining Chaldea's operations was already overwhelming when anomalies appeared. The assured future beyond a century vanished. The Mages Association and sponsors bombarded her with demands to resolve it quickly. Worse, it was discovered she lacked master aptitude. The head of the Nasuverse family, one of the 12 lords overseeing the W's Association's Department of Astromancy, unable to be a master. It's a scandal. You can imagine the gossip behind her back. She's likely heard it too, so for those with aptitude who don't value it, Romani sighed. Under that pressure, she's done her best to keep things running these past 6 months, already overworked. I've urged her to seek counseling, but she never has time. Her mental and physical strain explains her harshness. It's not hatred. No worries. I just find teasing her fun. If she were truly malicious, I wouldn't have saved her. Besides, as director, she needs to take responsibility. There's no time for counseling, she'll have to keep working. Morpheus said. Romani was stunned. Keep working. Yep. Rest comes after cleaning up the mess. She's a ghost now, so physical strain's not an issue. I'm supplying the mana. For her mental state, you can counsel her, Morpheus said with a smile. If what I said is true, it'd be like a bomb in her heart. Tapping his staff, Morpheus's voice held resolve. If you can't handle it, I can alter her memories, erase or seal them. Phew, you're something else, Romani laughed. I'll do my best. You won't get that chance. Morpheus nodded slightly. One more thing. Since Lev is a demon god pillar, we need to be cautious. Romani began. You mean Lev contributed heavily to Chaldea's construction, even its core framework? Morpheus said. You guessed it, Romani said, his expression turning serious. Sheba, the future observing system, was primarily built by Leviticus. His knowledge of Chaldea surpasses most, even the director. That's why you sent her away, isn't it? Yes. I didn't want this to add to her mental burden. Your possibilities were enough. Let her piece it together slowly, Romani said, then shifted. Back to Leviticus. If his goal is humanity's destruction, why help create a Chaldea to save it? There's only one answer, Chaldea is necessary for his plan to destroy humanity. Smart. I thought the same, Morpheus snapped his fingers. He tried to destroy Chaldea to stop us from interfering, but he also created it. That means his plan requires Chaldea to unfold, and once it does, Chaldea's destruction doesn't matter. Morpheus spread his hands. Chaldea can protect the past to prevent a doomed future, but it can also alter the past to cause that future. It's two sides of the same coin, different applications. You're sharp. No wonder your name echoes from the Age of Gods, though I'm curious why you, a figure from that era, ended up a Mac Remitz foster child. I won't pry, but if we save humanity, I hope we can be friends. Since we're friends, I'd like a gift. Morpheus's bluntness stunned Romani, who laughed. What gift? Your blood. What? Romani's mind blanked, unable to read Morpheus. My blood. For a curse. No, not a curse. Just raw material. I plan to craft a ring. What ring? Morpheus smiled faintly. Solomon's ring. It wasn't about this world Solomon wielding the mystical power of King Solomon. Morpheus only needed someone with the conceptual identity of Solomon, tied to specific attributes. Like how he used the moon goddess's concept to channel his Kabbalistic practice through Gabriel. It was merely a better conduit. But Romani, or rather, the reincarnated Solomon, froze. He stared at Morpheus, managing a strained smile after a long pause. You're joking, right? Nope, I'm serious. But we'll talk more when I'm back, Dr. Romani. The communication cut off. Morpheus walked toward the others, while back in Chaldea, Romani sank into thought. Who is he? An existence I've never heard of. Even with my former omniscience, I never saw him, like a history deliberately erased from the root itself. He knows my secret, that I'm Solomon. And he seems serious about crafting Solomon's ring. Doesn't he know it's a divine gift from God, impossible to create? Romani speculated but couldn't unravel it, eventually giving up to focus on the present. Let's deal with the immediate issues. If he's not hostile, this Mac Remitz foster child will be the key to saving humanity's future. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/kongtl. Chapter 130, TOA 130, Servant Assault. What's wrong with this place? Even the documented Fuyuki city of 2004 didn't look like this, did it? Olga Marie said as they moved forward. This is definitely a historical anomaly. Along the way, the group encountered numerous monsters, but against Mash, a demi-servant with superhuman capabilities, they stood no chance and were swiftly dispatched to the underworld. Even with his own formidable strength, Morpheus couldn't help but admire the technological prowess of this world's humans for creating a demi-servant like Mash. To Olga Marie's complaints, Morpheus responded casually, "So, by Fuyuki City in 2004, you mean the Holy Grail War, right?" Olga Marie looked at him in surprise. "That's supposed to be a secret. You know about it?" "Yeah, I do. I'm just curious if what you know differs from what I know." "Perfect. I'll explain Chaldea's, tying it to the Holy Grail War. Listen closely. I'm only saying this once," Olga Marie said, clearing her throat with a hint of pride. Chaldea uses the Earth model, Chaldea's, to observe the future. Additionally, a familiar called Laplace compiles records of the past. To put it simply, Laplace's job is to uncover hidden history and gather undisclosed information. According to Laplace's observations, a unique conflict unfolded in this city in 2004. The Holy Grail War. Holy Grail War. Mash's expression turned to surprise. "You mean the Holy Grail? The legendary artifact with omnipotent wish-granting power, considered the foundation of all magecraft?" Olga Marie nodded. "Exactly. The Magi of Fuyuki City created the Holy Grail, and to activate it, they summoned 7 heroic spirits. That's the origin of the Holy Grail War. Servants were summoned to the city in secret. The Fuyuki Holy Grail War system is simple: 7 masters compete, and the last one standing claims the Grail." Morpheus was well aware of this. From the moment he realized this was the Nasuverse, he'd been fixated on the Holy Grail War. But when it began, he discovered this was the Fate/Grand Order world, not the 4th or 5th Holy Grail Wars. It should have been obvious, so why did Olga Marie treat it like some grand secret? Chaldea learned of this in 2010. "My father." "No, the previous director used this data to develop the summoning ritual, the heroic spirit summoning system, Fate. It's the 3rd invention after Laplace and Chaldea's." Mash looked puzzled. "The 3rd? Isn't the near-future observation lens, Shiba, separate?" "That." Olga Marie's expression faltered. She took a deep breath and said slowly, "That was Lev's invention, though I contributed to its development." Lev's betrayal made Shiba, his creation, a sore point for her, and her face darkened as she recalled it. After a brief pause to compose herself, she continued, "Anyway, this city is the origin of servants. 7 fought here in the past, with the Saber class claiming victory." Morpheus stayed silent. Olga Marie wasn't entirely wrong, but parts were inaccurate. Her father didn't discover the Holy Grail War in 2010 and base his research on it. Instead, her father, the previous Animosphere head, participated in the 2004 Holy Grail War, summoned Solomon, won, and wished on the Grail for vast wealth. Solomon, meanwhile, wished to become human, no longer the king. Thus, the wheels of fate began to turn. As Olga Marie said, outsiders believed Saber won, a deception crafted by her father. Morpheus fell into thought. Odd. Why would the previous Animosphere head hide it? Winning the Holy Grail War and using it to bolster his family, no, to develop Chaldea, a multinational project primarily funded by the Animospheres, his lifelong endeavor. Morpheus rubbed his chin. Something's fishy. I don't buy that Olga Marie's father was some saint without ulterior motives. Or rather, how many of Nasu's characters aren't unhinged? He glanced at Olga Marie. She concluded, the city wasn't destroyed, so the war likely ended discreetly. But now, it's like this because of the singularity. The 2004 anomaly affected all of human history, resulting in a future beyond a century becoming unobservable. Our mission is to repair this anomaly. Something here is disrupting history. Just then, more monsters appeared. Morpheus shook his head inwardly, couldn't they just walk in peace? Thankfully, Mash was there, so he could sit back and watch. They reached the church, now a ruin. The constant ruins made Olga Marie anxious. No matter where we go, it's a burning wasteland with no signs of life. What happened? Why did Chaldeas turn gray? Losing the ability to observe the future equates to humanity's extinction. Could the counterforce be ineffective in this singularity? It's like a critical linchpin, a pivotal node in a story. Scattered across human history are fatal decision points tied to extinction. If chosen wrongly, the result is boom. Total destruction, no future for humanity, right? Morpheus interjected, urging, stop overthinking. The simplest approach, find the enemy, defeat them, interrogate them, and make them spill what's going on. You make it sound easy. These enemies lack intelligence, how do you interrogate them? Olga Marie retorted. At that moment, Dr. Romani's voice cut in. Sorry, hold that thought, get out of there now. What's wrong? Olga Marie asked urgently. There's another signature nearby, a servant. Romani shouted. A servant cloaked in darkness appeared. Don't engage. You're not ready to fight a servant. Olga Marie, both helpless and tense, replied, even if you say that, we can't outrun it. Mash, fight. You're a servant too, you must have a way. Olga Marie urged. I'll do my best. Mash said, stepping in front of the group. Morpheus glanced at Romani, surprised. Was Romani holding him back because he thought Morpheus couldn't handle a servant, or was there no need for him to act yet? The dark-clad servant revealed herself. Medusa. But this Medusa seemed controlled, retaining some intellect but overwhelmed by a berserker-like madness, favoring action over thought. A barrage of terrifying attacks rained on Mash, who struggled to parry. If not for her sturdy shield, those strikes might have killed her. This is a servant's strength. Mash gritted her teeth, holding her ground, with Ritsuka, her master, behind her. Though an ordinary human, Ritsuka displayed remarkable calm, unafraid of the formidable foe. She observed the battlefield, issuing commands based on gathered intel to counter Medusa's attacks. Despite being a demi-servant, potentially weaker than a true servant, Mash held her own against Medusa's onslaught. She was even starting to push back. A bit longer, and Mash might win. But then, Romani issued another warning. Wait. Another identical signature is heading your way, a servant. One was bad enough, but two. Olga Marie cried out, as Mash and Ritsuka showed signs of panic. If they couldn't quickly defeat Medusa, they'd face a 2-on-1 fight, impossible odds. Romani turned to Morpheus. Morpheus, can you handle it? His words snapped the group to attention. Right. Morpheus had fought alongside gods and defeated mythic beasts like Typhon. Couldn't he handle the incoming servant? A dark-clad assassin servant appeared, seemingly stripped of most reason, speaking in fragmented words. Found, new prey. Holy Grail, must be mine. His voice was halting, but his movements were swift, charging at the group with incredible speed. Morpheus stepped forward, smiling. No problem. At my current level, even facing the 2004 lineup, a 1 against 7 wouldn't faze me. Romani coughed at the bold claim. Then I'll leave it to you. Got it. Morpheus advanced, loosening his hands. Olga Marie blinked in confusion. What's Morpheus doing? Just walking up. Isn't his magecraft long range? Why close the distance with a servant? Before she could process, the assassin moved, becoming a blur as he charged Morpheus. His speed was blinding, too fast for anyone to react. Such an attack would tear through any normal body. Clang. A piercing sound rang out. A sword had appeared in Morpheus's hand, a plain short sword. Yet, with it, Morpheus blocked the assassin's strike. Blind luck. Olga Marie's mind reeled, thinking it was a fluke. She wanted to shout for him to fall back. But in the next instant, both figures moved at breakneck speed. Their movements were so fast they left afterimages, the air filled with the clash of metal. The assassin was swift, but Olga Marie was stunned. Morpheus matched his speed entirely. She'd heard he defeated Typhon, assuming it was via powerful long-range magecraft with Artemis as the main force. But now, this Magus' physical prowess and close combat skill far surpassed her understanding of Magi. Even if Magi reinforced their bodies with mana, who could enhance themselves to this level, fighting a servant in high-speed melee? And he was using an actual sword, not a mystic code to accelerate casting. Instead of struggling, Morpheus dominated from the start, overwhelming the assassin. The assassin could only parry, with no chance to counter. All right, time to end this, Morpheus said, leaping forward with incredible speed. His short sword thrust toward the assassin's heart. The blade pierced the heart, mana erupting. Without needing to invoke a true name, Morpheus's basic attack destroyed the servant's vital point. But clearly, the hidden force didn't intend to let Morpheus win so easily. A crimson bolt of lightning shot from afar, surpassing reason, tearing through the air with violent mana, aimed at Morpheus. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/kongtl. Chapter 131, TOA 131, Battle Mad Morpheus. Facing the swift crimson bolt, Morpheus swung his short sword. In an instant, a surge of ferocious mana erupted from the blade, forming a crescent arc of light that tore through the air, racing forward with incredible speed. Boom. The collision with the crimson streak produced a deafening roar, unleashing a violent gust that swept the surroundings like a storm. The explosion was so intense it blasted apart the water surface below for dozens of meters, creating a hemispherical void. Water rushed in from all sides, filling the hollow with a thunderous crash. Well, well. The red-clad archer, Amiya Shiro, showed a flicker of surprise. His attack wasn't a casual shot but a noble phantasm transformed into an arrow and fired with precision. The attack's strength depended on the noble phantasm's power. Even if it was ordinary, the resulting blast was formidable. Yet this human countered it with a mere swing of his mystic code, a combat style that made Amiya Shiro feel he wasn't facing a magus but a swordsman. When did this era's magi become Southwest strong in close combat? It's like he's from ancient times, Amiya muttered, manifesting a demonic sword in his hand. He notched it onto his bowstring, and as he drew it back, the sword morphed into a spiraling projectile, his arrow. The Caladbolg too, modeled after Caladbolg, the demonic blade of the Celtic hero Fraga Mac Remitz, was a projection crafted by Amiya's magecraft. Though a replica, its quality was nearly indistinguishable from the original, barring its duration and durability. This A+ or even A++ rank noble phantasm was used as disposable ammunition, transforming into a dazzling beam of destruction that shot forward. This technique, Broken Phantasm, was one of Amiya Shiro's most potent moves as a heroic spirit. For Amiya, who could replicate countless noble phantasms, this was an extension of his unlimited blade works, his ideal combat style. Then, he saw a figure appear in the distance, moving so fast it was nearly invisible, like a launched cannonball. An enemy attack. Without hesitation, Shadow Servant Amiya released his fingers. The charged weapon became a streak of light, carrying immense mana as it shot toward the target. Boom. The arrow struck true, its full force concentrated without dispersion. But in the next moment, a figure burst through the smoke, fist clenched, charging at the wide-eyed Amiya. What? A low exclamation betrayed Shadow Servant Amiya's confusion. His hit landed, yet the target seemed unscathed. Before he could process it, the fist connected with his stomach, sending him flying. Crash. Amiya smashed through a railing and a wall, nearly embedded in the debris. Ha! Morpheus exhaled softly, looking at Amiya Shiro in the distance and raising his right hand. Come on, show me your true strength as a servant. Let's have a proper fight. His open palm clenched into a fist. Morpheus sheathed his weapon, standing empty-handed, his eyes blazing with battle lust. His aura radiated unreservedly, signaling his desire for combat to everything around. And let this fist send you back to the throne of heroes. Have I run into a berserker? Amiya sighed, lamenting his recurring encounters with such types. He studied Morpheus, puzzled. But you're human, right? He shook his head. No, not quite. You're human, but why do I sense something servant-like about you? Morpheus smiled, adjusting his clothes. Does it matter if I'm human? Just fight. Either you kill me, or I send you home, then I'll deal with that woman next. He pointed behind Amiya, his meaning clear. Fair enough. Amiya chuckled, manifesting two swords, one white, one black, yin and yang, and charged at Morpheus. A massive surge of mana erupted behind him, propelling him past the speed of sound like a rocket. Come, human, let's clash. Show me if you have the strength. A supersonic duel, human versus former human-turned-servant, magus versus magus, a clash of two world systems. Without surprise, their bodies collided in an instant, moving too fast for the naked eye. In mere moments, they exchanged dozens of blows. Shadow Servant Amiya dodged Morpheus's attacks while countering relentlessly. Despite countless battles and Holy Grail wars, Amiya was stunned by this human. His body, or rather, his clothing, had an eerie resilience. Amiya's strikes, even when they landed, couldn't harm him. It was like firing a rifle at a main battle tank's front armor, utterly ineffective. This human could deliver supersonic attacks, not just strikes but moving his entire body at sonic speeds, weaving and dodging with the agility of a monkey. A defense impenetrable to servants, movement matching their speed, and attacks sometimes faster than a servant's. Everything screamed one truth: this was no human. No human could do this. Yet his mind, his knowledge, insisted otherwise. This was a human. He resembled no magus but a legendary hero from the age of gods, capable of battling phantasmal beasts with raw physicality. In Amiya Shiro's mind, Morpheus had become such a being. Boom. 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 Continuous attacks brought continuous explosions. When a magus poured all their mastery of magecraft into physical control, this was the result. The air, torn by supersonic strikes, produced deadly sonic waves radiating from Morpheus's attacks, creating an area of effect assault. But it wasn't enough, not nearly enough. This intensity couldn't ignite his blood. He needed a stronger, far stronger foe. Morpheus attacked with increasing ferocity, his speed escalating. The fight shifted from equal footing to Amiya's one-sided defense, struggling to keep up. Bang. An unblocked fist struck Amiya's stomach again, sending him flying. In midair, he adjusted to reduce damage, but the blow still felt like it nearly shattered his bones. A monster, an absolute monster. His mind screamed human, but Amiya trusted his instincts. This was a phantasmal beast in human skin. Feeling sweat bead on his skin, Morpheus took a deep breath, smiling. Thanks. I finally got to stretch my muscles a bit today. Oh. So I'm just a punching bag to you? Not at all. Morpheus shook his head, stretching lazily without guarding against a sneak attack. A punching bag is just for beating, boring. But fighting you, close quarters, hand to hand, lets me unleash my full strength. Your full strength? Ha. Amiya laughed as if hearing a joke. Your close combat skills rival a servant's, mine, a knight class. He shook his head. But I won't forget, you're a magus. Your main style is magecraft, not this melee. Using my body to its fullest is still giving my all. You can't beat me, so I call the shots. Morpheus grinned, looking at Amiya. By the way, I'm not mistaken, you're operating on the Holy Grail's power, right? Ugh. Amiya's eyes narrowed. How do you know? I know a lot. Don't worry about it. Morpheus's battle lust surged. So, use your ultimate move. Unlimited blade works. With the Grail's vast mana, show me your true power, Amiya Shiro. Amiya Shiro. Shadow Servant Amiya paused, then smiled. Ah, that's a nostalgic name. I don't know how you know it, but you won't tell me, will you? I would, actually. If you ask, I'll answer. How do you know I won't? Amiya rubbed his eyes, sensing Morpheus's knack for provocation. All right, tell me. I met you in the past. I was even your teacher, Morpheus said with a smile, spreading his hands. Believe me. Amiya froze, not expecting that answer. As a servant, once an ordinary modern human, his mind held more knowledge than magi who shunned the mundane world. In seconds, he pieced it together. You met me in a parallel world. Exactly. Another world's you was my student. I taught him magecraft. He used projection too, but for him, it was mainly for daily convenience and crafting mystic codes for magecraft. Magecraft. He learned magecraft. Magecraft. Want to try it? I can show you. In return, show me your unlimited blade works. Morpheus proposed, genuinely eager to face Amiya at full strength, to experience the true unlimited blade works. He couldn't bring himself to fight the past Amiya Shiro, that'd be bullying. But this heroic spirit Amiya was different. No Holy Grail War, no Grail to worry about, just fight. Of course, Morpheus had other motives too. Seeing Morpheus's enthusiasm, Amiya's aura shifted, his gaze sharpening. Using unlimited blade works might kill you. Morpheus laughed. If I can't beat you, I've got no business saving human order. Amiya paused at the response, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. As he laughed, his mana surged, eroding the surroundings. Perfect. That's the spirit. Face me at my strongest, human. In that moment, Amiya seemed to recall his past, his burning passion, his inner path. Accepting Morpheus's challenge, he began his chant. I am the bone of my sword. Steel is my body, and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades. Unknown to death, nor known to life. Have withstood pain to create many weapons. Yet, those hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, unlimited blade works. This wasn't a spell but a reflection of his life, a mental trigger, a key to unleash his spirit, or a switch. As Amiya Shiro's switch flipped, the world transformed. The burning earth vanished, replaced by an endless desert. The dim sky gave way to a twilight with turning gears. The ground was littered with countless weapons, swords plunged haphazardly. This was a world of swords, Amiya Shiro's world, a reality marble born from his personal fantasy invading reality. Unlimited blade works. The magecraft closest to true magic, banned by the Mages Association. Morpheus murmured, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the field of legendary swords. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 132, TOA 132, A Study in Blades. The concept of idol theory posits that an imitation sharing the form and traits of an original object inherits a portion of its power. For instance, crafting a cross, though man-made, can channel some of the original power associated with the Christian cross. Amiya Shiro's unlimited blade work stems from his unique sword origin. Legendary artifacts recorded in the root can be reproduced through his projection magecraft, as if printed directly. These creations are nearly identical to their originals, the pinnacle of forgery. In this moment, in this enigmatic place, the weapons strewn across the ground are all storied armaments. Noble phantasms, each with a name etched in history. Amiya Shiro was ready for a grand battle with Morpheus, but to his surprise, Morpheus didn't attack or cower. Instead, he darted to a weapon on the ground, crouched, and began examining it closely. What era is this weapon from? Who wielded it? Morpheus asked Amiya directly. Amiya, poised for combat, felt his enthusiasm deflate. Frowning, he asked, "What are you doing? If I kill you, you'll return to the throne of heroes. Calling you back would be a hassle. So, tell me about these weapons. I'll take notes." Morpheus pulled a weapon from the ground and began analyzing its structure without hesitation. It didn't take long. In mere minutes, he fully dissected the weapon, tossed it aside, and moved to another. The sheer number of weapons was overwhelming, days wouldn't suffice to study them all. After a moment's thought, Morpheus decided to focus on the most valuable. "Can you show me Caliban?" Caliban? The sword of selection. Amiya was surprised Morpheus named one of the mightiest weapons. Yep. I've seen Artoria with Excalibur, but I'm not as interested in it. Caliban, though, that intrigues me. You can project it for me to study, and use it to fight me, right? Amiya didn't grasp Morpheus's intent, but it didn't stop him. The peerless sword of kings materialized in Amiya's hands, the once broken blade now pristine. Morpheus leaned in, unguarded, and touched the weapon. Its compact internal structure and superbly forged blade weren't the focus. The external design, blade proportions, hilt details, was what Morpheus memorized. If he were to craft a mystic code based on Caliban or design a magecraft ritual around it, this knowledge would be invaluable. Thanks. Morpheus bowed politely to Amiya, who appreciated the gesture. But then Morpheus asked, "By the way, can you replicate Odin's Gungnir?" Amiya raised an eyebrow. "Do you think I'm a god?" "Fair enough." Morpheus shook his head, disappointed, then asked, "What about the Emerald Tablet?" Amiya's mouth twitched. "You think that's possible?" "Ugh, too many limits." Sighing, Morpheus leaped back, clapping his hands. "I'm done studying. Let's fight." Amiya exhaled in relief, finding this human odd and hard to handle. Finally, a fight, just what he wanted. Among the endless weapons, Amiya raised a hand, and two swords rose from the ground into his grasp. Upon touching them, the combat experience of their original wielders flowed into him, allowing him to wield them as deftly as their owners. One was the white holy sword Gram, the prototype of Arthur's blade. The other was the black-red demonic sword Dainsleif, the legendary weapon of Denmark's King Hogni. Battle erupted in Amiya's reality marble, the two clashing once more. Dodging was pointless, only direct combat brought true thrill. Ignoring the weapon's sharp edges, Morpheus relied on his mystic code's defense, rivaling a nuclear bunker, and met them with fists and arms. Clang. His madman-like actions produced the sound of metal clashing. Even legendary noble phantasms, demonic and holy swords, couldn't scratch the human named Morpheus. Amiya's jaw dropped at the worldview-shattering sight. How was this possible? These weren't the C-rank Khonsho and Bakuya. Gram and Dainsleif were genuine B-rank noble phantasms. Attacks that can't break atoms are useless against me. Morpheus's bold claim stunned Amiya. Break atoms. Whoops, got carried away. I got so excited I thought I was a Saint Seiya for a second. Morpheus grinned, summoning the sword that had countered Amiya's Kalidbolg too. Even without his mana, this blade, gifted by the war god Ares, held immense power as the sword of the war god. Trained in swordsmanship, Morpheus, enhanced by his magecraft, unleashed a slash that spawned multiple wind blades hurtling forward. Boom. Roaring gales, like a god's wrath, swept through everything. The ferocious force roared within the reality marble, overwhelming its master, Amiya Shiro. One slash, just one. The world shattered under its force, the reality marble collapsing. Stepping forward, Morpheus lightly patted the fading Amiya's shoulder and said softly, "If I cut through your reality marble, does that count as grasping a special concept of the world?" Huh. Amiya smiled. "Dreaming, are you? That concept's tough to grasp. If you want it, find a guy dripping in gold." "Oh, right, I've got his tablet," Morpheus nodded. Amiya shook his head, smiling, and vanished, returning to the throne of heroes. As the world crumbled, 4 figures approached. Besides Olga Marie, Mash, and Ritsuka, there was a familiar face. Ku Chulayan, and he seems unaffected by the Grail. Right, a shadow servant. He hasn't been defeated by Saber Altar yet, so he's not corrupted. Morpheus nodded, waving. "All clear here. You guys are slow. You took down the mad dog guarding this place?" Ku Chulayan asked, approaching with a staff, clearly in his caster class. Morpheus nodded. "Yep. If you mean the knight guarding the king, that was me. A human, and that's strong." Ku Chulayan's eyes lit up, sizing Morpheus up. "How about we have a go? True to his battle-loving nature, Ku Chulayan issued a challenge. Typical Ku, never changes, Morpheus quipped. Ku Chulayan looked surprised. You know me? Yeah. Not this world's you, but another world's. Lancer class, Morpheus said casually, turning to Mash. How'd you win? Mr. Ku Chulayan provided support fire, and we beat Medusa together, Mash said softly, nodding. Without his help, it would have taken much longer. Is this how the original story goes? If I recall, in Fate/Grand Order, Mash fought Medusa alone. Where'd Ku Chulayan come from? Anime plot. Morpheus mused, struggling to pin down whether this was the game or anime timeline, then shook his head. Should have studied the source material more. Time travel's a pain. He gave up analyzing the timeline, deciding to take it one step at a time. With his strength, he could handle most opponents anyway. Olga Marie had just witnessed a true servant battle, its terrifying power seared into her mind. Mash, as a demi-servant, adapted and gained experience, gradually suppressing Medusa. But when Medusa unleashed her true strength, Mash was overwhelmed. Without Ku Chulayan's timely aid, Mash, and they, might have died. Yet Morpheus, a human, not only easily defeated the assassin but also stormed here to take down the servant guarding the king, a knight likely stronger than most. Olga Marie now truly believed Morpheus could rival mythical phantasmal beasts. Her curiosity about his past grew. What adventures had he experienced in ancient Greece? Where had he met Ku Chulayan, and from another world no less? Such tales sparked deep intrigue. But now wasn't the time for stories, they needed to resolve the crisis. Storytelling could wait until they returned to Chaldea. Finally, they faced their ultimate foe, the woman on the throne, the black-clad servant ruling Fuyuki City. Saber Altar, Artoria Pendragon. Her dark crimson aura exuded menace, her weapon radiating the same ominous hue. Saber Altar's mere presence exerted immense pressure, broadcasting an unmistakable message. She was invincible. Ku Chulayan, feeling the weight, stepped forward to speak, but Morpheus charged ahead, sword in hand, shouting, "Sorry, in a rush, you're out first." No plan, no preparation, just a headlong rush at the strongest foe. Ku Chulayan felt like a fake magus watching this reckless one. The Black King faced her challenger, her expression cold and regal. Gripping her weapon without underestimating him, she gathered her power. Boom. The clash of swords, even a mere touch, unleashed a deafening pressure that made ears ring. The air torn by their weapons produced shockwaves, ripping the ground apart. A relentless flurry of clashes followed, a piercing cacophony like a torrential symphony, wild and frenzied, chilling to hear. Everyone watched, wide-eyed, as a human fought the top-tier servant without yielding an inch. No way. A human. Ku Chulayan grinned, his smile twisted, as if forced. His worldview was shattered. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 133, TOA 133, The Black Sword's Light. As Morpheus clashed with the blackened Artoria, Ritsuka, and the others rushed forward, only to halt, stunned by the surreal sight before them. A massive, dark entity pulsed like a heart made of flesh, grotesque and terrifying. The writhing mass seemed alive, a living existence. Within it, vast mana flowed, gathered, and transformed into power for its wielder. What is this? Ritsuka, an ordinary human, voiced her confusion. Olga Marie stared, whispering, This is an advanced mana furnace. The way the mana circulated, its rapid condensation, and its sheer volume told Olga Marie one thing: this surpassed any mana condensation device humanity could currently create. Is this the Greater Grail? Was this what they came to destroy? If we take this down, Saber will vanish. Ku Chulayan shouted. The blackened Artoria wasn't mindless. She was fully aware, far more lucid than Medusa or the assassin, akin to the Red Archer. Thus, she praised the human before her. You're impressive, and your sword is too. To match me like this. Morpheus had clashed with Artoria's dark blade hundreds, perhaps thousands, of times using his short sword. Both moved at blinding speeds, as if transcending limits. To Artoria's praise, Morpheus surged forward, slashing upward diagonally. A violent gust merged with surrounding mana, forming a radiant sword beam. Artoria's eyes widened in surprise. She raised her longsword to block. Boom. A massive eruption of mana hit Artoria with overwhelming force. She countered with her own mana burst, but being a split second late, the blast pushed her back several meters. I can not only match you, but I can defeat you with the very attacks you pride yourself on, Morpheus said, aiming his sword of the war god at her. Oh. You think you can replicate my attacks? Not quite. I'd say I've replicated the prototype of your noble phantasm. Morpheus shook his head, his sword still pointed at her. Or try defeating my sword of the war god first. Otherwise, you're not worthy of facing that attack. Sword of the War God. Artoria smiled faintly. The name hinted at its origins. Many mythologies had war gods, but few were directly titled as such. If he boldly named his sword, she could deduce his identity. No need to guess. I'll tell you. This sword is mine, gifted by Ares, hence the sword of the war god. Clear now. Morpheus declared openly. Yet this only deepened Artoria's confusion. Did any figure in mythology match this man? I know you well, your weapon, your past, Morpheus said suddenly, startling her. Why would he say that? Did they know each other? Ha! Are you saying you know me from some novel? Artoria mocked. Morpheus shook his head. I've spoken with you, pleasant chats, actually. But I must say, are the pasts of every Artoria across worlds so consistent? Her eyes narrowed. That statement carried immense implications. You've met in other worlds me. Exactly. That's why I know you so well, Morpheus nodded. For fairness, I'll share about myself. For instance, your draconic bloodline fuels your vast mana. His lips curled, and a terrifying aura erupted, overpowering even the Blackened King's presence, making Artoria feel breathless. It was as if a creature at the food chain's bottom met its apex predator. My trait, Dragon Slayer. Morpheus declared, revealing a trait he'd deliberately acquired. Artoria felt the overwhelming force. Bloodlines granted power but also weaknesses. Pure vampires feared anti-vampire attacks, high divinity meant strength but vulnerability to anti-divine constructs. Her draconic blood wasn't pure, yet this oppression felt like she was a true dragon facing its natural enemy. It was as if his Dragon Slayer trait was of the highest order. My Dragon Slayer trait, specialized against dragons, comes from defeating the primordial dragon, Morpheus said. Primordial dragon. Sword of the war god. Artoria's mind flashed to a distant tale, not even a legend, barely a rumor among magi, often dismissed. It was just a story. The tale says Medea joined the Greek gods against the giants, standing with Heracles. But there was another, a mysterious figure with little record. Later, Medea and Artemis faced Typhon, the monster who made gods flee. Medea fought Typhon's spawn, while Artemis slew the father of monsters. But a lesser-known version claims a mysterious figure fought alongside Artemis, perhaps even as the main force. Artoria looked at Morpheus. That figure was said to have joined the Argonauts' voyage but vanished after an attack by the mother of monsters. The rumor claimed, had he not vanished, he'd be an indelible mark on human history. Sounds like some random fantasy, Morpheus remarked. It's just a story, a rumor among magi, Artoria said. I thought it was just that, a story. But now, I wonder if it was real. Clap, clap, clap. Morpheus applauded lightly, smiling. You're right. It's not a story, it happened. I was on the battlefield against the giants, fought Typhon with Artemis, and sailed with the Argonauts. Then, an attack by the mother of monsters pulled me into a temporal rift. I never imagined meeting a human from the age of gods, with power rivaling divinity, Artoria said. You're off on one thing. This area's time is 2004, right? Correct. Though it's a unique zone, it's 2004. In 2004, I was actually 6 years old, Morpheus spread his hands. I'm a human of this era, sent to ancient Greece by accident, where I had those experiences. A fantastical tale, like something scribbled on a whim, tempting one to dismiss it as absurd. Yet the men seemed sincere. He sighed. Saving humanity's a hassle, but it's gotta be done. I want to live in a world with games, cola, and fried chicken. So, my time in the age of gods wasn't bad. Got some perks, like this sword. He looked up. To save human order, don't stand in my way, Blackened King. I'll send you back to the throne of heroes. Artoria closed her eyes, then snapped them open, raising her weapon. Come, human. If that's your stance, there's no turning back. It's you or me. Mana surged within Artoria, its ferocity momentarily overcoming the Dragon Slayer's pressure. Perhaps because her draconic blood wasn't fully pure. Morpheus withdrew his aura, letting her gather strength. His short sword vanished, replaced by a peculiar rune. The rune of the sword of promised victory. Light gathered in his hand. Black light and blazing white light erupted simultaneously. Excalibur Morgan. Artoria shouted, unleashing her noble phantasm's torrent. The white light matched the black's power, clashing, intertwining, and consuming each other. The white light overwhelmed the black with its sheer volume, extinguishing the dark sword's beam. Artoria stared, stunned. She hadn't expected him to mean it literally. You actually replicated my noble phantasm. Yep. From the age of gods, a weapon that defeated a monster nearly destroying planetary civilization. But I'm just imitating, you hold the real one, Morpheus smiled, watching the fading Artoria. See you in the future. Artoria gave him a deep look, her lips parting to say something unexpected. What if I said I'm the one protecting human order? What do you mean? Morpheus shouted, but it was too late. The blackened night vanished, leaving an empty space. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. A manic laugh rang out. Morpheus turned to see Lev, his face twisted in a mocking grin. Serves you right, Saber. I gave you the Grail, and you still wanted to preserve this era. Now your own side took you out. His taunts aimed at Saber were clearly meant for Morpheus. He was thrilled, finally getting some payback after his earlier setbacks. But Morpheus just stared, as if watching a clown. This singularity's at its limit. Stay here and perish, awaiting humanity's end. Lev bellowed, a massive mechanical construct appearing behind him, an unknown entity, as he was pulled into a temporal rift. What's going on? Olga Marie and the others rushed over. Ku Chulayan, the caster, was glowing, fading with the Grail's disappearance. I leave it to you. If fate allows, we'll meet again, he said lightly, as if the area's destruction meant nothing. As Ku Chulayan vanished, Morpheus raised a hand, snapping his fingers. A magic circle's patterns appeared on the ground, floating upward. His inscribed magecraft activated, forming a protective barrier around them. Romani shouted for them to return, awaiting Masha's actions. Morpheus looked where Artoria had vanished. So, you test my strength first, then drop the truth. Why does everyone play like that? If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/kongtl. Chapter 134, TOA 134, A Talk with Romani. This was Morpheus's second time stepping into Chaldea's interior. Gazing at the base, half destroyed but under repair, he felt oddly relaxed, taking in the sight. Romani was already there to greet them. Olga Marie immediately asked, "What's the status of the frozen personnel?" Romani replied promptly, "They're stable but can't be treated yet. We need more time." After speaking, he studied Olga Marie. "Director, your body is indeed like a servant's, composed of spiritual essence." Spiritual essence? Olga Marie pondered, stunned that she'd returned to the real world in this form. Yep. You can phase through walls now, no need for doors. You could even sneak into kids' rooms at night to spook them, but that'd be fun, Morpheus teased. Olga Marie's face tightened. Do I look like someone who'd do that? I'm the director of Chaldea, head of the Animosphere family. I'd never stoop to such nonsense. Morpheus smirked inwardly. Despite her denial, her eyes betrayed an eager glint she couldn't suppress. Clearing her throat, Olga Marie declared, "Romani, I'm resuming my duties as director. Return to your original role." Understood, director. You're back in charge. Romani quickly handed over operations, visibly relieved, before heading to the medical bay. He waved to Morpheus and the others. Come with me. You need rest to recover. We might face bigger trouble soon. It's not over, is it? Ritsuka asked. Right. The Fuyuki singularity is gone thanks to you, but we've detected 7 new singularities, far worse temporal distortions. Rest while you can. During this time, we'll investigate further. The director's expertise and capability ensure she's got this handled. Romani paused, turning to them. Master 48, Ritsuka, and our only servant, Mash, though I know it's dangerous and a lot to ask, please work together to save humanity. Ritsuka and Mash exchanged glances, smiling and nodding, like ordinary people stepping onto a heroic path. Don't worry so much. You've got me, Morpheus said, easing the tension. His proven strength reassured Ritsuka and Mash. If the next crises were like Singularity F, they might not face much pressure. Romani addressed Morpheus. As Master 49, once the summoning system is fixed, prepare to summon a servant. Your strength is impressive, but servants are more reliable and safer. We'll see. I'll summon if needed, Morpheus replied. Normally, summoning specific servants requires a saint relic. Without one, it's still possible with a complete magic circle and sufficient mana, but the result is random. The less distinct your identity, the more random it gets. I get it. You're saying my unique background might summon a servant tied to me, right? Morpheus asked. Romani nodded. Exactly. Like, if I were Zeus's descendant, I could theoretically summon Zeus. Romani shook his head. Gods are nearly impossible to summon, even with a relic. But a hero from your lineage, like a demigod tied to Zeus, is feasible. Just an example. With the right circle and mana, summoning a god's possible, Morpheus said, lips curling. Don't worry. I'm quite experienced with summoning heroic spirits. Is that so? That's great news. Romani smiled. After ensuring Ritsuka and Mash went to rest, he turned to Morpheus. Care for a private chat? About what? Your thoughts on the current situation. What thoughts could I have? Morpheus rubbed his eyes. Honestly, I'm not sure what's going on. Saber. Artoria said she was protecting human order. Why would stabilizing Singularity F protect it? Got any theories? Romani fell into thought, hesitating before replying. It's possible we don't fully understand the 2004 Holy Grail War, which leaves gaps in our knowledge of Singularity F. Seeing Romani play dumb, unwilling to reveal too much, Morpheus didn't press. Is that so? I'm curious, then. The winners of 2004. Saber and her master, what wishes did they make, and how did they impact the world? You'd have to ask them directly. Romani gave a strained smile. But they're elusive, so we can't dig too deep. Really? I thought, as a key figure in Chaldea, you'd know everything, Morpheus said, smirking. His words made Romani laugh awkwardly. By the way, what did you mean about using my blood to craft Solomon's ring? The legendary Solomon's ring isn't much of a legend. Replicating it is simple with enough knowledge, Morpheus said, spreading his hands. Of course, materials can ease the process. I'm not the best craftsman, so I take shortcuts, like using specific materials. But my blood. I'm not exactly brimming with mana, Romani said, shaking his head. You'd have better odds with any random Magus's blood. No, you're selling yourself short. I dabble in astrology and divination, and my readings say your blood is key, other materials don't matter as much. Morpheus spoke earnestly, not joking. Romani wanted to argue but found no grounds. For a Magus, following divination's guidance was common. The prouder the Magus, the more they trusted their craft. Romani couldn't tell if Morpheus was that proud, but he suspected so. Giving up, Romani sighed. Fine, I'll provide some blood later. Not much, right? Just a few drops, like a routine test, Morpheus assured. Seeing Romani refuse to admit he was this world's Solomon, Morpheus dropped it, shifting topics. So, about the situation. Chaldea's is glowing red, signaling humanity's doom. Does the outside world still exist? Even if Solomon wouldn't admit his identity, Morpheus trusted he'd offer hints when needed. I suspect it's already over. The human world may have ended. Our inability to contact the outside supports this, Romani's expression darkened. The future isn't unobservable, it ceased to exist when it turned crimson, as if locked in an instant. You mean the outside world is like Singularity F's Fuyuki, but Chaldea's unique nature lets us persist here? Exactly. It's a theory, but we can't contact anyone because they're gone. Romani's face grew grim. If we can't change history, Chaldea might vanish too. Lev spearheaded these plans, he wouldn't leave loose ends. How long do we have? It's late 2014. If I'm right, we've got about a year. A year. So, by the end of 2015, if we haven't resolved the 7 singularities, we're done. Just a guess, Romani forced a smile. Rest up. Mash and Ritsuka lack your experience and strength. We'll need your help to explore and fix history. Leave it to me. I came here sensing trouble, but Lev got the jump on me. Morpheus rolled his eyes. He knew about me beforehand, cheating bastard. Haha, no helping it. He's a demon god pillar, aware of the past. Knowing you isn't surprising, Romani said, then asked seriously, so, how did you end up in ancient Greece? Are you really from the age of gods? Morpheus resisted the urge to snap, giving a brief explanation. Romani marveled, stunned by the wild twists of Morpheus's journey. So, you sensed trouble here through divination and came to investigate, but Lev targeted you, sending you to ancient Greece. There, you adventured, seeking a way back, and got pulled into another universe, joining a different Fifth Holy Grail War. After it ended, you returned here. Yep, you summed it up well. That's an unimaginable adventure. You were even summoned as a servant in that universe's Grail War. Romani shook his head in awe. No wonder your body's stats are so odd. You look human but have servant-like traits. And to achieve such feats in ancient Greece. Romani reached out, patting Morpheus's shoulder, prompting a step back. Whoa, my preferences are strictly normal. I mean, can I examine you? Your body's human, but there's got to be a secret. No chance. My magecraft's just different. I'm an ordinary human. Ordinary? You've got divinity in you, don't think I didn't notice. Romani exclaimed, exposing him. A magus who killed Typhon. Something gods couldn't do. You expect me to buy that you're ordinary? Morpheus chuckled. Everyone's got secrets, right, Dr. Romani? Romani promptly shut up. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 135, TOA 135, The Working Ghost. After lingering in his rest area for about half an hour, Morpheus wandered out, strolling through Chaldea as if nothing was amiss. He first visited the medical bay, where he saw Romani bustling about alongside other uninjured medical staff. The area was overcrowded with wounded patients on beds. Those without beds received temporary bandages and were placed in the corridors. The medical wing was swamped, predominantly with patients. Mana could heal fatal wounds easily, but at Chaldea, despite its powerful mana furnace, the available mana for medical use was scarce, most was reserved for other purposes. Thus, the medical bay relied heavily on scientific equipment for less severe cases, saving mana for those near death. This was Chaldea's triage system. "You're here? Why aren't you resting?" Romani asked, approaching Morpheus. Morpheus shrugged. "Just checking if I can help." "It's tough," Romani said quietly. "The outside world is abnormal, like Singularity F, draining the world's mana. Even if we wanted to use mana for healing, it's nearly impossible to gather enough. So, life's been drained, causing a mana desert, right?" "Exactly. But no need to panic. Chaldea's built on Earth's blueprint. As long as the planet exists, we can draw mana from the ley lines, it'll just take time." "How long?" "About 4 days to gather enough mana. For now, we prioritize critical patients, keeping them stable. Others get treated with tech to maximize resources and save the most people. A cold choice, prolonging some patients' pain but ensuring survival." "The only issue?" Morpheus asked. "She's short on staff, isn't she?" "Desperately. If a third of them recovered, it'd ease the shortage significantly," Romani nodded, sighing. "But we must conserve mana for the other singularities and to restore the summoning circle for servants to boost our forces." Morpheus fell silent, raising his right hand. A golden dagger, or rather, a short sword, appeared. The medical staff tensed, unsure why he'd draw a weapon here. Romani, startled but not intervening, asked, "What are you doing?" "Helping with healing. You can't expect the poor director to handle everything with so few people. Even as a spirit, no sleep's fine, but constant high-pressure work would break anyone's mind," Morpheus said, the dagger orbiting him. "Hot and humid." With his cryptic words, a breeze emerged in the sealed space. It wasn't strong, but it was there, stirring the air. Dense wind elements gathered around Morpheus, and everyone faintly sensed something descending. The room warped, as if a violent force distorted the space, sparking panic among the staff. "Carrying a magic circle sure is handy," Morpheus muttered. His left hand summoned a book. As it opened, a page flew out, expanding into a massive sheet enveloping the medical bay. The mana radiating from it froze everyone. It was noble phantasm-level power. "In the name of YHVH, the divine shall heal all," Morpheus chanted, and to everyone's shock, an angel silhouette appeared behind him. Though a mere shadow, it instilled primal fear. The moment the angel appeared, Chaldea itself trembled. The overwhelming power seemed capable of erasing the entire facility from existence. "What is this? An angel? Can humans really summon angels? I've heard of borrowing angelic power, but direct summoning." Gasps filled the room. Romani, silent, stared at Morpheus in shock. Unlike the others, Romani, as Solomon, had a contract with God. He knew the might of angels. But this angel's power surpassed anything he knew, threatening the very planet beneath their feet. If ranked by divine tiers, this angel, Raphael, matched Earth's entirety. Where did this angel come from? How had he never known angels could be this powerful? If angels were this strong, what were other gods even doing? Slacking off. Romani couldn't fathom this angel or how Morpheus summoned it. But he understood why Morpheus could join divine battles in ancient Greece and slay Typhon, the father of monsters, whom even Zeus feared. Even in a sealed state, Typhon wouldn't stand a chance against Morpheus. As the crowd reeled in shock and fear, the angel vanished. Its immense power transformed into healing energy, washing over the patients. Those in agony relaxed, closing their eyes and slipping into deep sleep. The room's distortions normalized. Morpheus clapped his hands and walked away. Romani stared, dumbfounded. "He's not gonna say anything." Someone shouted, "Dr. Romani, their injuries are healed." "What?" Romani turned, seeing patients sleeping peacefully, their vitals stable on monitors, as if perfectly healthy. That was a healing spell, no magic. Romani thought, shouting, "Check everything. Make sure we didn't miss anything." The staff, briefly stunned by Morpheus's actions, sprang back into action. Meanwhile, the once suffering patients slept like babies in deep slumber. Having taken full command of Chaldea, Olga Marie worked tirelessly, poring over documents. Her eyes scanned each word meticulously to avoid missing critical details. She floated midair, unaware, so engrossed she'd entered a trance-like state. The staff noticed but said nothing. As magi, they knew of spiritual bodies, and while they might not have seen one, they weren't about to yell, "Ghost." That'd be embarrassing. But, not even noticing your state. Comfy floating up there. Morpheus's laugh drew her attention, making the staff below straighten up, working harder. Olga Marie was strict, mistakes meant harsh penalties. And someone dared tease the director. They stole glances, curious about the commotion. Olga Marie felt drained. The workload was overwhelming. Even with prioritized tasks, future steps needed planning, and progress was slow due to staff shortages. Here to mock me. She snapped at Morpheus, pouting, shocking the staff. This was the director. She didn't chew him out and kick him out. As they gaped, Olga Marie set her documents down, realizing her desk was below while she floated above. She coughed lightly, cheeks flushing, and descended to the floor. It's because I'm a spirit now. I'm just making the most of my time to get used to this body. In Chaldea, she could mimic a human state, her spiritual body nearly indistinguishable from flesh. But here, her ghostly form was slightly transparent. Without careful mana control, she'd float involuntarily. Low density does that, Morpheus said casually, snapping his fingers. Olga Marie felt her mana surge, her body solidifying until it was indistinguishable from a human's, no longer transparent. Now, even without focus, she stayed grounded, not drifting. Oh. You're actually helping. With that dress, floating around might cause a wardrobe malfunction, Morpheus grinned, then bolted. Olga Marie froze, her face turning beet red, feeling the heat in her cheeks. She waved her fists, shouting, "That's none of your business." The staff stayed silent, not daring to comment. As Morpheus vanished, Olga Marie sighed, picking up her documents. His interruption felt like a release, easing her tension. Was he trying to help me relax? She shook her head. No way. That jerk's too obnoxious for that. Just a fluke. The lifelong workaholic, never having time for romance, wailed, "We're so short-staffed. If I had 10 more people, no, even 5, it'd speed things up and ease the situation." Director. A familiar voice called. Olga Marie, listless, asked, "Romani, what is it?" "It's done." Romani's excited voice came through the communicator. "The patients in the medical bay are nearly all treated. They can return to work tomorrow." Olga Marie blinked. What? Treated? How many? Weren't we saving mana for critical cases? Morpheus did it. He healed all the patients in the medical bay. They're healthy now, just needing mental recovery. They're resting and will be back tomorrow. Wait, all of them? Olga Marie thought she was hallucinating. Yes, all except the frozen ones. Everyone else is healed. Her jaw dropped, feeling like she was dreaming. She pinched her arm, feeling pain but showing no discomfort, murmuring, "It's real." If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 136, TOA 136, Into the Second Singularity. Ritsuka slept soundly that night, perhaps from sheer exhaustion, so deeply she couldn't recall if she dreamed. Opening her eyes, she washed up briefly and left her room, heading to the cafeteria. To her surprise, it was bustling with people. Didn't they say we took a huge hit and were critically short-staffed? Why does it look like there's plenty of people? Ritsuka muttered, puzzled. "Senpai." A voice called. Turning, she saw Mash holding food, bread, ham, lettuce, and milk, simple but nutritious. Ritsuka grabbed a similar meal and joined Mash at an empty table. Curious, she asked, "How many people are usually at Chaldea?" "It looks crowded, but weren't most injured, leaving us short-handed." Mash replied eagerly, "Senpai, you didn't know. These people were discharged yesterday. They rested overnight and started work today." Ritsuka's eyes widened. "We weren't in the singularity that long, right? How'd they recover so fast? Weren't their injuries severe?" Mash beamed. It was Morpheus Senpai. He used some special magecraft, no, magic. It instantly healed everyone in the medical bay. Witnesses said it didn't even look like magecraft, more like true magic. Ritsuka grew more curious about Morpheus's abilities. True magic? Isn't there a big gap between magecraft and true magic? I thought no one could use true magic anymore, just magecraft. That's true, but Morpheus Senpai said he uses true magic. It seems real now, and his magic feels unique, though I can't pinpoint why. You feel it's unique but can't explain it. Right. My intuition says his techniques are special, but I don't know enough about magecraft to understand why. I see. Ritsuka nodded, recalling Morpheus's words. He asked if I wanted to train with him to boost my strength and even enhance a servant's power. I'm thinking about it. That's a rare opportunity. His knowledge is probably unknown to most. Learning it would be valuable, but... But what? You don't have a magic crest, and Morpheus-senpai likely won't share his. You might not learn the core stuff, Mash said regretfully, then smiled. But more knowledge is always great. Who says my magic needs a magic crest? Morpheus's voice startled them. He appeared beside them, holding a breakfast tray and sitting next to Mash. Ritsuka and Mash glanced at his plate: ham, bread, lettuce, roughly double their portions, but only one glass of milk. Clearly, Morpheus's appetite dwarfed theirs. Your magecraft, magic, doesn't need a crest? Mash asked. Nope. Crests are just tools to simplify casting. Before crests existed, how did people cast? They didn't just stop, Morpheus said, dipping a finger in his milk and writing a number on the table. Look. What's this? 6. Ritsuka and Mash said, confused. The number 6, written in milk, was unremarkable. They didn't get his point. Exactly, just a 6. Now look again, see what's changed. Puzzled, they looked back. Their eyes widened. The number glowed crimson, surrounded by intense fire elements. A simple number, drawn in milk, triggered magic. Without any mana-infused tools. How is this possible? Mash gasped, glancing around. No one else noticed, likely a barrier blocked their perception. Ritsuka was equally stunned. Is magic really this powerful? It's like the magic in novels. Mash whispered, Senpai, it's not that simple. Normally, mana can't be used so casually, but Morpheus-senpai, how? Astrology magic. 6 represents the sun, tied to Michael and fire elements. By writing it, I activated my internal mana, Morpheus explained, smiling. No external mana needed, just internal changes that affect the outside. The 6 is part of a simplified ritual, perfect for beginners. Beginners? Mash found it absurd. If this was beginner level, what was advanced? Even Kuchulain, casting runes, showed clear mana fluctuations and consumption. But until the magic took effect, she felt no mana from Morpheus, as if the fiery glow appeared from nowhere. Yep, beginners. Experts can cast with gestures or chants alone, instantly triggering internal mana, Morpheus grinned. A skilled magus can use every subtle movement, each finger, a fist, footsteps, even step distance, as a casting trigger. He sighed. Sadly, I'm not that skilled yet. Ritsuka nodded, not fully understanding. Mash resisted, rolling her eyes. Not skilled. He could overpower servants. If this wasn't skilled, what was? Maybe if I hit you with a world's weight, you summon the 4 archangels to counter it, then I counter your world-burning flames, all instantly. That's skilled, Morpheus mused, stroking his chin. Mash gasped. Senpai, can you read minds? Nope. But. I just sensed you think I'm impressive, so I explained, Morpheus laughed. Mash, skeptical, asked, a world's weight. Yeah, like the entire universe's mass crushing someone. And the 4 archangels can counter that. Yep. Each archangel roughly equals the material world, Morpheus said earnestly. Ritsuka was thrilled, but Mash felt her knowledge, and common sense, crumbling. They were fighting to save Earth from apocalypse, yet Morpheus claimed to know beings who could summon 4 universe-level archangels. Ritsuka asked, if I summoned the 4 archangels, could I save human order? Morpheus smiled, tapping her head, prompting an ouch. Why'd you hit me? To teach you not to summon such things. Morpheus said. The archangels' true forms are infinite, matching an infinite material world. Summoning them fully would burst the universe. But you said. Ritsuka pouted, then paused, recalling his words. You meant archangels equal an infinitely expanding universe. Exactly. But the universe isn't infinite, it's finite. Highly likely. From all I've learned, that's the truth. The universe is finite and will eventually end, Morpheus said, raising an eyebrow. Here's a secret. No Greek mythology. They nodded. Greek gods. They nodded again. Knowing Morpheus's time in ancient Greece, they expected a big revelation. A big secret: Greek gods aren't like Earth's others. They're outsiders. Outsiders? Mash and Ritsuka gasped. Yep, from space, not even this universe. Their universe was dying, so chaos traveled across dimension here, sending a fleet to explore Earth. Each ship had its own AI and name. The flagships. Cronus and Zeus. Ritsuka and Mash gaped, speechless, stunned by the bombshell. Ritsuka finally blurted, the Greek gods are aliens. No, advanced AI lifeforms, mechanical civilization. Mash, recovering, asked, but myths show them as humanoid. How could they be ships? Easy. Ritsuka answered before Morpheus. With advanced tech, creating human-like bodies is simple: cloning, holograms, nanoclusters, or light matter conversion. Sci-fi novels have that stuff. Mash stared at Ritsuka, lost. A sheltered magus from Chaldea, she knew little of sci-fi. Something like that, Morpheus said. They mingled with humans, protected them, gained divinity, and became Earth's gods. A catastrophe destroyed their ship bodies, leaving them like natural gods. The two loved his tale, but breakfast ended, and work called. At the rayshift chamber, Olga Marie shouted from the control room, "We're counting on you." No worries, Morpheus gave an okay sign. Ritsuka and Mash nodded, smiling. As they prepared to leave, Olga Marie called out. "Wait." Clearing her throat as they looked up, she said, "Thanks for healing everyone." Morpheus grinned. "No problem. Just didn't want you fading from overwork. You're a ghost now, keep working, no slacking." Olga Marie took a deep breath. Morpheus could infuriate her, yet his actions helped her. Suppressing her anger, she forced a smile. "Get going." Chaldea's field team, the trio, set off for the next singularity. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 137, TOA 137, The Evil Dragon Gene. A singular France, a singular June 3, 1431. Due to certain events, or perhaps encounters, a being had fallen early into the abyss of evil. The dark sorcerer, relying on a holy grail obtained from a mysterious figure, successfully summoned his own god. A pitch-black woman named Jean, shrouded in an ominous aura, consumed by violent emotions, an entity that knew only slaughter. Gillis laughed maniacally, kneeling before the woman, beseeching her favor. For Jean, everything could be sacrificed, everything could be slaughtered. The deaths of others meant nothing to Gillis, comparable, perhaps, to the ants crawling on the ground. He had already offered the Holy Grail in his possession to his god, Jean. Now, with his assistance, she had created a summoning circle, initiating yet another servant summoning ritual. "Here I declare. Your body is beneath me, entrusting my fate to your sword. By the summons of the Holy Grail, those who heed this will and reason, answer me. I swear here, I am the one who spreads evil in this world. If you would blind yourself with chaos and serve me, you are the one imprisoned in a cage of madness, and I am the master holding its chains, bound by the 3 great words, from the wheel of restraint. Guardian of the scales." Light erupted from the summoning circle, and under the power of the Holy Grail, servants began to materialize. "Oh!" Gillis let out an excited, almost animalistic cry, perfectly matching his dark attire. 1 man and 4 women, 5 distinct servants appeared on the scene. All were tainted by the trait of madness, their ability to think rationally impaired. Facing these servants, the dark Jean's lips curled into a wicked, cruel smile. "At last, my kin, you have arrived. I am your master. Do you understand why you were summoned here? Destruction and slaughter, that is the command I give you. If there is a vibrant city, destroy it utterly. If there is a thriving village, ravage it without mercy. No matter how evil, no matter how cruel, the divine will grant forgiveness. Even if we ultimately face divine punishment, it matters not. For that is merely proof of the divine's existence and its means of love." The maddened servants received their orders and departed. Then, the dark Jean turned to Gillis, the noble swordsman who once followed Jean, now a dark sorcerer. "Next, Gillis. Bring that man to me." Her tone was laced with murderous intent. "Yes, as you command." Gillis grinned, clearly delighted by the decision. The dark Jean asked, "You haven't touched him, have you?" "Of course not. But have you decided how to deal with him?" The dark Jean remained silent, prompting Gillis to speak again. "Oh my, do you need my opinion?" His half-open eyes resembled those of a toad, utterly devoid of humanity. "Are you suggesting I'm troubled by this?" The dark Jean's words dripped with killing intent. "Don't speak nonsense, or I'll kill you, Gillis. Do you think about how to use a fork when you eat? It's the same thing. I don't even need to think about how to deal with him." The bishop who had condemned Jean and ordered her burned was brought forth. Clutching a cross, he looked around in terror, trembling as he stammered, "What? Where am I? Who are you?" No one answered him. He shouted desperately, seeking any response. "Answer me. Why won't you answer me? You there, aha." His words faltered as he saw the figure before him, a familiar face appearing in his vision. "Ah, isn't this Pierre? Bishop Pierre Cochon. I've been longing to see you again." The dark Jean's expression was deranged, like that of a madwoman. Jean, haven't forgotten your face for a single day. Impossible. As if desperately denying reality, Pierre Cauchon shook his head frantically. Impossible, 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 impossible. He screamed, but the figure before him did not vanish. Instead, she continued to stare at him, as if mocking a clown. You're Jean. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You should have died 3 days ago. I killed you. You should have fallen into. The dark Jean merely gazed at him. Fallen into hell, perhaps, Bishop. This must be a dream. A nightmare. What else could it be? Gillis appeared, smiling slyly at Pierre Cauchon. Oh my, starting to escape reality, are we? That won't do. We need to wake you up. A brutal strike landed on Pierre Cauchon, eliciting a piercing scream. The dark Jean watched, her face alight with pleasure. What will you do now, Bishop? The Jean you condemned as a heretic stands before you. Won't you clutch your cross and pray to your God? No need to curse, mock, trample, or ravage me. The evil Jean stands right here. Won't you roar at me like a brave lion? Come on, come on, come on. Pierre Cauchon trembled, whispering, spare. The dark Jean sneered. Spare. Spare me. Please, spare my life. Pierre Cauchon begged repeatedly, hoping to save himself. I'll do anything. Please, just spare me. Ha, ha 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 ha. Gillis, did you hear that? Gillis. The dark Jean laughed wildly. He says, spare me, spare me. The bishop who tied me up, mocked me, and burned me now grovels so pitifully. The bishop who killed me like an insect, preaching with a gaze full of love, now begs for my mercy. Oh, what sorrow, it brings tears to my eyes. Because this cannot save anyone. Such paper-thin faith cannot reach the Lord. Such feather-light conviction cannot take root in the earth. To forget to seek divine aid and instead beg a condemned witch for mercy, what a disgrace among believers. Do you understand, Bishop? You yourself are proving you're the heretic. And so, I feel such profound sorrow, sorrow that makes me laugh until I'm mad. Tell me, Bishop, recall well. What is the punishment for heretics? You should know. No, 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 no. Spare me. What a pity. Salvation's tickets are sold out, and this era has no indulgences. Very well, let's start from your feet. If I was burned by holy flames, then your body shall be consumed by the fires of hell. Raging flames erupted, completely incinerating Pierre Cauchon, reducing him to pure ash. Watching the blaze, the dark Jean smiled, her deranged laughter echoing. Gillis asked, what shall we do with the other clerics? Interrogating them one by one is too troublesome. Feed them to the dogs. My lovely minions, as your master, I, Jean, permit this. Devour their souls, tear their flesh, drink their blood, for we are demons made manifest in this world. My command is singular, purge this nation, purge this mistake called France. Ravage and pillage to your heart's content, starting with the nostalgic Orleans. Turn fertile, vibrant lands to desolation. Spare no man, woman, or child, no matter their faith, kill them all equally. This is the sole command of your master. As the arbiter of this world, I pass judgment. Humans who cannot prove the Lord's love have no value, are undeniably steeped in sin. Good or evil, all humans are equal, thus, kill them all, leave not a single one. Gillis let out a groan-like exclamation of awe. What immense power, is this the unblemished truth? This is the saint who saves the nation. This is the saint who followed the divine and forgave the world. My light has returned. Jean, you are truly resurrected. As your marshal, I must rise again. First, as proof, our army needs a banner. Jean, what shall we use as its emblem? A demon. Or. The answer was obvious. The evil dragon. The symphony of slaughter was beginning. Chaldea, medical center. A woman, dressed in ornate clothing that seemed out of place in modern times, approached Romani. She asked, hey, haven't you forgotten to introduce me? Neither Ritsuka nor that adopted son of the Mac Remitz family knows about me yet, do they? Ah, I forgot. Romani exclaimed, tapping his head. I've been so busy, you know, with everything going on. Today's finally a bit lighter, but with all the arrangements for departure, I pushed your introduction aside. I'm the chief technician, and you forgot to introduce the chief technician, the woman said loudly, then smiled. But that Mac Remitz's adopted son is quite intriguing. If his experiences are as you described, he's truly one of a kind in this world. Romani muttered, indeed, one of a kind. He went to ancient Greece, then to another world, fought in a Holy Grail War, and returned here, like he went out to level up and came back to deal with trouble. Not a bad analogy, the woman said. Like going on a quest to grind levels and returning strong enough to handle problems. But to think he collaborated with gods in ancient times, does someone of that caliber even need to level up? She pondered for a moment. My guess is, it was Lev's own meddling. He was already a tough opponent, and now he's even tougher. You're saying Morpheus was already strong before going to ancient Greece and didn't gain much there? The woman, clearly a servant, shrugged. I don't know. Romani rolled his eyes, about to retort, when she continued, but maybe. I read his report. It's not detailed, but the major events are there. He connected with the gods in ancient Greece, deliberately befriended Heracles, and fought in the war between the gods and the Gigantes. During that time, I saw no mention of him training or anyone taking him as a disciple to teach him divine knowledge. If anything, he only had contact with Hecate, exchanging some information, but it was just that, information, not knowledge. Romani reminded her, don't forget, Hecate gave him a ring, said to be a divine construct, definitely a top-tier noble phantasm. The woman smirked. Have you ever seen him use it? Romani fell silent. Morpheus had never used a ring in battle. Yesterday, he mentioned needing his blood to create Solomon's ring. The weapon he uses most, or rather, the only one, is a sword, supposedly a gift from Ares. But when he uses that seemingly ordinary staff, he displays power no less than that of Sword of Ares. So, the question is, how much of a gap is there between using a god-given noble phantasm and a mystic code he crafted himself? The woman grinned confidently. If we can confirm that, we can roughly determine how strong he was before he went to ancient Greece. Your reasoning. Because the staff and his attire are one, a mystic code he created before going to ancient Greece. Fair enough, Romani admitted, acknowledging her logic. But out of habit, he added, he says it's magic, not magecraft, remember that. Magic. Ha. The woman laughed, waved, and left, clearly heading back to her technical department. Phew, what a hassle. Always coming and going in a rush. Da Vinci really is. Romani muttered, turning back to the instruments displaying patient statuses. The only patients now were those still frozen, but it wasn't time to thaw them yet. The facilities needed further repairs, and every precaution had to be taken. The future of humanity, it's in your hands. He murmured, diving back into his work. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/kongtl. Chapter 138, TOA 138, I plan to conduct an experiment. Morpheus and his group successfully arrived at a suburban area via ray shift. Feeling the breeze in the air and the sunlight filtering down, Morpheus couldn't help but yawn. We've successfully reached our destination. Based on the timeline, it's 1431, during the 100 Years' War, though it should be a truce period now, Mash said, setting up the initial communication base while checking the data and addressing the group. Wars can stop. Ritsuka asked, surprised. It's not like they're fighting constantly. There's no formal peace treaty, so they could resume fighting anytime, but for now, it's a truce. Everyone's taking a breather, Morpheus explained, glancing at the sky. At that moment, the ferocious beast, named Foe, popped out from the side, hopping onto Ritsuka's shoulder. Mash looked surprised. Foe came along too. Noticing that Foe chose the shoulder opposite the one closest to him, Morpheus chuckled inwardly. That little guy's still avoiding me. I thought he'd stay behind, but he actually tagged along. As Mash and Ritsuka discussed how Foe had managed to come along, Ritsuka suddenly looked up, eyes widening, and shouted, "Look at the sky." Mash instinctively looked up, and Morpheus followed suit. He had already noticed the anomaly in the sky but hadn't paid it much mind. He figured he'd investigate it later when he had time. A massive halo loomed in the sky, encircling the heavens as if crowning the earth. Just then, as Mash's communication array activated, Romani's hologram appeared on site. "Ah, what are you all doing?" "Staring at the sky," Romani asked, puzzled. Mash immediately responded, "Doctor, I'm sending you the footage." "What is that?" "That's a halo, no, it's some kind of magecraft formula deployed in satellite orbit." Romani speculated cautiously. It was so clear from the ground and utterly massive. No matter how you look at it, that thing's enormous, maybe as big as the North American continent. There's no record of anything like this in 1431. This is likely one of the reasons the future is vanishing. "I'll analyze it from here," Romani said. Seeing that Romani couldn't identify it immediately, Morpheus approached. "Dr. Romani, where's the director?" "She's checking on the repair progress below." "I'm covering for now, but she'll be back soon," Romani replied, then reminded them, "Your job is to handle things on the ground. Start by finding the ley line." Morpheus shrugged. "Fine. Since we're in France, I've got a few things I want to try." Romani quickly asked, "Try what?" See if I can get my hands on the holy sword Durandal. At Morpheus's words, the group exchanged glances. After a few seconds of silence, Romani exclaimed, "You're going to steal Durandal." "It's not stealing." "How can you call a magician's work stealing?" Morpheus protested loudly. Seeing the group staring at him without comment, Morpheus waved his hand. "It's really not stealing. I just want to try a special mystic code. Think of it as crafting a noble phantasm and testing its effects here." Romani, still skeptical, pressed, "Testing a noble phantasm's effects? Why specifically in France?" Morpheus's lips curled into a delighted grin. "Because this is a singularity. Once we deal with whoever's causing the problem, the human order will repair this place and restore the original history. So, until then, I can experiment as much as I want, right?" Everyone fell silent. After a while, Romani said, "Be careful. You can experiment, but don't go killing people indiscriminately." Morpheus immediately cried out, "What are you thinking? I'm not some crazed murderer like those deranged magus." All right, just be careful. I can't help much from here. I'm off to analyze that thing in the sky," Romani said, sounding exasperated, waving at them. The group temporarily set aside the matter of the sky's halo and began searching for their next destination. "Morpheus, this experiment of yours, is it magic too?" Ritsuka asked from the side. "Sort of. It's about extracting elements from the Song of Roland and recreating the legendary weapon, Durandal. I've studied Durandal's structure, but it doesn't quite match what I'm aiming for. I don't want that version. I want the Durandal of myth." Ritsuka nodded, catching on. "So, the real Durandal doesn't live up to the myth standards." Except Charles VII, with Jean's help, had already been crowned, gaining legitimacy. But regardless, with Henry VI under the control of his two uncles, England wouldn't agree to withdraw unless some uncontrollable disaster forced them to retreat and defend. Smiling at the soldiers, Morpheus said, "We're not from England. Do we look like we are? We're just travelers. Otherwise, how could we have people of different skin tones?" The soldiers examined them. While Mash and Morpheus were harder to place, Ritsuka was clearly neither English nor European. Finally, they lowered their guard. The squad leader spoke. "What are you doing out here? Get to the city for safety. If those monsters show up again, you'll die." "Monsters? What monsters?" Mash asked, stepping forward. Morpheus gently patted her shoulder. "Let's walk and talk with them. No need to disrupt their patrol. We're done with our patrol and heading back." "Come with us," the squad leader said, leading the group forward while explaining the situation. Not long ago, Charles VII was suddenly killed, and the capital was engulfed in flames. "They say it was Jean," the soldier said quietly. "Jean killed Charles VII. Mash exclaimed. "That's not how it's supposed to be. Wasn't Jean already dead?" "Yeah, she was. We were furious about it. But they say she came back, made a pact with demons, and now controls hordes of monsters, even wyverns. She killed the king and is slaughtering all the people." The squad leader shuddered, clearly terrified. "Those monsters are horrifying. We can handle zombies, but wyverns? Their power is too much for us. England tried fighting them a few times but took heavy losses and withdrew, saying they won't deal with this anymore. But we can't leave, this is our home." As they spoke, they reached the outskirts of a city, or rather, a fortress. Its surface was scarred and pockmarked, as if it had just endured a fierce battle. Just as they were about to enter, an alarm blared. In the distance, a massive horde of zombies approached, accompanied by several wyverns soaring in the sky. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 139, TOA 139, One Arrow Solves It All. The ferocious wyverns and the vast army of zombies were a formidable threat. They had numbers, strength, and the wyverns could serve as an aerial assault force, a nightmare for the French soldiers of this era. Mash and Ritsuka immediately prepared for battle, but this time, Morpheus held out a hand, gently patting their shoulders. "Let me handle this." Ritsuka said nothing, while Mash, concerned, replied, "But there are so many." "It's fine. Numbers aren't the issue." Morpheus shook his head. "Well, that's not entirely true, numbers do matter, but this amount isn't a real threat." As he spoke, a bow appeared in his hand. Its design was ancient, as if from a distant past, radiating a faint, milky white glow, soft and serene. Just looking at the bow, one could sense its immense power. "This is..." Mash stared in awe, racking her brain for any historical record of such a bow but finding none. "The bow of the god of light, a gift from Apollo, you could say," Morpheus said. His eyes sharpened with focus. In an instant, he marked every enemy in the distance, locking onto them with precision. Mana gathered within the bow. Light emanated from Morpheus's hand as he drew the string, coalescing into an arrow of pure radiance. As he pulled the bowstring taut, the arrow's glow intensified, growing brighter, as if thousands, tens of thousands, of rays of light converged in that single point. Then, Morpheus released his fingers. In that moment, the arrow shot forth, blazingly fast, like a meteor tearing through the night sky, no, faster than a meteor, like light itself. This strike was certain to deal devastating damage to its target. That was Mash's thought, Ritsuka's thought, and the thought of the ordinary soldiers watching from behind. But they didn't relax. A single arrow could only hit one target, and with the sheer number of enemies, such an attack couldn't possibly clear them all. Yet, as they thought this, the single arrow suddenly split into thousands of arrows. Each arrow struck an enemy with unerring precision, without exception. Even the wyverns soaring in the sky were hit. Every foe was struck down by this single attack. The zombies became lifeless corpses, collapsing to the ground. The wyverns let out agonized roars, unable to sustain their flight, plummeting to the earth. In the blink of an eye, the enemy army, once considered a dire threat, had been eradicated, not a single one left alive. Cheers? The onlookers had forgotten how to cheer. They stood frozen in shock. Morpheus clapped his hands. All right, that nuisance is dealt with. Now, you guys investigate what's going on. I'm going to find a quiet place to work on my plans. Sound good? His words to Mash and Ritsuka acted like a switch, snapping the crowd out of their daze. We won. We actually won. So many monsters, defeated in an instant. They shouted and cheered, as if a grand festival had begun. The squad leader immediately turned to Morpheus. Please, come with us. We'll take you to our commander. With your strength, we can surely defeat the witch and claim victory. Having witnessed Morpheus's overwhelming power, he believed they could launch a counterattack and wipe out the witch Jean and her terrifying monsters without issue. Morpheus shook his head. No rush. We need to gather intelligence first. Only with proper information can we ensure the plan goes smoothly, right? Yes, you're right. The squad leader nodded eagerly, leading the group into the city. On the way, Ritsuka, curious, asked, what was that weapon? Or was it a magic formula? Just the power of a noble phantasm. You could call it a mystic code too, there's not much difference, Morpheus said, handing the bow to her. Want to touch it? It's from Apollo, after all. This kind of power doesn't even require me to use magic. Ritsuka excitedly took the bow, feeling a surge of potent mana flowing through it as she held it. What an incredible bow! She exclaimed, examining it closely before handing it back to Morpheus. Morpheus is still human, right? I wonder if I could get a noble phantasm. Then I could gain enough strength to not always hide in the back. Ritsuka thought to herself. Morpheus smirked. You want a noble phantasm? Well. Ritsuka hesitated, then nodded shyly. If I had one, I wouldn't have to keep hiding, right? Senpai, you're a master. A master's role is to stay back and command. The most important thing is keeping yourself safe. Mash said immediately. Morpheus nodded. Mash is right. As a master, you should stay out of harm's way and not act recklessly. But to prepare for enemies who might target you deliberately, you should train. Learn some close combat magecraft or magic. That way, if someone gets close, you can hold them off until a servant comes to your aid. He gave a thumbs up. So, getting a close combat noble phantasm to take out anyone who gets near is a great idea. Show those guys that just because a master is human doesn't mean they're weak or defenseless. So, you're saying I could get a noble phantasm? Ritsuka asked cautiously. She now understood how rare and valuable noble phantasms were, making her nervous. Easy enough. Give me a couple of days, and I'll get you a noble phantasm, one that's perfect for you. Morpheus said, a plan already forming in his mind. I was going to experiment anyway. If it works, your strength will be among the top in Chaldea. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 140, TOA 140, let me see what's going on. Your travelers who came here? A man with a weary face and a stern expression asked Morpheus and the others. This man was Gillis, the swordsman. Morpheus had already encountered him in another world. But at this moment, Gillis didn't seem crushed by Jean's death, perhaps because Jean had been resurrected as a witch. Morpheus thought Gillis's mental state might even be better than in the original history. At the very least, Jean was indeed a witch to him now. That's right. We're wanderers traveling this land without purpose, guided here only by the will of the Lord, Morpheus said with a smile, addressing Gillis. Hearing Morpheus's words, Ritsuka and Mash exchanged glances, marveling at how effortlessly and sincerely he could lie. The Lord's guidance, huh? Gillis sighed. If that's the case, I believe you'll surely play a role here, just as you so easily dispatched those monsters earlier. You'll be invaluable in the battles to come. So, we can stay here. Of course. We can provide food and shelter. If you need it, we can offer monetary compensation as well. Though money has little value now, once we defeat those demons, it will regain its worth. As for other matters, you can decide for yourselves. Since you say it's the Lord's guidance, I trust you'll seek out what's happening here, right? Morpheus grinned. What are you getting at? Gillis looked at him, his voice low. Is Jean truly a witch? You think she might not be? Perhaps it's a trick by the devil, making us believe Jean is a witch. Morpheus smiled but said nothing. Just as Gillis was about to speak again, Morpheus cut in. Since you, as Marshal, feel that way, I think we should investigate. Who knows? We might even find the original Jean. The original Jean? Gillis's eyes widened, but he quickly shook his head. No, that's impossible. She's already dead. Maybe. But we need to look into it. We might find her. Though reluctant to admit it, Gillis was moved. After a moment of silence, he nodded. You're free to leave, go elsewhere, or return as you wish. I'll ensure no one stops you. Thank you. I believe peace will come soon. After bidding farewell to Gillis and leaving the command center, Morpheus, Ritsuka, and Mash stepped outside. Is it really possible Jean is here? Mash asked immediately. Very likely. Since an evil Jean, let's call her Jean Alter, has appeared with the goal of destroying this place, the counterforce won't just stand by. If human civilization collapses, so does the counterforce. Moreover, summoning so many monsters means she must have a holy grail, otherwise, the mana supply wouldn't suffice. If that's the case, the grail's rules apply. It will summon an equal force to oppose her, likely a servant specifically meant to counter Jean Alter, like the real Jean. Morpheus's explanation made Mash and Ritsuka nod repeatedly. Among the three, Morpheus had the most experience with the holy grail. You two scout around. Pretend you're in danger or something. The real Jean, if she's hiding, might show up. I was too impulsive earlier. I shouldn't have wiped out those enemies so quickly. Ritsuka looked puzzled. Why? Because if I hadn't acted, and those people were in danger, the hidden Jean might have revealed herself, Morpheus said with a shrug. Go on, you two. I've got other things to do. Not only do I need to figure out how to create Durandal, but I've got other stuff to research. Mash and Ritsuka walked through the streets, accompanied by a soldier acting as their guide. Mash seized the chance to ask, is it true that Saint Jean has been resurrected? Absolutely. I saw her with my own eyes. Her hair and skin were different, but it was undoubtedly the saint. When we heard she was captured by the English and burned at the stake, we were furious. But she came back, and made a deal with demons. You mean those monsters from before? Not just those. We could handle them. Even with wyverns, it's dangerous but manageable. The real terror is a dragon. I don't know how such a creature appeared in this world. A dragon. Mash's expression shifted, not to fear, but to something odd, as if recalling something amusing. Yes, a dragon. They say it turned the capital into a world of fire overnight. After more conversation with the soldier, Ritsuka and Mash continued down the street, observing the people around them while discussing what they'd learned. A dragon is dangerous, but if I remember correctly, dragons are vulnerable to anti-dragon traits, right? Ritsuka asked. Yes, and the stronger the dragon's bloodline, the more effective the suppression, Mash confirmed. Then, doesn't Morpheus have a strong anti-dragon trait? The strongest. His anti-dragon trait comes from slaying Typhon in ancient Greece, the purest primordial dragon, Mash explained, her expression relaxing. So, I think this mission will be manageable, maybe even easy, when it comes to dealing with enemies. Because the dragon is Jean Alter's biggest asset. Exactly. If we can neutralize her greatest strength, we're halfway to victory. I can handle some enemies, Morpheus's own strength can deal with plenty, and it's highly likely the real Jean is here too. Plus. Plus what? Based on Morpheus's explanation of the Grail, to counter the dragon, the counter-force might send a servant with anti-dragon traits. Even though Morpheus can already handle the dragon, such a servant would likely be powerful in legend and could be very useful. Ritsuka felt this mission might be surprisingly easy, perhaps even like a subsidized trip to France. France during the 100 Years' War, no less. Morpheus cast a flight spell, soaring into the air at high speed. His velocity was incredible, and as he ascended, the air grew thin. Yet his clothing's protective enchantments shielded him, even supplying air to prevent suffocation. Soon, he reached the orbital region, nearing the radiant halo. The massive halo spanned the continent, brimming with immense power. Pure heat accumulation. No, that's not it. This isn't just heat collection. I vaguely recall from my past life that this is something Goetia created by gathering the heat of incinerated human order, essentially the energy from humanity's destruction. But that's not the key. The key is the temporal power within this halo. Is this based on the fifth magic? It's likely a manipulation of time acceleration. Let's consider Goetia's goal, returning to the past to become a god. That would explain it. With this halo, once it's complete, he could go back in time. And to prevent parallel worlds, he'd need to collapse all of human history, destroying it from the root. In other words, the Nasuverse is fundamentally anthropocentric. Morpheus's lips curled slightly as he mused. What a rare opportunity to see something tied to the fifth magic. This is clearly Goetia's work. Since he's been so generous, I'd be remiss not to take advantage. His hands moved to specific positions, and magic activated. The four archangels manifested around him, enhancing his control over the elements. He wasn't here to fight or dismantle the halo. He only wanted to study it, analyze the concentrated light within, and uncover its foundational theory to absorb it. Such time-based theories often intertwined with space. Mastering this could enhance his magic. The study took just a few hours. Morpheus took a deep breath, exhaled, and reached out with his right hand. The four archangels reappeared behind him as he began chanting a spell. His body transformed. He grew healthier, stronger, more refined. A unique aura emanated from him, one that compelled others to kneel in reverence. He was undergoing sanctification. The archangels stood around him, as if blessing the Son of God. The magic Morpheus used was sanctification magic, designed to bring a person's physique closer to that of a saint, not a disciple of Jesus, but Jesus himself. This magic was immensely difficult, with a low floor and an extraordinarily high ceiling. In theory, it could grant the user all of Jesus's power, but Morpheus knew of no one who had reached that level. He slowly shed his clothes. A cross materialized behind him, pressing down on him. Though ethereal, it carried a weight far beyond its size, nearly forcing Morpheus to his knees. But this was not the end. Nails emerged from the cross, piercing his palms, anchoring him to it. These were stigmata, marks of Jesus's flesh, drawing Morpheus ever closer to the original. Since his mastery of the magic was incomplete, he sought every means to approach perfection. At this moment, the holy aura around him intensified, sanctifying the entire forge. A 10-centimeter metal model of a lance, prepared in advance, floated upward, swiftly piercing Morpheus's side. Blood flowed from the wound but didn't spill to the ground. Wrapped in mana, it hovered, seeping into the sword's body. The blood-stained lance model gently settled to the ground. Silently, it awaited its next fate. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 141, TOA 141, the one truly suited for the sword. After crafting the most critical component, the relic imbued with Morpheus's blood, the cross behind him slowly faded, and his wounds began to heal. Though the effect might not match the power of Jesus, the lance and sword body, now infused with Morpheus's blood, undeniably bore a holy attribute. This was a ritual symbolizing Jesus pierced by the lance, bearing the weight of original sin. Under this symbolism, the relic was imbued with the significance of a holy artifact. Morpheus first restored his body, ensuring his wounds fully healed, before beginning the sword's assembly. The blade, the crossguard, the hilt, and, most crucially, the lance model. The lance model was fitted into the gap between the blade and hilt, perfectly secured within the hollow structure. Though invisible from the outside, the lance, and the blood Morpheus had infused into the blade, was the sword's true core. The sword itself carried profound meaning. Morpheus had nearly replicated the Durandal from his memory, recreating its mythic legend and structure to trigger a unique magic. It was to infuse the power of France itself into the sword. The holy relic played a role, but the power of France was equally vital, for it signified that whoever wielded this sword was a hero of France, a saint of France. The moment Durandal was completed, a vast power began to gather from the surroundings, from every person in the land. This was a unique national-level magic. All of France seemed to transform into a sacred temple, lacking defensive or offensive capabilities but channeling its power under the banner of France into the sword in Morpheus's hand. A sword unlike the Durandal or Joyeuse of the Nasuverse, a supremely powerful mystic code, its energy flowing into Morpheus's body. Such immense power. Morpheus murmured. With the strength granted by this sword, even without magical formulas, he could now engage in supersonic combat. The sword's internal power was staggering. After a brief assessment, Morpheus confirmed its destructive force surpassed all the noble phantasms he possessed. Even Artoria's fully unleashed Excalibur paled in comparison. This was the power of the Durandal in Morpheus's hands. Eager to test his new weapon, Morpheus itched to find an opponent. Unfortunately, no one came knocking, so he left the forge, signaling the blacksmith could return. At the same time, he pondered how to draw out the hidden gene. Alert. Alert. The monsters are back. Wyverns. A horde of wyverns is heading this way. Everyone, prepare. Soldiers shouted, quickly readying themselves. Mash and Ritsuka rushed outside the city, spotting the approaching draconic creatures. With Morpheus absent, this battle was theirs to fight. A soldier, brandishing a sword and clad in armor, roared at the wyverns. One spat a fireball, striking him and knocking him to the ground. As Mash prepared to charge, a steady voice rang out nearby. Don't worry about it. Morpheus rubbed his chin, then drew the sword he had just crafted and handed it to her. Try it. What's this? Durandal. I made it. Morpheus said with a radiant grin. Jean's eyes widened in shock. Durandal. Isn't that the sword of the knight Roland? How do you have it? No, wait, that's a weapon from centuries ago. How could you have made it? Are you over 700 years old? Ritsuka gazed curiously at the sword, admiring the legendary blade. Mash, however, let out a puzzled, eh. This isn't Durandal, is it? I thought Durandal didn't look like this. Don't worry about that. I say it is, so it is. Morpheus said, gripping the blade and extending the hilt to Jean with a hint of anticipation. Go on, try it. Jean, the Saint of France, held a uniquely significant status. What would happen if she wielded this Durandal, the embodiment of France itself? The mere thought of the potential chain reaction thrilled Morpheus. Unable to resist his insistence, Jean tentatively grasped the hilt. The moment she did, a golden light erupted from her, a holy radiance accompanied by divine power. The sight inspired an urge to kneel, not out of fear, but out of awe and reverence. Jean, stunned, felt the changes within her. Her mana surged wildly, her physical strength skyrocketed, and even her body's resilience grew exponentially. What's happening? I feel my power increasing, not just a little, but a tremendous amount. Morpheus, watching Durandal, was equally surprised. He had crafted a replica, yet it seemed to be transforming into the true Durandal, as if blessed by the Lord himself. After a moment of silence, he muttered, Holy Spirit. It was as if Jean were becoming an angel. Fundamentally, she was shifting beyond a mere servant, closer to a divine being as defined by this world. It was as if she weren't a summoned servant but a true heroic spirit in her complete form. Perhaps even stronger than a complete heroic spirit. What's going on? Why did Jean change so much after taking the Durandal Morpheus Senpai gave her? Mash asked. Her stats have shifted dramatically. She's no longer an ordinary servant, even top-tier servants would struggle to compare. Romani's voice came through the communicator, filled with disbelief. So, what's happening? Morpheus, care to explain? Olga Marie's voice cut in, indicating she had returned to her director post, though Romani hadn't left either. No need for me there, so helping out here is fine, right? Romani added. She's received the power of God, or rather, the power of Jesus. Morpheus's explanation was simple, leaving everyone staring in confusion, unsure what he meant. Morpheus himself was puzzled. To mimic the original as closely as possible, he had essentially cosplayed Jesus, but his mastery of the magic was imperfect. Could such a flawed creation produce this effect? Or was it because of Jean's unique nature, resonating with his specially crafted Durandal, drawing the projection of Angel's power? After a moment's thought, Morpheus concluded this was highly likely. Jean's unique status, combined with her summoning as a heroic spirit, a saint recognized by the world, on French soil, had aligned multiple factors to produce this result, forging a complete heroic spirit. Looking at Jean, Morpheus recalled the sword's power in his own hands and took a deep breath. He was jealous. I think I understand how to use this sword, Jean said softly, gazing at the blade called Durandal. As if instinctively, she grasped its unique nature. As for swordsmanship, having fought on battlefields, she was no stranger to it. She gently swung the sword, feeling its internal power, a smile spreading across her face. It feels familiar, yet I don't know why. Because this is the power of France, gathered from the people of France and infused into the blade, Morpheus explained. In other words, this is the power of King of France. But I'm not a king. That should be Charles VII. He's dead, Morpheus said casually. If you don't mind, you could let England's Henry VI perform the ceremony. He's got the title to be King of France too. Jean hesitated. Come on, why overthink it? Charlemagne gave the sword to Roland. Now I'm giving it to you. Your status as France's saint is undeniable, no one can object. If Charles VII were alive and had complaints, just beat him until he shuts up. Mash desperately tried to cover Morpheus's mouth, but she was too slow. Ritsuka covered her eyes. Could he really say that? On the other end of the communicator, Romani and Olga Marie winced. Wouldn't talking like that get him punched? Morpheus, unfazed, continued, this power gathering in you proves something, the people's recognition of you. It has nothing to do with who's king. Jean fell silent for a moment, then tightened her grip on the hilt and nodded gently. I understand. I'll use this sword to save everyone and set history back on track, for France and for all of humanity's future. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 142, TOA 142, just lost an arm, no big deal. Jean, true to her nature as a woman who rose from humble origins with unwavering dedication to the people of France, carried a resolve that shone through despite her perceived weakness. Her willingness to fight, not for herself but for others, was akin to the saints of religious lore, leaving Morpheus in awe. Yet, at the same time, Morpheus was thrilled. This Jean, inhumanly pure, a true saint, was perfect. He had his own plans. The Durandal he crafted was a replica, unable to match the original's power. The true Durandal, while not reaching the might of an archangel, came close. By combining the power of France with that of the Holy Lance, it could invoke miracles, granting power near that of an archangel, a feat Charlemagne had achieved in the Toaruverse. Morpheus's Durandal might allow its wielder to unleash city-destroying force. However, due to his makeshift method of crafting the holy relic, it had a time limit. As time passed, it would weaken, eventually becoming an ordinary sword. But when placed in Jean's hands, her saintly nature transformed the sword, summoning angelic power. At that moment, this Durandal, while still short of the original, surpassed every noble phantasm in Morpheus's arsenal. This Durandal could rightfully be called a star-slicing sword. It held the power to cleave a planet in two with a single strike. Even the issue of weakening over time was resolved, as it had gained the true blessing of the Holy Spirit, wielded by the saintly Jean. Unfortunately, Jean couldn't fully harness such immense power. Morpheus estimated she could reach T0 tier heroic spirit status, but whether she could match a grand servant was uncertain, as he had never encountered one to compare. As for whether the sword would stay with Jean, Morpheus wasn't concerned. As a servant, she was a construct of mana. If she ate a banana and vanished before swallowing, the banana would fall to the ground. Likewise, the sword would remain after her mission, a mere task item for this singularity. Once the mission was complete and Jean disappeared, Morpheus could reclaim the sword, a mystic code that, while not on par with the Toaruverse Durandal, was impressive for this world. A fraction of the original Durandal's power was enough for now. Even if he couldn't wield its full strength normally, with the right method, it could serve as a trump card. As the group continued, eerie sounds echoed from the distance. Turning, they saw a massive horde of zombies gathering, clearly preparing to assault the fortress. Let me test the sword's power. Jean declared, gripping Durandal, her entire being radiating battle intent. Then wheel. Mash began, ready to join, but Morpheus grabbed her arm. Morpheus-senpai, why? Take a break. I want to see how strong the Durandal I made is now, Morpheus said with a smile, pointing at Jean's sword. I need to gather data. I see. In that case. Mash turned to Jean. Miss Jean, call me if you need help. Got it. Rest for now. I'll test my new power. Jean said, tightening her grip on the hilt. With a powerful step, she vanished. Her disappearance was accompanied by a crater in the ground and a burst of air. The explosive sound was like a thunderclap. Jean felt the power flowing from the sword into her body, not just mana, but a unique formula that enhanced her physique, senses, and strength. Relying solely on her body, she could now move at supersonic speeds without needing mana reinforcement. She lightly swung the weapon, testing its might. Then, heads rolled. Not just one zombie, but nearly all of them were decapitated in an instant. A vast area was struck by a similar slash, holy power erupting from the blade, cleaving through the tainted creatures. A simple attack unleashed power akin to a noble phantasm's release, comparable to an ordinary noble phantasm's full activation, terrifying for a casual strike. Yet, this revealed a problem: the enemies were too weak to properly test the sword's limits. She needed a stronger opponent. Let me try. A sudden voice rang out. Morpheus appeared before Jean, wielding a seemingly ordinary short sword. Yet, it radiated an immense torrent of mana, swirling like a vortex. All right, but be careful. Jean didn't hesitate, engaging Morpheus. She trusted that someone who crafted such a powerful weapon was no ordinary human and possessed formidable strength. As expected, Jean's attack, capable of threatening servants, was parried by this human. His sword matched hers, resulting in a stalemate. What's that noble phantasm? Jean asked, blocking one of Morpheus's strikes. The Sword of the War God, or Sword of Ares. If we're talking rank, it's an EX-class divine construct, Morpheus replied, trading several blows. Jean blocked, then shifted her stance, attacking again. Her strike was also deflected by Morpheus's sword. An EX-rank noble phantasm, a divine construct no less. You're incredible, and mysterious. Not only do you possess a divine construct, but you can craft weapons rivaling them. Jean's tone was filled with awe, but her attacks didn't falter. They clashed for a while until Morpheus stepped back, shouting, "Hit me with your full power." "You sure?" "Yep, but wait. I'll change position." Morpheus flashed into the air. "Attack me now. Let's see its full power." Knowing he moved to the air to prevent her attack from damaging the ground or people if dodged, Jean aimed upward. A dazzling golden light erupted from the sword, slashing toward the sky. The strike severed space itself. The spatial structure destabilized under the sword's pressure, collapsing. The raging sword light vanished into the rift. But in less than a blink, it reappeared before Morpheus, emerging from another spatial rift that shattered in front of him. The sword had broken the continuity of spacetime, causing its attack to leap through dimensions. Morpheus tried to block with his defenses, but it was futile. The sword light sliced through his body, severing his left shoulder. "Morpheus Senpai." "Morpheus." The onlookers shouted in panic. Jean, tense, rushed forward. On the communicator, Olga Marie and Romani, who had been spectating, grew frantic. Olga Marie yelled, "Are you insane? Taking it head-on? Couldn't you dodge?" Romani shouted, "Get back here. I'll treat you, bring the arm." "Calm down, no need to panic," Morpheus said, wincing as pain flooded his mind. Yet he seemed unfazed, casually picking up his severed arm and reattaching it. He pulled a bottle from his pocket, opened it, and dripped a few drops onto the wound. Red liquid, blood, emerged from the bottle. Just 2 drops, but upon contact, his injury healed at an astonishing rate. In mere seconds, his severed arm was fully restored. The bizarre sight left everyone gaping. Olga Marie stammered, "What was that?" "The blood of the Son of God. It's recorded that it can heal," Morpheus replied. Olga Marie let out a scream, startling Ritsuka. "What's wrong with the Son of God's blood? Why's the director reacting like that?" Mash, still in shock, whispered, "The Son of God refers to Jesus. Morpheus Senpai just used Jesus's blood. How did he even get it?" Ritsuka froze, stunned by the value of what Morpheus had used. "You're wasting it. Jesus's blood is a holy relic, it can even revive the dead. You used it like that. We could have fixed your arm back at base." Olga Marie said, heartbroken. Jean, a devout Christian, stared at Morpheus in shock. She never imagined he carried Jesus's blood. Romani's face showed shock, mirrored by his inner thoughts. Morpheus is incredible, possessing Jesus's blood and crafting such a powerful Durandal. The data showed Durandal's final burst surpassed the strongest noble phantasm releases recorded in Chaldea, achieving that strength purely through raw power, not conceptual tricks. Even Jean's strange phenomena were a miracle from God, or at least an angel. Even as Solomon, I never heard of magic that could grant such power. How does Morpheus know this method? Romani recalled Morpheus mentioning using his blood to craft Solomon's ring. He had assumed it would be a weakened replica, but now, he wondered if Morpheus might create a ring with effects even he couldn't predict. He said he'd make a Durandal, but this is nothing like the Durandal I know. If Charlemagne had this weapon, he'd have unified human civilization. Even Arthur's Caliban or Excalibur couldn't match this sword. As everyone reeled from Morpheus's feats, he took off his clothes and pulled out a needle and thread, casually mending his outfit. "That's your mystic code, isn't it?" "I'm so sorry," Jean said, embarrassed. Morpheus shook his head. "It's fine. A quick fix, and it's good as new. The core structure's intact, and the formulas aren't erased." He spoke nonchalantly, his sewing practiced, like a tailor with decades of experience. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/kongtl. Chapter 143, TOA 143, Just Charge In. Mending his clothes didn't take long. The special patterns woven with unique techniques were restored under Morpheus's skilled hands. After putting his outfit back on, he looked at the Durandal in Jean's hands with a satisfied expression. "Not bad, truly not bad. To block this sword's attack, you'd need something of equal or greater power, otherwise, nothing can stop its cutting fate." As he commented, Morpheus mused inwardly. Servants, or rather heroic spirits, these beings outside the timeline, are incredibly useful at times. In normal history, Jean hasn't been canonized yet, but the Jean on the throne of heroes has no such limitation. No matter when she's summoned, she carries the legend's blessing, embodying the concept of a saint. Moreover, this is France, where the people's recognition of gene persists. Even with gene alter causing chaos, as long as the foundation remains, a slight shift can produce such a powerful effect. By the way, using the Son of God's blood for healing was quite effective, but sadly, even when I sanctify myself, the blood I produce doesn't last long. Every time I need to draw blood, I have to put myself through that ordeal first. What a hassle. The worst part is, when I'm in a sanctified state, the blood's healing effect doesn't work on me. Jean, meanwhile, happily swung her sword. With this weapon, even facing the witch version of myself is nothing to fear. Morpheus asked, "What's our next move?" Jean glanced at her weapon. Without this, I'd opt for a cautious approach, gather intelligence, figure out the enemy's weaknesses, and whittle down their forces. But with this sword, the best strategy is to charge in and take them out before they cause more damage. Straight up frontal assault. Morpheus, whose memory of the plot was fuzzy, nodded slightly. I agree. Let's hit them head on. Our goal is simple: take down Jean Alter, wipe out her summoned monsters, and restore history to its proper course. A frontal assault. Ritsuka swallowed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. This is so epic, like a heroic saga. Morpheus patted her shoulder, grinning. Of course. You're looking at a hero who sailed with the Argonauts in ancient Greece. A little epic heroism is only natural. Huh. You're from ancient Greece. I passed through there and joined in the fun. That's still incredible. It's like something straight out of the stories. Ancient Greece is full of heroic tales. Jean spoke with enthusiasm, her eyes shining as she looked at Morpheus. Morpheus half expected her to pull out a copy of Greek mythology and ask for his autograph. Thankfully, that didn't happen. Jean, once a village girl and now a servant, wouldn't carry such a book. The group swiftly advanced toward Orleans. On the way, Mash whispered to Morpheus, "Morpheus-senpai, don't we need to find other servants?" No need. It might sound harsh, but in terms of combat power, we don't need them. Searching for them wastes time. Better to find Jean Alter, deal with her, and get back to Chaldea, maybe even in time for dinner. Hearing Morpheus treat saving the world like a day job, head out in the morning, return home by evening. Mash blinked, finding the analogy oddly fitting. Yet, given his strength, it didn't seem unreasonable. As they neared Orleans, the villages they passed grew increasingly ravaged. Ruins were everywhere, warehouses, houses, windmills, all destroyed. Seeing the devastation, Jean frowned, her eyes filled with worry. How much does the witch version of me hate humanity? What happened here? At that moment, more enemies appeared, a swarm of wyverns swooping down from the sky, circling as they sought their targets. Then, like dive bombers, they spat scorching fireballs that slammed into the ground. The group dodged quickly, but the relentless assault, fueled by the sheer number of wyverns, turned their fireballs into a machine gun barrage. Mash deployed her shield, protecting the group. Jean drew her sword, Durandal's power surging within her, enhancing her body instantly. But Morpheus stopped her. Hold on. It's not just wyverns this time. Indeed, it wasn't. A massive black dragon appeared in the distance, with a figure clearly standing on its back. Several other figures rode wyverns behind it, approaching swiftly. Mash struggled to fend off the attacks. Seeing her strain, Morpheus drew his bow and fired an arrow skyward. Mash expected relief, having seen his arrows before, but this one only pierced a single wyvern, not splitting into a barrage of light. Why didn't Morpheus-senpai use that spell? Couldn't it clear the area instantly? Mash wondered, too busy countering the wyverns to ask. Focus on blocking. There are a lot, but as long as they don't reinforce, your burden will lighten, Morpheus said, firing another arrow, piercing another wyvern. His fingers worked the bowstring rapidly, arrows flying. The once overwhelming wyvern swarm dwindled in number. In less than half a minute, as the giant dragon reached them, Morpheus had reduced the wyvern horde to just a few. Impressive. To wipe out so many of my summoned wyverns as a mere magus, your strength is remarkable, Jean Alter said, standing atop the black dragon, looking down at them. Despite her losses, she showed no fear. With her words, 5 figures appeared before the group. One was a young blonde swordswoman, disguised as a man. Morpheus rummaged through his memories, identifying her. Dion de Beaumont. Jean Alter's expression shifted. Morpheus turned to a light blonde, less than handsome older man. Dracula. Jean Alter's face darkened further. A purple-haired girl holding a cross. Morpheus glanced at her. Martha. Jean Alter gripped her weapon tighter. Looking at a vampire-like woman, Morpheus rubbed his chin. Carmilla. Jean Alter took a deep breath, glaring at Morpheus. Who are you? Morpheus grinned. I got them right. His companion stared in shock, wondering how he identified all the servants correctly. Jean Alter's reaction confirmed his accuracy. Morpheus ignored her, focusing on the fifth figure, a woman etched in his memories, one who supposedly never married. She held a bow, wary, watching Morpheus. "Time to wake up," Morpheus said, snapping his fingers. "What are you doing?" Gene Alter demanded, but no one answered. The answer came soon enough. A light shone from the green-haired girl, mana surging. Gene Alter, horrified, felt her contract with the servant loosening, as if something were severing their bond. Not all servants were affected, only the bow-wielding girl. Atlanta, a servant from ancient Greece. Madness enhancement is just mental interference, like a curse. What I gave you isn't so easily disrupted, Morpheus said, smiling at her. Not the original, but a noble phantasm formed from a heroic spirit's legend. A peculiar necklace appeared on Atlanta's neck, absent before but now present. In the distant past, Morpheus had given her that gift. Now, through the legend's miracle, it reappeared. The madness enhancement was erased, even reflected, its mana striking the source, the Holy Grail. Had it not been ineffective against the Grail, a mere vessel, the curse would have maddened Gene Alter, altering her class. The contract shattered. The command seals remained but lost their power. What's? Atlanta looked around, confused, in this unfamiliar place among strangers. Then she saw a familiar figure. Morpheus. She cried, her voice filled with joy. Ignoring everyone else, she rushed forward. Unheeding of others' gazes, the girl, who had forgotten how long it had been since she last saw him, threw herself into his arms. Her grip was strong, clinging tightly. "You're really okay. Keep hugging like that, and I won't be," Morpheus said softly. Feeling her trembling, he sighed, placing his hands gently on her shoulders. "It's been a while, Atlanta." Mash gasped, covering her mouth in a rare girlish gesture. Jean stared, eyes full of curiosity. Ritsuka blinked, then gaped. "Whoa. Am I watching some primetime drama?" "I doubt primetime dramas would play out like this," Romani quipped accurately. Olga Marie, watching, gaped. "What's going on? An enemy servant just defected. Can servants in a Holy Grail War do that?" "They seem like old friends," Romani said, eyes gleaming with gossip. Looks like Morpheus's report was true. He really was in ancient Greece. "That's Atlanta from the Greek era?" Olga Marie asked. "Atlanta. The lifelong unmarried, fervent Artemis devotee." "Seems she didn't stay unmarried because of Artemis but because her heart was elsewhere," Romani said, rubbing his chin. "I think my guess is spot on. All right, let me top off your mana. Once we're done, I'll figure out how to summon you properly," Morpheus said, patting Atlanta. Seeing her reluctance to let go, he added, "We're about to fight. Can you ease up a bit?" The girl reluctantly released him. Morpheus sighed in relief, but seeing her red eyes, guilt washed over him. "I shouldn't have dodged her feelings back then, avoiding the truth and making her wait so long. But I didn't expect her to wait. If I'd acted, it might have been worse. Things are different now. I'm sure I can navigate different worlds without causing harm." He gently patted her hair, then turned to Gene Alter. "Let's make this quick. I don't want to waste time here. I've got to research precise summoning back at base." Gene Alter's face was dark as coal. She hadn't expected her summoned servant to defect. Hearing Morpheus, she gritted her teeth, swung her weapon, and shouted, "Tear them apart." If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/kongtl. Chapter 144, TOA 144, Bearing the Sins. The 4 maddened servants, despite their efforts to cling to their dwindling rationality, were powerless. As their master, Gene Alter held near absolute control over them. Thus, the 4 charged forward, rushing toward Morpheus and his allies with terrifying speed. Not only the servants but also a massive swarm of wyverns surged forth, intent on tearing the group apart as per Gene Alter's command. Jean gripped Durandal tightly, while Morpheus patted her shoulder. "Leave these guys to you. I'll take care of that dragon." Jean nodded slightly, and Atlanta, snapping to attention, asked, "Need any help?" Morpheus grinned. "Nope. You don't know my strength yet." "Oh, right, how would I?" "You vanished out of nowhere back then," Atlanta pouted, then readied her bow. "Fine, I'll help them." "Got it. It's all yours, you're a hero from the age of gods, after all." Atlanta said nothing, but the proud expression on her face betrayed her delight. Morpheus chuckled and stepped forward. By now, Jean had charged into battle, while Mash fended off the wyvern's attacks. Atlanta knocked an arrow, aiming at the wyverns swarming from above. The 4 servants tried to intercept Morpheus, but they faced a formidable foe. Jean, the Saint of France. Blessed by angelic power and wielding a Durandal nearing the true blade of France, Jean's strength was terrifying. In a single clash, Vlad III's weapon was shattered. His vampiric form attempted to dissolve into mist to mitigate damage, but Durandal's holy radiance completely countered him, preventing his transformation. A single slash. Vlad III's body was cleaved in two, a fatal wound that ended his existence instantly, making him the first servant to fall. In that moment, his face showed relief, a faint smile forming as he dissolved into motes of light. The remaining servants, though berserkers, instinctively shifted to surround Jean rather than split their forces, knowing they'd be picked off otherwise. But even together, Jean handled them with ease. Her speed was supersonic, each movement a blur, her strikes even faster. At such terrifying velocity, the servants couldn't track her. Their attacks missed, unable to land a single blow. The second servant fell. Carmilla, another vampiric servant, was obliterated by the holy light, reduced to dust under its divine glow, returning to the throne of heroes without even a final expression. The remaining two were no longer a challenge for Jean. With Durandal's power, she was confident she could dispatch them effortlessly. Meanwhile, Morpheus reached Jean Alter unimpeded, facing her directly. "First, I'll deal with your pet, then you. I'm in a hurry, so come down already." Jean Alter's eyes narrowed, then she gritted her teeth. "Human, aren't you too arrogant?" Morpheus shrugged. "Always been this way. Even gods couldn't handle me." No words were needed. Jean Alter responded with action. The black dragon, Fafnir, roared, its draconic bloodline far surpassing the wyvern's. Its bellow was deafening, flames in its throat burning like an eternal furnace. Boom. A torrent of fire erupted, an unending blaze intent on incinerating the earth. But Morpheus stood fearless in the flames, raising his right hand. Thud. A red scepter appeared in his grip. Fire elemental power descended, and under his control, the dragon's flames swirled and condensed. Fafnir intensified its onslaught, aiming to burn Morpheus to ash, but it was futile. The more fire it spewed, the more Morpheus controlled, compressing it into a small fireball. When the dragon paused to catch its breath, Morpheus casually tossed the fireball. Jean Alter's eyes widened, urging the dragon to evade, but it was too late. The tiny, ping-pong ball-sized fireball reached Fafnir. Boom. Like a high-yield bomb, the explosion erupted beneath the dragon, hurling its massive body into the air. The scorching heat seared its underbelly, overwhelming even its formidable fire resistance. Fafnir let out an agonized wail. Jean Alter nearly fell, struggling to stay atop the beast. She hesitated, considering retreating to summon more servants for a counterattack. But Morpheus gave her no chance. The symbols of the four elements appeared, the red scepter, a blue chalice, a green astrolabe, and a yellow dagger. Angels stand before him, in the name of YHVH, angels of earth, wind, water, and fire, descend to guard him. The archangels. Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel, legendary guardians closest to God. Even as mere shadows, their power infinitesimally divided, their energy could devastate continents or even planets. For Morpheus, with his growing adventures and deepening understanding of magic, the power he could wield had increased. Jean Alter stared, stunned. As a devout believer, even consumed by malice, she recognized the four figures around Morpheus. "Are you really Jean?" Morpheus asked. Jean Alter met his gaze. Instead of fleeing, she asked, "What do you mean?" "I just want to know, are you truly Jean, the one who led France's armies for Charles VII? "Of course I am." Jean Alter snapped. "Then tell me, do you remember your past? Your hometown, your childhood crush, your first love? Do you remember?" Jean Alter's expression shifted. "What are you getting at? You forgot me." Morpheus's face showed pain. Jean, fighting the servants, glanced at Morpheus in confusion. "When did I know him as a child? He sounds so sincere, and that pained look." If it were her, she'd have denied it outright. But Jean Alter hesitated, opening her mouth but unable to speak. "I knew it." "You forgot everything," Morpheus said, his tone like that of an abandoned lover. Atlanta glanced between Morpheus and Jean Alter, instantly realizing he was toying with her. Seeing Ritsuka and Masha's shocked expressions, she thought they were too naive, falling for his act. "So, you really know nothing?" Jean Alter looked at him, then saw his beaming smile. "You're not Jean. You're a fake," Morpheus declared. "Servants may be copies of heroic spirits, but they inherit their spirit. You don't. You're just a construct with fabricated memories." A glint flashed in Morpheus's eyes as he raised his hand. Cold and wet. Water materialized, forming a serpent that surged forward. Jean Alter dodged easily, but the serpent didn't dissipate, speeding up. "It's you, isn't it, Gillis?" Morpheus said. The serpent struck a patch of air, which shimmered, revealing a magical array. It was a hidden temple, now exposed and breached by the serpent. The serpent ensnared the revealed sorcerer, dragging him to Morpheus without resistance. "Let me go," Gillis shouted, trying to summon a sea demon with his noble phantasm, but he had no chance. A magic circle appeared on the ground, surrounding him, inscribed with the Lord's name, sealing his evil and his power. "Let me guess. Gene Alter is the master of those servants, and you're her master," Morpheus said, uttering another word. "Hot and dry." "I'm not." Gillis tried to protest, but flames erupted, burning away his clothes, revealing hidden command seals. Morpheus smirked. "Got you. You. I'll guess again. A frog-like creep brought you here, told you could save the dead Jean, and gave you the Holy Grail. You wished to revive her, but the Grail couldn't do it, so you had it craft a body and implant your version of Jean's memories." Morpheus clicked his tongue. "Pretty twisted. You know nothing," Gillis roared, trying to justify himself. "Why not summon the real Jean? With the Grail's power, that should have been easy. But you chose to create a fake because you knew the real Jean wouldn't obey you. Or, with your ego, you thought she would." Morpheus's grin widened. Taunting felt so good. "It's obvious. You didn't want Jean. You wanted a puppet that looked like her. Isn't that right, you creep?" Twisted, utterly twisted. Gillis tried to shout, to resist, but Morpheus gave him no chance. A banishing force erupted from the array, tearing spacetime and engulfing Gillis. With Gillis's disappearance, Jean Alter lost her mana supply, feeling her end approaching. Yet she was trapped in self-doubt, forgetting even to fight. "My existence is fake. I'm just a fabricated construct. Why overthink it? Instead, figure out what you like, what you want. Ditch the lousy parents ASAP," Morpheus's voice reached her, puzzling her. Then she saw the immense mana coalescing around him. The 4 archangels stood behind him, supporting the youth, making him holy as the Son of God. A massive cross appeared, piercing his hands, fixing him to it, a Christ-like image. This legendary pose prompted Gene Alter to ask, "Are you?" "Nope, you're wrong," Morpheus interrupted, enduring the pain in his hands and the weight behind him. "Just standing in for my brother. Your sins. I'll bear them." This wasn't a whim but a calculated act, a path of symbolism. Gene Alter was stunned, staring at him. Why would he do this? Could her actions truly be forgiven? "It's not forgiveness, it's bearing. You can repay it slowly if you want." Morpheus's voice reached her, but she couldn't respond. A force repelled her, her body collapsing. She felt the throne of heroes. How could a fake like her have a place there? "There's plenty of time ahead. Think about your path." His final words echoed as she was pulled into a rift, severed from this world. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 145, TOA 145, Preparations. In different parts of France, various figures, or rather, servants, stood. "Ah. It's already over, Mozart." Marie Antoinette, France's future queen, spoke as she felt her existence fading, addressing the eccentrically dressed man beside her. "It seems so. The Holy Grail War has been resolved." Mozart, the flamboyantly clad servant, gazed at the sky as the world began to collapse. As servants summoned by the Grail, they immediately understood what was happening. Mozart's face showed a hint of surprise. "This is unexpected. They defeated the enemy without even gathering us. What's so surprising?" "Maybe the Grail summoned a superpowerful heroic spirit who wiped them out," Marie said casually, smiling at the crumbling world. "This way, France has a future, right?" "Of course. With history back on track, this world has a future," Mozart nodded, though a trace of worry crossed his face. "But securing that future won't be easy." He glanced at the sky, where the massive halo still hung, unchanging. In an abandoned warehouse, a bare-chested servant stared upward, clutching a greatsword infused with dragon's blood, granting it dragon-slaying power. Siegfried, the legendary dragon slayer bathed in dragon's blood, looked frail. Feeling himself fade, he frowned in confusion. "So, why was I brought to this world?" He didn't understand. He knew nothing and was already leaving, like someone knocked out on the street and dumped in the wilderness. Before he could grasp the enemy's purpose, the rescue team arrived to take him away. He, too, was returning to the throne of heroes. In another city, 2 women looked skyward, puzzled. "It's over, huh?" Elizabeth Bathory, the younger Carmilla, said, hands on her hips. "Indeed, it's done. How surprising." After such a day, he deserved a good meal and rest. In the control room, Olga Marie crossed her arms, puzzled. "So, Romani, you're saying Morpheus won over Atlanta in the Age of Gods?" "Clearly," Romani said with a grin. Making someone remember him so long she never married. Morpheus has some serious sins to answer for. What's so great about him that she'd hold on like that? Olga Marie muttered, then paused. His report didn't mention lovers, did it? That's personal. He didn't need to report it. You think he had other women in the Age of Gods? Romani blinked. Why do you say that, Marie? His gossip-loving soul blazed. Because plenty of women in Greek myth stayed unmarried, some adventuring with him, like Medea. They were on the Argo together. Think there was something between them. Romani pondered, weighing possibilities, then gave up. But a spark of inspiration hit. Let's have Ritsuka try a precise summon of Atlanta. Why? She was Morpheus's companion in the Age of Gods. She'd know all about him. Romani said, eyes gleaming, looking smug as if expecting praise. Olga Marie scoffed. Precise summoning? We don't have a catalyst. And summoning a servant just for gossip, is that necessary? Then what? Romani shrugged. We can't just ask Morpheus. Surprisingly, Olga Marie shouted, why not? What? I'm not asking. That's too awkward, Romani said, then prodded, why don't you, director? The single director put her hands on her hips. Fine, I'll do it. She stormed off, her steps resolute. Romani gaped. She's really going. The staff watched, intrigued, unclear if they were curious about Morpheus's love life or Olga Marie's impending confrontation. Back in his room, Morpheus examined Durandal, now his strongest weapon. Its power could instantly grant him immense physical and magical strength. It matches my full magical output, comparable to when the 4 archangels back me. Thanks to Jean's blessing, this sword lives up to its name. If I combine angelic support, magical enhancement, and Durandal, my power could double or triple, enough to devastate a continent. But to unleash its star-slicing potential, I'd need to sanctify myself, resonating with the sword as a saint. Only then could I threaten a planet in an instant. Feeling this power, Morpheus sheathed Durandal. With this experience, he was more confident about crafting Solomon's ring. He'd have Romani wear it for an upgrade. He also began preparing materials, not for the ring, but for servant summoning. Servant summoning. If I tweak the array, could I summon a heroic spirit directly from the throne? Even true demons or angels could be summoned with the right process and theory. Excited by the high chance of success, Morpheus headed to Chaldea's archives for information. Opening his door, he found Olga Marie pacing outside, clearly preoccupied. Miss Animusphere. Just call me Director or Marie, she said, annoyed. All right, Marie, what's up? Can't I check on you? You left so fast, I was worried about your condition. Seeing her scramble for excuses, Morpheus shook his head. Sure, I believe you. You don't believe me at all. You said it, not me. Olga Marie was exasperated. This guy was infuriating. Calming herself, she asked, did you hide anything in your report? Hide. Like intimate encounters with legendary figures. Don't misunderstand. I'm not prying into your personal life. We need to be cautious since they're summonable servants. Oh, that. Obviously, I had a thing with Jean Alter this time, right? She's a servant. Olga Marie thought of the fabricated woman and shook her head. But you mimic Jesus to bear her sins. If the church finds out, you're in trouble. Look at the 4 archangels beside me. They'd get a chance to rephrase. Speechless, Olga Marie dropped her pretense. Fine, tell me who you hooked up with in ancient Greece. Oh, that's what you're after. Morpheus nodded. You should have said so earlier. Then spill. Olga Marie frowned. How do you know it's a woman? I know a lot. Nero being a woman makes sense. Maybe the creator just likes it that way. Morpheus grinned. Like how King Arthur's a woman, too. He rubbed his chin. Though, there might be a male Arthur somewhere, or even a non-binary one. The multiverse allows for anything. The group imagined a non-binary King Arthur, shaking their heads at the bizarre concept. Maybe there's a pig Arthur, and that world's humans are all pigs. Okay, don't look at me like that. I'm kidding. Stop joking at a time like this. Olga Marie snapped, then asked, you're familiar with this history? Decent enough. You need to know history to study magic, Morpheus replied. Reassured, Olga Marie briefed them on the base's recovery status before ending the meeting. Afterward, Romani pulled Morpheus and the others to another area, where a woman awaited. Seeing her, Morpheus blinked. Mona Lisa. Then he shook his head. You're a servant. A fake Mona Lisa. Or someone else in disguise. Da Vinci. Romani muttered, glancing at her. See, you got found out instantly. You're the one who spilled my name. I meant your servant status. Da Vinci ignored Romani, approaching Morpheus. She studied him closely before speaking. You're unique, bearing servant-like traits yet purely human. But as a human, your power far exceeds human limits. No, I disagree. My power doesn't surpass humanity, it's within human bounds. I've never abandoned my human identity for something inhuman, and I'm not qualified to do so now. Morpheus shook his head. No matter how strong I am, as long as I remain human, I don't transcend humanity. This power is inherently human. His words stunned Da Vinci, who then smiled. You think other humans could achieve such power? Magic has vanished, Magus claim to survival, and mystery's future is stunted, humanity's path lies with science. Morpheus's power is mystical, yet humans struggle to wield such forces. A friend of mine once said something I love. Morpheus grinned. What? All humans are stardust, Morpheus said, quoting Crowley from his past. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 147, TOA 147, Discussion. By the way, you refer to what you've learned and use as magic. Does that mean it's a different system from the magecraft we know? Da Vinci asked. What I've learned comes from the Golden Dawn system, incorporating nearly all occult knowledge from ancient times to the present, forming the foundation of a modern magical system, Morpheus explained. Seeing their blank expressions, Morpheus sighed. Think of it as a system where you continuously elevate your existence, climbing the tree of life, ultimately transcending human boundaries. The tree of life was familiar to both, but climbing it astonished them. According to myth, after God created the world, angels, holy spirits, and creatures all have fixed positions on the tree of life, unchangeable. Are you saying your magic allows you to climb it, aiming for the crown? Da Vinci pressed. I don't know, Morpheus shook his head. Maybe the crown, or perhaps beyond it. Romani frowned. Beyond the crown. Morpheus spoke slowly. Nothingness, infinity, the light of infinity, isn't that beyond the crown? In legend, the creator of all things. Morpheus's words suggested that this magic could potentially make one akin to the primordial cause in religious texts. In the past, they'd have dismissed this as a joke, a fantastical notion from someone ignorant of magecraft. But now it was different. Though it still sounded like a jest, it came from a magician, a powerful one who could collaborate with gods. Even if it was a joke, they had to consider its plausibility. Suddenly, Romani recalled something and asked directly, back in France, when facing Jean Alter, you used magic, and a cross appeared behind you. You deliberately let nails pierce your hands, mimicking Jesus. What was your goal? Morpheus smiled. You already said it. Romani blinked, but Da Vinci understood instantly. Your goal was to cosplay Jesus. Exactly. The suffering Jesus, bearing humanity's sins. I was reenacting that scene. Though Da Vinci guessed he was imitating, she didn't grasp the deeper reason. Your purpose was to enhance my magic's effect, deepen my understanding, and gain experience. Jesus, the greatest saint and son, is central to my practice. Experiencing his trials is crucial for my growth, Morpheus said with a smile. If you want to learn, I can teach you. But my magic requires substantial theoretical knowledge, and I'm a strict teacher. You teach us. You know the more mystery is known, the weaker it becomes. Da Vinci exclaimed. Wrong. My magic grows stronger the more people learn it, the more it's known, the more feedback it generates. Morpheus grinned. You might not believe me, but trying it won't hurt. Spreading the Golden Dawn's magic, replacing magecraft, creating more true magicians, and forging a brighter future for the world. Teaching his knowledge was a vital step. Just as he'd shared his knowledge with Shiro Amiya and others in another world, this one needed change too. If he could get Romani, the former Solomon, to study it, the world's magic might advance rapidly. Morpheus felt a thrill, excited for the future. Oh, right, Dr. Romani, your blood, please. Seeing Morpheus's eager grin, Romani sighed, grabbing a disposable syringe. He drew blood from his wrist and handed it over. Thanks. I'm off to prepare. You guys chat. Morpheus dashed off. Romani and Da Vinci spoke with Ritsuka, giving her future precautions, then let her and Mash leave. Now alone, Da Vinci asked Romani, what do you think? About what? Are you going to learn Morpheus's magic? Romani hesitated, then nodded slightly. I'll take a look. Maybe he's right, and it does grow stronger with more practitioners. Da Vinci added, he claims it's a path to godhood. I wonder how powerful his God is. Romani was silent, then said, maybe on par with gods, or even main gods, like a pantheon's king. He sighed. Anything stronger is hard to imagine. Do you think it could reach the level of the one you believe in? Romani paused, then shook his head. No, that's a completely different existence. Maybe. But don't forget, he had 4 angels behind him. Remember that phrase? Angels stand before him. Romani murmured. I saw clearly, those were the 4 archangels from scripture, Michael, Uriel, Gabriel, and Raphael. He summoned them with a spell and their power. I checked the data. Each angel could shatter a planet, and he summoned all 4 at once, Da Vinci said, shaking her head. But his method was unique, he used them to control mana for attacks. You mean he didn't fully unleash their power? Exactly. Even so, in future singularities, he's unlikely to face any opponent he can't handle. Good. That lets us focus on researching that halo, Romani said. You haven't figured it out yet. Romani shook his head. I have, but not completely. It seems like an extension of the 5th true magic. We need more verification. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 148, TOA 148, Communicating with Angels. Unlike in anime or games, repairing the summoning magic facilities here wasn't something that could be done quickly. Morpheus wasn't in a hurry about it, though. With a few days to rest now, he chose to first create that ring. The magical tool known as Solomon's Ring had its own specific material requirements. Morpheus believed that if Aleister Crowley, the one currently acting as the Hanged Man in Academy City, were to handle this, he might casually whip it up using everyday items from a convenience store. Unfortunately, Morpheus couldn't reach Aleister's level of magic. He carefully took out the materials he had prepared long ago, gold, collected during his travels through different worlds. Gold was a rare material, not just for its value, but because it served as an essential component in magic. In the past, Morpheus would have needed tools like a hammer to work with it, but in a high-tech facility like Chaldea, everything required for blacksmithing was readily available. With the help of a furnace and other equipment, Morpheus quickly liquefied the gold and began shaping it. It wasn't simply about forming a ring from gold, he had to engrave sacred words upon it. This was an item recorded in Enochian magic, said to be a treasure passed down by Michael. At the top of the ring-shaped band, a square platform emerged, that was the front of the ring. Then, special symbols and unique characters appeared on it. The design was incredibly simple, to the point where one might wonder if it was fake, but according to the records, this was the blueprint for the ring passed down by Michael. Now, this ancient design took form in Morpheus's hands, swiftly becoming an utterly ordinary ring. But it wasn't finished yet, as the ring hadn't cooled and was still scorching hot. Morpheus took out Roman's blood. He didn't need much, just a portion, or rather, a single drop would suffice. He let that drop fall, and it splashed into the heated ring, merging rapidly as if the ring itself were devouring the blood. Afterward, the ring began to cool on its own, solidifying quickly. Finally, emanating faint magical fluctuations, it landed in Morpheus's hand. In that moment, the magical fluctuations vanished, leaving it looking like a plain, unremarkable ring with no distinctive features. As expected, it's complete. Morpheus smiled faintly, sensing the ring's power. With this ring as a medium, he could easily perform Enochian magic. Not only that, but the ring itself could partially substitute for a magic circle and divine protection, shielding the Magus. Morpheus wasn't truly proficient in Enochian magic, but he knew some basics, as it was part of the curriculum for the Golden Dawn lineage. Even if not extensive, it was enough for him to use. Now, wearing the ring, Morpheus lightly waved his right hand, writing a word in midair. It was the Latin word for sun. As the word appeared, Michael's power emerged from the void. Though not in great quantity, it swiftly gathered around Morpheus, without even needing an incantation. In truth, the word Morpheus had written was the incantation itself. As expected, it can partially replace my elemental symbolic weapons, and even compensate for my lack of an ether symbolic weapon. Otherwise, using an ether symbolic weapon normally would require the troublesome construction of a phantom. Morpheus muttered to himself, stroking his chin, then dispersed Michael's power. While it couldn't fully compare to the 4 elemental symbolic weapons he was accustomed to, it had the advantage of convenience. After all, with the ring on, he could activate magic with just a snap of his fingers. Not to mention, using this ring would allow him to summon even more angels in the future, naturally including Sariel, whose related powers Morpheus had used several times already. However, no matter how many spiritual tools he had, it was difficult to break through tiers and reach higher ranks solely with their aid. Still, indirect assistance was possible. Phew, perhaps I should try channeling now. Morpheus murmured, leaving the area and heading to his bedroom. Since he now possessed Solomon's ring, he could attempt a special summoning next. Morpheus approached the table, bit his finger to draw blood, and used it to sketch a magic circle on the surface. Then, by arranging environmental features resembling the room's structure on the circle, he began chanting. Solomon's ring started to resonate with magical fluctuations. Under the chant, light appeared in the room. It was a dazzling light, a beautiful radiance, one of the tools used in creation, the power of the sixth Sapphira, belonging to the sun, and to Michael. Or rather, Michael's spiritual body descended in that moment, gazing silently at Morpheus. This was a special summoning, different from before. Michael didn't display his terrifying power. He slowly drifted forward, his body making contact with Morpheus's. In that instant, their forms seemed to fuse, creating an eerie union. In a sense, it was a merging of spirit and flesh, but not to grant Morpheus angelic traits. What Michael brought was knowledge from the Sapphira, insights that represented the power one could attain at this position, and the strength to continue advancing. Knowledge changes one's perception, and magical knowledge can even alter brain structure. Fortunately, such changes only began upon entering non-human realms. For now, this knowledge mostly shifted some of Morpheus's ingrained views. Such perceptual shifts were nothing new, he had long grown accustomed to occasional changes in cognition. Michael's power gradually faded, and Morpheus slowly opened his eyes. The communion with the spirit ended in that moment. He knew it was time to take that step toward the next destination. It was time to enter the 6=5 realm and become an Adeptus Major. Did you watch all of that? At the monitor, Da Vinci asked Roman, having observed nearly the entire process. I did, and you dragged me here to watch it. It's such a violation of privacy. Da Vinci shrugged it off. He must have noticed already. Not hiding means he wanted us to see. So, what did you make of it? Roman was silent for a moment, then shook his head. I'm called the King of Magecraft, and I have used magic, but honestly, I don't understand what he was using. And the ring he made isn't the same type as mine. He said he was making King Solomon's ring, Da Vinci said with a smile, glancing at Roman. And you're telling me it's not? I could sense the ring's special power. The moment I saw it, my heart felt a strange sensation, like seeing something that originally belonged to me. But the problem is, my memories are intact, and my rings don't look like that. Fine, we'll ask him later. Da Vinci said, a bit dissatisfied, then asked, what do you think he was doing after summoning that angel? It looked like he was incorporating the angel into his body, but then he let it leave. Roman had some thoughts on that. This is just a guess, but do you know how magus, or rather, magi from the age of gods, cast spells? You mean casting magic, not magecraft? Yes. By forming contracts with gods and borrowing their authority to perform magic. Exactly. Roman nodded slightly. Forming contracts. You mean he's forming a contract with the angel to gain the power to cast magic? That's my guess. We know nothing about Morpheus's type of magic right now, but from how he can summon the 4 archangels to assist him, does he really need to keep forming contracts? That angelic silhouette looked like Michael, whom he summoned before. Da Vinci spread her hands. Maybe his magic requires renewing the contract periodically. Like, the contracts have short durations. Roman couldn't refute that, it even seemed reasonable. Gods form contracts with humans, allowing them to use magic, and the duration is indeed decided unilaterally by the gods. After Morpheus dealt with Solomon's ring and slightly elevated his rank, he slipped back into slacking mode. But this slacking wasn't absolute, as people would come looking for him. Like Ritsuka. So, the special aspect of this magic is that magical energy circulates within the body and doesn't flow out. Correct. After the magical energy reacts inside, it returns to itself. The way it casts spells is essentially a mapping, where internal and external changes are identical. Ritsuka muttered, falling into thought. Then she startled and quickly asked, so, if changes happen externally, couldn't that interfere with the body internally? That theory exists, but in practice, it's difficult, extremely difficult. To achieve changes that affect a person to that degree, the force required is no less than that of an entire planet. If the target is powerful enough, influencing them might even require shaking the entire universe. Ritsuka nodded. I see, I was overthinking it. Theory is blameless, you can certainly think that way. Morpheus said, carefully correcting Ritsuka's posture to make her meditation smoother. As long as Ritsuka had enough magical energy, she could handle subsequent crises more easily. At least she wouldn't have to rely entirely on Morpheus, she could cope with emergencies even if he went missing or something. Once you've learned enough, I'll teach you some simpler spells later. That way, even without MASH, you can handle some servants on your own. Ritsuka looked surprised. Me, handling servants? As a magus, reinforcing your own body to surpass the physical strength of ordinary fighters is basic. With the speed and power from that enhanced body, you can easily engage weaker servants in close combat. If you combine it with your other spells, threatening some weak or moderately strong servants is entirely feasible. Besides, while advancing in this magic system gets difficult later, the early stages aren't hard. Entry is simple, and once your strength improves sufficiently, you can reach a level to fight most servants. With some carefully prepared spiritual tools, you could even take on top-tier servants. Like Jean from last time. Jean? Don't even think about it. Morpheus immediately shook his head. An ordinary Jean would be fine, but if you mean the one wielding Durandal last time, don't court death. Her strength, bolstered by Durandal in certain aspects, surpassed top-tier servants. Even then, Jean's reinforcements had reached the level of a top-tier servant's true heroic spirit descending directly, but that wasn't particularly impressive. The most formidable part was Durandal's nature. Under that, lesser noble phantasms would be cleaved apart outright, leaving no way to fight. Recalling the servants he knew, probably only someone like Artoria could battle her, and even then, not for long. As a living being, combined with Durandal's power, it was like cheating for enemies. Even though that cheat, Durandal, hadn't unleashed its full power, for other servants, it was already a terrifying advantage. Even Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon couldn't produce a cheat comparable to that. Alright, keep studying for now. I'll think about what spiritual tool to make for you later. Morpheus patted Ritsuka's shoulder and picked up a book on ancient Japanese mythology to read. Given the mythological origins, Ritsuka's lineage, and the place she lived, basing a powerful spiritual tool on Japanese mythology seemed fitting. For example, the Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi would be quite suitable. However, materials were lacking right now, and Morpheus needed to research Japanese mythology further, check the real-world design of the Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi, and so on. Only after all that could he begin crafting a weapon for Ritsuka. Time passed quickly, and by the third day, the group welcomed a new journey. They were heading to a new singularity, Rome. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 149, TOA 149, One Arrow Settles It. In 60 AD, with the ray shift complete, the group arrived in a peculiar timeline. Looking up, they saw the massive halo in the sky, just as it had been in France. It's similar to what we saw in France, Romani said through the communicator. Morpheus muttered, similar. It's the same thing. You know what it is? Romani asked, realizing he should have questioned Morpheus earlier. This magician, who'd ventured into the age of gods, might know the halo's secret. Its theoretical structure resembles the fifth true magic. It's essentially energy, think of it as fuel for an engine or mana for magecraft, Morpheus explained. Romani fell into thought. After a moment, he said, got it. I'll discuss this with Da Vinci. Got a theory? Some guesses, but nothing solid. We need to brainstorm. Romani said, vanishing from the communicator, replaced by Olga Marie. Olga Marie addressed them, confirm your location and era. Mash quickly checked the data. The era's correct, 1st century AD, the singularity during Nero Claudius's reign, the 5th Roman emperor. No mistake there. She glanced around the hilly terrain, puzzled. But our location's off. We're in a hilly area. A hilly area. The coordinates should have sent you to Rome's capital. How's this possible? Olga Marie, equally confused, checked the machine's data, confirming the coordinates were correct. Seeing their bewilderment, Morpheus spoke up. Quick question, who did we lock onto? Are we using Earth's coordinates for the ray shift, or something else? Not coordinates. We used a person as the anchor. Nero, who should be in the palace, so you'd arrive near the capital, Olga Marie explained, pausing to think. It's odd. Nero poisoned Agrippina years ago, but it's not late in her reign yet. She shouldn't have left the palace. You should be in the bustling capital, loved by its people. It's so peaceful here, I wouldn't be surprised to see sheep grazing, Mash quipped sharply. Morpheus yawned. Why the confusion? It's obvious, something's wrong with Nero. She's either been driven out or killed and buried nearby. One of those explains this. They nodded, admitting Morpheus's logic. Olga Marie said, true, it's a singularity, anything's possible. Stay safe and complete the mission quickly. No problem. I can probably punch through this place fast. Mind if we look around, maybe do some sightseeing? Morpheus asked with a grin. Olga Marie resisted rolling her eyes. Gather intel first, then think about sightseeing. Knowing Morpheus's strength, she wasn't too strict, only asking them to scout and collect information. Suddenly, the clash of metal and shouting echoed from afar, sounds of combat and killing. Morpheus shrugged. See. Trouble, as expected. They rushed toward the noise, soon spotting 2 groups fighting. One side had overwhelming numbers, the other was small, both marked by crimson and gold, though their designs differed slightly. Leading the smaller force was a woman in red, her appearance reminiscent of Artoria or Jean. Morpheus knew he'd found their target. That's Nero, he said, pointing to the smaller group. The leader. All eyes turned to the woman Morpheus identified as Nero. She held off the larger army single-handedly. No servant aura, she wielded only human strength, yet displayed such prowess. Morpheus watched, a smirk forming. This world's beast. The beast of 666, huh? Shame it's irrelevant to what I need. He recalled some pre-reincarnation fate/Grand Order lore about Nero being the beast of 666, the whore of Babylon. Back then, he'd have been intrigued, but after the Toaruverse, Nero, 666, and the whore of Babylon held no interest. As a Golden Dawn magician, with knowledge from his past life, including bits of Thelema magic pilfered from Aleister Crowley, he knew 666 and the whore of Babylon had no connection to Nero. Let's help, Mash said, raising her weapon. Morpheus nodded, letting Mash and Ritsuka act while he observed, not yet joining the fray. With Mash's intervention, the battle turned swiftly. The enemy soldiers were mere humans, while Mash, a demi-servant, could take on 10 or 100. The fight ended quickly. The woman in red shouted, "Enough. The battle's over. Sheath your weapons." She ordered her soldiers to stand down, then turned to the group. "And you, reinforcements from the capital." Before they could answer, she continued, "I thought the capital was sealed." "No matter. You deserve commendation. Even if you were once enemies, I am magnanimous. Past sins are forgiven. Your combat impressed me, especially the girl wielding a weapon nearly her height. I'm quite pleased. A strange, indescribable beauty." She exclaimed, "Very well, you may fight alongside me. Embrace this supreme honor." Morpheus, listening, muttered inwardly. Good grief, this is Nasuverse Nero. A woman called the Beast of 666. What a bizarre setup. And her brain, how does it match Nero? This is that tyrant. He rubbed his nose bridge. As a twice-reincarnated Briton, Morpheus found this Nero intolerable. He was certain that if he held Kurtana, the sword used in British coronations, he'd swing it at her without hesitation. But then, he doubted himself. Is it worth attacking such a foolish emperor? Your attire is unusual. A bit revealing. Foreigners, perhaps? Nero asked. Leaving negotiations to Mash and Ritsuka, Morpheus stayed aloof, unwilling to engage the Roman tyrant. As they walked, Nero, now aware they were foreigners, asked, "Where are you from?" She eyed Mash and Ritsuka. "Britannia." "No, doesn't seem right." She judged not just by appearance but by clothing, which baffled her. "Chaldea," Ritsuka answered, choosing a vague, mysterious name to conceal their true origins. Morpheus, seeing Nero's blank look, barely suppressed an eye roll. Chaldean oracles aren't that obscure, and she's never heard of them. After more talk, they learned the situation. Recently, an organization called the United Roman Empire emerged, waging war against Nero's legitimate Roman Empire, aiming to erase it and take its place. Their chat, exchanging intel, was cut short as enemies reappeared. Seeing the massive army, Nero scowled. Humph, those impatient United Empire soldiers. Daring to interrupt my voice, utter insolence. Go, bold maiden. Be my shield. What? Mash froze, glancing at Ritsuka. Senpai, we're being ordered around already. The battle wasn't tough, and Morpheus stayed on the sidelines. Nero didn't comment, assuming he lacked combat ability. But rest was brief. A new enemy appeared, their aura unmistakable. A servant's presence. A man in golden armor with purple hair appeared, speaking haltingly, as if his sanity had evaporated. "Dear, my sister's daughter, Uncle." Nero cried, then hesitated. "No, wait, why call you that? What reason drives you to wander and align with the United Empire, Caligula?" Mash gasped. Wait, she called him uncle. Humans and servants have blood ties in this era. While Nero traded words with him, Morpheus briefed Ritsuka and Mash. As our journey continues, we witness a thrilling moment. Nero, the Roman king without Rome, faces her uncle, Caligula, the third emperor of the Claudian dynasty. Look at Nero's shock. You've probably guessed. Caligula died long ago. So why's he here? Let's watch this Roman tale of love and hate unfold. And to the lady surprised about servants and humans being related, name one servant without human ties, unless their bloodline's extinct. Ritsuka and Mash rolled their eyes. Ritsuka quipped, "Morpheus, are you really treating this as a vacation?" He nodded. Obviously. Why not sightsee in an era like this? Caligula rambled about his reasons, speaking so slowly Morpheus grew bored and drew his bow. My actions are fated. Offer your life. Offer your body, Caligula roared, words dripping with murderous intent. Offer everything. He charged, weapon raised, to fight his descendant. Nero's face showed pain and helplessness. Mash readied for battle. But before anyone moved, a radiant arrow shot from behind, striking the roaring Caligula. Its immense force pierced his chest, destroying his heart, ending his life in an instant. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 150, TOA 150, One-Man Army. Caligula reached out helplessly, trying to speak, to question why they resisted. But no words came. His body dissolved into pure mana. Nero, stunned, watched. He's gone. Uncle is gone. Mash observed the retreating soldiers. With Caligula's death, they fled. Uncle must have been their commander. I never thought I'd see his face again. Nero murmured. She turned, noticing the men she'd overlooked earlier. Morpheus, putting away his bow. Clearly, he'd fired the lethal shot. That was a berserker, but Morpheus took him out in 1 arrow. Otherwise, we could have checked for remote control, Olga Marie said through the communicator. It's definitely remote control. I can guess who's behind it, Morpheus replied. Nero, hearing the voice, asked, A woman's voice but no one's here. By instinct, is she a magus? You can think of it that way. We're all from Chaldea, Morpheus said. Romani tried to continue but Nero cut him off. No matter. Though I don't know the Unseen One's status, your combat was splendid. I thought the girl was impressive, but that frail-looking man has such power. Worthy of praise. She began her introduction. Before I ask your identities, I shall start. I am the true guardian of Rome, the embodiment of Rome itself. Indeed, I am sworn to the gods, ancestors, myself, and the people to rebuild the empire. I am Nero Claudius, 5th Emperor of Rome. Her grandiose speech, spoiled by Morpheus's earlier remarks, drew no surprise, just silent stares. Seeing their calm reaction, Nero grinned proudly. Hey, stunned, aren't you? So shocked you're speechless. Mash and Ritsuka nodded politely, humoring her. Nero beamed. Right. Be amazed, revel in my glory, it's my gift to you. Morpheus sighed inwardly. What an idiot. Leaving Nero's interaction to Mash, he looked into the distance, pondering his next move. If they needed to set up a terminal, the best spot was that distant volcano. Morpheus approached Ritsuka, pointing to it. Take Mash and set up the terminal there. Ritsuka frowned. What about you? I'll deal with the enemies here. If I'm lucky, I can wrap this up in one go. Her jaw dropped. You're going alone. What else? Isn't that dangerous? If I'm in danger, you'd better head back immediately, Morpheus grinned, glancing at Nero. Take Nero with you. She's strong, perfect bodyguard material. An emperor as a bodyguard. Will she agree? Morpheus smirked. Just sweet talk her. She's a fool. Ritsuka, stunned by his bluntness about a nation's ruler, was at a loss. Morpheus didn't wait for a response, leaving the group and heading toward the direction he'd divined. After a short distance, he took flight, speeding toward his destination. Per Nero, much of this world was embroiled in war, caused by the United Roman Empire, which had attacked regions including Gaul, home to the Celts. That area was now a Roman military camp, filled with soldiers and servants. Landing, Morpheus was immediately confronted by 2 servants, a man and a woman. The woman resembled a knight, the man a chained eccentric, hinting at peculiar tastes. Who are you? The woman asked. I'm here to fight the United Roman Empire. Who are you? Morpheus replied. I'm Boudica, former queen of Britannia. And he? Morpheus looked at the man, whose voice was hoarse. Spartacus. Seriously? 2 rebels against Rome, now saving it. Morpheus was incredulous. Why summon these 2? By territorial ties, Artoria would have been a better choice. Wouldn't they attack Nero on sight? Your servants. You know something. But Nero, that foolish emperor, seems unaware. Maybe missing memories, Boudica said, showing concern. Morpheus was shocked. You don't hate Nero. If not for my choices, that disaster wouldn't have happened. Forget it, I'm done talking, Morpheus rubbed his eyes. If that old queen I know were here, she'd smack you with Kurgana. Ignoring them, he launched into the air, adjusting his course and speeding forward like a jet, leaving the baffled servants behind. In flight, Morpheus was stunned by Boudica's reaction. Then by the absurdity of the plot. What kind of nonsense is this? Boudica allied with Nero, got betrayed, her daughters violated, and Britannia crushed. And this is her reaction. Even as a servant, shouldn't she at least kick Nero? Instead, what did he see? Foolish Emperor, with fondness and pity. Am I reading a romance novel? Is this Stockholm Syndrome? Morpheus sped past the battlefield, spotting a portly Roman emperor. Caesar. You're the servant attacking the city. No, a human with a servant's aura. Caesar eyed Morpheus with interest, then sighed. Troublesome. Planning to fight me yourself, Caesar? Morpheus asked. Calling an emperor by name. Bold, but I allow it. Caesar raised his sword, aiming at Morpheus. You seem displeased. Not with you, human. With your situation, then. You noticed. Caesar admitted. I'm displeased with that lord. His mind is full of delusions, leading to destruction. I'm here to stop him. Defeat him, and the timeline resets. Those who died because of this will revive, time reverting to before it began. You've convinced me, but I must fight you. I'm his summoned servant, bound by orders, Caesar said, lifting his head. Fight me, human, and prove you can defeat us all. But first, your name. I declare my magic name, Veritas 000, Seeker of Truth. Interesting, a magic name. I don't grasp its meaning, but I feel your resolve. Caesar said. I am Caesar, Emperor of Rome. Let's fight, human. Boom. Morpheus moved, unleashing his full power. In an instant, the 4 archangels descended, hundreds of magical formulas activating, pushing his body to its limits. This terrifying strength broke the sound barrier, leaving a visible airstream. No flare, just raw physical power as their weapons clashed. The impact shattered the ground, forming a massive crater. Caesar felt the immense force, stumbling back several steps. Morpheus seized the moment, charging faster, his war god sword striking at a cunning angle, piercing Caesar's abdomen. A single blow wounded him. Such strength, are you truly human? Caesar exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. Morpheus didn't bother replying. A book appeared in his left hand, paired with the ring on his right, triggering instant magic. Michael's fiery power gathered, enveloping the war god's sword in flames. The short sword became as if wielded by Michael, imbued with angelic might. Morpheus slashed, flames dancing, forming a massive blade that cleaved Caesar in half. No pause, no last words. Morpheus accelerated, charging toward the enemy's stronghold to clear this singularity. He'd pieced together the plot. One Roman Empire, one united Roman Empire, and someone Caesar called that lord, not Leviticus. Only one figure fit, Romulus, Rome's mythical founder, son of Mars and Sylvia. Legend said he and his twin, Remus, were abandoned, raised by a she-wolf, and founded Rome, but Romulus killed his brother. Clearly, Romulus was behind this, like Gene Alter in the first singularity, but a true servant, not a construct. Mars, the war god. Just Ares by another name. Morpheus laughed, thrilled at the chance to discipline Ares' son for such chaos. In the palace, Lev seethed. Caesar failed, and Caligula, too. How did they die so fast? He muttered, furious. Caesar said he needed the Grail for a wish, so I sent him. No matter. New servants can be summoned as long as I have the Grail. His face twisted. Pity Caligula didn't kill Nero himself. That would have been perfect. Such strength, yet so bound, ironic. He laughed, then steadied himself. Fine, summon more servants for the front lines. With his words, the Grail activated, the summoning ritual beginning. A golden warrior, Leonidas, appeared in the circle. Lev turned to the mysterious men beside him. How will you fight them? The men glanced at Leonidas, said nothing, and walked out. Ugh, troublesome, Lev sighed. Leonidas, complete your mission. At Lev's command, Leonidas set out to intercept the intruders, ensuring they didn't disrupt the plan. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 151, TOA 151, Zeus. The Spartan warrior stood upon the earth. As the king of Sparta, Leonidas feared neither war nor death. What he believed in was the war god Ares. And now, an opponent had indeed appeared, that lone figure charging straight toward him. Like a colossal whale breaching the waves, the overwhelming aura gave him the momentary sensation of beholding the gods themselves. The weapon in his grasp made Leonidas' heart tremble, for it clearly bore the power of the god he revered, Ares. I am Leonidas. He shouted, raising his spear to clash with the oncoming human. But the human paid him no heed, rushing right past. In the next instant, Leonidas felt his body soaring through the air. No, it wasn't his body flying, it was merely his head. In the moment the opponent flew past, he had already struck, severing Leonidas' head. The sheer speed was so extreme that he hadn't even reacted until the world spun wildly, until he glimpsed his own body. Only then did Leonidas realize. So I've already died. This thought flickered in his mind before swiftly fading. In his final moment, he saw his body dissipating alongside him. He knew his task this time had been simple, unimaginably so. He had only just emerged, and now he had to return already. And what was with this human? Why was his strength so immense? And why did he possess a dagger steeped so deeply in Ares' essence? When had the god bestowed such a powerful weapon upon a mortal? It was all a mystery, swirling in his mind, but he would get no answers. He knew that back on the throne of heroes, he would suffer greatly, for he lacked the truth, ignorant of what had happened, why the war god Ares would grant such a formidable weapon to a mere human. Meanwhile, the departing figure accelerated, heading straight for the distant city. A silhouette stood atop the city walls, gazing down at the masses. He held his head high with unyielding pride, like a defiant lion refusing to yield. He possessed robust muscles, skin tanned to a dark bronze, and crimson eyes. He was that exalted one, the founding emperor known as Romulus, the mastermind behind it all. Gazing at the men, at the aura coalescing around him and the vast horde of soldiers at his back, Morpheus knew this figure intended to bar his path. Romulus raised his spear high and unleashed a roar, everything shall be pierced by my spear. My spear reaches all things. Aware of the terrifying speed at which his servant had fallen, Romulus understood that this opponent was extraordinarily powerful. Thus, he hesitated not at all, unleashing his noble phantasm in the very first moment to inflict damage upon the target with its might. His noble phantasm was a rare treasure of the world, an A++ rank armament that could rightly be called the strongest spear without exaggeration. At this instant, the spear's shaft gleamed with light. It would transform into a colossal tree, becoming the foundation that upheld all. Such was the noble phantasm belonging to Romulus. Yet likewise, Morpheus, in his charging state, had already prepared. A golden tome appeared in his left hand. As its pages flipped open, it unleashed tremendous power. Zeus is ether, is Gaia, is Uranus. He is all of this, the one above all. The incantation resounded. The sky filled with dark clouds, obscuring even the halo of light. Blue lightning descended from the skies, striking directly upon Morpheus mid-flight. In that moment, Morpheus' body halted, floating in midair. His clothes billowed in the fierce winds, and his hair danced wildly amid the lightning. His form was now enveloped entirely in blue electric glow. I invoke the great Zeus, ruler of gods and men, king of the gods. Great Zeus of Mount Olympus, king of thunder and power, king of the gods. In the name of the king of gods, roar forth, spear of thunder. The blue lightning around Morpheus transformed into golden radiance in that instant. His flesh was further reinforced by this surge of golden electricity, and behind him emerged a phantom shadow, immensely majestic, as if embodying all things in the world. Merely glimpsing this shadow instinctively stirred a desire to worship and submit in everyone present. At that moment, the divine ancestor, the primordial king, beheld this scene with an expression of utter disbelief. That silhouette was none other, it was Zeus, the king of the gods. And now, beneath the phantom, the human raised his right hand. Within it materialized a spear, a lance formed entirely from converging golden lightning. Then, the spear was hurled. This was a strike representing the god King Zeus, a blow from the ruler of Mount Olympus, and an attack belonging to the possessor of all, the great god Zeus. Even though what Morpheus manifested was merely a miracle recreated through myth, inevitably diminished compared to the legends. Yet even so, this strike was potent enough to make Zeus himself break into a cold sweat. Boom. The colossal tree born from the noble phantasm's release was obliterated in an instant, unable even to offer the slightest resistance. The ferocious power converged into a single point, smashing directly into the divine ancestor. The immense divine force didn't even allow this mastermind to utter a word before he was reduced to ashes beneath the lightning. This power was so overwhelming that, despite Morpheus exerting full control to prevent excessive spread, the strike not only slew Romulus but also demolished the city wall behind where he stood. No one dared obstruct Morpheus now. If his clashes with Caesar and Leonidas had been too swift for the human soldiers to react due to his flight speed, then this strike, imbued with divine majesty, had utterly shattered their resolve. Even their king had perished, the god they followed was no more. What could they possibly do? Most crucially, the one who had slain the king was Zeus, the god king. Within the palace, Morpheus regarded the men before him and let out a scoff. We meet again, Leviticus. The one who appeared was indeed Lev, and he seemed remarkably at ease. So it's you. I should have realized sooner, your strength is such a threat to the singularity. A flash of disgust crossed Lev's eyes, the sight of this Morpheus irritated him immensely. He had personally intervened, exhausting every method to summon these figures tied to the mythic age, only for them to be so effortlessly defeated by this Morpheus. Were they all worthless incompetents? But no matter, now, by summoning that one, no one could stand against such an existence. Lev glanced at the summoning circle behind him, a sinister smile curling his lips. You're truly impressive, destroying the first singularity and earning me a scolding from the king. But rest assured, you'll die here soon, for you're about to face the most terrifying being. Morpheus eyed Lev and asked, trying to buy time yourself. Of course, to stall, even death means nothing. Incidentally, I can tell you a few things. For instance, you believe I'm the one who destroyed human order, but that's a misunderstanding. It's not that I seek to destroy it, human order is destined for ruin. This is an outcome already inscribed. As he spoke, Lev morphed into a grotesque monster, a pillar riddled with eyes. At this, lightning crackled around Morpheus. He offered a faint smile as another golden lightning spear coalesced in his right hand. Boom. He hurled it without hesitation. The golden lightning erupted within the chamber, and even Lev's formidable demon god pillar form crumbled under the assault. Morpheus watched the disintegrating Lev and scoffed, should I hold back a bit, so you don't fail even at stalling? Huff, huff. The demon god pillar began to mend its wounds slowly, but the damage was grievous, recovery agonizingly sluggish. Seeing this, Morpheus launched another thunder spear, detonating the entire structure once more and reducing the building to rubble. At last, Lev could withstand no more, reverting to human form. This power, wait, its connection to Zeus. Lev realized in horror that this strike seemed no lesser than the legendary Zeus himself, perhaps equal in might. He glared fiercely at Morpheus, desperate to halt him, yet knowing a direct confrontation was futile now. Morpheus condensed yet another thunder spear in his right hand, advancing steadily, its tip aimed at Lev's heart. Even if I kill you, you'll revive, correct? Of course, you can't kill me for good. I'll never truly die. Lev proclaimed loudly, as if boasting. Then, his heart was pierced, though the lightning force remained contained, sparing his life for the moment. Go back and tell your king to prepare his final words. I'll be coming for him soon. Morpheus declared, and the impaling thunder spear erupted instantaneously. The savage lightning force burst from within Lev's body, reducing him to scattered ashes. Yet at this point, the summoning circle had completed its work. A figure rose from the array, her gaze icy yet infused with a berserk warrior's ferocity. The power emanating from her was immense and chaotic. Gazing at the woman now before him, Morpheus uttered her name. Attila. The great king of the Huns, the scourge of God. Attila. Regarding this existence, Morpheus fell silent for a moment, contemplating which approach would be most suitable to engage her. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 152, TOA 152, Clash. Attila, the scourge of God, wielded a weapon known as the sword of the war god, said to have been seized from the Roman god of war himself. Morpheus had some knowledge of this matter. The so-called Roman war god was none other than the Greek god Ares. The sword in Attila's hands had been taken from Ares. As for why this girl possessed Ares' sword, Morpheus felt the trembling of the sword of promised victory in his own hand and immediately understood her identity. No, even without the sword of promised victory, simply by sensing the aura emanating from her, so strikingly similar to that of the Gigantes. Morpheus could instantly discern who she was. She was Sephar. She was the Velber too who, in the distant past, nearly annihilated human civilization and hastened the end of the age of gods. As for why this being had become a human, a heroic spirit, Morpheus could only marvel at the power of the root. It didn't matter if you were an alien, once you arrived on Earth and integrated into its environment, you'd obediently ascend to the root and become a heroic spirit. Sephar was like this, as were the Greek gods. Not a single one escaped. Speaking of which, it seems the root rejected me. Morpheus muttered under his breath, tightening his grip on the sword of promised victory. Though it was a product of magecraft, it retained the properties of the sword of promised victory, naturally, including its ability to counter enemies of humanity and civilization. The Holy Grail had fused with Attila, filling her with immense magical energy. At this moment, Attila wouldn't vanish due to the death of a master. Rather, she was a servant brimming with colossal magical power, an absolutely top-tier servant. I am a warrior of the Huns. Their great king. The destroyer of the world. Destroy. She roared, as if a malfunctioning machine, seemingly capable only of repeating these words. With her words, immense magical energy surged from her, and in an instant, her noble phantasm was unleashed. It was a city-destroying noble phantasm release. They say I am the punishment of God. They say I am the scourge of God. The instantaneous release of her noble phantasm unleashed a torrent of ferocious magical energy. Even servants in distant locations sensed the anomaly. What is that? Mash exclaimed, gazing toward the horizon, her face etched with shock as she felt the overwhelming power. How can there be such an enormous surge of magical energy in that direction? The former Queen of Britain, who had just joined Mash and the others, couldn't help but voice her astonishment. Could it be Morpheus doing? Ritsuka Fujimaru asked quietly. Hearing her, Boudica quickly interjected, is it a man dressed strangely, similar to you all? If it's him. She glanced in that direction. He did seem to head that way. That's a city-destroying noble phantasm being unleashed. Olga Marie observed the massive magical fluctuations, her face tense with concern. Are you saying Morpheus went there alone? Yes, he left on his own. From the looks of it, he's gone to confront the mastermind by himself. Mash said, gripping her weapon. Senpai, we should hurry over too. At that moment, the erupting magical energy had exposed the enemy's position. As those tasked with correcting anomalies, they naturally had to rush to resolve the issue. This magical fluctuation is no small matter. You all need to be careful. Romani, who had appeared at some point, began to speak but suddenly widened his eyes upon noticing something. Wait. Olga Marie had also spotted the issue and immediately said, be alert, there's a massive magical energy source approaching. It's not a servant, but, are those wyverns? Romani nodded. Wyverns. It seems the immense magical energy has caused phantasmal species from another era to manifest. You all handle the wyverns first to prevent a greater crisis. As for Morpheus, there's no need to worry for now. Even a city-destroying noble phantasm might not harm him, Olga Marie instructed, directing the group to focus on the wyverns for the time being. Mash and the others had no objections. If they didn't deal with the wyverns first, even traveling to provide support would be troublesome, as the flying creatures could launch aerial assaults, severely hindering their speed. Morpheus raised the sword of promised victory, its blade gleaming with radiant light, a blade forged from countless converging beams. Scorching power erupted from the sword, colliding with the attack unleashed by Attila. As expected, the magnificent palace crumbled into ruins under the clash of their assaults. The ferocious energy not only shattered the ground, creating a massive crater, but also spread outward, devastating everything in its vicinity and even piercing the skies, dispersing some of the clouds above. The sunlight, previously obscured by dark clouds, shone down once more. Attila seemed enraged that the men before her could block her attack. She raised her weapon again and charged at Morpheus with swift, powerful movements. But how could Morpheus show weakness? He accelerated instantly, wielding the sword of promised victory to meet her sword of the war god head-on. Boom. No flashy techniques, just pure weapon collisions and physical combat. Their battle was primal, the simplest and most fundamental form of close-quarters fighting. Then, the air itself was torn apart by the violent force, producing a sonic boom. The ground shattered under the recoil, forming another massive crater. A mere clash of weapons was enough to wreak havoc on the surrounding area. And this battle continued, relentlessly continued. In just a fleeting moment, the two had exchanged over a dozen blows. And it went on. Unceasingly. Seeing she couldn't gain the upper hand in close combat, despite her intelligence being severely diminished by the Holy Grail, rendering her almost robotic, Attila still retained instinctive combat experience. She abruptly quickened her attack speed, then delivered a fierce downward slash. The sword of the war god erupted with immense power once more. She was unleashing her noble phantasm again. With the Holy Grail's power, she possessed the terrifying ability to unleash her noble phantasm at will. This time, her release combined with rapid melee strikes. A direct hit at point-blank range would undoubtedly reduce its target to ashes. But Morpheus remained unfazed. The sword of promised victory in his hand blazed with dazzling light. A torrent surged from the blade, transforming into a stream of radiance. Like the breath of a dragon, the light burst from Morpheus' sword, colliding with the power of the sword of the war god. The forces from the sword of promised victory and the sword of the war god twisted against each other, neither yielding. This was a contest of noble phantasms, and of raw magical energy. Then, an even greater power erupted from the sword of promised victory. Without needing to chant the noble phantasm's true name, Morpheus' magecraft unleashed its maximum potential in that moment. The beam, initially emitted by one, suddenly surged, transforming into a colossal pillar of light capable of engulfing even the Gigantes. This pillar completely swallowed Attila, not just her body, but her sword as well. Everything was reduced to fundamental particles, magical energy included. The servant's body disintegrated without even a chance to bleed. Even Attila couldn't withstand the fully unleashed sword of promised victory. This was only natural. Though Attila was Safar, there was still a gap. One was a human, the other an alien life form, one was a core, the other a weapon of war, not on the same level. Safar could challenge the gods, but Attila could not. Even if they shared the same essence, their roles differed. Of course, even this Attila was overwhelmingly powerful by human standards. But for the gods, it wasn't enough. For Morpheus, it naturally wasn't enough either. Thus, Attila vanished, slain under Morpheus' silent sword of promised victory. Everything was resolved. The world began to collapse and reconstruct, returning to its proper timeline. A spiritual transfer phenomenon appeared around Morpheus' body. He knew this was Chaldea, detecting the world's collapse, preparing to retrieve them. But Morpheus wasn't in a hurry. He reached out and seized the Holy Grail that had fallen from Attila's body. Taking it back would likely yield significant benefits. Or perhaps, he could make a wish with the Holy Grail. Even if it was a flawed version created by Lev, it still retained its wish-granting function. For instance, Gillis had used it to grant a wish, creating a body for Jean. If handed to Da Vinci, it could likely produce something useful. Alright, time to head back. I can rest for a bit. Morpheus yawned, quietly awaiting the return to Chaldea. The group was still frantically dealing with the wyverns in the sky. But after slaying a dozen or so, the remaining wyverns suddenly began to vanish one by one. Soon, even the wyvern corpses on the ground disappeared, as if it had all been a dream. Then, the world trembled and began to collapse. Morpheus has resolved the issue there. The world is returning to normal, hurry back. Romani shouted urgently. Boudica stared into the distance, stunned. After a moment of silence, she said, so why did we even come here? To resolve the crisis and protect human order. But this answer made Boudica roll her eyes. The problem is we've been busy fighting their forces this whole time, and now someone suddenly shows up and solves everything in one go. I feel like I came down from the throne of heroes just for a sightseeing trip. The more she spoke, the more shocked she became. That was a city-destroying noble phantasm release. Your companion not only came out unscathed but also killed the enemy. Just who is your friend? Like us, an investigator, Ritsuka Fujimaru answered honestly. But Morpheus is incredibly knowledgeable. It's no exaggeration to call him the greatest magus. A magus? You mean magus, right? Boudica said, still struggling to accept that a lone human, without a servant, had clashed with a city-destroying noble phantasm, and won. Was this a human? Even among servants, few possessed such strength. Yet a single human had not only gone there but resolved the greatest threat. Regardless, success was success. Boudica and the others' bodies began to fade. They knew the world was sending them back, it was about to stabilize, no longer needing these anomalies. Ritsuka Fujimaru and the others initiated the transfer at top speed. Upon returning to Chaldea, they saw Morpheus casually adjusting his clothes. He looked utterly relaxed, even waving at the returning group. You guys are a bit late. Morpheus, you took care of everything on your own? Ritsuka Fujimaru asked hurriedly. Yeah, I thought it was too slow, so I just charged through. The soldiers couldn't touch me, so I mostly fought servants, Morpheus nodded, standing and stretching with a lazy yawn, grinning at the command room above. Up there, Olga Marie, seeing Morpheus smile at her, huffed and spoke into the microphone. Go get a physical checkup first to ensure nothing's wrong. Once that's done, you're free to move. She quickly added, Morpheus, get your report sorted out. I want to see it by tonight at the latest. What? My rest? Can't it wait until tomorrow? Olga Marie immediately retorted, no way. You resolved everything single-handedly, so we need your intel now. She let out a smug chuckle, clearly pleased. Fine. Morpheus shrugged, pulling out the Holy Grail and tossing it to Ritsuka Fujimaru. For you. Huh. You're giving me this. Ritsuka Fujimaru stared at the Holy Grail in her hands, aware of its value and rarity. Morpheus was just handing it over. Didn't he want it? You and Mash take it to Da Vinci. She might come up with something brilliant to help you guys. With that, Morpheus didn't linger, heading swiftly to his room, because he still had a report to write. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your Power Stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 153, TOA 153, Summoning. After resolving the second singularity and receiving Morpheus' report, another meeting was convened. Olga Marie asked, regarding Nero, a mere human displaying power comparable to a servant, what are your thoughts? In the second singularity, Nero had demonstrated terrifying strength with her human body, leaving a profound impression on everyone. However, as she spoke, several pairs of eyes instinctively turned toward the men fiddling with a pen. Morpheus placed the pen on the table, looking puzzled. Why are you all staring at me? The group quickly averted their gazes. Here was someone utterly oblivious, a human whose displayed power far surpassed Nero's. Gadako ventured, could it be due to magecraft? Mash shook her head. She doesn't seem to know magecraft or have any knowledge of it. Could it be related to her weapon? Romani, equally puzzled, said, that's possible. If the weapon itself is a noble phantasm, it could enhance its wielder's strength. As the discussion grew lively, a voice interjected, actually, I know why Nero can exhibit such power. The speaker was Morpheus. All eyes turned to him again. Olga Marie frowned. You know. Yes, I know. Suppressing the urge to roll her eyes, Olga Marie lowered her voice. If you know, say so earlier. I was spacing out. Seeing Morpheus so brazenly admit to daydreaming, Olga Marie felt her head buzzing with frustration. She took a deep breath. Spit it out. Nero's identity is unique. Due to certain literary associations, she possesses the traits of a beast. You can think of her as embodying characteristics of both the Whore of Babylon and the Beast of 666. As for this history, if you're familiar with the development of the Christian faith, you should understand. Of course, I must say it's quite far-fetched, but through legend, she indeed acquired these traits, granting her certain qualities. Nero is a beast. Olga Marie frowned, while Romani fell into deep thought. Nearby, Fo let out a cry, as if echoing something. Da Vinci asked, why do you say it's far-fetched? Because I once had contact with the Scarlet Woman, back in the Age of Gods in Greece, Morpheus said with a smile. Clearly, this was something none of them understood. The Scarlet Woman. In a specific tree of life system, the entity at the pinnacle of the feminine aspect is the Scarlet Woman, also known as the Whore of Babylon I mentioned. She's the highest existence in the feminine essence, while the corresponding masculine pinnacle is the Beast of 666. Now do you see why I said it's far-fetched? Da Vinci, still puzzled, asked, your magic, yes, magic, I didn't misspeak, is rooted in the orthodox tree of life system, right? How is there such a strange tree of life? I do primarily follow the orthodox path, but that doesn't mean I can't study other types, Morpheus said with a grin, sounding utterly relaxed. The more you know, the faster your strength grows. Besides, Medea was likely noticed by the Scarlet Woman too, since back then. The group continued staring at Morpheus, but he abruptly shut his mouth, refusing to elaborate. Olga Marie exploded, what happened back then? Morpheus spread his hands. Medea and I, during our relationship, studied some magic related to the Scarlet Woman, like how to channel her power. Olga Marie opened her mouth, unsure whether to press further. The others exchanged glances, uncertain whether to continue. Morpheus shook his head. Don't tell me you think that kind of thing is only for mana transfer. Ritsuka Fujimaru looked utterly confused, not following the conversation. Seeing the group actually nod, Morpheus helplessly covered his forehead. Fine, it's a type of magic, sex magic. It's highly effective but hard to control. Without sufficient skill, I don't recommend touching it. Mess up, and you might summon a divine child, potentially bringing misfortune. Ritsuka Fujimaru's eyes widened. She finally grasped what they were puzzled about and why Morpheus had been reluctant to elaborate. So, there was such an incredible form of magic. It was utterly surprising. It seemed no one else knew about this magic. Truly, Morpheus' vast knowledge included things others couldn't fathom. The more Ritsuka thought about it, the more she admired him. Morpheus continued, anyway, I've explained why Nero has combat strength close to a servant's. Can we move on? Olga Marie nodded. Yes, let's continue the meeting. She shot Morpheus a glare, nearly derailed by him. Da Vinci spoke up, we've made modifications to Mash's shield, allowing the Holy Grail to be embedded within it. This will provide sufficient power for your operations. This sufficient power naturally referred to enhanced magical energy. As a demi-servant, Mash's strength was typically inferior to full servants, but with the Holy Grail, this issue was resolved. Moreover, this allowed Mash to operate independently, boosting her autonomy to the maximum even without Ritsuka Fujimaru. By the way, I have a question. In your report, Morpheus, you mentioned Lev transforming into a strange monster, which you called the demon god Pillar's true form. Morpheus nodded. Exactly, as I wrote. Lev revealed his demon god Pillar form. Due to its unique nature, unless the root cause is addressed, Lev can likely revive endlessly. And it's probably not just Lev. Other demon god pillars are likely similar. Olga Marie asked, after you dealt with Lev, he summoned a servant you called Attila. Historically, she's the great king of the Huns, the scourge of God. But why did you call her an enemy of civilization? Morpheus looked puzzled. Didn't I write that? You did, but it's unclear. You said Attila was the culprit who appeared on Earth during the Age of Gods, nearly destroying its civilization. So how did such a being become a human and the great king of the Huns? Morpheus realized he'd been vague, only briefly mentioning the connection. After explaining in detail the link between Attila and Sephar, the alien life form that nearly eradicated the gods in the Age of Gods, the group finally understood. An alien life form, Sephar, that destroyed the machine gods' bodies and forced the gods to retreat, only to be defeated by a weapon forged by the planet, the Sword of Promised Victory. Olga Marie mused. Romani added, and that Sword of Promised Victory is none other than King Arthur's weapon. The group couldn't help but look at Morpheus again. He blinked, confused. What? His report clearly stated he used a magical formula to conjure a false Sword of Promised Victory, defeating Attila by exploiting its attribute advantage. A weapon forged by the planet, and this guy somehow recreated it. Morpheus grinned. Want to learn? Just say so. I'm not against teaching. His generosity left the group speechless. Others guarded their secrets, but he was eager to teach everyone magic, as if wanting the whole world to wield it. After the meeting, Morpheus left the conference room and headed to the control room. Casually accessing a computer, he began browsing. Olga Marie, appearing behind him at some point, looked at the data he was sifting through. What are you looking for? The next singularity isn't in Japan. Nothing much. I just think Ritsuka's strength is still lacking. With a suitable weapon, she'd be safer. You're planning to craft a noble phantasm for Ritsuka. Olga Marie paused, recalling how Morpheus referred to his equipment, and corrected herself. A mystic code. Yeah, a mystic code. Muramesa's famous, but so is its curse, so I'll go with something else. Muramesa isn't that strong, is it? It's decent enough. It'd hold up in a fight against servants, Morpheus said, continuing to browse mythological records. After scanning some content, he fixated on a photo. Reading the text on the image, Olga Marie said, Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Her voice rose. Kusanagi no Tsurugi. What's wrong? You're planning to replicate that? Exactly. If I'm making something, might as well make it powerful. Kusanagi no Tsurugi fits well. Plus, isn't Ritsuka Japanese? She's busy saving human order, so it suits her in a way. Morpheus wasn't joking. If canonization were possible, Ritsuka Fujimaru could likely be sainted. As a weapon tied to the slaying of Yamata no Orochi in Japanese mythology, Kusanagi no Tsurugi was indeed fitting for her. However, crafting it required materials Morpheus didn't have. He turned to Olga Marie. Director, Morpheus said with a cheeky grin. Olga Marie shivered. Beautiful Miss Marie, he continued, still grinning. Her eyes widened, and she shouted, just say what you want. Don't use that tone. Nothing much. I just hope you can provide some materials for me to craft a weapon for Ritsuka Fujimaru. She's a key investigator, so you wouldn't refuse, right? Do I look like I'd refuse? Olga Marie snapped, signing a document and handing it to him. Take it and get the materials yourself. Sweet. Morpheus grabbed the signed paper and headed happily to the material storage. With these materials and a bit of time, crafting Kusanagi no Tsurugi would be straightforward. The materials were simple, ordinary steel would suffice. Forging was easy, too, using Chaldea's tools to quickly shape it to match the Kusanagi no Tsurugi in Morpheus' memory. At least, it would look identical. The critical part was the additional components for its symbolic significance. Morpheus had asked for Olga Marie's signature to use the summoning circle. What are you summoning? Romani and Da Vinci, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, asked. Romani pressed further. Something to imbue Kusanagi no Tsurugi with its true concept. Morpheus said, taking prepared blood and adding new magical arrays around Chaldea's summoning circle. These arrays, composed of divine names, enveloped the circle as if to prevent something from escaping. Seeing Morpheus prepare so extensively for a single summoning, Romani and Da Vinci grew curious, eager to see what he intended to summon. Then, Morpheus began chanting. It was an unheard of incantation, entirely different from standard servant summoning chants. Rather than a contract, it sounded like a command. In essence, it was, get over here, or else. Romani glanced at Morpheus, wondering if all summoning spells for demons in magic were this aggressive. Was the magician community Morpheus belonged to all this bold? Morpheus even began weaving threats into the chant, things like, if you don't show up, I'll make sure you're struck by lightning forever. But as Romani listened, something felt off. If you don't come, I'll have Susanoo strike you daily with lightning. Wait, you're summoning that. Romani realized who Morpheus was summoning, but it was too late to stop him. The magical array reacted, and a massive serpent's head emerged, its majestic eyes glaring at the room's occupants. Even through the divine name barriers, the group felt an immense pressure. In the next instant, an even more terrifying aura erupted from Morpheus, an anti-dragon aura that instantly suppressed one of the divine Yamata no Orochi's heads. Staring at the serpent, Morpheus declared, I don't want your head. Show me your tail. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 154, TOA 154, Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Magus often adopt an imperious attitude toward their summoned entities, frequently employing curses or threats to enforce compliance. Though Morpheus didn't voice such words, the overwhelming pressure he exuded still instilled fear in the serpent with dragon's blood. Obediently, it shifted its position, extending its tail. Seeing its cooperation, Morpheus swiftly drove his sword into the serpent's tail. The creature flinched, wanting to thrash but not daring to. Once the blade was nearly fully embedded, Morpheus reached out and withdrew it from the wound. It was a simple act, thrust and pull, but for the sword in Morpheus' hand, it was transformative. With this action complete, the blade erupted in a dazzling light, immense magical energy surging around it. It was as if Morpheus no longer held a mere steel sword but a legendary divine weapon. With a wave, he dismissed the summoned Yamata no Orochi. Morpheus casually swung the blade, and even a gentle motion revealed the power within. It possessed the sharpness to cut through nearly anything. This was only natural. In legend, even the divine weapon Juchi Yasumo, the Ten-Fist Sword, was chipped in a clash with Kusanagi no Tsurugi. With such a storied history, Kusanagi no Tsurugi's hardness and sharpness were undoubtedly top tier. Is it done? Da Vinci asked, somewhat skeptical. Morpheus didn't answer, instead tossing the sword to her. Catching Kusanagi no Tsurugi, Da Vinci immediately sensed the immense power concealed within. Her face lit up with astonishment. This power, it's not just raw strength. It carries the symbolism of Japan's ruler and the authority of conquest. It seems capable of exerting its power even far from Japan. Exactly. It's not just about raw power, its conceptual strength is significant too. Though, the source of its power isn't as strong as it could be, which is a pity. Morpheus muttered. Da Vinci barely restrained an eye roll. Not strong enough. What counts as strong, then? Something like Kurtana, maybe. Oh, right, you wouldn't know. Let's use this for comparison. Morpheus produced his Durandal. This could slice the earth in half. That's decent enough, I suppose. A power capable of cleaving the earth, and he called it merely decent. Both Da Vinci and Romani couldn't help but wonder what went on in Morpheus' head. Why was his perception of power so bizarre? There's a conceptual issue too. I summoned this world's Yamata no Orochi, which isn't that impressive. If I could summon the one I know. Morpheus hesitated, then shook his head. I don't even know how to do that. After a brief silence, Romani asked, the one you know. What do you mean? Literally, the Yamata no Orochi from pure mythology, unrelated to Typhon. Separating myth from reality, Morpheus' magic seemed tied to mythology, distinct from the age of gods. Romani mused silently, shaking his head. To understand Morpheus' magic, I'd need to study it myself. Without learning it, I can't grasp its principles. Resolved to study under Morpheus when time allowed, Romani shifted focus to Da Vinci's earlier comment. It's already incredible. The process looked simple, but the hardest part was summoning Yamata no Orochi and convincing it to let you stab it. That alone would deter any magus. True. Just summoning it is a barrier most couldn't cross, Da Vinci nodded. She tossed Kusanagi no Tsurugi back to Morpheus. Though impressive, it was useless to her. Better to give it to someone who needed it. Morpheus caught the sword and headed toward its future owner. How's the taste, senpai? In the break room, Mash offered Ritsuka Fujimaru some food she'd made. This was typical. Mash loved cooking and sharing it, especially with Ritsuka. Ritsuka, savoring the food, looked surprised. It's delicious. Good. Though, last time I made some food, Romani stole it. Mash said, mildly annoyed. It was meant for you, senpai. The doctor's always busy, it's fine if he eats some, Ritsuka replied, but seeing Mash's displeasure, she quietly focused on enjoying the meal. Silence settled in until Mash suddenly spoke. Senpai, am I useless? Swallowing her food, Ritsuka asked, confused, why would you say that? Because in these singularities, I haven't helped much. It's always been Morpheus senpai solving everything, Mash said, visibly dejected. Ritsuka didn't know how to respond at first, but as an ordinary person with some experience, she said, if you're useless, then what about me? Huh. Look, I haven't done much either. It's like I'm just sightseeing, Ritsuka said with a smile, patting Mash's hair. So, I don't think you should feel bad about it. Ah, really? She's right, a voice interjected, causing both to turn and see Morpheus approaching. I told you it's like a trip. Isn't enjoying the scenery nice? Morpheus sat across from them, looking at Mash. This girl definitely had psychological issues, unlike Ritsuka, whose ordinary life gave her a healthy mindset. Since he caught her talking about this, it was a good chance to address it. One question, why does not helping make you feel useless? Is your life defined by helping others? As a person, shouldn't you first affirm your own independent identity? Your own freedom. Only after that should you consider helping others. Mash wanted to protest, knowing her origins as an experiment, perhaps not even qualifying as human. By the way, if you had one wish, what would it be? I don't have any wishes. Don't you feel any desires in your heart? Morpheus smiled. Desires. For example, when Romani ate your food, didn't it make you angry? Angry. See. You were angry because he ate it, preventing you from giving it to Ritsuka. That's your heart's desire, which can translate into a wish. Morpheus spoke like a patient teacher, guiding her gently. With such clear desires, it proves you have life, self-awareness. So, you should first think about yourself. Without giving Mash time to argue or reflect, he continued, remember what I did with Gene Alter. Mash nodded slowly. Good. Gene Alter's existence is even more tragic than yours. Your life, your years, whether happy or painful, are real. Even if you were confined, that was real. But for Gene Alter, all her memories are fake, borrowed from someone else. Morpheus sighed. That's why I told her at the end to think about what she wants to do. She's her own person now, with the right to consider such things, a right she was born with. Mash reflected on her past, then on Gene Alter. Indeed, as Morpheus said, her experiences, joyful or painful, were real, not fabricated. But Gene Alter's memories were entirely false. From the moment she was born in the singularity, her experiences were her only reality. If anyone's existence was more tragic, it was Gene Alter. If Gene Alter had the right to pursue her humanity, then didn't Mash have that right too? She exhaled, bowing slightly to Morpheus. Thank you, Morpheus-senpai. No need. After all, you're a child of God, aren't you? Mash didn't know how to respond, but Morpheus casually added, I almost became a priest, you know. Trust me, I'm right. A priest. Yup, nearly got ordained, part of the system. Morpheus grinned, placing the sword on the table and sliding it toward Ritsuka. Here, this is your weapon now. My weapon. Ritsuka, both curious and excited, grabbed the sword. The moment she held it, she felt immense power coursing through her. Morpheus took out his staff and lightly tapped the ground. Instantly, the space was isolated, a small area expanding into a vast region, cut off from the outside. Try running, Morpheus said. Ritsuka complied, dashing forward. Her speed produced a sonic boom, breaking the sound barrier. Yet, she didn't crash into walls or obstacles, effortlessly avoiding them. After running for a few minutes, she stopped. It's amazing. I feel like I could fight a servant head-on. Ritsuka exclaimed. Then, she eagerly asked, what's this weapon? From its design. Mash studied the weapon in Ritsuka's hands, uncertain. Is it some kind of historical Japanese weapon? It's the mythical weapon of Japan, Kusanagi no Tsurugi, Morpheus said with a grin. Of course, it's a fake I made. Neither Ritsuka nor Mash took his fake comment seriously. With such terrifying power and enhancements, fake or not, it didn't matter. You've been studying magic, but you might need to learn some Eastern magic next. Eastern magic. Like Onmyodu, Morpheus said, sounding helpless. Honestly, I don't know much about it. I can only offer advice based on basic magical principles. As a Golden Dawn magician, I at least understand the fundamentals. This wasn't boasting. Golden Dawn magicians, and even earlier magicians, pursued magical knowledge across the globe, studying not just Indian mysticism or Tibetan Buddhism but also Shinto and other traditions. After careful selection, Western magic as it is now was formed. So, teaching Ritsuka the basics to explore Onmyodu herself wasn't a problem. But first, she had other things to learn. Combine the weapon with your magic, then fight using both magic and the weapon while moving at high speed. At Morpheus' suggestion, Ritsuka frowned. Using magic and fighting at that speed, that's tough. No worries, I'll train you well. You're Chaldea's ace, after all. Morpheus grinned, his smile dangerously enthusiastic, giving Ritsuka an uneasy feeling. Don't worry, you'll master it. Trust me. Seeing Morpheus' eager expression, Mash silently mourned for Ritsuka. Unfortunately, her mourning missed one person. You're training too, Mash. Me. With the Holy Grail, your mana issues are solved. Training's only logical, right? Unable to refuse, lacking any excuse. Mash joined Ritsuka. The poor master and servant were plunged into Morpheus' training hell. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 155, TOA 155, The Third Singularity. At her workstation, Olga Marie was buried in paperwork. Though contact with the outside world had been severed, the volume of documents she had to handle hadn't decreased, it had only grown. She needed to record everything that had transpired recently and analyze the current situation. Tasks that could once be delegated now fell squarely on her shoulders. Her desk was piled high with thick stacks of paper files, the sight alone enough to inspire deep despair. But things could get worse. She watched as someone approached, placing yet another hefty stack of documents before her. Even as a spirit, free from the need for rest and sustained by Morpheus' abundant magical energy, the sheer volume of work made her feel a profound sense of powerlessness. She suddenly understood why Morpheus had turned her into a spirit to return here. Only a spirit could have the time to deal with this mountain of nonsense. Humans needed rest, spirits didn't. Even if she wanted to claim exhaustion or insufficient mana, Morpheus' endless supply rendered such excuses moot. Olga Marie sighed weakly and asked, I heard Morpheus is dragging Ritsuka Fujimaru and Mash off for training. Yes, Director. Morpheus, Ritsuka Fujimaru, and Mash are all training. Morpheus proposed it, and aside from meals, they're rarely seen these days. In the training room? Yes. At this response, Olga Marie's mind sparked with an idea, a way to get a break. Tell me where their training room is. I'll check on their progress. Visiting under the pretense of monitoring training was perfect. It was a legitimate reason, checking on investigators was part of her duties as director. Spending a few hours observing. That was work, not slacking. After getting the training room's location from the staff, Olga Marie stood from her chair and headed out. She didn't rush, though. The time spent walking counted as work, so she strolled slowly, allowing herself a moment to relax and ease her mind. After about 4 or 5 minutes, she reached her destination, the training area where Morpheus and the others were. Upon entering, she first spotted Romani and Da Vinci. What are you two doing here instead of working? Olga Marie asked. Romani and Da Vinci turned to see her, their faces showing confusion at her question. Odd, why's the director here? Is she trying to slack off? They kept their thoughts to themselves. Romani said, we're observing, hoping to gain some insights. Insights? Olga Marie asked, puzzled. Da Vinci chimed in, yes, insights. Whether it's the application of power or new weapons, there's a lot of knowledge here. If I can learn it, it'll make Chaldea stronger. Seeing that both were here for work, Olga Marie straightened up. I'm here to inspect too. As investigators, I need to check on their condition. She then turned her attention to the training area. In the center, Morpheus wielded a glowing sword formed of flames, its mere presence radiating immense magical energy. Mash, too, surged with powerful mana. Her shield emitted a faint glow, as if primed for release. As for Ritsuka Fujimaru, she held a sword and moved at incredible speed, breaking the sound barrier in an instant as she launched fierce attacks at Morpheus. Her strikes were sharp and relentless, each delivered at maximum speed, yet Morpheus dodged them all effortlessly. Mash also attacked with her shield, her speed surpassing that of most servants, her strength outmatching them as well. If someone had told Olga Marie in the past that a demi-servant could reach Mash's current level, she wouldn't have believed it. Mash's displayed strength now surpassed most servants, approaching the level of top-tier ones. But no matter how fiercely the two attacked, Morpheus always evaded with ease, countering with his flame sword, each strike laced with ferocious fiery power. Under such intense assaults, the two could only dodge as best they could, blocking only when evasion wasn't possible. This back and forth, chase and counter battle, or rather, training, continued uninterrupted for 4 hours. 4 hours of relentless combat. When it finally ended, Morpheus and the others sheathed their weapons and approached the onlookers. How's the director's break going? Morpheus' first words made Olga Marie flush, not from embarrassment, but from annoyance at being caught slacking. I came to check your training, to see if there were any issues. Since there aren't, my work here is done. She turned to leave. Morpheus didn't say anything more to provoke her, instead turning to Ritsuka and Mash. How do you feel? Ritsuka said, I'm getting better at controlling Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Even without drawing it, I gained some physical enhancement. But combining melee combat with spell casting is still tough. No worries, we have time. You'll master it in a few days. As for me, Mash added, I can now stabilize the Holy Grail's mana supply without losing my reinforcement spells due to inexperience. I can even keep my Noble Phantasm ready for release, making it easier to handle stronger attacks. Morpheus nodded slightly. Though Mash was a servant, she was also human, so learning magic posed no issue. With the Holy Grail's mana sustaining her spells, there were no problems. Moreover, using the Grail's mana to maintain a low-level Noble Phantasm release significantly boosted her strength. With further refinement, she might one day sustain her Noble Phantasm's full output as a default state. That would take time, though, no rushing it. As for Ritsuka, while she couldn't attack with spells, maintaining passive protective spells on herself was manageable. After this training, Morpheus figured that even if something happened to him, these two could handle crises and save both Chaldea and the world. While they made progress, Romani and Da Vinci weren't so lucky. They'd spent days watching flashy battles without gaining much. Neither the magical formulas nor the so-called mystic codes, akin to noble phantasms, made sense to them. The bizarre crafting methods and their immense power were baffling. Even after sensing Kusanagi no Tsurugi's vast power upon its creation, both Da Vinci and Romani struggled to accept it. If any weapon could be this powerful, instantly enabling an ordinary person to move and fight at supersonic speeds while reinforcing their body to withstand such forces, then why bother with the Holy Grail War? Why summon servants? What was the point of Chaldea's years of servant summoning research? Saving humanity? Just craft a few weapons for magi or weapon masters to fight for humanity. Alright, I know you two haven't gained much. This stuff isn't suited for you unless you start with the theoretical basics. Morpheus advised. If you're up for it, start with the basics. I have introductory magic books, free. Want them? At his words, their eyes lit up. Yes. Why didn't you say so earlier? Morpheus handed them 2 books, more like a few dozen pages stapled together. As someone who taught many, he had plenty of teaching materials. 2 days passed. Ritsuka and Mash continued training, Olga Marie remained buried in paperwork, and Romani and Da Vinci vanished, working while studying Morpheus notes, too busy to watch training. Finally, it was time to depart again. The familiar sensation and light enveloped them. When they came to, they'd arrived at their destination. They were on a ship, naturally at sea. Seeing where they'd landed, Morpheus whistled. Didn't fall into the ocean. That's some precision. Mash quickly said, this is 1573 CE, but the location is Okeanos, a fictional oceanic region. Okeanos? Ritsuka asked, puzzled. Morpheus added, the sea god Oceanus, from Greek mythology. But to end up in a place like this, some distortion must have created it. At that moment, a figure emerged from the deck. It was a pirate, looking less than friendly, who drew a weapon and pointed it at them. Who are you? Drop your weapons, or else. Before he could finish, a sword was at his forehead. Morpheus, now holding the sword of the war god, stood before him. Or else what? Morpheus asked. The pirate trembled, too scared to speak recklessly. He forced a smile. I mean, you don't have to drop them. Good. I like smart people like you. Morpheus patted his shoulder lightly. We're just staying here until we reach shore. You don't mind, right? Morpheus smiled, and in an instant, his dagger targeted another figure that had appeared. Don't think about running or getting lucky. If you don't behave, I don't mind adding a few corpses to the sea. His words were clearly a threat, and these pirates feared exactly that. Morpheus seemed overwhelmingly powerful, beyond their ability to handle. His words painted him as ruthless, a person not to cross, lest they meet an unknown demise. They nodded hurriedly. Rest assured, we'll sail properly and take you to a beautiful island. Seeing their reaction, Morpheus chuckled inwardly. He'd been bluffing, but their cooperation was perfect. Now he could rest and wait to reach shore. But before he could close his eyes for a brief nap, a cry came from above. Move. Get out of the way. Morpheus snapped his eyes open, spotting a voluptuous woman plummeting from the sky. Recognizing her familiar appearance and unforgettable figure, Morpheus knew she was here for him. He leaped up, catching her, only for her to wrap her arms around his neck. I finally found you. The goddess' words brimmed with joy, unreservedly expressing her longing. She clung to Morpheus unabashedly. The moon goddess Artemis had appeared in this singularity. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 156, TOA 156, all here. Artemis' appearance was a surprise, but Morpheus quickly noticed a problem. Your power. It's a servant summoning, so as a goddess, I'm restricted. My strength is greatly diminished. Artemis pouted, still clinging to Morpheus. But meeting you makes it worth it. Weaker or not, who cares? As Morpheus and Artemis landed on the ship, they naturally drew attention. Artemis' attire was much like it had been in Greece, making her exceptionally eye-catching, at least to the pirates. Morpheus glanced at them, warning, if you don't want to die, don't even think about it. Are you jealous? Yup. Hee. Artemis tightened her grip, and Mash and Ritsuka Fujimaru, rushing over, witnessed the scene. Not only them, but those at Chaldea, connected via communicator, saw it too. Who's that? Olga Marie shouted. Who's this? Mash asked, eyeing the voluptuous yet charming woman with curiosity. Ritsuka Fujimaru, wearing a spectator's grin, was curious but knew answers would come without asking. She's a servant. Clear servant signature. Romani declared. Her stats are high, definitely top tier. Her class is likely Archer. Archer, and close to Morpheus, not Atlanta. Olga Marie grew more puzzled. But Romani's expression turned serious. No, there's another. Morpheus mentioned her in his report. Olga Marie froze, then recalled a figure from the report. No way. Oh, yes. Morpheus cut into Romani and Olga Marie's conversation. Just as you guessed. As a product of advanced technology and civilization, Artemis instantly understood Chaldea's communication device and didn't question it. Olga Marie's voice crackled through the communicator. You mean she's the Greek moon goddess Artemis? That's right. I'm Artemis, the moon goddess, a deity. Artemis said proudly, still hanging on to Morpheus. At that moment, Olga Marie understood why this woman was so close to Morpheus. How could she not be? This was Artemis, his lover from ages past. Of course, she'd be close to him. Romani, watching Olga Marie's expression, turned his head away, unable to bear looking. Ritsuka Fujimaru's eyes widened. The moon goddess? Mash was equally shocked. Can gods become servants? It's probably this place, Morpheus said, glancing at the sea around the ship. The Okeanos Sea, a legendary ocean. Though the age of gods is over, this place bears its traces. This singularity is trickier than the last ones. By the way, it's not just me. Atlantis here too. Artemis added. Morpheus was surprised. Atlantis here? Yup. This region favors summoning Greek heroic spirits, so she came down. Knowing you'd likely be here, it was a chance. And not just Atlanta. Medea's here too. Hearing these familiar names, Morpheus blinked. So, we're all together again. We need to find them first. The summoning scattered us, Artemis said, looking into the distance. I can sense them that way. That's the ship's heading. Yup, go that way, and we'll find them. With the pirates rowing diligently, they reached a scenic island. However, it was inhabited by pirates who, pitifully, tried to rob them, only to be instantly subdued by Mash alone. Ritsuka didn't even get a chance to draw her weapon. Thus, the defeated pirate became their source of information. You're saying we should talk to your captain? Morpheus asked the pirate. Yes, yes. Ask the captain, she's the smartest. The pirate nodded eagerly, not daring to hide anything. Things are strange here. The captain might be the only one who knows what's going on. What's your captain's name? Francis Drake. It's her. Morpheus was surprised but muttered, not gender-bent again, is she? The captain's always been a woman, the pirate protested. Great figure, beautiful too. Morpheus sighed. Of course. Francis Drake, the first person to complete a circumnavigation of the globe while alive, had an indelible legacy in human history. Now, this pirate appeared in the legendary Okeanos Sea, a place non-existent in reality, the edge of the world. Morpheus made up his mind. Take us to your captain. You've noticed something? Artemis asked. Morpheus nodded, following the pirate, with Mash and the others in tow. Drake is too significant to human history, so she's likely central to this issue. Stick with her, and we'll find the problem, and the enemy. Morpheus quietly explained to Artemis, who nodded, then suddenly looked surprised. Wait, your body. What about it? Your divinity, it's stronger, denser than before. If you wanted to become a god, with this divinity and Father's help, you could ascend immediately. Probably because some people are worshipping me, boosting my divinity. But I'm not planning to become a god yet. There's still a path to walk, and skipping steps could cause trouble. Your magical training. Yup, that's the trouble. Morpheus didn't hide it. Artemis knew about his unique magical practices, so there was no need to. I can feel your powers grown stronger. You've been through a lot since leaving Greece. As they spoke, they reached the pirate camp and saw a scantily clad, strikingly alluring woman with red hair. Francis Drake. Drake eyed them and grinned. Bonifoy, you've brought quite the odd crew. They're worth something, though, the pirate called Bonifoy shouted. They saved our lives and said they admire you, Captain, and wanted to meet you. Despite being beaten, he spun a different tale. Morpheus could only marvel at the pirate's silver tongue. Admire me? Really? Drake's expression showed clear disbelief. Bonifoy pressed on. Yes, yes. All the way here, they praised Captain Drake as a great figure, saying you could single-handedly crush the Spanish Navy and that you're a 3-meter-tall giant who can down a barrel of ale in one gulp. What? That's nonsense. I haven't done half those things. Morpheus resisted the urge to facepalm. Half the claims were true, like defeating the Spanish fleet, which Mash and Ritsuka had mentioned while introducing Drake. The 3-meter-tall bit. Pure fiction. Didn't expect the legendary Drake to actually be a woman, senpai, Mash whispered to Ritsuka. Romani, via the communicator, was shocked too. Yeah, I didn't either. Olga Marie, however, was unfazed. Isn't that normal? We've seen plenty of historical men turn out to be women, haven't we? Romani fell silent. Ritsuka added, we already confirmed Drake's a woman. But it's still surprising, senpai. Hearing it and seeing it are different, the impact's not the same. Mash replied. As they whispered, Drake addressed them. So, who are you lot? Seems my idiot crew owes you. Mash stepped forward. You're Francis Drake, correct? We're from an organization called Chaldea. I'm Mash Kirilight. She introduced the others, hesitating briefly before saying, this is Miss Artemis. Drake raised an eyebrow. Named after the Greek moon goddess? Artemis didn't react, unbothered by being mistaken for human. She'd hidden her identity among mortals before. Drake frowned slightly. Chaldea. Stargazers looking for me. What, selling new star charts? Wow, didn't expect this drunk to be so learned. Knowing Chaldea's origins. Romani exclaimed through the communicator. Drake's brow furrowed at the voice. I sense a shallow aura. The kind I hate, weak, pessimistic, spineless, yet a total goody two-shoes. Mash's eyes widened. Too perfect, senpai. Her analysis, or intuition, is spot on. Clearly, both Drake's assessment and Mash's reaction hit Romani hard. Thankfully, Drake didn't press the attack. Whatever, too much hassle. So, what do you Chaldea folks want? Mash briefly explained the situation. Drake fell into thought. She seemed drunk but was surprisingly sharp. However, she didn't share her own experiences, instead saying, we're pirates. If you want info, you'll have to fight for it. Without room for negotiation, Drake issued a duel challenge. Naturally, Mash took it on. Morpheus didn't feel like fighting, Artemis was glued to him, and Ritsuka's combat power would spike too high with her sword, making it hard to control. So, Mash was the best choice. Surprisingly, despite being human, Drake displayed formidable strength, much like Nero. After a prolonged battle, Mash finally defeated her, catching her breath and whispering to Ritsuka, if not for the training, I might not have won. She has clear mana signatures, she might be a magus or a natural hero. Drake conceded, I lost. Ask what you want, or we can help, everything but my life's on the table. Mash immediately asked, where is this place? Drake shook her head. No idea. Currents and all are off, impossible to pinpoint. As we thought. Drake doesn't know either. Mash nodded, then revealed, this is the Okeanos Sea, the legendary edge of the world. The Okeanos Sea. Didn't expect to end up here, but that's not important now. I lost, I surrender. We're allies now. With that, Drake tried to drag everyone off to drink. She even grabbed Mash, attempting to pour liquor down her throat. Ritsuka hesitated, then joined in, aiming to build rapport, through drinking, naturally. When it was Morpheus' turn, he shook his head. I'll stand guard. It's not safe here yet. His excuse was flawless, and no one pressed him to drink. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 157, TOA 157, Can't Get Out of Bed. Artemis watched Morpheus decline to drink. After a moment's thought, she approached and sat beside him. You're not going to get drunk, are you? Too much hassle, Morpheus said, gazing into the distance. Besides, I sense the Holy Grail's aura on Drake. Oh, that Holy Grail. I know about it, Artemis replied. Morpheus blinked. You know. Of course. Artemis giggled, leaning against him, her fingers tracing his cheek. Want to know more? Maybe you should show some appreciation first. Morpheus grinned, leaning in to kiss her fiercely on the lips. The move was natural, bold, and unhesitating, despite the nearby pirates. He didn't care. Whoa. Drake whistled, egging them on. Need a room, you two. You're way too forward. Yeah, want a private cabin. Morpheus smiled, waving off the offer, then turned to the flushed yet thrilled Artemis. So, can you tell me now? She took a deep breath to calm her excitement. The Holy Grail belonged to Poseidon. She either stole it or won it. Poseidon. Morpheus was stunned again. Don't tell me he was defeated. Caught off guard and sucked into a whirlpool, along with Atlantis. But he wasn't seriously trying to destroy humanity. If he was, it wouldn't be so complicated, Artemis said, glancing at the sky. Besides, if he tried, Zeus wouldn't allow it. A sudden exclamation came from nearby. Masha's voice. That's the Holy Grail. Drake had pulled a golden cup from what seemed like a 4-dimensional pocket between her chest, from which wine and food endlessly poured. Unfazed by Masha's shock, Drake acted as if she'd picked up trash. But a nearby pirate, indignant, spilled the whole story. It aligned with Artemis' account. In a whirlpool, they encountered Atlantis and a self-proclaimed sea god threatening to destroy humanity. Drake caused the whirlpool to swallow Atlantis entirely. Naturally, Poseidon went with it, leaving Drake alone. Talk about holding back. Morpheus, hearing the tale, turned to Artemis. Was this Holy Grail sent here on purpose? Why do you say that? The enemy uses a Holy Grail to destroy history. But if the side protecting history gets one too, it stabilizes spacetime, preventing collapse. Two grails clashing might cause unexpected changes. Morpheus looked out at the sea. So that's why we're in the Okeanos Sea. Artemis smiled, saying nothing, her expression answered enough. Meanwhile, the pirates dragged Mash and Ritsuka into heavy drinking. By the banquet's end, both were tipsy, especially Ritsuka, who was practically collapsing. These sea-hardened pirates drank daily. Ritsuka stood no chance. Mash, as a demi-servant, had better alcohol resistance, so while tipsy, she stayed upright. Morpheus watched the Holy Grail slip back into Drake's four-dimensional pocket, narrowing his eyes. The Grail merged with her body, boosting her mana and giving her servant-level combat power. I thought you were staring at her chest, Artemis teased, her tone sharp. I was looking at the Grail. And where'd the Grail go? Her chest. So you're still looking. It's not my fault, it's the Grail's. Morpheus turned away. Besides, Drake's not my type. Artemis narrowed her eyes. So, have you found new types elsewhere these years? Guess. You have, haven't you? Medea told me you became a servant in another world and flirted with your master and other masters. Morpheus cried foul. Just two, okay. And I heard about a glamorous woman and a young girl. Ilia and Irisveal. Nothing's going on with them. Morpheus suddenly felt being too popular wasn't always good, it led to interrogations like this. Thankfully, Artemis didn't press further, whispering in his ear, just wait, you're not leaving the bed tonight. She was clearly ready to punish him. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. That night, Artemis was exceptionally proactive. As a goddess with near-endless stamina, she was like a perpetual motion machine. True to her word, she kept Morpheus in bed all night, unable to get up. Meanwhile, Mash was talking with Drake. So you want this cup that keeps pouring wine and food? Drake said, casually handing over the Holy Grail. I lost, so it's yours. Thank you. Mash said, feeling the Grail's power and frowning. Odd, its power feels weaker than the others. Romani's voice came through the communicator. Could this Grail belong to this era and world? Right, why not ask Morpheus? He knows a lot about Grails, Olga Marie suggested. Drake laughed. He's tangled up with his wife, no way he's resting tonight. Olga Marie's expression shifted, and she took a deep breath. Is that so? Romani, seeing her grit her teeth, had no doubt she'd chew out anyone who erred now for half an hour. But as a knowledgeable man, he offered Mash his theory. I think this Grail belongs to this era, choosing Drake as its master to counter the one Lev brought to destroy it. The two Grails are pulling against each other, causing this chaotic state. As long as Drake holds it, the era won't collapse, but it won't normalize either. So, have you solved the issue? Drake asked. Mash shook her head. Not yet. Besides your Grail, there's another not from this era. If we don't find it, this sea will stay like this forever. Drake frowned. Hey, no way. You're serious. Seeing the earnest looks on Ritsuka, now sober, and Mash, Drake knew they meant it. Mash returned the Grail. It's true, so you should keep it, Captain. The Grail slipped back into Drake's chest, vanishing. She sighed. I've never given up treasure so easily, nor had it returned so quickly. Clearly, Drake was clueless about what to do next. Da Vinci interjected. Captain Drake, do you have a wish? A wish? To sail around the world. You could use the Grail to make it happen. Drake frowned. A wish like that? You've got to set out yourself, overcome the challenges. That's the way. Since you say so, to fulfill your wish, you need to reclaim your original world. And these people before you are experts at fixing such problems. From a tent, Morpheus watched, smiling. Nice guiding, Da Vinci. Looks like adventure starts tomorrow. Artemis asked, what's your plan for tomorrow? Morpheus thought. Head to the island's center, see what's there, and try to find Atlanta and Medea. Watching Drake drag everyone to drink more, vowing to down a lifetime's worth, Morpheus shook his head and closed the tent's flap. Tonight, those outside would be lively. What's with this era? On a ship, a haughty captain gazed into the distance, holding a Holy Grail, frowning as if plotting his next move. He was Jason, a Greek hero, still pondering in this era. Chaldea, the culprits planning to destroy the world. That's what he said, but something feels off. Jason was sharp. His mind quickly worked out a plan. Go fight, but don't go too hard, avoid making enemies. Also, get information to figure out what's really happening. As he thought, he glanced ahead at a giant. Heracles, in berserker form. Besides Heracles, the crew, rowers, guards, all, were heroic spirits or servants, making Jason's ship sail faster than the era's limits. Yet, he hadn't found this Chaldea the guy mentioned. Strange, is this the right direction? He said the Grail would guide us. Does that mean Chaldea's people are in this sea? At dawn, just past 6, Morpheus rose from bed. Yawning under the morning sunlight, he headed toward the island's center. Though Drake's crew called the island a rest stop, mainly using the beach, it was sizable, with dense vegetation in many areas. Finding hidden people here wouldn't be easy. But Morpheus didn't rely on his eyes alone. He cast magic to search for targets, confident it would soon yield results. If Artemis' senses were correct, Atlanta and Medea were likely on this island. Walking steadily, Morpheus' eyes lit up. He spotted a building. A 2-story wooden structure, styled like modern Europe, with a fenced yard. Morpheus' lips curled into a smile. Found it. No doubt was needed, the building resembled one he'd stayed in during the Age of Gods in Greece. Seeing it, Morpheus knew a servant here was definitely Medea. The door opened, revealing a young Medea, with green-haired Atlanta behind her. Both were there, living together. Spotting Morpheus, their eyes sparkled with joy. They rushed out, steps swift and unwavering. Like swallows returning to their nest, the two girls flung themselves into Morpheus' arms, one on each side, clinging tightly, unwilling to let go. Medea beamed. I knew you'd show up in a place like this. Atlanta, smiling at his face, added, coming to this world was the right choice. They'd seize the chance, knowing Morpheus would appear here. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/kongtl. Chapter 158, TOA 158, Wish Fulfilled. Drake glanced at the returning Morpheus, flanked by 2 women, and said to Mash and Ritsuka Fujimaru, your buddy's quite something, picking up 2 more lovers. And they seem really close. Mash and Ritsuka looked over, spotting the pair beside Morpheus, one youthful, the other strikingly familiar. Isn't that Atlanta? Ritsuka whispered to Mash. Mash nodded slightly. Yes, but who's the other one? They'd met Atlanta in the first singularity, where Morpheus had freed her from her contract, briefly making her an ally. That encounter revealed her close bond with Morpheus. Seeing her with him now wasn't surprising, but the other beautiful girl's intimacy with Morpheus was. Recalling Morpheus' report, a name flashed in their minds. Medea, Atlanta. Artemis called out cheerfully. Medea rushed to Artemis upon seeing her, while Atlanta, spotting the moon goddess, grew slightly reserved. But she soon smiled. She still recalled the shock of learning the truth, that the sultry woman who'd partied with Morpheus on the ship was her revered moon goddess. Shock aside, there was no crisis of faith. Gods could love too, right? Perfectly normal. And if the goddess loved the same and she did, didn't that prove her taste was impeccable? Still, seeing her goddess watch her walk arm in arm with her beloved made Atlanta blush shyly. Among the 3, she was the only one who'd only kissed Morpheus once, stirring a restless anticipation in her. She suddenly looked forward to nightfall. But for Atlanta, that wish was proving hard to fulfill. Set sail. Atlanta looked at Drake, puzzled by the sudden departure. Yup. I lost, so she's calling the shots now, Drake said, pointing at Mash, who added, we may need to search other areas of this sea. According to Romani, this region might be a hub for legendary pirates, with plenty of treasures. Exactly, treasures. Drake exclaimed, eyes gleaming with excitement, as if she couldn't wait to hunt for gold and jewels. Morpheus shrugged at Atlanta. No worries. The ship's big, with plenty of space and time. Atlanta lowered her head, only to hear laughter. Turning, she saw Artemis chuckling at her. Atlanta fumbled for words as Artemis approached, grinning. If you'd been more honest back then, you might have been together by now. Lady Artemis, aye. Atlanta murmured, then lifted her head. I've chosen him. Good choice. Better taste than most. Meanwhile, Mash and Ritsuka confirmed the stranger's identity. Medea. Was this place turning into a Greek hero convention? All the servants so far were Greek, and they all seemed here for Morpheus. Mash's earpiece buzzed with a frantic voice. They're all here. How are all his closest allies here? It was Olga Marie, clearly losing it somewhere back at Chaldea. Ritsuka, hearing this, shrugged. Some people just can't take the initiative. Without change, we'll see more of this. Mash didn't quite follow, but Ritsuka seemed to understand everything. Once aboard, Drake set the massive ship in motion, larger than even the Argo Morpheus had once sailed. Finding a quiet, private cabin was easy for them. With Drake in charge and Mash and Ritsuka outside, any pirate threats likely wouldn't require their intervention. Watching Morpheus and company leave, Ritsuka wore an envious look. Mash, curious, asked, "Senpai, want to join them?" "Nah. Then. I just think Morpheus lives so freely. He doesn't care about appearances. He acts purely on his desires, within reason," Ritsuka said. "Most people would worry about showing their best side, at least to seem less lustful." "Oh, I get it. You mean Morpheus-senpai's a flirt?" Ritsuka almost denied it but, realizing Morpheus wouldn't care, nodded. "Yup, that's what I mean." She laughed. "That's why the director's so frustrated." Huh. If Morpheus showed even a hint of hesitation or cared about his image, the director could use it to pressure him into choosing one person. But he doesn't, so there's no leverage. When someone's shameless, they're unstoppable. This guy's shameless in love. Drake, who'd appeared beside them, chimed in. She licked her lips. Besides, a guy who catches so many women's eyes, maybe he's got something special. Special? Mash thought of strength. Special? Ritsuka thought elsewhere. Like, particularly tasty, Drake said with a mischievous grin. Mash didn't catch it, but Ritsuka knew she'd guessed right. For a woman forged in the age of gods in Greece, bearing skin was no big deal. Raised by beasts, a hunter and hero, Atlanta cared even less. But today, her cheeks burned as she gazed at that man. Her first time brought fear, but once fulfilled, it was overwhelming, like suddenly possessing the entire world. The experience was magical, and the rhythm that followed was intoxicating, like savoring the finest wine. She felt drunk on it. The sensation was so exquisite, unforgettable, urging her to indulge further. Time sped by, blissful days always did. When she came to, they lay together, silently staring at the ship's deck. To them, the deck was now the ceiling. Her wish was fulfilled. The man she'd chosen was finally hers, even if it took ages, long enough for a mortal to live nearly 100 lives. But she'd waited, and it was worth it. Ignoring the ache below, she looked at Morpheus, smiling. Up for more. Like a hunter, she challenged her prey. Clearly, a few times weren't enough. She wanted to stay like this forever. Mash and Ritsuka were surprised. The journey had been safe, aside from odd, duplicated pirate-like monsters, no real threats. The ship reached a lush, vegetated island, and they went ashore, calling for Morpheus and the others. Moments later, Drake sensed something, drew her gun, and fired into nearby bushes. As gunfire rang out, foes stirred restlessly. Mash asked, puzzled, "What's wrong, Miss Drake?" "Enemies." "Nah, just felt something and took a shot." Mash was baffled. Felt something and took a shot. Drake's logic was hard to follow. Drake explained, "When you get a bad feeling, shoot to scare it off. Survival trick." Mash was stunned by the reckless mindset. So brutal. Is this an outlaw's way of thinking? Ritsuka, meanwhile, wondered, "Did you hit anything?" "Haha, gotta check to know." Drake laughed, heading toward where she'd fired. Mash hesitated. Miss Drake's nothing like Jean or Nero. She's a type I've never encountered. "Senpai, our cautious advance plans failed." "What now?" "No big deal. Let's go check it out." "Besides, they're just sightseeing over there," Ritsuka said, pointing at Morpheus and company enjoying the scenery, grinning. "So, relax." Drake's voice called out, "Hey, come look at this." They hurried to her, finding her staring at a stone tablet. The tablet bore runes. Seeing no one could read them, Morpheus stepped forward. "I've got this." "Pretty recent, maybe a week old." Da Vinci's voice came through the communicator, clearly seeing the runes too. Morpheus and Da Vinci translated simultaneously. "The once slumbering Blood Axe King will awaken here again." Da Vinci, surprised, asked, "You know runes too?" Morpheus nodded. "Of course. My profession demands it. I can read most scripts and understand most languages." Da Vinci laughed. "Oh, right, the Blood Axe King, sounds familiar." "Blood Axe King, the Viking king who ruled Norway in the 9th century." Romani shouted. "Be careful, the tablet's signature matches those pirate duplicates." As he spoke, more ghostly pirate-like figures appeared, only to be swiftly dispatched by the group. Then, a stronger presence emerged, a bare-chested man wielding a giant axe, eyes glowing red, glaring at them. He let out a bizarre, guttural roar, interspersed with a broken self-introduction. "Gaga gaga. I am Eric. The great Eric." His words carried a rhythmic cadence. "Gra. Kill. All who block me, kill. All dead. Jijiji." Morpheus thought the man was utterly mad, beyond saving. Before the pitiful Viking king could attack, Mash struck. Thanks to Morpheus' training, her shield maintained a partial release state. The energy-charged shield slammed into Eric, knocking the Viking king to the ground. Simultaneously, Ritsuka drew her sword, cleaving Eric in two with one slash. He didn't even get to show his valor before disintegrating into light, vanishing into the ether. That sword's your work? Artemis, sharp-eyed, noticed something about Ritsuka's blade and asked. Morpheus nodded. Yup, made it for her to protect the world. A backup if anything goes wrong. He turned to Drake. Captain, we keep moving. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/kongtl. Chapter 159, TOA 159, The Labyrinth. Eric's appearance was a stroke of luck. As a Viking pirate, he followed their custom of recording their journeys. Drake, familiar with this habit, rummaged through the Viking ship and found her treasure. It was a notebook, its ink still fresh, filled with charts and logs recorded by Eric and his crew. In this unmapped sea, Eric's gift was a true treasure. Look at this map. Can you make anything out? Here, the third island to the northwest, it's likely a pirate stronghold, Drake said, pointing at the chart. There's a strong Spirit-Ron signature there. Could be multiple servants. Be cautious, Romani's voice came through the communicator. Mash asked curiously, where's the director? You mean Marie? She's over there, glaring at me. I'll shut up now. Ritsuka glanced at Mash, who was stifling a laugh, and thought Mash had a mischievous streak. The ship pressed on, soon reaching the destination. But as they landed, Sheba's readings fluctuated. Strange, what's wrong? Is Sheba malfunctioning? Olga Marie's voice crackled through the communicator, growing choppy and intermittent, putting Mash on high alert. Morpheus glanced around, muttering, heavy interference. Suddenly, the ground trembled as if struck by an earthquake. Drake's face darkened. Not good. Let's check the ship. The ship. Mash and Ritsuka were puzzled but quickly understood. On an island, an earthquake likely originated underwater, potentially causing a tsunami that could wreck the ship. Drake was clearly worried about her vessel's safety. They rushed back, only to find bewildered pirates. Captain. It's weird, no tsunami, but there's a wall. An invisible wall trapping us, a pirate shouted. A magical barrier? Mash murmured, striking it with her shield. The barrier didn't budge, suggesting someone was trying to trap them. But Mash's attack failing didn't mean others would. Ritsuka drew her sword, and with a flash of cold light, she sliced a gash in the seemingly impervious barrier, destabilizing it momentarily. Yet, it quickly stabilized, reforming into a solid air wall. Morpheus turned to Ritsuka. Check the tremor's source. No need to keep hacking here. Or try a few more slashes, might collapse it. If I break it now, will it cause issues? Ritsuka asked, curious. The tremors started, then this wall appeared. They might be linked. Breaking it could affect the source, so let's find that first and figure out what's going on before acting. The group agreed with Morpheus and set off toward the tremor's origin. Soon, they reached a strange entrance. Morpheus frowned. A labyrinth. Yes, a labyrinth, Artemis confirmed. Medea nodded. Definitely a labyrinth. Atlanta sniffed the air, whispering, I smell a bull. A bull. Morpheus started, looking at the labyrinth again. Let's go in and see what's up, Drake said, moving to push open the door, but Morpheus stopped her. Wait. What's wrong? Drake asked, curious. Mash and Ritsuka looked at Morpheus, unsure of his intent. Most servants here are Greek, and now there's a labyrinth with a bull's scent. Doesn't that remind you of a myth? Morpheus asked. The hint was clear. Ritsuka's eyes lit up. The Minotaur? Exactly. In legend, after Minos ousted Rhadamanthys to become Crete's king, he prayed to Poseidon for a sign to justify his rule. Poseidon sent a magnificent white bull, demanding its sacrifice. But the bull was too splendid, so Minos sacrificed another. Enraged, Poseidon cursed Minos' wife, Pasiphae, with a love for beasts. To hide her shame, Minos commissioned Daedalus to craft a wooden cow for Pasiphae to conceal herself within. So lifelike was it that the white bull mated with it, and Pasiphae bore a bull-headed monster, the Minotaur, meaning Minos bull. Later, Theseus slew the beast. Now, with a labyrinth here, Morpheus asked uncertainly, the Minotaur's a heroic spirit too? Artemis nodded. Morpheus let out an "oh" and pushed open the door. If that's the case, let's check it out. Boldness came with skill. If they couldn't escape, he'd use angelic power to get out. Seeing Morpheus charge in, the others followed. The labyrinth's paths were complex but lit by torches, almost luxurious. After walking for some time, unsure how far, they were blocked by a bull-headed figure calling himself Asterios. Before Morpheus could act, Mash and Drake pounced, pinning the poor servant to the ground. As they prepared a final blow, a voice rang out. "Don't kill him." A petite girl appeared. Morpheus whistled. "Well, damn, another goddess." The girl, confused, shouted, "Fine, I get it. I'll go with you. Kill me or whatever, just do it." But she froze, spotting a familiar, voluptuous archer. Artemis. Her eyes widened, her voice rising. "Why are you here?" Then, louder, "You're a servant too." Artemis smiled. "I came down on purpose." "And you?" "You're a servant too, but it sounds like you don't know why." Her eyes twinkled with amusement, as if she'd seen something hilarious. "What's so funny, you overdeveloped goddess?" "Don't think I don't know your forms are fake," the girl snapped, only making Artemis laugh harder. "Jealous?" "No way." "Who's she?" Morpheus whispered. Hearing him, the girl declared, "Mortal, I'm a goddess. I'm Euryale." "Oh, Medusa's sister," Morpheus nodded. "Not bad, but your figure's not as good as hers, and you've got a sharp tongue. Just a bratty goddess." "Human, that's blasphemy." Euryale frowned. "Wait, why do you have such strong divinity?" She hadn't noticed before, but now, focusing, she sensed an intense divinity in this man, far beyond a demigod's, almost a true god's. After racking her brain, she couldn't recall a god matching his description, so she asked, "What's your name?" "Morpheus." "Just call me Morpheus." "Morpheus." "The Morpheus." Euryale froze, stepping back, uncertain. "You're really that Morpheus?" Morpheus, curious at her reaction, asked, "You know me?" "Who in Greece doesn't know what you did?" Euryale exclaimed. "You fought in the Gigantomachy, helped the Olympians crush giants, then took on Typhon and killed him. Zeus offered you godhood, and you refused. Then you joined the Argos expedition, slew the mother of monsters, but vanished afterward, never found. Your deeds are barely recorded in official histories, just wild tales." She smirked mockingly. "Such a pity, huh?" Everyone present either knew Morpheus or had read his reports, except Drake, who now looked at him in awe. "Your adventures sound epic. And she says you lived ages ago." "Nah, I'm just in my teens." Drake laughed. "But she's talking ancient Greece, and it's well past the common era." "You sure you're a teen?" Morpheus sighed. "Really, I'm a teen. Test me, same result. But your adventures are incredible. They match my dream of circumnavigating the world." Morpheus smiled. "Adventures are fun, but let's deal with the issue at hand." He turned to Euryale. "You remember my deeds so well, are you a fan?" "No way. I'm the one radiating idol vibes." Morpheus scoffed. "Idol? You? Not even a local star?" Euryale's eyes widened. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Just what I said," Morpheus retorted. "An idol. They're like the sun, shining on all fans." "With your attitude. Don't make me laugh." Seeing Morpheus' intense reaction, Ritsuka whispered to Mash, "Is Morpheus an idol otaku?" "No idea, senpai." "What's an idol otaku?" Mash whispered back. Seeing Mash's clueless look, Ritsuka shook her head. "Never mind, I'll explain later. Too much to cover now." "Oh, okay." Euryale, stunned by Morpheus' rebuttal, forgot how to respond. Then, the injured Asterios, the Minotaur, groaned. Euryale hurriedly said, "Bull, stay still. You're tough, you won't die, probably." She seemed uncertain, frowning. "If you die, this place might collapse." "No need for that. Servants heal easily," Morpheus said, stepping forward. A surge of mana flowed into Asterios, rapidly healing the heavily injured servant, who soon stood again. No surprise from a magus famed in Greece's Age of Gods. For phantasmal species, it's instinct to avoid fighting the guy who says, "Veritas 000" in battle, or you'll die horribly. Morpheus' expression shifted briefly but nodded. "Good point. If I say, Veritas 000, I'm getting serious." He turned to Mash. "Mash, explain our situation to her." Dealing with NPCs was best left to Mash. Morpheus was too lazy for it. He had other concerns, studying the labyrinth to see if Raphael's or Hermes' angelic powers could get them out. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 160, TOA 160, Instant Annihilation. While Mash explained the situation to Euryale, Morpheus began his experiment. Despite the labyrinth being an isolated domain, the power of an angel descended without hindrance. Though faint and easily overlooked, it was unmistakably angelic power. Sensing Raphael's energy, Morpheus used it to guide his path. Not to destroy, but to find a way out. After noting the direction Raphael's power indicated, he turned and asked, "The exit's that way, right?" He was addressing the labyrinth's master, Asterios. The bull-headed youth looked surprised but nodded. That was indeed the exit, but how did he know? Without special means, escaping was impossible. The labyrinth's paths constantly shifted, and a wrong turn could trap you forever. It even distorted one's sense of direction, yet this man casually pointed to the correct path. Looks like no issues for now. I'll head out. You guys follow later. With the bull here, just release the noble phantasm to exit, Morpheus said, walking toward the exit, adding, "Don't release the noble phantasm until I'm out." Asterios, unsure of Morpheus' intent, nodded. Artemis, Atlanta, and the others stayed behind, recognizing Morpheus was testing something. They'd wait and regroup with him. Naturally, some were confused. Euryale frowned. What's he doing? This is Asterios' labyrinth. You can't get out without special means. Artemis smiled. He probably can. Probably. You're not sure. I don't know his method, so I say probably. I trust he'll succeed, but that doesn't mean he won't fail trying, Artemis said, waiting calmly. Fine, let's see how many times he fails, Euryale said, eyeing the composed Artemis, as if hoping to see her embarrassed. Their relationship was strained. Once a goddess, Euryale was driven out by the Olympians, reduced to a divine husk without power. Seeing an Olympian falter would delight her. Moments later, Asterios raised his head and slowly withdrew his noble phantasm's power. Sensing this, Euryale gasped, he got out. MHM. Asterios murmured. As the labyrinth vanished, they found themselves back on the island. Nearby, Morpheus stood waiting. How'd you get out? Euryale marched up, demanding. Morpheus shrugged. Simple. I walked the path and got out. Euryale barely resisted rolling her eyes, finding this man infuriating. Taking a deep breath, she asked, what magecraft did you use? Or what mystic code? Magic. Magic. Euryale stared. As a magus from the Age of Gods, Morpheus using magic wasn't surprising. She was curious about what kind. Morpheus grinned. Easy. I summoned Archangel Raphael's power to guide me, and he led me out. This time, Euryale couldn't hold back, rolling her eyes. That answer was as good as nothing. Summoning an angel's power to navigate. What magus could do that? Even in magic, no such method existed. The closest was summoning heroic spirits or servants, with restrictions like needing a catalyst, or it'd be random. Yet this man claimed to summon Raphael, one of the 4 archangels, with pinpoint precision, no preparation. I can summon most angels' powers I know, Morpheus said casually. Euryale thought he was bragging. Oh, she said, turning away. Don't tell me then. Morpheus shrugged to Artemis. Told the truth, and no one believes me. Artemis chuckled. Your tone sounded like you were brushing her off. No wonder she doesn't believe you. Maybe it's because you two clashed earlier, so she's skeptical, Medea said, smiling. Morpheus thought. You mean the idle talk? Atlanta nodded. Definitely. You were brutal, not giving her any face. She oversimplified idols. Morpheus shook his head. Besides, if she had what it takes to be an idol, she wouldn't be in this state. He paused, musing. But this might alter her authority. The group exchanged glances, silent, knowing Morpheus was likely thinking of something absurd. Then he asked, oh, why's Euryale here? Medea quickly recounted Mash and Euryale's conversation, clarifying the situation. So, Euryale fled here from a perverse pirate. She said even in Greece, she never met a creep like him. Medea nodded. Exactly. She grew curious. What kind of pervert could make her say that? Right, and Captain Drake invited her to join. Though Euryale called her an overdeveloped wench and Drake wanted to tie her to the ship's bow, she held back, Medea said, smirking. Artemis was clearly stifling laughter. Morpheus asked, not because she's a goddess, but because Euryale's useful for cooperation, right? Artemis nodded. Exactly. This captain dared to take on Poseidon. Euryale's nothing to her. As Morpheus, Artemis, and the others chatted, Drake shouted, let's go, back on the ship. They boarded Drake's Golden Hind. Not far out, another ship appeared, heading their way. Seeing the sleazy, black-bearded pirate at the helm, Euryale pointed, shouting, that's him. The creep who tried to molest me. The ship flew a flag with a skull, demon, and red heart. Recognizing it, Morpheus chuckled. That's the Queen Anne's revenge flag, isn't it? Queen Anne's revenge? Drake asked, puzzled. A century or so later, Morpheus said, eyeing the men. That's Captain Blackbeard, Edward Teach. A real scoundrel. Beat him senseless, no need to hold back. Drake finally saw him clearly, cursing, this guy keeps attacking to steal my holy grail. Steal the grail? A future pirate, huh? An enemy servant, here to snatch this world's grail to destroy it, Morpheus said, a bow materializing in his hand. Euryale warned, watch out. He's disgusting. Don't worry about his strength, just his sheer creepiness. Her warning left everyone puzzled, unsure what made this guy so repulsive. Then Blackbeard shouted, his face flushed with a sleazy grin, voice booming. I'm not here for you, old hag Drake. I'm here for my darling Euryale. I can't wait to lick her armpits and navel. Most on the ship were dumbfounded, except Euryale, Asterios, and Morpheus. Morpheus remarked, I thought you'd say feet. Blackbeard's eyes lit up. Right. Add feet to the list. He even extended an invite. Join my crew. I'll take you as a mate. Nah, no thanks. Forcing that stuff on someone unwilling. Not cool. Best to wipe you out quick, Morpheus said, raising his bow. Blackbeard wasn't fazed. A single bow. His ship was massive, able to withstand cannon fire. What was there to fear? Then, a blinding light pierced his vision, striking his ship. Boom. The radiant power of light erupted, turning into searing flames, unleashing its terrifying energy. The bow of the god of light could target multiple enemies or focus its arrows into a devastating cannon of light. The explosive light's heat became a destructive force, setting Blackbeard's ship ablaze in an instant. But the Queen Anne's revenge was Blackbeard's noble phantasm. Unfazed, he activated its power, sending the ship crashing toward the Golden Hind. A collision would heavily damage their ship. Ram them. I'll show you real pirates. Then I'll kill you all. Blackbeard roared from the helm. Morpheus, unfazed, fired another arrow, not at the ship, but at Blackbeard. Without surprise, the arrow pierced Blackbeard's head, dropping the ranting pirate, his body slowly dissipating. Two women charging alongside hesitated, watching Blackbeard's fading form. They lunged for the Holy Grail that appeared on the ground. Only by securing it could they avoid disappearing, as Blackbeard had summoned them. But someone was faster. A lancer appeared, spearing the grail and snatching it, then sprinting away, shouting, I'm Hector. We'll meet again soon. He's running, not stopping, Morpheus noted. Artemis added, not bad strength. It's Hector. I remember him from the Trojan War, killed by Achilles. Yup, that's him. Runs fast too. Atlanta nodded, clearly familiar. Like a hailstorm, the arrows overwhelmed the women before they could react, sending them back to the throne of heroes. They hadn't resisted, perhaps knowing that without the Grail or their master, they'd soon fade. Better to let someone finish them off. Only Morpheus was exasperated. At least let me know their names. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 161, TOA 161, Reunion of Old Friends. Oh. So eager to know their names. That interested, huh? Medea teased with a grin. Artemis joined in, smiling, yeah, so curious about those two women. Morpheus sensed danger and quickly clarified, I just want to know who they were to see if they're worth studying. Studying. Like their identities, histories, or even their noble phantasms. Maybe it could advance my magic, Morpheus explained. His reasoning was flawless, purely academic, with no hint of romantic interest. This made Medea and Artemis look slightly embarrassed. Only Atlanta eyed him skeptically. Really? Of course. I'm not into them. And anyone who'd blindly follow Blackbeard doesn't seem like a good person. They should have at least put up a fight, Morpheus said, glancing toward where Hector had fled. He even announced his name. With you all here, he probably figured there's no hiding his identity. And saying we'll meet soon, does that mean there's a third faction? Artemis asked, one side protects the world, another destroys it. Who's the third? Maybe a splinter from the Protectors, forming their own group. The Protectors are summoned separately, so having their own agendas makes sense, Morpheus mused, then hesitated. With two holy grails influencing each other, could their interaction cause changes in servant summoning? Like, a third faction emerging from the grails clash. Artemis thought for a moment and nodded. This world is shaped by two grails vying for control. That phenomenon could happen. She frowned. This is getting complicated. Why not ask someone? Ask who? Morpheus was puzzled. Who could he ask? Artemis reminded him, didn't Hecate give you her ring? Use it to contact her. Right. Morpheus snapped his fingers, recalling the ring Hecate, the goddess of magic, had given him in the Age of Gods in Greece. As a mark of her favor, he'd kept it and used, but now it could serve a purpose. He retrieved the ring and slipped it onto his finger. Instantly, Hecate's power surged, and Morpheus used its connection to call out. I summon you, great goddess of magic, queen of spirits, goddess of the underworld, Hecate. He cut his hand, letting blood drip to the ground. The ship's temperature dropped, and a breeze carried the scent of death. We meet again, Morpheus. A familiar voice spoke. Morpheus turned, smiling, to see the mature goddess of magic, Hecate, behind him. Hecate greeted Artemis, then smiled at Medea. Teacher. Medea called out joyfully. This is merely a projection, not my true form. My full descent would tear this world apart, so I can't lend my power, Hecate said, gently stroking Medea's hair. She always showed such affection for her disciple. Nearby, Drake frowned. Hecate. What's that? A goddess, the Greek goddess of magic. Mash whispered urgently, hoping Drake wouldn't provoke her. Euryale, meanwhile, scowled at Hecate. Another one. She clearly disliked Greek gods, even if her weakened state wasn't entirely their fault. Ritsuka was stunned that Morpheus had summoned yet another Greek goddess, and they seemed close. Ignoring Euryale, Hecate looked to Morpheus, awaiting his reason for summoning her. Morpheus shared his theories, asking, is this possible? It's possible, though highly unlikely. The third faction you've encountered might be tied to someone else, Hecate replied. Someone else? Yes. There's no rule saying one side can only summon one agent, right? Morpheus paused. In past singularities, it was typically one master summoning servants, whether the master was a servant or a demon god pillar. But each had a core figure, Gillis in the first, Lev in the second, though Lev fused the Grail into Altera before dying, shifting the core to her. So, suppose the mastermind summoned a core figure, like Blackbeard, but didn't just let him fight. Instead, they summoned another servant, split them, and treated both as separate cores, each building their own faction. Morpheus' eyes widened. Blackbeard was summoned with this Grail, but the other, likely Hector, wasn't. He came from another Grail. With the mastermind gone, the third faction needs a new Grail to expand, so they stole Blackbeard's. Originally, there was no major conflict. They just needed Drake's Grail, so both sides would have won. But our strength forced them to take Blackbeard's instead. And given the situation, his was the easiest to grab, being far off without engaging us, Medea added. Right. As a Trojan War veteran, Hector would know what we represent, Atlanta said. Sounds troublesome. If we'd secured the Grail, we could have resolved this world quickly, Morpheus muttered, bidding Hecate farewell before saying, let's discuss with the captain. Hecate's words sparked ideas. If her full descent would disrupt this world, Poseidon's appearance here wasn't his true form either, otherwise, the world couldn't withstand it. Since the goal was to restore history, not destroy the singularity, the god's caution made sense. You know a lot of gods. Drake approached, patting Morpheus' shoulder. She glanced at Artemis. Heard she's a goddess too. Morpheus wanted to retort, this is the Nasuverse Drake. The real Drake was a scholar. How could she not know this? But he held back, nodding. Yes. Incredible. 3 gods on my ship at once, Drake muttered. No one believed this. Morpheus was about to suggest chasing Hector when Drake said, so, next we chase that runaway, right? He took the Grail. Can't let him escape, or I won't get back to my world for my adventures. Morpheus grinned. Exactly, Captain Drake. No need to propose it, she was already on board. Perfect. The Golden Hind set sail again, speeding toward Hector's escape route. The ship was fast, soon spotting Hector's vessel. But a larger ship appeared, with a golden-haired man at the helm, his arrogant yet punchable expression unmistakable. Jason. Oh, the villain's tampering with the world. Let's see who you are. Jason shouted, haughtily scanning the Golden Hind's crew. Then his face froze. He saw many strangers, but that didn't matter. He recognized 4 people on that ship. Long time no see, Jason, Morpheus said, waving with a smile. Jason shuddered. The women beside Morpheus were all familiar too. Isn't that Morpheus? Why are you here? Jason halted his ship, knowing it couldn't match Morpheus' power. He vividly remembered Morpheus slaying the mother of monsters. Only a god's descent might stand a chance. Beside Jason, Heracles froze, his eyes darting between Morpheus and Artemis. Jason didn't know Artemis' identity, but Heracles did. His sister, the moon goddess. Though she appeared as a weakened servant, Morpheus showed no such restraint, he was himself. How could they fight? They couldn't. Is this what we're up against to save the world? Jason whispered to Heracles. Can't we get some divine help? This is impossible. Heracles paused, then murmured, actually, Diana is Artemis, my sister. Jason stared at the woman who'd once crewed his ship. The moon goddess. Heracles nodded. Yes. Jason fell silent, unsure what to do. He felt cursed for answering this summoning. Atlanta frowned at Jason. Villains tampering with the world. We're here to save human history. Don't you know? Jason froze again, recalling his summoning. Wait, I was summoned and told this world's on the brink of destruction. I need to save it using the Ark, sacrificing a goddess to save humanity. Morpheus laughed. Who told you that? A kind-looking person, with immense magical power. The most powerful magus I've met, Jason said, glancing at Medea. Stronger than Medea, maybe even rivaling Hecate. How long did you meet? How well do you know him? Morpheus pressed. Jason fumbled, embarrassed. Did you forget to bring your brain when summoned? Morpheus quipped. Jason wanted to crawl into a hole, mortified. Heracles spoke up. What's really going on? Jason silently thanked him for the save, sparing further mockery. It's simple. A lunatic wants to burn all of human history, turning it into magical energy to fuel a spell. My guess. It's for time reversal, Morpheus said. Many gasped. Time reversal? Yup. I examined that light band, Morpheus pointed skyward. Seen it in several singularities. Its structure hints at the fifth magic. To need that much power, it's not just rewinding a short time, likely going back to the distant past. That's the goal. Inside Chaldea, Romani stood, pacing, eyes narrowed. You mean the mastermind wants to return to ancient times? Very likely. Their aim might be to go back to the planet's birth. As the only conscious being then, they'd naturally gain the concept of a planetary god. Da Vinci and Olga Marie were stunned. After a moment, Da Vinci shook her head. That's insane. Sacrificing all human history to become the planet's sole god, an utterly mad ambition. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 162, TOA 162, Feasting and Revelry. No one expected that what seemed poised for a grand battle would turn into both sides sitting down to talk. Jason, in particular, was mortified, realizing he'd been duped. Some guy dreams of burning all human history to fuel a return to the past. Guess how strong the Ark would be, powered by a goddess sacrifice? Morpheus asked. Jason replied instantly, incredibly strong. And where would that power manifest? Jason fell silent, not daring to claim the Ark would bring human happiness with a goddess as its fuel. If he said that, he was sure everyone present would thrash him. He wasn't brainless, though. After a moment's thought, he found an answer. The Ark can kill anyone who touches it instantly, even through Heracles' 12 labors. If a goddess sacrifice amplifies it, could it wipe out all humanity in a flash? Not bad. You've got some brains, Morpheus said. Jason, though irked by the comment, didn't argue. It was better than being called brainless. This was a silver lining, and Jason perked up. After you took down the mother of monsters and vanished, we missed you. But an oracle told us not to worry and to keep going. Jason said, his voice tinged with nostalgia. He asked, where'd you go? You disappeared completely. For decades, I heard nothing about you. He lowered his voice, also, you know Atlanta swore off marriage, but we could all tell she missed you terribly. He glanced cautiously at Atlanta, relieved she wasn't paying attention. I thought she'd hear me, he muttered. Atlanta's voice cut through. I heard you. Jason jumped. I didn't say anything. Atlanta gave him an odd look. I wasn't going to do anything. Huh. Jason blinked, then looked between Morpheus and Atlanta, realizing. So, you're together? Yup, Morpheus nodded. Jason leaned in, patting Morpheus' shoulder. Impressive, bagging her. He glanced at Medea and Artemis, suddenly at a loss for words. Impressive didn't cover it. These women's identities. Who in Greece could compare to Morpheus? Maybe Zeus. But Zeus sneaked around, fearing Hera's wrath. Morpheus. His harmony with these women would make Zeus green with envy. Jason was jealous but pulled out the Holy Grail. So, I hand over the Grail, we return to the throne of heroes, and history goes back to normal. Morpheus nodded. Exactly. Not hard, then. I trust you with it. But can we wait a bit? Jason grinned. It's been ages. We've gotta celebrate. He activated the Grail's power, and a feast materialized, transforming the ship's deck into a banquet hall. Roasted lamb, mushroom lamb stew, fresh lettuce, abundant fruits, and, of course, wine filled the scene. Jason laughed heartily. We never got to feast together back then. Gotta make up for it now. Morpheus looked at him, then smiled and nodded. Though their past adventures were for fun, those days on the Argo were unforgettable. Reuniting with old friends, feasting, and celebrating felt right. At the banquet, Morpheus, Jason, and Heracles chatted. Jason and Heracles were curious about Morpheus' journey, and he didn't hold back, sharing his experiences. So you crossed to another world with a completely different history? Jason asked. Yup. I went there too, as my older self, Medea said, smiling. That world had multiple Holy Grail wars, but unlike here, it wasn't so chaotic. Its timeline was stable. Still wild, right? Jason took a swig of wine. The stuff you gave Atlanta ended up in that world. We all knew she treasured it, buried with her. How could it cross worlds? Atlanta's cheeks reddened, but she stayed silent. Maybe the item itself, or interference by another entity, Morpheus mused. Could be my future self, or an outer god, like the key in the gate or even God himself. All possible. My story mentioned my future self appearing in that world's past. Jason asked, so, your future self mastered the fifth magic? Morpheus shook his head. Maybe not the fifth. My time-related spells might tie to the key in the gate. Could be connected. Outer god. Yup, outer god. It was too complex to unravel, a waste of time. They decided to set it aside and enjoy the feast. They seem close, Senpai, Mash said to Ritsuka, who was eating with Drake and the others. Normal, right? They haven't seen each other in ages but were adventure buddies, Ritsuka said, chomping on a chicken leg. She added, didn't expect this adventure to be easier than the last ones. No fighting, just eating and chatting. Ritsuka glanced at Euryale, the frail-looking goddess gorging on food, far from divine. Then she saw Artemis, realizing this might be normal for gods. Asterios, the Minotaur, happily devoured lamb and chugged wine by the bucket. Despite his bull lineage, he was omnivorous, with a massive appetite for meat. The feast clearly delighted him. In the command room, Romani and the others watched the feasting group. After a while, Romani turned to Da Vinci. I'm hungry. Da Vinci sighed. I'm starting to think we're the ones overreacting, stressing about saving the world. These adventures don't seem tense at all. Look at them, so relaxed. Eating with the singularity's enemy. Olga Marie struggled to comment. No battle, just surrender, feasting, and handing over the Grail. Was this the grand quest to save human history? It looked like a backyard picnic. But no matter how Olga Marie wanted to deny it, she knew this was indeed saving humanity's future. It just felt too easy, thanks to certain people. After holding out, Romani stood. I'm getting food. I'm starving. Da Vinci hesitated, then followed. Olga Marie sighed. Bring me something to eat. Romani and Da Vinci glanced at her, their looks saying, a ghost needs food. Olga Marie protested, ghosts can eat too. Servants could eat, why not ghosts? And they could eat like normal people. Her wish granted, a plate of spaghetti arrived, tomato and meat sauce entwined with noodles, sparking her appetite. It wasn't as lavish as the Singularity's feast, but it comforted Olga Marie. At least it was good food. In the cafeteria, Romani and Da Vinci grabbed their favorite dishes and sat together. So, how confident are you in that theory? Da Vinci asked. They were there to eat and discuss. 90%, Romani said, his expression serious. It suggests Goetia wants to return to the planet's origin, becoming the sole god to control the future. You know how to stop it? I do. Romani took a deep breath. Even if they fail, I have a trump card. If needed, I'll use it early to give them a shot at victory. Da Vinci sighed. You gave up everything for a human identity, and now you'd abandon it for this. A choice has to be made, but I'm not too worried, Romani smiled. Morpheus' power is unique. He might save humanity without my help. True. Lev singled him out for a reason. He's a major asset. I have another suspicion, Romani added. Da Vinci waited for him to continue. With Durandal's power in Morpheus' hands, I doubt even Goetia could win. If that sword unleashes its full might, it could slice the planet in half. If needed, he could cut those light bands, disrupting Goetia's spell. Without enough magical energy, the spell can't activate. Romani grinned. Once the world's restored, we could spread Morpheus' magic system. It seems better than modern magecraft. Da Vinci shook her head. The clock tower won't agree. They'll be too busy to care. Morpheus magic is simple to learn, with no talent or magic circuits required, Romani said, eyes narrowing. With knowledge shared, people will learn fast, growing strong quickly. The clock tower won't keep up. They might handle 10 magus of equal strength, but 100, 1,000, or 10,000. Da Vinci stayed silent as Romani continued. Mysteries fading. Magus are clinging to survival, seeking ways to endure. Morpheus magic is their best shot. To survive, they must abandon their pride in bloodlines and embrace this new system, or they'll be left behind. You're confident? Of course. Marie and the others didn't see it, but I did. As a high schooler, Morpheus crafted a temple and wore it as armor, a feat beyond imagination. With that magical knowledge, he could take on the entire clock tower single-handedly. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/kongtl. Chapter 163, TOA 163, Romani's discussion. After a hearty feast, Jason wrapped up reminiscing with Morpheus. Handing over the Holy Grail, he suddenly said, "By the way, since the one who summoned me is the mastermind, I should warn you." Morpheus nodded. "Go ahead." "I know you're powerful, on par with the gods," Jason said, glancing at Artemis, who didn't deny it. Relieved, he continued, "But that guy's no slouch. I couldn't read him. His power's immense, maybe godlike, or even." He hesitated but spoke. "His strength might surpass the gods of our time." "You're saying he's stronger than the gods?" "I can't say for sure, but I feel it. He might be holding back for some reason, but if he acts, even the major gods combined might not stop him." Patting Morpheus' shoulder, Jason added, "So, stay safe. If it's too much, run. Come back when you've got a chance. No shame in that." Morpheus rolled his eyes. "He's planning to burn all human history. Where would I run?" "Another world." Jason said without hesitation. "You've crossed worlds before. If he burns this one, you'll be fine. He can mess with the timeline, but so can you. Seize the moment, take him out before he succeeds. I believe you've got the strength." Jason laughed, as if it were obvious. "That'd fix history, right? Am I wrong?" "Not wrong." "It could work," Morpheus nodded, then said goodbye to Heracles. As they returned to the throne of heroes, he turned to Artemis. The moon goddess smiled. "If you can control time, Jason's idea is worth a shot. It could be a way out of a dead end." "Got it." Artemis leaned close, whispering, "Also, figure out how to bring me down quickly. I'm tired of waiting." "No problem. I'll start researching when we're back." Medea and Atlanta's requests were simpler, identical. "Don't forget servant summoning." "Your side should be fine now, right?" they asked. "Almost fixed. Should be ready when we return," Ritsuka said, smiling as she waved to the two. Morpheus met their expectant gazes, their smiles beautiful but pressuring. "Once the summoning array's ready, I'll do it." Satisfied, they smiled and left. After farewells with Drake and the others, the world began collapsing as the Grail was retrieved. Seizing the moment before history fully restored, Morpheus and the group swiftly left the era. Back at Chaldea, Morpheus opened his eyes to see Romani standing before him, expression serious. Morpheus blinked. "What's with you? Need to talk." "About what?" Morpheus eyed him warily, climbing out of the pod and stepping back. "Be clear. I'm not into guys." "Neither am I." Romani snapped. Morpheus relaxed. "Fine, what's up?" Romani resisted the urge to punch him. "Let's go somewhere private." "All right, lead the way." Following Romani, Morpheus arrived at his rest room, or rather, his dorm. Looking at the modest decor, Morpheus chuckled. "Thought it'd be flashier." "Why? Just doesn't seem to fit your status." Romani stared, then asked, "What would fit my status?" "Maybe a Solomon's triangle on the wall." Romani squinted, smiling. "What are you talking about?" Morpheus sat casually, feigning confusion. "Huh. That's not why you brought me here." Romani fell silent, then said, "How'd you know?" "I'd say the creator told me, but would you believe that?" "The creator?" Romani didn't know how to react. Morpheus added, "Or call it good astrology." "Divined it." Romani laughed. "That's more believable." Morpheus sighed, lamenting that truth went unbelieved while lies were trusted, especially by the wise King Solomon. But he knew Romani's intent and got to the point. "You brought me here for something important." "Spill it." "I'm Solomon." "You already knew." "Wow. You're King Solomon." Morpheus gasped dramatically. Romani stared at his exaggerated expression, silent. Morpheus dropped the act, gesturing for him to continue. You knew. Why the theatrics? You looked so serious. Thought I'd lighten the mood, Morpheus grinned. Thanks, it helped, Romani smiled. I'm certain now. The system I created went horribly wrong. It gained sentience and started its own plan. You're saying the mastermind behind the human order incineration, aiming to go back to the planet's dawn to replace Gaia as the sole god, is a magical system you made as Solomon. I'm just a fellow child of God, equal to you, listening. I don't pass your words to God, it's unnecessary. You're saying I can confess to you, but if I want to speak to God, I should find a priest, not you. No. I mean everyone has a direct line to God. You can speak to him yourself. Everyone should. That's Protestant theology. You're a Protestant. Nope, but I dig the idea, Morpheus grinned. Anyone can talk to God. So why should that guy decide for everyone? Is he worthy? Morpheus looked at Romani, silent, but his eyes spoke volumes. I'm not worthy, Romani admitted. Exactly. If you're not, why stress over it, blaming yourself? You're just making problems. All right, I'm over it. Let's move on. What's your take on this? No need for drastic measures like suicide. You can live as a normal guy. How do we fix this mess? Romani felt lighter, the guilt of, it's all my fault, dispelled by Morpheus' words. Here's my trump card, if all else fails, I can create an opportunity. But after studying your theory, I found something. Tell me. If he wants to rewind to the planet's birth, the energy cost is astronomical. I analyzed those light bands, each one's power rivals Excalibur's release. You noticed that too? Morpheus asked. You knew already. Yup, figured it out when I studied them. Romani sighed, exasperated. Why didn't you say so? Was waiting for you to ask. Seeing Morpheus, you didn't confess, so I didn't tell. Look, Romani fought back anger. He'll reserve some energy for contingencies, like stopping interference or handling shortages. But we can use that for our plan, Romani said. I get it. You want me to start by destroying those light bands. If his energy falls short, his plan fails. Exactly. So, I just need to clash with billions of Excaliburs, Morpheus said. Romani nodded, knowing it was a tall order. But Morpheus clapped his hands. Sounds simple. Too simple. Romani blinked. Simple. He wondered if his ears were failing. Clashing with billions of Excaliburs, simple. We could dismantle them one by one, but once we start, he'll notice. We've got limited chances. We need to destroy enough bands before he reacts, Romani said. I know. One shot, no problem. Morpheus patted Romani's shoulder, smiling. Leave it to me. I'll make that mastermind question his existence. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 164, TOA 164, Dream. She was a girl, barely 140 centimeters tall, with pale blonde hair and an air of arrogance. Her name was Lavinia Birdway, inheritor of the Golden Dawn's knowledge and leader of the dawn-colored sunlight, a magical cabal. Despite being only 12, she possessed immense magical expertise and strength, undeniably the cabal's top member. Beside her stood a stern-looking blonde man. Mark Space, the second-in-command of dawn-colored sunlight and Lavinia's aide. Morpheus, as the organization's second-in-command, I have an important mission for you. Lavinia said, waving a stack of documents with a grin. The papers unfolded, floating around them. Second-in-command. Isn't that Mark? Morpheus muttered. You're also second-in-command. Mark's more my secretary, Lavinia replied, then addressed Morpheus. You like working alone, and you've got the strength for it, so you're a special operative. Morpheus shrugged, saying little. This mission involves taking down a group of rogue magicians. They possess the original grimoire, the 7 cryptical books of San, and plan to use it to open a path to immortality, achieving what some call the body of an immortal. Morpheus frowned. Why not go for the Book of the Naturalist? Lavinia laughed. They'd need to get their hands on it first. That book supposedly grants longevity, but at a steep cost. Ghouls, right? I know, Morpheus said, shrugging. But it's not that simple. They'd need to summon ghouls first, yeah. Exactly. They'll turn an area into a special zone, mimicking the grimoire's descriptions to summon ghouls. The bigger issue is that this could attract another kind of phase entity, the Hounds of Tindalos. If that happens, everyone in the area might die or turn into ghouls. Our job is simple, stop it before it's irreversible. Leave none alive. A glint of killing intent flashed in Lavinia's eyes. None. Got it, Morpheus clapped his hands. Who issued this mission? Who else? The Anglican Church, of course. Ugh, what a hassle. Don't they have saints? Just send one, Morpheus yawned, waving dismissively. I'm off. If I die, pour some wine on my grave. Lavinia grinned. It's not a tough job. You won't die. The mission wasn't hard, but it was distasteful. When Morpheus arrived, the small village was under the control of the rogue magician. Their ritual had begun, opening a rift in the ground, as if connecting to another world. Strange creatures emerged. They weren't human, nor even alive in the usual sense. Faster and stronger than humans, with grotesque appearances, they vaguely resembled people, or perhaps apes. They could speak human languages, communicate, but their urge to devour and turn others into ghouls was undeniable. Ghouls, zombies, living dead, call them what you will. These were the monsters humans became after gaining immortality through the 7 cryptical books of San. Some could even use special concoctions to let their souls wander through time, another ability detailed in the grimoire. But as Lavinia warned, this risked summoning something far worse, not mere ghouls, but the hounds of Tindalos, terrifying creatures that hunted across the timeline. That's why I hate dealing with magician messing with Cthulhu-style magic. Morpheus grumbled, sensing a creature behind him. Its attack struck but was repelled by his protective gear, letting out a pained shriek. It was a monster with a tongue like a suction cup, utterly alien. Called a hound for its cries, it bore no resemblance to any canine. Its presence brought nausea and dizziness, a side effect of the esoteric magical knowledge it carried. Cthulhu entities inherently spread their toxic knowledge, disorienting those who saw them. For Morpheus, this was no issue. His magical gear, imbued with the Lord's power, shielded his body and soul from the impact. He raised his hand. A red staff appeared, symbolizing fire's might. A furious blaze erupted from the ground, engulfing the beast. The flames were so potent that even a phase entity couldn't withstand them. The Hound of Tindalos fled into a temporal rift, hiding. Morpheus didn't pause, shifting his focus to the surrounding ghouls. Phase entities. Weak ones like these were no threat. Angels were phase entities too, but far stronger. Ghouls were pitiful by comparison. Even a novice magician with a few months of training could take on multiple ghouls. Facing hundreds, Morpheus felt no pressure. He summoned wind's power, transforming it into blades that severed the ghouls' heads from their bodies. They began to dissolve, returning to their phase, likely to re-emerge from the rift. But Morpheus wouldn't give them the chance. Come out. With his shout, wind blades blasted a distant house, reducing it to rubble. Among the debris, several figures appeared. Clad in black cloaks, they exuded mystery. Their leader held a book, clearly made of human skin. The leader sneered at Morpheus. Didn't expect dawn-colored sunlight's second-in-command to deal with us personally. Should we be honored? Honored? Whatever. Is this all of you? Morpheus scanned them, 7 in total. Beneath the rubble lay a magic circle, the core of the area's ritual. Confirmed, Morpheus stepped forward. Your actions endanger countless innocents, and your magic's consequences could turn this place into a ghoul domain. By the Anglican Church's request, I'm here to eliminate you. The leader's eyes dripped with disdain. For immortality, for the path of magic, a few deaths mean nothing. Don't you get it? Sorry, I don't, Morpheus scoffed. Beyond his staff, daggers, a chalice, and an astrolabe materialized, orbiting him. Anger flared in his eyes. We don't need to understand each other. We just know we can't coexist. One side must destroy the other. I declare my magical name, Veritas 000, Seeker of Truth. Boom. With Morpheus' cry, terrifying angelic power descended, enveloping him. The magician paled, summoning angelic power directly. This was no ordinary magician. Blazing flames erupted around him, fueled by Michael's might, burning like the sun. They formed arrows of fire. The ferocious power swept everything, magician, ghouls crawling from the rift, even hounds of Tindalos peeking from temporal gaps. None survived the onslaught. The magic circle shattered, the half-completed ritual dissolved, and everything returned to normal. All that remained were the magician, ashes, and the house reduced to slag. Job's done. Time to rest, and maybe figure out how to get stronger. Should I visit Academy City and chat with Alistair? Nah, he'd probably kill me. Muttering, the youth left as casually as he arrived. This was England, 21st century England. A dream. Olga Marie opened her eyes, recalling a vivid dream about Morpheus, an odd one. She was dead, a ghost akin to a servant, with no need for sleep. But after working so long, she'd taken a nap, and dreamed. A dream she couldn't quite grasp. It was clearly Morpheus' past, yet unrelated to the Morpheus she knew. Not Morpheus Mac Remitz, but just Morpheus, surname unknown. It was Earth, England, but not her Earth, not her London. The clock tower? Non-existent. The church? Present, but utterly different from the one she knew. The Anglican Church, necessarius. Golden dawn, dawn-colored sunlight, using special magic for immortality, nearly succeeding. If it's that easy, why need a holy grail? And what are hounds of Tindalos? Ghouls, I get, but those hounds. Such bizarre creatures. Phases. Phase entities. From the dream, Morpheus sees angels and hounds of Tindalos as phase entities. So, is a phase like a divine realm, and phase entities its inhabitants? Olga Marie's mind raced, trying to unravel the dream's secrets. She always knew Morpheus had many mysteries, but this was the first time she realized how strange, terrifying, and fascinating they were. It's a completely different world. They don't practice magecraft, just magic. The more she thought, the more shocked she became, yet the more excited. The greater Morpheus anomalies, the stronger Chaldea's ability to face crises. What are you thinking about? A sudden voice. Without thinking, Olga Marie replied, nothing, just wondering about that weird world of yours. I'm curious. Only then did she realize she was talking to Morpheus. And he'd barged into her rest room. How'd you get in? She glared, stammering as he casually sat nearby. For me, doors might as well not exist. Hermes or Raphael's power can bypass them. That's no excuse for barging in. I was worried. I sensed strong fluctuations from you, thought something was up, so I checked, Morpheus grinned. From what you said, you found my secret. Olga Marie stepped back. What are you gonna do? It's not my fault, we have a contract. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl. Chapter 165, TOA 165, Summoning. After a friendly exchange with Morpheus, Olga Marie gained some understanding of his situation. She was astonished by the wonders of his world, but soon her curiosity turned to doubt. So, are you like an evil spirit possessing the Mac Remitz family's adopted son? I get what you mean, but no. I was born normally. I'm me, not some body snatcher. Morpheus shook his head. Olga Marie frowned. But that's so strange. It's like reincarnation from certain magecraft systems. You could see it that way, or from another angle. Morpheus tapped his head. I'm a person of this world, but for some reason, someone stuffed another world's memories into me at birth. That's possible, but doesn't that mean you've got someone else's memories and life copy-pasted into you? How are you not upset? Olga Marie stared, incredulous at his carefree attitude. Morpheus chuckled. Why not live happily? Whatever the case, I'm me, walking my path to uncover magic's mysteries. That's enough for me. His relaxed demeanor made Olga Marie feel that even the world's end wouldn't faze him. Oh, world's ending. I'd make sure to have fun first. If it's all going down, might as well enjoy what's left, he said. Olga Marie confirmed her impression, Morpheus was indeed that kind of person. But she had questions. Such a big secret, and you're not going to pressure me. Like, make me sign a contract to keep quiet. Go ahead and tell people. It's no big deal. I'm not hiding it forever, Morpheus shook his head. If I really cared, I wouldn't have made a contract with you. Knowing my past should make you more confident, right? Olga Marie had to admit he was right. If he was worried about exposure, he wouldn't have formed a magical contract with her. Learning about his extraordinary world filled her with hope for humanity's future. Forget the magic's power, just the fact that it didn't weaken with wider use was thrilling. It solved the magecraft world's biggest issue and could expand the Magus community. Ahem, so, you really meant to spread this magical knowledge? She asked. Of course. I'm already teaching Gadako. I mean, Ritsuka and Mash. Romani and Da Vinci seem interested too, though they're more into studying it than learning it outright, Morpheus said. As Olga Marie calmed down, a thought surfaced. You're pretty close with a lot of women, huh? She said, half smiling. Don't slander me. Morpheus protested. I'm only close to a few. You can count them on one hand. Medea, Atlanta, Artemis, Olga Marie listed, smirking. See. Just 3, Morpheus said. Then why'd I hear you had close ties during a Grail War in that other world, she countered. That's only 2 more. Morpheus exclaimed. Still fits on one hand. Olga Marie counted, 5 exactly. One hand. But his shamelessness irked her. You're practically middle-aged across 2 lives, yet you're out here charming young girls. Shameless. What? I'm young in both lives. Mentally and physically, I'm a high schooler. Morpheus argued. His utter lack of shame left Olga Marie at a loss for how to counter him. When someone felt no guilt, moral scolding was useless. And with him juggling multiple relationships, that's all she had. She coughed. Fine, just be careful. Don't go after every pretty girl. That's irresponsible. I don't. Morpheus paused, eyeing her. Why do you care? You're not my girlfriend. I'm your boss. And my contracted partner. I'm still your boss. Your conduct is my business. Olga Marie insisted, then softened. I'm just worried about your life. You've got to take responsibility for those girls. Of course I will, Morpheus said. How? Summon them, he said matter-of-factly. Many can be called as servants. Not their true selves, but it solves the separation issue. With enough experience, I'll bring their true forms down. But not Artemis, right? She's a god. You'd only get a weakened servant avatar. Morpheus grinned. Actually, Artemis is the easiest. Easiest. Yup. This singularity adventure gave me insight into her situation. Summoning her true self is the simplest. It'll take time, but not too long. Seeing his confidence, Olga Marie nodded, then muttered, I want to learn too. Huh? What did you say? Morpheus leaned in, cupping his ear. Too quiet. I said, I want to learn. No spirit. Are you filming a movie? A stack of papers smacked Morpheus' head. Leaving Olga Marie, Morpheus walked down the corridor and ran into Ritsuka and Mash. Morpheus. Ritsuka greeted cheerfully. Mash, curious, asked, Where were you, Morpheus-senpai? Just came from a Tsundere Ghost, Morpheus shrugged. What about you two? What's the plan? Mash says she's making tasty stuffed bread. I'm going to try it, Ritsuka said. Mash invited him. Want to join, Morpheus-senpai? Nah, I've got things to do. You guys enjoy, Morpheus smiled, waving them off before heading to Chaldea's summoning chamber. The chamber was repaired, blending magecraft and technology for easier servant summoning. With a holy grail, near-limitless summoning was possible, even without catalysts, potentially calling top-tier servants. The grails were with Mash, but Morpheus didn't need them. He had no shortage of magical energy. He summoned the 4 archangels, channeling their power into the summoning system. As the energy flowed, the array activated, and Morpheus began chanting. Declare, thy body under my command, thy fate entrusted to my sword. By the Holy Grail's call, those who heed this will and reason, answer me. I swear, I am the world's good, purging its evil. Bound by the 3 great words, from the wheel of restraint. Guardian of the scales. He recited the incantation fluently, without a catalyst or specific target, curious to see what he'd summon. And to test if the Archangel's power could replace raw mana. The array glowed, surging with immense power. Morpheus smiled. He'd succeeded. A figure emerged from the array. Morpheus paused, then raised a hand with a grin. Yo, we meet again. A dark figure, slender and tall, with the identity of a witch, once his enemy. Jean Dark Altar. She smiled faintly upon seeing Morpheus. Servant, Avenger, answering the call. Didn't expect you to summon me. Here's the contract. A mana-infused contract appeared before Morpheus, filled with text. He glanced at it, puzzled. Is this a job application? Of course. I'm a free spirit now, not some pawn to be controlled. Jean Alter declared. Morpheus nodded silently. His last talk therapy had worked wonders. She was far more spirited than before, when she'd been, frankly, unhinged. Still, summoning Jean Alter on his first try was unexpected. If I recall, she's a top-tier heroic spirit. Did I just pull an SSR right off the bat, he mused, signing the contract. The contract burned, its flames reshaping into command spells on his hand. The pact was sealed. Morpheus studied Jean Alter, making her step back. What are you staring at? You're acting like a creep. What? I'm just checking your condition. Morpheus huffed, pulling out Durandal and offering it. Here, use this sword. Isn't that the girl's sword? Jean Alter recognized it instantly. Last time, Jean had wielded it with immense power. Isn't it her noble phantasm? Or did you find the original? It's the one she used. I made it. But as France's witch, it might work for you too. Jean Alter shook her head. Keep it. It's not mine. I wouldn't feel right using it. Seeing her stance, Morpheus didn't press, retracting Durandal. Fine, I'll get you a new weapon later. Your current strength is a bit lacking. Her face darkened. Don't worry, everyone's training. You can too, and you'll catch up fast, he added. Her face darkened further. My mana's plenty. Oh, I can also make you a mana-replenishing mystic code. That'd let you stay manifested long-term, even without a master. Gene Alter frowned. I'm just a servant, not my true self. I shouldn't need that to act freely, right? Just in case. Like if I get drugged, knocked out, captured, or tossed into a time vortex, cutting off your mana. With a mystic code, you could keep doing your thing. Gene Alter wanted to say, with your strength, who could do that, but Morpheus seemed like a seasoned victim, muttering to himself. Yup, better make you a mana device to avoid getting flung to another dimension. It's not my first rodeo, and you never know. You'd need to back up Mash and Godako. I mean, Ritsuka. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 166, TOA 166, Basic Lessons for the Director. Meet my servant, Gene Alter. Morpheus introduced his new summon with enthusiasm. The sight of Gene Alter sparked surprise among the group. Isn't that? Mash began, quickly correcting herself. She was an opponent before, but that doesn't mean she is now. Her summoning as a servant proves she's transitioned from a fictional construct to a true heroic spirit. How is that possible? Romani stared at Gene Alter, puzzled. It shouldn't be. She has no foundation, existing only in a corrected history, erased long ago. How could a village of heroic spirits form from that? Morpheus chimed in, maybe because she was born, she was recorded. In a way, her creation via the Holy Grail's power fabricated a heroic spirit, and such beings are inherently logged in the throne. Romani shook his head. Still, it's astonishing. If that's true, we might need to update our theories on heroic spirit formation. No, we must update them. Gene Alter glanced nervously at the crowd. Despite inheriting Gillis' memories of Gene, mixed with his imagination, granting her some social ability, she was a product of his hatred. Her communication skills fell short of a normal adult's, or even a normal person's. She felt like a child, apprehensive of the group, especially as they discussed her existence, intensifying her unease. Morpheus agreed with Romani. We could refine the theory. Maybe even create unique heroic spirits for Chaldea to bolster our strength. Romani and Olga Marie's eyes lit up. Olga Marie said, we have plenty of grails. If needed, we could craft specific heroic spirits. Romani pondered, then shook his head. Probably unnecessary. Heroic spirits have power caps. Even if we create one, summoning them is tough. Someone like Artemis, at her level, is impossible without restrictions. Olga Marie nodded. True. Regular servants are easier to summon, with combat experience no fabricated spirit could match. The promising plan was shelved, and Chaldea's mass production of servants was put on ice. Morpheus shrugged. Even if a new entity was created, its strength would depend on the creator's knowledge. Gillis' familiarity with Gene birthed Gene Alter, but creating a supremely powerful being required vast expertise. Yet, if too powerful, summoning limits would cap its strength, resulting in something akin to Gene Alter or Artoria's level. Why bother, when summoning experienced heroes like Artoria was better? Morpheus dropped the idea, turning to Gene Alter, noticing her tension. What's wrong, he whispered. Nothing. I just feel, like a... She searched the modern knowledge the Grail provided, like a lab rat. They're just curious about your existence and explaining it, Morpheus smiled, comforting her. Besides, your presence and stability mean you've got divine approval, right? God, she asked. You believe in the one true Lord, so you get what I mean. Gene Alter looked at Morpheus, silent. She understood. Though born from someone's desires, a false existence, she shared Gene's faith in the Lord. In the France singularity, this man, bearing the sins of a Messiah, took her burdens, making her equal to other humans, acknowledged by the Son of God. Thus, she was recognized by God. As a defined human, she didn't need to overthink. She could live and think as herself. After all, she was human now. Morpheus had said so, and she trusted him. She was human. This bond, she believed, linked them, allowing her summoning in such a vague call. Morpheus, who bore her sins, was her relic. Her heart raced, excited by this mystical connection. Ritsuka spoke up. Great. Now we've got 2 permanent servants. Da Vinci raised her hand. I'm permanent too. Mash clarified for her master, you can't go to singularities. Senpai meant permanent field servants. True, I can't go to singularities, Da Vinci nodded, addressing Gene Alter. So, you're Chaldea's second true field servant. Gene Alter glanced at Morpheus, confused. But isn't Morpheus a servant? All eyes turned to him. Morpheus shook his head. I have some servant traits, but I'm not one. I'm human, with a real human body. He's actually... Romani began, but Olga Marie cut in. Your master and servant now. Even if he doesn't say, you'll learn how it works through your bond. She smiled, adding, Morpheus isn't one to hoard secrets. What we see as confidential, he might not care about. You can just ask him. From Morpheus reports, everyone knew he'd been a servant in another world's Grail War, explaining his traits. But that wasn't for Gene Alter to know yet. Since Morpheus hadn't shared, they didn't either. It was his business. Gene Alter eyed Morpheus suspiciously, clearly questioning him. He sipped tea, casually recounting a simplified version of his past. Afterward, Gene Alter stared, awestruck and envious. I thought my birth and life were bizarre, but yours are just as wild. Her expression held a newfound kinship. No worries. I've got more bizarre tales you'll learn in time, Morpheus said. As master and servant, unless he sealed his mind, she'd access his past. But he didn't bother hiding it. It wasn't shameful, and knowing changed nothing. Just like with Olga Marie, let her know, it didn't matter. In the room, Gene Alter devoured a meal, spoon moving furiously. Chaldea, despite its Arctic isolation and severed external ties, had ample supplies, enough for years, even through all singularities. Canned food, humanity's greatest invention, abounded in Chaldea, desserts, fruits, meats, everything. Before Gene Alter was a can of tomato braised beef, its flavor captivating her, ignoring the other two in the room. Morpheus and Olga Marie. Olga Marie held a thin booklet from Morpheus, studying its contents. The material was simple, basic magical knowledge. She looked surprised. Planning to be a teacher? I'm skilled enough to guide beginners, Morpheus said, pointing to the booklet. Get it? It's easy. Even a mundane with no magical background could understand. I've got magecraft knowledge, there's overlap, Olga Marie said proudly. You underestimating me? Oh. Shall I test you? I said I understood, not memorized, she retorted. Fine, study it. Once you're done, I'll teach you astrology. Astrology? Yup. Your family specializes in astromancy magecraft, right? Astrology suits you, Morpheus smiled, outlining his teaching plan. But to be clear, I focus on Kabbalah. My astrology teaches how to harness angels' power via planets, not much else. Summoning angels' power through planets. Exactly. Planets have corresponding angelic symbols. We use the symbol, not mana like astromancy magecraft. We summon angels' aid through symbols, that's true astrology. Morpheus had studied astromancy magecraft. At its peak, it could tap celestial bodies for vast mana, powering grand spells. But his magic theory relied on inner strength, emphasizing personal power. Astrology didn't need planetary mana, just symbolic concepts. Morpheus grew excited, picturing Chaldea's director summoning angelic power via planetary symbols, blasting enemies opposing Chaldea. The thought thrilled him. Why do I need to learn numerology magic too? Olga Marie asked suddenly. Morpheus grinned. Numbers tie into astrology's concepts. They're connected. Different numbers can have varied meanings, but you can shift them. In astrology, a number can represent a planet, which ties to an angel's power. You can also swap to other gods' powers. Take the moon. I can summon Gabriel's power or Artemis. With another shift, I could tap feminine supreme beings from other myths via Artemis traits. Feminine supreme beings. Like Gaia from Greek myth, Izanami from Japanese myth, and so on. They can be linked and summoned. You could even call dangerous entities, like the Black Goat of the Woods from Cthulhu myth. Morpheus smiled faintly. But it's tough. I can't summon them casually yet. I'd need another power boost. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 167, TOA 167, The London Singularity. As the head of the Animosphere family and Chaldea's director, Olga Marie possessed considerable talent and learning ability. In Morpheus' words, in the Toaruverse, she'd be a formidable magician, possibly even securing a high position in the Anglican Church. But this was the Nasuverse. Without Morpheus, her fate would likely be either laughable or tragic, definitely not pleasant. After days of Morpheus' tutelage, she'd learned much. In the training room, she tested her newfound strength with magic. Your soul is a form of life force. You convert it into mana for spellcasting. That's viable, but you're only altering your internal state with mana, not directly affecting the external world. Got it? Morpheus reminded her. Olga Marie nodded. I know. You've said it a million times. I won't mess it up. Good. Begin, Morpheus said, watching her cast a magical formula. His repeated warnings had a reason. As a pure soul, if Olga Marie cast spells like a Nasuverse magus, expending mana externally, she'd deplete herself and require external mana to recover. Morpheus applied her mana now, but he couldn't predict accidents, like being flung to another world. Without him, Olga Marie needed to minimize mana loss. Thus, Morpheus had her abandon traditional Nasuverse magecraft methods. His goal wasn't to make her a combat powerhouse but to ensure she could protect herself. Olga Marie's hands and feet shifted, her posture aligning with intent. A faint mana surged in the room, coalescing. It was fire's power, forming thumb-sized fireballs that orbited her like a protective ring. But it wasn't a shield, an offensive fire spell. The high-speed fireballs, though individually weak, swarmed targets like machine gun rounds. They shot out. Boom. Jean Alter drew her weapon, slashing. The fireballs collided, exploding. The flame's ferocity spread, creating a shockwave. Jean Alter blocked the fireballs, then lunged forward with a light push. As a powerful servant, even holding back, she wasn't someone an average magus could handle. Olga Marie tensed as Jean Alter charged but didn't retreat. She cast a new spell. Wind enveloped her, boosting her speed. She darted, dodging Jean Alter's attack. Enhancing oneself with mana wasn't unique to servants, magus used it too, but it drained mana, risking exhaustion or death. This spell, however, cycled mana and life force like a perpetual engine, sustaining high speed without loss. The ground surged, spikes erupting like vicious blades, stabbing upward at Jean Alter. She leapt, rolling to evade. More spikes pursued, relentless, as if to pin her down. The fight looked less like magic, more like an Esper's power. Smart choice. Using the terrain to suppress a servant, limiting their attacks, Jean Alter praised, dodging spikes. Morpheus' boss seemed weak initially, but after training, she'd improved drastically. Against weaker or average servants, Olga Marie could dominate, maybe even kill them. But Jean Alter was no ordinary servant. She sped up, increasing her power. The once balanced fight tilted. Spikes couldn't keep up with her heightened speed, losing their threat. Olga Marie tracked Jean Alter's movements, maintaining her spell. Spikes kept spawning, chasing. But as Jean Alter accelerated, the spikes couldn't catch her, becoming ineffective. Finally, Jean Alter's weapon rested at Olga Marie's neck. You lose, she grinned. I lost. Olga Marie sighed, not upset but pleased. Even with Jean Alter holding back, fighting a servant was thrilling. Jean Alter hadn't dropped to a mundane level but fought as a weaker servant. Olga Marie could now hold her own against lesser servants, maybe even counterkill. After the fight, Morpheus approached, offering a handkerchief. What's this? For sweat. Olga Marie took it, then paused. I'm a ghost. I don't sweat. Keep it. For when you do. I'd need a real body first. You'll get one. Trust me. Really. I've got plenty of experience. You'll be fine. The room grew lively with their banter. But the peace didn't last. A new mission loomed. King Solomon's era shows no anomalies, Romani told Morpheus and Da Vinci. Since learning the Demon Pillar's goal, Romani had been investigating. Checking Solomon's history revealed no changes. Maybe we missed something. Da Vinci suggested. Like, we should check the timeline after Solomon's death. He became a heroic spirit, after all. Romani glanced at her, annoyed. Is that necessary? Da Vinci sensed his irritation. I think checking post-death is right, Morpheus interjected. All anomalies happened after Solomon's death. His passing likely caused issues with the 72 Demon Pillars system. Morpheus grinned. If we could go outside, I'd check Solomon's burial site to see if his body's still there. Romani and Da Vinci fell silent, pondering. Romani spoke, you think they used Solomon's body to cast magic they couldn't otherwise? Exactly. His body's unique, like a special mystic code or formal craft. Or they could possess it, controlling a body with immense magical mastery. His words silenced them again. Romani nodded, you're right. We need to investigate post-death history, from his passing to how his body was handled. That's your job, Morpheus said cheekily. You're Chaldea's Servant 1 and 3. They laughed. Servant 1 was Solomon, Romani's past self. Servant 3 was Da Vinci, the tech recluse. Servant 2 resided in MASH as her foundational component. After the chat, they parted. Morpheus headed to the Rayshift Hall. Today, they'd depart again. The Rayshift activated, transporting them from Chaldea to a fog-shrouded city. MASH checked the system. We're in London, 1888. I know London's the fog city, but this is unnatural, Morpheus frowned, looking skyward. Faintly visible through thick fog were massive light rings, obscured by the haze, limiting visibility. This fog's laced with mana, not ordinary, but from the greater source, Morpheus murmured. It's poison to normal humans. He glanced at Ritsuka, the group's only mundane, who should have been affected. But Ritsuka, unaffected, looked around curiously. I dreamed of this place, she said. A woman, drained in this fog, couldn't escape. A mysterious figure killed her. Morpheus perked up. Tell me more. Who did it? A smallish killer, maybe a girl, saying things like, Mother, I'm going in. Felt like bad news. A girl. A child. Morpheus pressed. Yeah, probably a kid. She sounded attached to her mother, even calling for her while killing. Mash frowned. Maybe someone unstable. Or an unstable servant, Ritsuka added. Moving freely here suggests a servant, right? Likely, Morpheus grinned. Romani's voice came through the communicator. Scans confirm this isn't a dead city. Be careful. London in 1888 has plenty of people, Romani said, calculating. They're hiding indoors, likely avoiding the magical fog. The fog's mana toxins are deadly to mundanes, so they stay inside. Morpheus rubbed his chin. But unless we fix the root issue, more problems will arise. As they spoke, Jean Alter gripped her weapon, whispering, Someone's coming. A woman in armor appeared nearby, eyeing them warily. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patrayon.com/contl. Chapter 168, TOA 168, Lowly. The woman in armor looked at them and asked, Who are you? We are. Mash began, seeming hesitant about how to respond, as she still needed to analyze the other's identity. But at that moment, the armored woman said, You can breathe and remain unharmed in this thick fog, so you're probably not ordinary humans. Whose side are you on? Friend or foe? Mash wore a helpless expression. She clearly wanted to ask the same question and determine if the other was a servant or a human. However, Roman, who usually provided quick answers, couldn't this time. He only informed them of the current situation through the communicator. You can't detect it either. Same here. With so much magical energy around, I can't distinguish any reactions. But she's wearing armor, so she's probably not an ordinary London citizen. Ah, this is a headache. I thought limiting it to the urban area would make things easier. Now it's gotten complicated. We can't tell what she is. Just an ordinary person with resistance to magecraft, a magus, or a servant. Roman vented frantically, clearly frustrated by the troublesome situation. At that point, Olga Marie's voice chimed in. Why not discuss it openly, or just take her out right away? Olga Marie's suggestion left everyone silent. After a moment, Roman asked, What if she's an ally? This is a singularity. The fastest way to restore history to its proper state is to resolve all the anomalies here, right? For example, deal with all the servants, regardless of good or evil, eliminate them all, bring back the Holy Grail, and the problem will be solved. Servants are copies of heroic spirits anyway. Once defeated, they return to the throne of heroes. As for the people here, once history is repaired, they'll return to their original paths, so no need to worry about irreversible mistakes during the process. Olga Marie explained, and her reasoning left everyone unable to refute it. Meanwhile, since the group was still secretly discussing with headquarters, the mysterious armored woman waiting for their answer looked puzzled. She frowned. What are you whispering about? If you're not attacking me, it doesn't matter. With that, she seemed to dismiss their secretive communication entirely, as if she had no intention of pursuing it. Her expression darkened slightly. I didn't have anything specific to ask you. Sorry for the interruption. The fog around here is thick, best to leave quickly. Thanks for the warning. Morpheus smiled and thanked her, eliciting a faint smile in return. Just as Fujimaru, Ritsuka and the others thought Morpheus planned to step back first and find a place to regroup, he suddenly spoke again. You're a servant, aren't you? The blunt question stunned Mash, and the woman opposite was equally taken aback, but she nodded soon after. That's right, I am. With that, she waved her hand and turned to leave. As she walked away, she called out, Anyway, watch out for yourselves. This behavior made Mash's eyes widen again. She thought Morpheus's sudden question about whether the other was a servant was already reckless, but the woman's actions were even stranger. She hadn't hidden anything and just left, striding away boldly. Dr. Roman shook his head upon seeing this. She just left. That was quick. What an impatient child. Is she a Londoner? Didn't she say she's a servant? Well, she could be a Londoner turned into a servant. Roman sighed helplessly. And from what she said, it seems she knows some inside information. She probably understands London's current state better than we do. All right, let's chase after her and ask, Morpheus said, shaking his head. I wanted to talk more and get some info out of her, but she left. Roman agreed with the idea. Yes, go after her and ask. But looking ahead, there was no sign of her. The group didn't mind, though. They could just keep going forward, they'd run into her eventually. After walking a bit further, Morpheus frowned. He sensed something approaching. Jean Alter also looked around warily, clearly detecting something nearby. Something's coming, and there's quite a few, Jean Alter said. Morpheus nodded. Yes, a good number. From the magical energy fluctuations, they seem like small fry. Roman shouted at that moment. I'm not detecting any biological responses, but there are multiple moving objects. Magical energy reactions are still undetectable, this fog interferes too much with sensing magical energy. There are magical energy reactions. They're magical constructs, probably automatons. Morpheus stared around. Soon enough, a large number of automaton constructs appeared. These magic-driven things surrounded the group and began attacking. However, they posed no threat to Morpheus and the others. He didn't even need to act. Mash and Jean Alter handled it, destroying all the automaton constructs in an instant. Once they were all eliminated, Mash breathed a sigh of relief. Breakthrough successful. We can keep moving. Roman sounded surprised. I didn't expect those things hidden in the fog. No wonder everyone's holed up in buildings and not coming out. Since doors and windows aren't damaged, it means those things don't invade buildings. But it's still strangely eerie. Mash recalled the foes she'd defeated. I recognize the structure of those remains. Parts of it are used in machinery from this era. I told you, they're automatons, small fry fitting for the era. Morpheus held a fragment of the remains, examining its internal structure closely. Roman sighed. Too bad the fog's interference makes it hard for me to observe for you. Be careful in your exploration to avoid ambushes. Mash nodded. Understood. Then she looked at the group. Let's go. They resumed their journey to find the armored girl, but along the way, they faced several more battles against similar automaton-like things. After another fight with mechanical constructs, Morpheus suddenly noticed something. There are corrosion marks here. He pointed to part of the remains. The others looked, and indeed, the metal showed signs of corrosion. Seeing this, they all paused, they clearly remembered that none of them had used any corrosive attacks in the battle. In London during the Industrial Revolution, the massive smoke from steam engines became a social issue. The sulfur dioxide in the emissions, when meeting cold fog, would linger and condense into sulfuric acid mist. Mash trailed off, her expression changing. Huh. What's wrong, Mash? Roman asked urgently. There are records of cases in 1888 London described as if inhaling sulfuric acid, right? Morpheus said, and Mash nodded. Yes. A dark shadow appeared behind Mash, small in stature, yet concealing its presence so well that Mash hadn't noticed at all. Fujimaru Ritsuka shouted urgently, look out. At the same time, the shadow struck. But in that instant, Jean Alter acted. Her strength was formidable, almost the moment she detected the presence, she swung her weapon. Dagger clashed with flag, forcing the ambusher back. It was a white-haired girl, exposing much of her skin, staring at them with a voice full of doubt. What, are you? Humans? Or magi? You can move freely in the magical energy fog, and in our mist too. Are you servants like us? Mash saw her then and immediately realized her identity. You're a servant, though you should originally be a human from this era. She stated the other's identity. Jack the Ripper. The serial killer who murdered numerous women in late 19th century London, not only that, but dismembered all the victims. Taunting the London police, the legendary murderer, a symbol of terror known worldwide, even inspiring many copycats. Morpheus smiled and stepped forward. His magical formulas unfolded around him in that moment. You know about me. I'm so happy. I'm thrilled. Jack the Ripper, or rather, the servant known as Jack the Ripper, manifesting as a lowly, let out a deranged laugh. So happy, so delighted. In that case, you should know what I'm going to do to you. What Jack the Ripper intended was simple, kill, and dismember the victims. But unfortunately, she couldn't enjoy it now. Because Morpheus struck directly. In an instant, he appeared before Jack the Ripper. Even though she was a little girl, Morpheus showed no mercy. Flames gathered in his hand, infused with Michael's power, carrying a light that purified impurity. Before Jack could react, it smashed straight into her face. Boom. Without any surprise, Jack couldn't block it at all. She was sent crashing to the ground by Morpheus's punch, dazzling flames erupting on her face and spreading to the rest of her body. Michael's power was naturally one that vanquished evil. Even Satan couldn't stand against Michael, let alone a mere Jack the Ripper. In that moment, Jack let out a piercing scream. The sins she bore were being judged under the flames' burn, the deeper the iniquity, the greater the agony. And Jack was an extreme torment. Even as a servant, a being akin to a god, she had no resistance against Michael's flames. The pitiful Jack couldn't even say more before turning to ash under the flames' glow. Mash drew in a sharp breath, feeling the lowly's end was somewhat brutal. Fujimaru Ritsuka blinked and asked, I didn't expect you to go so hard on a lowly, Morpheus. I thought you might be a Lilicon. Lilicon. Morpheus let out a laugh. If you've seen groups of 12-year-olds killing each other every day, you'd get used to it like me. He spoke, recalling his superior in the Toaruverse, a 12-year-old lowly who was incredibly strong and had a terrible temper. Strange, my memories. Mash suddenly frowned, as if she couldn't recall what had just happened. I remember it was a servant, and then... Snap. A finger snap, and special magical formulas began spreading around. Mash shook her head, her blurred memories becoming clear again. She gasped. This fog seems really problematic, it affects my memories. It's not just memories, even the recording devices are malfunctioning. The earlier records are gone. Roman's voice carried a serious tone. All right, let's keep chasing. See if we can catch up to that armored woman. If we run into other hostile servants along the way, we can deal with them too, it's pretty straightforward anyway. Morpheus said from the side. Be careful, I have a feeling this time's enemies might not be simple. He wasn't bothered by magecraft that interfered with memories, it didn't affect him. And he rather agreed with Olga Marie's suggestion, just eliminate any suspicious ones. Once history was repaired, everything would reset, so no need to overthink it. And pursuing this way posed no issues. Like with Jack the Ripper, if they encountered one, take them out, steadily weakening the enemy forces. It would strike at those behind the scenes and delay their plans. One could say the plan had no worries beyond needing enough strength during execution to avoid being countered. And that, sufficient strength, condition. Morpheus could provide it alone. Not to mention, whether Mash, Fujimaru Ritsuka, or Gene Alter, their strengths were considerable. If the three teamed up, Morpheus believed even a full-powered Gilgamesh wouldn't gain the upper hand. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your Power Stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/kongtl. Chapter 169, TOA 169, Detective Fujimaru Ritsuka. As they continued forward, Mash asked Morpheus, you also figured out she was Jack the Ripper? Yeah, I did. It'd be pretty ridiculous if I hadn't, considering the location and era match perfectly. But what I didn't expect was that she's a servant, not an actual human. Morpheus said this while inwardly grumbling. Thankfully, he had paid attention to some murder cases in the Nasuverse, so he knew these details. In the Toaruverse, though he was aware of Jack the Ripper, there were never any records of her using sulfuric acid to kill. That detail only existed in the Nasuverse. At first, Morpheus thought it was just some exaggerated mythologizing of the killer, distorted through endless retellings. But now, it seemed otherwise, as this Jack the Ripper was completely different from what he'd imagined. As expected of this place, even Jack the Ripper is a girl, and a lowly, no less. What did you say, Morpheus-senpai? Mash asked, puzzled. I'm just complaining. Why did I think it'd be a male servant, only to find they're all female? Morpheus let out a chuckle. Take this Jack the Ripper, for example. She feels unique. She's not a typical servant, more like an aggregate of grudges. Mash blinked. An aggregate of grudges. Not just Mash, but Fujimaru Ritsuka and Gene Alter also leaned in, eager to hear what Morpheus had discovered. It's just a gut feeling for now, but considering how Michael's power dealt such massive damage to her, she's definitely some kind of malevolent spirit. Morpheus reflected on his fight with her. She feels like a wraith, similar to a vengeful ghost, but also different. Her presence is complex. Complex how? Roman asked. Yeah, complex how? Is this servant a ghost like me? Olga Marie chimed in. Morpheus shook his head. It's different. She feels like a fusion of many ghosts, but if that were the case, her existence shouldn't be so stable. You'd expect something like mental fragmentation, but she has a singular, stable consciousness. Roman, with his peerless intellect, immediately offered a simpler description. So, you're saying she's like a unique entity formed from many souls but with only one consciousness? Exactly. I mentioned she feels like an aggregate of grudges. If you think about it that way, it makes sense. Grudges are hatred, curses, human malice, but that malice itself lacks self-awareness. Morpheus said with a slight smile. So curses, as a form of magecraft, are essentially the manipulation of that malice. Let's put that aside for now. Explain more about this aggregate of grudges idea regarding Jack the Ripper. It's simple. A mass of grudges without self-awareness comes together, forming pure malice. Due to the circumstances of its creation, this extreme malice develops its own unique consciousness, like that of a ghost. From this, I can make a deduction. For such a singular consciousness to form, the individual grudges that merged likely didn't have strong self-awareness, or any at all. Their experiences were likely similar, and the targets of their hatred were the same. Only in such near-identical conditions could an aggregate of grudges with a single consciousness form. Wait, so Jack the Ripper's traits could tell us what she is. Maybe even what experiences created the Jack the Ripper we see now. Fujimaru Ritsuka asked, noticing Morpheus nod in confirmation. With his affirmation, Fujimaru grew even more excited. In this foggy city, she felt like her inner detective was awakening. She looked at Morpheus's clothes with a hint of envy. As expected, his outfit was the most fitting for this place. But she quickly shook off that envy and focused on solving the mystery. From what I know, Jack the Ripper's victims were almost all women, many of them prostitutes, indicating a deep hatred for them. I initially thought Jack was a man, perhaps a zealot who believed these women violated some doctrine. But seeing it's a little girl. The most unusual detail here is a child hating adults, specifically women. That narrows down what we need to consider. It all points to one thing, mothers. And since the hatred is only toward mothers, we can rule out fathers. This suggests one thing, the tragedy and pain these grudges stem from happened before any contact with fathers. So, the only possibility is they had no fathers, or they died at birth, unable to meet them. Fujimaru pushed up imaginary glasses and squinted. There's only one truth, Jack the Ripper is an aggregate of the grudges of abandoned infants, hating their mothers. And since prostitution often leads to abortions, the fact that most victims were prostitutes supports this. Morpheus clapped, his eyes full of admiration as he smiled at Fujimaru. If you were transported to 18th or 19th century London, you could definitely make it as a private detective. Her deduction wasn't particularly groundbreaking, but it was impressive, better than many detectives Morpheus had seen. With enough information, Fujimaru might have uncovered Jack the Ripper's secrets even faster. This way, the case wouldn't have remained unsolved. But Jack the Ripper, an aggregate of grudges, had died and become a heroic spirit, making Morpheus narrow his eyes. It seems the one who dealt with Jack the Ripper back then was likely a magus. Ordinary humans couldn't handle such an entity. But that's not surprising. This is London, after all, the Mages Association is strong here. There's even the corpse of a certain dragon, allowing London's magi to rapidly expand their influence, leading to the clock tower. A new idea suddenly struck Morpheus. Right, this is London. The clock tower is here. Could I sneak into the clock tower and see what treasures they're hiding? Though Morpheus had no interest in studying at the clock tower, he knew its location just outside London, concealed by a special bounded field. He didn't like the clock tower's crowd, but they likely hid many rare books. If he took this chance to read them, he could uncover numerous secrets. Best of all, once the singularity was repaired, no one would remember his actions. A slight smirk curled Morpheus's lips. This is perfect. Coming to London was a great idea. He turned to Fujimaru and the others. All right, I'll split off from you. Stick with Gene Alter and be careful not to get ambushed. Where are you going? Fujimaru asked quickly. She knew Morpheus was strong enough to handle issues swiftly, but that wasn't her concern. Can you leave some action for us? I think practical experience is useful. Seeing her say this, Morpheus burst out laughing, patting her shoulder. This time, it's up to you guys. Good luck. As for me, I'm heading somewhere else. I won't be stepping in for a while, got it? Fujimaru looked at Morpheus, puzzled, unsure of his plans. Glancing at the communicator, Morpheus leaned in and whispered, "You know about the clock tower, right?" Fujimaru nodded. There are probably lots of secrets in the clock tower, but I usually avoid drawing attention from those old geezers, and I don't want to cause a fuss, so I never bothered searching it. But now I'm in London, and after we fix the singularity, history will reset. No one will remember us. So why not take a look inside the clock tower? Fujimaru's eyes widened, and she gave Morpheus a thumbs up. But noticing the communicator's hologram, she retracted her thumb and said loudly, "Got it, Morpheus. You go do your thing. Leave resolving this crisis to us." Her heart raced with excitement. As expected of Morpheus, the guy who ran wild in Divine Era Greece, now planning to raid the clock tower. No wonder he didn't want to say it out loud. With the director's temper, she'd never approve. The clock tower folks' memories will reset, but the director's won't. She'd probably hold a grudge forever. So, under Masha's puzzled gaze, Fujimaru bid Morpheus farewell and turned to Gene Alter. "Stick with us for now." "Fine, I'll tag along. His strength is more than enough, nobody here could hurt him." Seeing Gene Alter agree so easily, Fujimaru sighed in relief and led the two girls forward. Not far along, after dealing with another batch of automatons, they returned to the main street. There, they saw the armored figure from before. She smiled at them. I saw everything. Since you took out those things, you're at least not my enemies. Her expression showed approval. And your skills aren't bad. You don't even have the full picture yet, and you're still this capable. Not bad. I don't dislike idiots like you. Fujimaru raised an eyebrow. Who are you calling idiots? Huh. The armored woman looked confused, unsure why Fujimaru seemed annoyed. Mash quickly stepped in. You're right, we're definitely not your enemies. So, could you talk with us and share some information? Like, what's going on in this foggy city? Sure, I'll tell you. The armored woman nodded. But first, let me confirm. You're a demi-servant, right? Yes, I'm Mash Kirilight, a demi-servant. And you must be a servant. She looked at Jean Alter, who nodded. Correct. I'm Jean Alter. Finally, she turned to Fujimaru. And you? I'm Fujimaru Ritsuka. Fujimaru introduced herself. Mash Kirilight, Fujimaru Ritsuka, and a servant, Jean Alter. That's a peculiar name. Is there a white Jean too? The armored woman shook her head. Whatever, it's none of my business. Then she introduced herself. I'm Mordred, a heroic spirit and a knight of the Round Table, here to save Londinium, the city beloved by my father, from this crisis. Walking toward the city's outskirts, after dismantling a pile of automatons, Morpheus suddenly grinned. Mordred, huh? A life born through magecraft, using her sister's bloodline as a foundation. Ha! Thanks to the formula he placed on Jean Alter, he overheard their conversation, shaking his head in amusement. I've got to say, Nasuverse history is wild. Legends became reality, so of course King Arthur exists, and naturally, so do the Knights of the Round Table. If I had summoned Artoria, this meeting would have been hilarious. Too bad I have no connection to Artoria, summoning her would be a stretch. He mused as he continued toward the city gates. Rapid footsteps echoed from the alleys on both sides, automatons, numerous and dense. But as they emerged, several air blades appeared around Morpheus. They swept out at incredible speed, and in an instant, the dozens of automatons were sliced into pieces. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to drop 5 stars and your power stone. And if you want to read more than 70 chapters in advance, feel free to visit patreon.com/contl.